up, and we'll be establishing the call within minutes. First thing that I'm going to do is change from one shirt into the other, just to prepare for tonight. As a matter of fact, I guess I should start the call before I do that, and get these gentlemen to talk for me for a few minutes. In fact, it would help if I have the microphone where people could hear me. Of course, I can't hear shit because I have to put in the earbuds. So let's get started. Oh my god, what a pain in the ass. Okay, so we'll get started by calling Solomon and Sammy. And okay, these two gentlemen, the call will ride upon. Let's do this. Wonderful, bless you. Say hello to everyone. Dear Salman Sheikh.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. My love and greetings for you, Brother JMO, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. I come in peace and with love.
That's wonderful. God bless you. And Sammy Romero should be joining us soon. And, as usual, just do a casual check-in with Amanda Yu and just see if she's available in all her busyness. I believe Sammy Romero has joined us, and no need for the camera, Sammy, though it's good to see you. But that eats up bandwidth like mad. And so, dear Sammy, say hello to our listeners.
Hey, Doug.
Hi.
How you doing, everybody?
Well, much the better for having you with us. And so the call will ride on both of you gentlemen. Sammy's going to stay with us as long as he can, which will probably be a little longer than Solomon can stay. But in the worst case scenario, I can always drop the call and reestablish it. If when Peter Moon comes on at the top of the hour, I'll just tell him not to hang up. Last time he hung up, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's mostly just a security blanket that the call continues. The stream will continue without the call, but then what happens is I don't get the reassurance in my ear that the audio is feeding back, because when I have the microphone on with a call, then there's the constant feedback that the audio is working. I don't know if that's understandable or coherent, but that's just the way it is. I get a different echo effect when the call is on. So what I'm going to do, gentlemen, is have both of you to just kind of talk for a few minutes. I'm just going to take care of a few last minute chores, then come right back on with both of you, and we'll take it from there. I'll explain to my listeners all that happened today. Okay, so both of you gentlemen, the stage is yours for a few minutes. All right, I'll let you two gentlemen handle it. I know you're both fully capable of doing so. With that, I'm going to go mute for about 5 to 10 minutes.
Greetings, Brother Sammy. How are you?
Hi, Salman. I'm doing okay. Like anybody, we all go through our battles through our everyday life. But thank the Lord. I'm alive and I'm in good health.
Indeed, my brother, I agree with you. And any day above ground is a good day, and we all have things to be thankful for. Our families, our loved ones, able to sustain ourselves, especially in today's changing times. And as we head into 2022, I think it's going to count more for us to be able to just kind of center ourselves, Sammy, and ground ourselves with all that's going on. And 2022, it's probably going to be a hectic year due to it being a midterm or an election year. So I think that's the best time to keep ourselves grounded starting from now.
Yes, I believe also too. There's a lot of change in the air as we've been talking the last couple of weeks. And by the way, am I audible? I just want to make sure.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. All this change that's been going on, even with me, just to give you a little glimpse into my world. I've been learning a lot about relationships, especially with family, and understanding that just the many worlds that, because I do have a large family, each individual brother and sister that I deal with is a different world. Their perspective, and when we talk about maybe a situation, it could be an issue or just an opinion. is is teaching me a lot about understanding, um, not to convolute all these worlds together, because in a sense it's almost, it can become chaotic, but at the same time too, uh, each individual relationship is just unique, and you have to respect that uniqueness. And that
Hmm.
way, it's a lot more, it's a lot more streamlined. It's the best way I can put it.
Yes, my brother, I agree with you. And right now, we have relationships under strain in many ways as relationships are being challenged, whether it's a spouse or a parental relationship or a sibling relationship, a friendship. Right now, as we head towards this 2022 period, going all the way up to 2025, 2029, it's going to be a lot of challenge where the foundations as we know it are being either broken down or reformed in any ways in terms of how people are dealing with each other. I mean, myself, I'm seeing a lot of the esoteric organizations that I have dealt with that it's changing into a virtual format now because people don't want to come out no more. They don't want to deal with each other anymore. So relationships are changing in a very drastic way. And I agree. Only time will tell what will take place, but it's best for us to compromise and also improvise with our loved ones to the best of our ability and just giving it to God or giving it to the creator and just seeing where it all falls in place. So I definitely agree with you.
Um, yes, likewise. One of the one of the things that I've been actually, trying to trying to figure out in my life, as any and as anybody that wants to improve, and just because I'm an Aquarius, and one of and I never really cared for astrology, and it's not that I didn't care for it, I didn't understand it to
Hmm.
a certain degree. I'm a deep thinker. This is one of the things why, I was drawn to Douglas,
Hmm.
and just this history that he's helped unveil, because I'm a deep thinker, and a lot of these questions that I've had just didn't make sense. Um, and I asked God, and that's one of the things I always tell my twin. We need to be aware of what we ask God. God, if God sends you somebody that has knowledge, um, it's because you asked for it, and sometimes the information He brings, it's as an American, as an American, someone that grew up in this country,
Hmm.
it's you're being debriefed. You're being debriefed, but even more because I am a minority. Um, it's one of the things that he brings, where the perception is not from the white perspective; it's the minority perspective. But it's someone that's telling someone that's
Yes.
from from the quote unquote white perspective, because I mean, Doug is white technically, you know, you know,
Hmm.
but he will never be white because of his appearance. But all this culture shock that he's brought, and some of the things that he's helped connect in my life, it's not a coincidence. It's something that you ask God, and when some of the stuff that he's revealed, and I'm sure a lot of it he can't reveal yet, and a lot of stuff he's probably forgotten or doesn't want to remember yet. It's very it's a culture shock. It's sometimes it's really hard to take in.
Yes, I know exactly. I found Douglas around 2014, 15 time when I was looking at like these aspects of the Pakistani grooming gangs in England,
Right.
and Brother Douglas was the only one who had talked about it. And when I listened to him, his articulation, his knowledge, his love was it was so enticing that I started following him and I looked into the Roswell the Rising Sun, the documentary he put out, Satan's Crusaders, and I started following Douglas from Revolution Radio all the way up until this point now, and I realized that this is the only man that's telling you the truth, and that's the reason why he's been suppressed by the agents of chaos, and it's self-evident. As soon as his YouTube starts, there's so many dislikes right away. So there are those in a system that don't favor his knowledge, his opinion. At the same time, because of his complexion and us having that understanding with him, knowing that he's the only one who gets this stuff. And those that took the time to listen to his monologues deeply and repeatedly know that the knowledge he's giving you is, I mean, it's life-saving information, especially heading into the 2020s with all the changes that are taking place. So I agree with you. You know, having that perspective is definitely helpful right now in times of ever change that are happening in terms of the education system. The kids growing up now are not interacting with each other, Brother Sammy, like how you and I used to do. We were outside playing and doing everything. They're just not that interaction anymore. People don't want to get into relationships. They don't want to commit. The financial system is changing. The jobs are changing. Who knows, my brother, where this world is going, especially America, from now till 2029.
Right. Well, Simon, I was born in 1987. So I'm a millennial. And I want to ask you questions because, we're from different cultures. I'm from a Chicano culture and you're from the Pakistani culture.
Yes.
One of the questions that when I was in college, they asked me, and it's about identity. Do you identify yourself as Mexican American, Chicano, Hispanic, etc. And it's one of those things where when Doug talked about naming something, you give it power and you give it a stand or authority in your life.
Yes.
As far as yourself, being a Pakistani American, do you consider yourself a Pakistani American? And when you do travel overseas, do you feel like a Pakistani American, or do you feel, more as an American?
Well, that's a good question you ask me, because a lot of the immigrant families that come over here, especially from Pakistan, the kids have to grow up in two different cultures, where at home they're expected to speak their native language and act a certain way, while at the American schools they have to speak English and act a certain way. So they have to learn to adapt to two different lifestyles. I always represented myself as a Muslim American, Pakistani American, but at the same time, I respected the Islamic law, where they tell you that whichever your country of residence, you respect their laws, customs, and way of doing things, because you have to adapt, and adaptation is also a way of survival. So I always saw myself as, somebody that's trying to fit in. Growing up in America, many people would mistake me for being Latino or Hispanic. Well, I would tell them I'm from Pakistan. But if you really look at it, all the indigenous peoples, especially those of that background, they all share a similar background, which I realized, Brother Sammy, when I took a DNA test. I had a Persian pop up. I had Australian Aboriginal, Alaskan Native. I had all these things that were popping up, like 3%, like East Asian, which is like the China area. So, I mean, if you look at us as the human family, we're a little bit of everything. I even found these two white women, one in Western U.S., like one of the Western states, and one in England, that turned out to be like my fifth generational cousins. So if I'm told that, hey, you're just Pakistani kid born in Pakistan and that's your identity, I think we're more than that. As I found out, I was part of all these cultures and backgrounds, and I was connected to all these people. So as a human family, many people have these labels to try to divide us, and I think the more we have unity and understanding between one another, that's the only way we're going to move forward as a human family going in to this post-2020 world. If there's separation of any kind, that's just going to create a problem. But if there's more unity, I believe that will be beneficial to mankind's survival, especially now where, I mean, everything is changing. I was telling my parents that I'm almost 30 years old. I mean, I'm not married. I haven't found anybody yet. And I envy the time where people were much simpler in their time, where it was easier to find commitment, find relationships. It was the world was a much simpler time. Now we have just so much at our fingertips, Brother Sammy, in terms of entertainment, information overload. It's a different world, and we just have to improvise and adapt for our survival.
No, you're absolutely right. one of the things my twin and hopefully he can come on the next couple of weeks because he like I said he works on the engineering side, especially with the networks that he deals with, especially like government contractors that he deals with. And he really don't want to tell his side, but one of the things he told me is he has an agent code, and he happens to be, I believe he's Indian, and I could be wrong, but to just make it short, he said where they come from, religion is the religion is as much as part of a person's identity. So one of the things I wanted to ask you, because of my Christian background, but
Hmm.
as a Sufi Muslim, when you do encounter other other Muslims as far as different denominations, if I can call it like that,
Yeah.
is there mutual respect? Is it most of the time is there common ground, or is prejudice regarding
Oh
to?
yeah, there definitely is common ground. I see where you're coming from, and there definitely is common ground. But my brother, the human element, all of these religious teachings that I've looked into, they're all simple. They're all telling you to love and respect each other, love thy neighbor, love God, love yourself. But again, it's the human element. Like when I go to Pakistan, people are divided over Sunni and Shia, and I know Brother Douglas has seen that too in his travels and his a lot of the things that he has done
But by
in
the way,
terms of
what
being in
what
the Middle East and the Balkans.
right? Thank you. What on earth is that noise in the background that I'm hearing? Is there some kind of
Um,
was that going on all the while you two gentlemen were talking, or did that just start? Am I hearing something both of you aren't hearing?
um, I am doing
Yeah,
laundry.
yeah. What is that?
Might be doing laundry. I'm doing laundry. That might be my washing machine. Um, hmm.
Oh.
Let me readjust the audio. I'm sorry. Let me readjust the audio. I think it might become my.
Okay. Yeah, because that's an echo, definitely a feedback of some sort. It has something technical. Hey, were you hearing that throughout the entire all this time? That's I hope not. Oh my god, that's maddening. Let's check into the chat room, the live stream. I want our man to continue with what he was saying, of course. Very important. Marcus Grick says, "Hey DD, online in Clairmate." I don't know about that. Shane Bridges says, "Greetings, Douglas. Greetings, sir. We didn't get a chance to say hello to you before." Yeah. And
So can I
yeah.
call back and see if I can make sure?
Sure. Yes. What you do is don't call back. Let me know
Oh, I'm
when
sorry.
to call you, then I call you.
Okay.
Okay. There we are.
Call me back and let's see if it works out better.
Okay, so there we go. Hang up and I'll call you back. Sounds good. Shout out to the lovely young lady who's the pie that says me. And she says hello, love her dearly. Mwah. And don't know if she wants me to give her identity away. Daniel Arola, there's a young lady asking about you. He says, "What's all that funny background noise? I think someone forgot to mute." There we are. We identified that as potentially a washing machine agitator. Yeah, that was all right. So our man Sammy says call again. So let me give him a thumbs up. And our man Samson, excuse me, Mr. Shake will get back to his travelogue. He was speaking about, of course,
Thank you, Brother
the
Douglas.
division, yeah, within even Islam, and of course what we've seen all over the world with these various kinds of divisions within divisions. Go on, sir.
Yes, and I'm sure Brother Douglas has seen that in his travels in the Balkans, in the Middle East, and Africa. That in the aspect of the Muslim faith, the main core of Islam is to believe in the Prophet, peace be upon him, Allah, God, the messengers, including Jesus, Moses, Muhammad, peace be upon them all. And that's the core teachings of Islam. That what makes you a believer, to surrender to the will of God. But unfortunately, you have the human element, which divides into Sunni, Shia, and all this stuff, Wahhabi, Salafi, which are the extremists, what you have seen on the news. And the Sufis are the true esoteric followers of the Islamic faith, because Islam and Muslim is the aspect of submission and peace and
Yes.
not hatred towards anybody. So the Sufis were the inner esoteric initiates of the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So just like how you see in Mark 4:11, where Christ mentions that those that will be taught the inner mysteries, and while those on the outside will be taught in parables. So the Sufis were known as the Suf, the people of the bench, the wearer of the woolen clothes, that would be outside of the residence of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and he would
Whoa.
teach them in the inner and occult mysteries of Islam. So that's the Sufis are the true, basically, inheritors of that tradition, and they're preaching unity between Jews, Christians, Muslims, the genders, and professing the true submission to the will of God. While you have these other people that are fighting over who is the successor and who's right and who's wrong, and their sectarian violence has caused a lot of damage in that part of the world. So, I mean, I am from a Sufi background, and that's what I represent in terms of my unity and my understanding. Even when I went to Pakistan, I basically it was a pilgrimage for me to visit a lot of the Sufi shrines, and where some of these elders live, your normal human can't live, because a lot of these beings have transcended above a certain level. So when they encounter other human beings or other non-human beings, they're not registered as a threat or a food source, because they basically it's a detachment from this realm. This realm that we're in right now, it's a detachment from it, because the Sufis dedicate themselves in the aspect of fana, which is the annihilation of the self. So they lose themselves in their love for God and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So they're just doing prayers and zikrs and reciting stuff and loving everybody. So their physical vessel and their spiritual vessel transcends above a certain terrestrial sphere. So they can live in harmony with ghoul and angels and jinns and vampire and all other beings that the Creator has placed on this earth in harmony. And at one time, humans could do that, but that's the reason why we're in our current fallen state, where we can't even get along with each other based on religion and race, let alone other beings that are here on this realm. And everything has a purpose. The Sufi realizes that and respects that, and harmonizes himself with that. And that's why he has the respect of the other beings as well in the places that he or she reside at. So when I went to a lot of these Sufi places in Pakistan, I realized, I mean, your average human can't live here. These places where they're living in like jungles and like border areas and some other places, which made me respect that this path truly you really have to be about it. And that's what we're lacking today in our world, which the lack of discipline and the lack of a spiritual practice, where most people don't have the time to dedicate, let's say, 30 minutes a day to a spiritual practice or be disciplined, have the aspect of discipline to love each other, respect each other, regardless of race or religion, and realize you didn't just come here to pay bills and die. There was a more of a purpose of this human life that the Creator has placed you for. And that's what the Sufi path has taught me, is the oneness of God, that before everything existed, there was this primordial abyss and chaos. And then what people realize as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the Sufis see it as the Muhammadan reality. So when it was the chaos abyss and it was all darkness, Allah created the light of Muhammad, which is known as Nur Muhammad. And from that light, all creation was made. The suns, the galaxies, the stars, the planets. And then obviously the physical avatar, which manifested as the prophet in the 6th century with the Quraysh tribe in Mecca, to basically teach people the oneness of God and to declare his fight against the pagans that were there. So the Sufis believe in the Muhammadan reality, saying that whether you're a human, you're an angel, you're a jinn, ghoul, iblis, whatever, it all comes from that one source. So they say Allah is the only reality. And it tells you in the Quran that both good and evil come from the Creator. So in reality, what is good, what is evil, what is God, what is the devil? People say the devil made me do it or God made me do it. No, it's your individual responsibility. You have to take your individual account, be disciplined, have a spiritual practice, be disciplined in your practice, know who you are, what you stand for. And that's basically what the Sufi path has taught me, and why I stand with Brother Douglas Dietrich against the agents of chaos who are outside of that cosmology of Allah, Iblis, good and evil, creation, destruction. We're dealing with an enemy that is outside of that, who wants total annihilation. And that's why, with the information Brother Douglas has been presenting ever since I've been listening to him since 2014, has been such a threat to these people, and why you need to support him, donate to him, press thumbs up on his videos, purchase his book, and get the word out there. So, in my Sufi battle, Brother Douglas is part of that struggle to bring that oneness of Allah on this earth against the agents of chaos and the cultists of the kings of Edom. And I thank him for that.
Bless you. That was beautiful. God bless you, as always. Very, very inclusive and a grand summary of the situation. We are blessed to have you as a brother in battle, Salman Sheikh. Honestly, you came into my life at the right time. And as Peter Moon says, you've been a tremendous blessing. So we'll let Sammy Romero share what happened if he wishes, and then we can respond to tell us what happened, sir.
Yes, I had the speaker on. Unfortunately, because of me being a Zoom user and no longer one, because of the whole communist China, but
yeah, you can tell people that after I explained such, you drop them immediately. Yes, so this is a vestige of their bullshit. Yes. So go on. Yes.
Well, the thing is, I used to use it in school, and it explains why my teachers used to get knocked off for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's my PC, but for some reason, when I used Zoom, it was very, very glitchy. So it explains a lot. But yes. I mean, the whole communist China thing. It's right on you nailed it right on the head. It makes a lot of sense. If you allow me to talk a little bit.
Yeah, please.
As far as what Mr. Salman Sheikh was saying, this podcast that has been very educational to me as far as how big the world is, but really how small it is at the same time. And when I'm saying this is because through my paradigm and what I've tried to understand, the things that I've tried to understand, it's very streamlined in a sense that we all do have this struggle to better ourselves, at least myself, and to hear someone like Salman talk about his faith and how it does take discipline. As far as myself too, I was explaining to Jameson that as a Christian, we have all these issues and all these perversions of what Christianity should be. That in a sense is just a distraction. We do need to accept all these faiths because really we all are under the same umbrella of the Creator. And to talk to someone like a Salman Sheikh or Douglas Dietrich, especially your background, Doug, it's very, to put it lightly, it's very complicated. Yes. But I've learned so much from you as far as how the world works through so much tragic and so much tragedy. Yes. That unfortunately, you'd have to go through this brunt of this tragedy. A lot of it, not because of your doing, but what you witnessed. For you to come out of it and educate and can articulate yourself to teach people that do want to learn, that are deep thinkers, that do have these questions. It's a blessing. It's a miracle of God. It really is. The Creator really, this is a miracle because you could be in a mental institution,
yes.
and you're not. You're happy from what you perceive as far as just a normal person. Yes. You laugh and you joke and you have a great sense of humor, and you understand boundaries. All these things that I've noticed from you, a lot of people that have not even gone from a quarter of what you've been through, don't have. And that says a lot from just how blessed, we are to have you, but really your parenting and your mother and just your lineage, how blessed we are because, I wouldn't, I couldn't expect someone to go through what you've been through. And I'm not saying, and not to marginalize what me and Salman have, but it really is a miracle. It's not artificial. It's not luck. It's what God has brought you through and will continue to. And, as someone that I consider your brother, it's these questions that I have, sometimes it's very hard to articulate my questions, but what I do appreciate is the knowledge that you give, somebody that dedicates their long monologues. It's not somebody that's balanced. It's somebody that is very well blessed with that balance in his life that you can articulate to do. And it is it's making an impact. It's just, fortunately, they try to suppress you, but it's almost like your information is just coming out as right before our eyes. It just has, and it shows, especially with this country. It's like almost like you're writing the story and then you see it.
Yes. Oh, God bless you. Thank you. That's beautiful. I really appreciate that so much, Sammy. And we all get used to this technology as we use it more often. And we find out what we need to do with our technology that we're working with when we experience these glitches. And certainly, Sammy was telling us before that he was using Zoom until I brought up the Communist Chinese connection at length. And most people are completely unaware of it. I brought it up when I was expressing my frustration with this one individual who happened to be a white man who was a fan of Penny Bradley. And when he had heard what I said on her show, he said he looked it up on Wikipedia, and they said, oh, it was owned by a Chinese American. And this is the stupidity of the individuals that we're working with. So I brought up the history of Zoom and just how it had interacted with the Tiananmen massacre and how it shut down all communications to America at that time under orders of the Chinese Communist Party. The guy is maybe a U.S. citizen, but the guy's a fucking Chinese communist. And this sort of thing happens. And this is the problem with Americans and the challenge that they face. You've got someone like that who has this enormous amount of influence over world communications, and they're a card-carrying member of the Communist Chinese Party. Now, of course, what Sammy's referring to is far, far more nuanced and deeper than that. He wasn't just talking about that. I'm just alluding to that as an opening into some of the challenges we were dealing with. What he's talking about, of course, is the fact that after everything I've been through, he's impressed with the fact that I maintain a coherency, whereas many people, of course, would indeed have been institutionalized at this point in time. And I will tell you something, the majority of people that I've had experiences with throughout my life who have worked with me in the past, you have no idea how many people I knew that simply degenerated, just dealing with me, and then they would become aware of the world in a way that they were not aware of before. And they would pay the price for that. They would pay the price with their sanity. They would go stark raving mad. So a great example of one would be an individual named Matthew Castaneda. Was a friend of mine, obviously by his surname. He's of some Hispanic descent. And so Matthew Castaneda went just stark raving mad after a period of time of knowing and working with myself. And this was an individual who sadly was a good friend of mine. And after a while, you just have to acknowledge the fact that the person is no longer there. They're disintegrating. And so when I say this, I'm not being melodramatic. I'm talking about someone who literally went stark raving mad. So this is not like, oh yeah, the guy just went nuts and it was no longer reliable, or he was contemptible, or he spiraled. No, I'm talking about like someone who went stark raving mad to the point of violence and being a danger to himself and others, to the point where they're repeatedly institutionalized, and ultimately I have no idea what happened to him. So I'm assuming he's dead by now, so that this is something that he could barely keep track of him through his mother, ultimately, who was extraordinarily glad one time that I called, but nothing came of it. He was someone who, of course, was just lost, and he was like just an extreme example of this. But I saw this happen with any number of people throughout my lifetime, and just simply being exposed to what I have to share with the listeners. And so those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, are your new listeners, this is something that you just have to listen to past episodes and catch up. We won't necessarily go into too much of that tonight. And as for the irony here, when I found someone to, say, for instance, work with me on the transmission just to keep the call going throughout the night, then the person who I wound up working with that's been the most reliable is Jameson Reese, who is just, of course, clinically diagnosed as, shall we say, mentally ill. so it's like you can't really do any damage to him. He's already there. So he's checked himself in tonight to the ambulatory care clinic, or the emergency room, walk-in, whatever they call it in New York. There's different names for this sort of thing, but...
Doug, if you mind me, if I can add something?
Of course, go ahead.
About the information that you relay, especially with, just some of the stuff that you talk about, it's rough. For example, the whole satanic panic. By the way, my twin brother sends his greetings. He's been really busy, but he's planning to come on. I'll have him shoot you a message. But he was telling me about Johnny Gosh and the whole satanic panic, and just that whole narrative, just that whole side. And I said, he was telling me about stuff, and I said, look, all this stuff is very alarming, and it's interesting to a certain aspect, but try not to get lost in this type of stuff, because what it is just another saga of what this country has gone through.
Yes.
Because this information, it is very traumatic, but it's not the end all be all. To a certain extent, you can't control it. I mean, as much as what you've done, Doug, you still can't. You still really couldn't stop it. This is just a sickness that this country has. And I said, keep in mind and don't get lost in this and that information, because that's part of the inversion of that information. It is out there, but it's inverted to a certain extent to lead you to a dead end.
Yes, absolutely.
And just take things for what they are. And the stuff that I found very interesting, or just very useful in my life, is, believe it or not, the geopolitics. Because how much this country is censored from actual geopolitics. And it's almost like the incoming asteroid, and we're all looking at the ground when it comes to China and the Taiwanese, and how very real it is, and how much it's affected our everyday life. So, I kind of had to give an example of that, because that's very much more prevalent right now than that's been going on, because really that is almost like tradition here. It's not going to stop until, we really do something about it. but in a sense, there's more things out in the world than just that.
Oh, absolutely. And I hope everyone understands what Sammy Romero is saying, and understand, of course, that by the way, we are getting some odd audio effects that, just out of curiosity, there may be children that are living with somebody who are watching a cartoon, something that sounds like there's some people shouting in the background. Is that, I know Salman Sheikh sometimes has some relations around like that. Is that the case, or was there? Or does anyone...
Yes, Brother Douglas. Excuse me, I had to turn my TV off, turn the volume down. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so that's what that was. Okay, it was like he had Naruto on in the background or something. Every once in a while, there were people doing some kung fu kicks or so. You could hear that kind of martial arts shout. Yes. So there we have that.
You know, it's interesting, Brother Douglas, Brother Sammy mentioned the geopolitics, because I've been noticing an interesting trend, especially when you did that monologue about the Asian Indians and how they're programming the caste system into our technology. What I saw with Twitter, with their new CEO is an Asian Indian. The CEO of Google, which is also covers YouTube, is an Asian Indian. I was looking at a lot of the jobs,
yes,
online jobs, and all of the HR companies all had a 9-1 country code, area code to call. And I'm noticing how much of that Asian Indian takeover is happening of the U.S. society. And I was thinking, Brother Douglas has already talked about this, and it's happening right before our eyes. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. For those of you who don't understand exactly what Salman Sheikh is referring to, this is the collateral damage of it's you're basically replacing one evil with another that's actually far worse and even more insidious. As bad as the communist Chinese are, their threat was different. Their threat was based upon the fact that they are mired in greed and corruption, and they basically were stealing everything that wasn't nailed down in terms of intellectual property. And they have a state-sponsored vacuum cleaner system that just hoovers up all the information that they can. All that Zoom serves as is a giant surveillance platform, and all of everything you share on Zoom goes straight back to the documents of the Communist Chinese Party. They maintain them in these ever-growing data banks. So when it comes to big data, Communist Chinese data banks are just overflowing. They have a mania for collecting data on everyone. Obviously, the objective is that someday they will be able to use that data against people in the United States the way they do against people in communist China, which is just the most surveyed nation on earth. The only place that could match it would be Singapore, which has a similar kind of totalitarian surveillance system that they can enforce because they're a city-state. They're so much geographically smaller that you can't escape the eyes. They're everywhere. So everywhere you go, there's cameras. And England is like that. I don't know how much of it Salman Sheikh noticed, but England has cameras everywhere so that they can monitor.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So what did you notice about that? Do share that.
Well, one thing I noticed about London, Brother Douglas, that London is the most surveilled city in the world. So everywhere that I went, it was cameras everywhere. Everywhere you could imagine, there were cameras pointing at your face. And it's just the way it is. I mean, if you go outside of London, I mean, all of the majority of the British that I've noticed that have moved out of London, they're all in towns and cities outside of the London area. So the other areas are surveilled, but not to the extent which London is, especially the city of London area. So I agree with you, as I've seen it in person myself.
Yeah, thank you. And that's important. And of course, it's almost understandable. It's their society, and they've made a choice towards that level of security. And of course, what they have this is also part of their police system, in the sense that they almost need to do that because their police are completely Somebody snickered at that. Was that because of what brought on the sneer there? Not that I'm against it at all. I'm just curious. Was it you? What did you see about the police there? Was that you? That was kind of, or was that Sammy? So whoever did that, go ahead and tell us what brought up the humor with that. I'm just curious.
Well, with the police, Brother Douglas, I noticed it's a lot more different in England because I noticed in London that majority of the police there are unarmed, and the police they just look different. They look like the people that direct traffic because of the yellow vest that they're wearing.
Yes.
And I just found them to be different. The only places that I seen armed guards were like places that were like of royalty, like let's say the palace or other places which the royals are known to occupy. Those are the only places that were armed, while the rest of the cops just had like a flashlight and something else, and they were just wearing like these the traffic guiding equipment that you see here, people who direct traffic. So I didn't see them like on the level like how U.S. cops are. So there was a big difference that I saw in terms of the police.
It's really pathetic. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Thank you. You wouldn't want to. I can't imagine anyone wanting to be a London Bobby. That is like, and as Salman Sheikh says, they are basically just like meter maids in the United States. They're at the level of what in the United States would be considered a meter maid, like a traffic safety the kind of people that you see wearing the reflective vests and holding the stop sign that are guiding kids back and forth from schools. This is what they're like, and it's really sad. But this is the English idea of police work is profoundly different. It's one in which the cops are unarmed and they're viewed as a basically the friendly man you ask directions from. This is what it is, and it's so when they need armed backup, they have to call for it. And so the majority of England is what I would call extraordinarily unsecured, and for that reason, especially in a place like London where they got an opportunity to spend the money on it, they put cameras everywhere because that's their security that compensates. That's how they compensate for that. So they compensate for that with mass surveillance. And when it comes to what we have in the United States, obviously, then you get a situation where, I've complained about the over-militarization, and I put that into context as well. So you're kind of fucked either way. As I've said, there's ways to balance this out, and I've explained them before, my own solutions to this. But when it comes to what we were speaking of earlier, before we got into that tangent, what were we talking about? We were talking about the... I mean, Sammy can help remind us.
The Asian Indians?
Oh, yes, the Asian Indians. Thank you. Yes. So what happened was when the Americans got decided they were going to lock the Chinese out, and they started locking out as much of the Chinese as they could from our information industry. Then what happened was something that had been happening for years then went to the forefront. And when it went to the forefront, then you were kind of presented with these Asian Indians filling that vacuum. And in a very real sense, that's just much worse because with the Asian Indians, they're the people who are programming your computers. They're the people who are literally raising the closest things you have to artificial intelligence right now. And these are people who are imbuing their caste system idea, their castocracy into the into North American culture. And this is going to, if you see what's going on in San Francisco, as Sammy Romero, or was it Isaac? It was either Sammy's twin brother Isaac or himself who brought up the fact that in the past they really had seen what was going on in San Francisco, but they couldn't articulate it. And so when I articulated what was going on about the caste system developing in San Francisco that mirrors the Asian Indian castocracy, I believe it was your twin brother Isaac, Sammy.
Yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong on that. Who pointed out that that's when he said I articulated what he had always seen, but I was able to phrase it in words that made him truly understand it, to truly grasp. Okay, this is what's going on, and so this is what's happening now in San Francisco. And San Francisco is just the preview of what's going to be happening everywhere in the United States. So, I mean, this is Silicon Valley. And so all of you will be experiencing this kind of caste system where there is no upward movement. There is no social mobility. There's no social mobility, which is what they've eliminated in India for thousands of years. And so they come over here now and they're installing it here to stratify us and fossilize us into that ossification that social ossification that they have over there. And believe me, that makes what the Chinese communists had in mind pleasant. All they were interested in was plunder. Whereas here, the Asian Indians will make yourselves a mirror of their shithole. And if you want to look at what a shithole really looks like, go to Asian India. that's now. Of course, our man Salman can tell us what it's like in the sense of what he saw in Pakistan and what he knows is like in Pakistan, and it's not all that different. So you can tell us a little bit about that, and tell us what might be different between Pakistan and India in that regard. I mean, I know whatever it's like in Pakistan when it comes to social mobility, India's worse. But
Definitely.
Yeah.
I thank Brother Douglas for mentioning this, because the first public service announcement that I want to make is to tell all the Pakistani men to stop messaging Brother Douglas.
Thank you.
So, with that out of the way, so the origins of Pakistan, if you really look at it, the founders of it wanted to create a non-secular, or like a secular state for non-Hindus. So as we see right now with the persecution that's happening under the extremist Modi government, so if you're a non-Hindu, you're having a tough time in India right now. So the benefit you have in Pakistan is that if you're a non-Hindu, you don't have to experience some of the extremities that come with those, things that you have to deal with. The population is overpopulated, but not to the level Asian India is. So you do have a little bit of comfort in that regard. But I mean, at the same time, you're dealing with the same people genetically, because at one time it was the same system. So the caste system, even though they are part of the Islamic faith, those tribal values and caste systems still kind of seep into the system. So a lot of their like wedding rituals and wedding traditions that they do, it's against Islam. A lot of Islam doesn't allow the things that they do in the ceremonies and things like that. And they have this caste system. Let's say I'm from the Sheikh family. So a lot of the Sheikhs would, in that part of the world, what they would do is they would say, okay, if you don't have your own house, your own car, your own business, things like that, then they see you somebody that's worthless. So just like how you have the aspect of being a vegetarian in Asian India and in Pakistan with the caste system of the Sheikh, they tell you that, okay, if you don't have these qualifications, then you're not seen as successful in our eyes. If I go to Pakistan, they just see me as a lottery ticket to find a way out of the country. They will try to have their daughters try to get married to me, or they would say, hey, man, please help me out. Help me get a visa to America or England. And I tell them, like, you have a much better life over here. Over there, when you go there, you have to work, and over here you're sleeping at 4 a.m. and waking up at 2 in the afternoon. You can't do that there. You have to live a life where you have to make a living, pay bills and all that stuff. Over there, Brother Douglas, you could have 10 people living in one house and one guy's bringing in the income, and they can survive off of that. I don't know how they do it, but over here, a lot of these people, they come with their degrees. Like this one guy I saw at a 7-Eleven, he told me he was a bank manager in Pakistan, and now he's working as a cashier at some Asian Indian-owned 7-Eleven. And because America doesn't recognize any of the credentials, the degrees, and these people come here, and then they have to do the slave labor just to try to earn a living, and they realize that the America that they saw in the movies and the stories about the land of milk and honey and the beautiful white women, that things are not what they seem to be. You have to come here and you have to struggle. And they realize, man, I should have just stayed where I was. So that's what I tell them when a lot of them tell me, hey, help me out, get me to America, get me to England. And I tell them, stay where you are. Then they get greedy and see me that I have a blue U.S. passport. Then they try to arrange a daughter to get married to me, thinking that if I get the daughter there, then through the daughter, they'll be able to do the chain migration. So they have a very, how do you say, a colonial mindset mentality, not knowing they have a land and a country which has a lot of resources and riches and comforts of life. But in their eyes, they never truly made it unless they go to a Western country. So that's one thing that I noticed. And what a lot of them do on Facebook is they make these accounts, especially men. So anyone that they realize that's a woman in the Western world, they'll try to message everyone and see who they can become friends with to kind of weave them into their web and eventually make friends with them. So they'll have a sponsor who can apply for them in terms of the immigration. And that's probably what they think when they see Brother Douglas's profile. They think it's Sora Ayoy, and they're trying to do what they do, which is half of it. It's like, perversion. That's what it is, and the other half is them just trying to find somebody who can help them get out of Pakistan, and that's exactly what it is. So it's the caste system. A lot of them are still living by those tribal and cultural values, and I even addressed that in a video that I made, that the Pakistani mindset and culture is not compatible with Islam, where Islam tells you to love and respect everyone, and it's a divine feminine religion, while these people are not respecting their women. They're doing things which is against Islam. They're following this caste tribal system which existed in that land before Islam even came there. So, that's they got their own issues going on. But, with the Asian Indians, you're dealing with a much bigger monster in terms of how they're taking everything over in America in terms of the technology sector. One difference I noticed, Brother Douglas, is the Asian Indians I noticed in America have a lot of influence, while in England, the fourth and fifth generation Pakistanis I noticed have a bigger influence. So that's a difference that I've seen on both sides.
Yes, very much so. And why do you think that is?
I think it's probably because of the the British Raj at the end. A lot of the Pakistani families immigrated to to England, and a lot of them kind of settled in. So when you see a lot of these Pakistanis in England, they don't identify as Pakistani anymore. They would just tell you, I'm British. And a lot of them have integrated into the system where you could go to the royal palaces, you could go to the post office, you could go to the stores, government offices, government buildings, and you'll find a Pakistani working everywhere. While here in America, that's the opposite, where you find Pakistanis taking Uber and taxis, gas stations, 7-Elevens. There are very few of them that have kind of, quote unquote, made it through the so-called American dream, where some of them are lawyers, engineers, doctors. But I've seen a difference that majority of the influence here is held by Asian Indians, while in the UK, it's mostly by Pakistanis. I mean, their mayor in London is Pakistani.
That's right.
They've been there for a very, very long time, and a lot of them just identify as British now.
Yes. And that's so important. Very fascinating. And God bless you for speaking of that. I had noticed that subconsciously, but never was able to voice it until you put it into words. You made it concrete. You made it concrete, that which I sensed. So it's just like what Isaac Romero said about what I said about San Francisco and its caste system. So that makes perfect sense. And with that, we'll go deeper into that subject in the future, because that's profoundly important. And the Pakistani mayor of London is one of the reasons why the right wing in England talks about him the way whites in America used to talk about Black Obama, who they used to call Black Obama instead of Barack Obama. They would say Black Obama, and they would say that he's a Muslim, and they say that he's, out to destroy America. This is what the English right wing, the Brexiteers, say about the Pakistani mayor of London. They'll say that, he's basically, working for the Muslims to destroy us all. I mean, is that not correct, Salman? That's...
Oh, yeah, that's correct. In England, they have something called the English Defence League, EDL.
Yeah.
So a lot of them do hold a lot of these protests and riots. and I believe their leader, I can't recall his name, he was also arrested, just like how you had many of the right-wing leaders here who were arrested.
Yeah.
So a lot of these people are already compromised, and I know they had something in the city of Bradford, which is in the Yorkshire province in England, and they had riots where a lot of these Pakistanis like were brawling with the English Defense League, and there's videos out on YouTube of them like street fighting and getting into brawls.
Yes.
So a lot of the Pakistanis that have been there since 1947 and before, as part of the British Raj Empire, have kind of went through their struggles to find their way in society. Just like how you have the African American community here, who at one time they couldn't be in certain neighborhoods, and now, they're residents. They live there, they work there. So that's how the Pakistanis are in England in many ways.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much. And very important. We'll go again deeper into this in the near future at length and in depth. Right now, we've brought Peter Moon on with us. Now, is this individual's name Terrell Cook, Peter?
Terrell. He might go by Cook. I know him as Terrell Tuosto.
Okay.
But I'm sure it is.
Okay. Well, the point is I've got a few Terrells here. I'm not quite L.I., so I'm just going to say hi. See if this individual responds. I
can find out.
Let him know. I just need his exact ID, his exact Skype ID, so I can. You can send that to me in the message box. So long as I have his exact ID, I can send him a request. And in the meantime, I'll go back to where we were. Let me see now. Close this. Go back to the call at hand. And I'm sure we'll get them on. How many are coming on tonight of your teammates? 2?
It would just be
3?
Terrell and his brother, and I'm sure they'd be on the same hookup.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so long as I get their ID, then I can send them something.
I'm just asking him if he's Terrell Cook.
Okay. Because I'm looking up Terrell, and... Or his surname, that would help again. If you're willing to give that out again publicly.
Tuosto, Tuosto.
Teo.
No, he's not Terrell Cook.
Oh, okay. So let's try. Tell him I need his Skype ID. That's all I need.
I'm asking him.
Yeah.
Tell him check his messages. I wrote him.
Okay. Messages.
He needs your name.
Messages. Okay. Yeah. Douglas Dietrich 1. Douglas Dietrich 1. So he sent a message to, let me see now, messages. Okay, let's take a look. I don't have a message from him. So look up. I just need
get him.
Yeah, Skype ID. Just need a Skype ID. Then I can send him something and he can, respond to that. And we'll get him on.
Terrell Lee. Terrell Lee.
Okay.
L-E-E.
Okay. Terrell
R-R-E-L Lee.
Okay. T-E-R-R-E-L, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
then Lee.
Space L-E-E.
Okay,
Lee.
Terrell Lee. There we are. So let's see if this works. And I'm going to say hi to Terrell Lee. He can answer that. We've got 3 different Terrell Lees. So...
oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I'm going to say hi to all of them and see who responds on that.
Did they all spell Terrell the same way? Because he has two R's and 1 L.
Okay, so we have 2 Terrell Lees with that. And so let's see who responds. Tell him I just sent him a shout out, and then he can respond if that's him. So if that's not him, tell him to send a message to Douglas Dietrich 1, and I should get a notification for it. So that will help us, and so we'll get it done. We'll make it happen. And with that, of course, I've been on with Sammy Romero and Salman Sheikh, and dealing with quite a bit over the day, as you all know. And so just so people understand this, let's take a look down at the chat room until I get a notification from Terrell here. The Douglas Marks again says, "Hey DD, God bless you. Checking in from Miami, Florida. Trying my best to watch your podcast. Oh, God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. Hugs." Sarah Thomas sends 3 pink pulsating hearts. Love you, honey. Thank you so much. And she says, "Loved Salman's transmission with Andrew Bartzies." That's right. Salman Sheikh interviewed Andrew Bartzies recently, who looked the way I felt the last time he interviewed me. So Salman, maybe you can tell us a bit about that. Yeah.
Yes, of course, Brother Douglas. First I give a shout out and to Sarah Thomas, and I give good evening to Peter and everyone listening. I got in touch with Andrew Bartzies. I've been trying to interview him for the past few months, but the last time I was trying to get in touch with him, his secretary that reached out to me, she was telling me that he's been dealing with a lot of health issues and he's been sick. So recently he was in the hospital and he got out, and thankfully I was able to get a date with him to do the interview. And it was very nice. Andrew is a very pleasant gentleman, and we had a very good talk on the way humanity is going. And he says the same things we discussed, that people have to start taking individual responsibility against the corruption that's taking place and have a spiritual practice in their lives, and how basically the next 10 to 20 years the world is changing in terms of the jobs and relationships. So I had a very pleasant conversation with him, and I gave him my prayers, because a lot of the stuff that he does, like what Brother Douglas pointed out, he does it for free. And that's, I think a lot of that has taken a toll on him in many ways. Just all the energy that he's putting out, giving readings to people and talking to people. And it was very nice to speak with him, and I'm glad that I was able to give him my prayers.
Can I make a comment there, Salman?
Yes, please.
He is right. Andrew's a very nice guy. There's a lot of corruption, and that's part of what we're doing with this book.
Yes.
Roswell deception. But it's most important that people take a look at the corruption within themselves. And by that, I don't mean to suggest that, everybody in the listening audience or potential listening audience is going out and raiding department stores or burning down buildings or raiding the Capitol. I'm saying what's inside of your own head and vibrational frequency and personal lives. This is the corruption you need to attack. Because when you attack that which is within, as the old biblical thing, know thyself, then the world around you becomes, controllable. Comes under influence. And that's the best way you can do, rather than, and I'm not suggesting he's saying this, but rather than join a conspiracy group and start spouting theories. And going after this, because you're mostly going to be pissing in the wind. Most people are going to be pissing in the wind.
It's interesting, Peter, you mentioned that, because that's exactly what he said about taking up responsibility, and not everything is about like reptilian lizards, like how people kind of delve into that conspiracy mindset. So he was saying the same thing about the aspect of taking responsibility, and the aspect that if you don't have any enemies within yourself, then there won't be any enemies outside. Just like in the Sufi teachings, they tell you that you must take control of yourself, be disciplined, have a spiritual practice, like how you exemplified with your Qigong, Peter, how that has really helped you in your life. Something like that.
Excuse me. We just, Douglas, he said he got your message.
Delightful. Now I'm trying to call him and bring him on, and the problem is I don't do this very often, so I'm not quite sure exactly. I think this is him. We still have a dozen Terrells.
Excuse me. He says, what do I need? Wait for him to call?
Yes, tell him that, and let's see if this works. Tell him. Okay, now this might be him. It may not be. Unfortunately, I still have half a dozen Terrells that come up when I accepted his...
Terrell Lee.
Yeah. There's like 100 Terrell Lees. So let's see if this is them. Okay, this is the gentleman we're seeking, I believe. So Terrell
You just
Lee.
messaged him. He got your message. So
Yeah.
if it's the same one you messaged,
We'll know when he speaks. Do you recognize his voice? Say hello, dear Terrell.
yeah.
Terrell? Terrell, you can unmute if you're with us. Okay, this is like working a seance. This is like
Okay.
we're Terrell. We are calling. No, I called him, so he's either said he was on. So let's try that again. Terrell, does let him. Okay, Terrell, you are live A79 1008, right? This is the problem I have is his Skype ID is shit. His Skype ID is like live colon and then a bunch of letters and numbers, which is why he chose that. I don't know, because he matches with 200,000 others. That's the fucking problem. So I'm getting 200,000 LIs. This is like, because they're all live. So he's coming in.
He can't come on to you now.
He what?
He can't come on to you now. He can't come on. He can't
What does that mean?
call you.
No, he can't call me because I can't answer him because it knocks the rest of us off the call. So I have to call him. So did he hear me ring him or not?
He said he got a message from you, a written message.
Okay, what this guy needs is a real Skype ID, something that like integrates his name instead of what he's got, which is like, what is his Skype ID? Is it this live A79?
Terrell Lee.
It's what?
He said it's Terrell Lee, is what he said. Is there anything else?
Well, nobody comes up under Terrell Lee. I mean, rather I get 1,000 Terrell Lees, and there's like, and every one of them has this live ID, which is just like, it's nothing. It's like a generic. So
okay, I have one that says Terrell Lee, one mutual connection, live DCF 89D 912 CBA 3C00.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I can't remember that. Don't even bother.
Okay. Well, but it's got a green LI.
A green LI. Okay, that's just what I called. That's what I called. Okay, know what I called. Now it looks like a blue LI. Okay, so there's just too many of these guys. Let's try this again.
Does it start with DCF?
DCF. Okay, now he's calling. Okay, he's calling with his green LI. And what I can do is call all of you back after I answer him. Okay, there we are, Skype. So he's giving me something like a missed call. So let's go back there for a second with this guy. This is Terrell, Peter's friend. Yeah, I know that. Okay, so let's try this. All right, now I could finally cut and paste this. Let's see if this works. So, go on back to the call. And then just add this in, and there we are. Okay.
He says it's a picture of Viola Davis as the logo.
Or whatever it is. I'm calling him now. If he doesn't answer, it's on him. There we are. So he's joined us. So Terrell, by God, you need a different Skype ID. I mean, like a real one that integrates your name. Like my Skype ID is Douglas Dietrich 1. Yours is just live in a series of letters and numbers. And whenever I try to call it, it matches up with 10,000 other people. Okay.
Too common a name, Terrell Lee.
Yeah. Well, all he needs to do is do a Terrell Lee, shake and bake or something. Terrell Lee, 19, usually your birth year. Try that. He's with us, right? You're with us, right?
Yeah. Terrell, unmute if you're muted.
Yep. Hello.
Yes, there we are.
Hey,
welcome.
Right.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome. So did you hear me? Did you hear what I had to say?
I did. Thank you for the pointers. I haven't used Skype in many years,
Okay.
But I will definitely make this a lot easier.
Thank you. Because what happens is you match up with countless others, believe me. And yeah. So we're glad to have you aboard, and you can tell us what's been going on. Introduce yourself and tell us how you know dear Peter, and you have a very interesting voice. So let's hear more of it.
Thank you. So my name is Terrell, and my brother and I, we lead a protest group called Long Island Peaceful Protest. And what we've done is we've gone all around. This was in light of the George Floyd murder, and everything like that. And, this is going on all over Long Island, but we kept it going. But we went about things a bit of a different way. We went into these neighborhoods that are still very segregated. And, you know, we wanted to, well, have ourselves be known, but also have ourselves be heard. And we wanted to have conversation. Conversation hasn't been happening in years. We wanted that to happen because that's how we view real change happening and real racial relations getting better. And Peter, we know from playing football. We play football every Sunday, and we've grown very fond of each other, I think. Just respecting each other as people first, but then also as football players. Peter's a very good player, and we just enjoy playing with him. So this is how we know each other.
Yeah, that's wonderful. God bless you. And I just want to give a shout out to a young lady in the chat room, Clarice Claudette. She says, "Hi, I appreciate all the metaphysical knowledge that Douglas imparts and the connection to the current state of affairs." God bless you, honey. I need to contact you personally as soon as I find some time. Thank you so much, honey, and definitely appreciate her being here with us tonight. Barrow Rogers also brings up the EDL, Tommy Robinson, which is probably more familiar to both of you sports-minded gentlemen. And, of course, Ballistic Bupa is also with us. And Crowman says Andrew Bartzies he's referring to as one very uniquely gifted soul. And that's a good way of putting it. And, yes, so I was so glad that Salman shared what he did. And with that, we return to Terrell and Peter Moon. And so both of these gentlemen are incredible, and they both are very socially aware and socially active. And certainly Terrell does a lot for the community through his social activism, and Peter Moon does what he can through his writing to educate people. And so we've been both trying to bring quite a level of awareness through his books to his readership. And we're hoping that through Terrell, we can also connect to other communities as well. Very important because we speak a lot of Black African history, a lot to Black African history within our latest book that most Black African Americans have never been exposed to the reality of their history. I don't know if Terrell has had any chance to see Mr. Peter Moon's latest book. But
I gave him the book. I don't know if he's had a chance to read it, or particularly that chapter. Terrell, do you know what we're talking about?
Okay. Terrell, well, he might be going mute, which is very professional. And then, okay, you with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. So, yeah, go on.
No, I have not read that chapter, but I definitely will.
Yeah.
Douglas, why don't you give him a brief? I mean, you can be so, what's the word, loquacious.
I understand what you're saying.
Give a consolidated. You could talk more about what's in that chapter that's longer than the chapter. But yes. If you could just give Terrell a concise description of what happened with the triple nickels.
Okay.
Who they were, what they were, and why they were obfuscated. These were the black paratroopers from World War II.
Yes. Okay. Very well. So what happened, Terrell, was that during the Second World War, the Americans truly overextended themselves, and they left the home front, being the North American theater of war, wide open. And most Americans don't understand that there was a theater of war in America itself in both World War I and World War II. Here's where Peter is going to say that I'm becoming too overextensive, but I feel that this is necessary and actually a very meaningful parallel. During World War I, there was an American front, and that was Haiti. During World War I, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, decided he was going to make a military name for himself because in those days, for the longest period of time, up until essentially President William Jefferson Clinton, every president that was elected was expected to have military experience, preferably combat experience, because they were going to serve as the executive commander-in-chief of all American armed forces. And therefore, in order to qualify as a president, like the original George Washington, who was the general of all armed forces in the North American theater, every president was expected to be of that mold. So in order to prove himself of that mold, Franklin Delano Roosevelt did something unprecedented as a civilian bureaucrat who was simply second in the chain of command for the Department of Defense at the bureaucratic level. Back those days we had a Department of War. He was actually the Assistant Secretary of Navy, which was a sub-branch thereof. He led a campaign of the United States Marines, who are a sub-branch of the U.S. Navy, into Haiti, the world's first black republic that was ever established on Earth and established in the Western Hemisphere, and the second republic in the Western Hemisphere after the United States. And he slaughtered many Haitians, or rather the Marines did under his command. It was so brutal that the man who beat him in the presidential race when he ran for president against, oh God, what was his name again? That gormless fellow.
Warren Harding.
Thank you.
And FDR, Roosevelt was on the vice presidential, he was the vice president. I don't even remember who ran as the president against Harding.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was Harding who made the statement that, and Harding was a favorite of the KKK or a member of the KKK.
He was a member of the KKK. So when you have a Klansman talking about atrocities against blacks committed by some white guy, you know things are bad. So
he was using the atrocities committed by Franklin Roosevelt in Haiti to show how bad FDR was, yet he was a member of the KKK, and he was exploiting that. FDR was
that bad. Yeah.
Worse
yes.
than what Harding was doing as a KKK member.
Yes, and that is all quite true, all of this, and verifiable. Then what happened was when FDR became president, then there was an American front that opened right here on the North American continent, within what the DOD these days would refer to as CONUS, or the Continental United States. So that was the Japanese balloon bombs, which were the world's first ICBMs, or intercontinental ballistic missiles, in the sense that they were called ICUBs, or intercontinental unguided bombs. Of course, they were guided in the sense, an organic sense, by the wind currents. Primarily the Kuroshiwa, or the black current of the seas, which have basically the aeronautical or the aerodynamic equivalent of what goes on in the ocean currents with the jet stream. And so the jet stream, as well as the Kuroshiwa, they only go in one direction, towards North America from Japan. And they're quite fast, and so the Japanese knew about them, but the Americans did not. The Americans only found out about them when they tried to bomb Japan, because then they would hit the jet stream head on and find that they've got a wind that's going up to 300 miles per hour facing their planes head on, and they would have to go beneath it. They would have to go to the level of the sea surface, really, and just to avoid the jet stream and save power on their engines and their fuel, so they could make it to Japan to complete their bombing raids. So when it came to the jet stream and the Japanese exploiting it, then they sent thousands of balloon bombs. And in order to keep all of this a secret from the American public, then the Americans had to turn towards the black community. And this was an area, of course, where this was one of the real origins of the term black program, or something that had gone black, to keep it off the books, to keep it secret. It was originally an ethnic term. So when they drafted men into the Triple Nickels program, it was first off spelled in the Old English fashion, with Nichols being spelled Nickles, rather than the way Nichols is spelled in modern English, which is Nickels. Now, until the advent of the computer system, and people looking things up online, which was not even in the 80s, that wasn't even common until the 90s, when people were really doing this at the public level, where anybody could go online and start looking things up. The reality was that people were stuck with the Dewey Decimal System and library cards. And so when something was spelled exotically, you could hide it indefinitely. It would be like misfiling a book. It's something nobody would ever find. So the triple nickels program was kept away from any normal searches by that act alone. Little tricks like that meant everything back in World War II. And so in the secret program, this jet black program, as it was called, as a matter of fact, because of the jet stream and the fact that these men were black, the term jet black was used. And these individuals were extraordinarily highly trained. They were the only unit that was a combat unit that had black officers. So they were highly motivated. It was all black, black officers, black enlisted men, and their job was to fight the fires. Now, for these men who were highly trained, they would parachute them into the region of the fires that the Japanese would start with these balloon bombs, and they would put them out. Now, by the way, these are extraordinarily high-intensity fires. They would ultimately get to the point where they're similar to the fires you see raging in California in this day and age. So we're talking about fires that are so supermassive. They're basically firestorms. They generate their own weather system, and they generate more fires. They actually create artificial lightning by their intensity, which starts more fires. So it's a weapon that feeds upon itself. If it weren't for the triple nickels, well, even with their efforts, had the war lasted 1 year longer in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities, all of the North American forests would have burned down. And the reason why it would have is because there weren't enough of these specialized smoke jumpers to combat this level of attack. That wasn't the Japanese intention. It was not to burn down forests because that was of no military value, rather not in any immediate sense. But it was certainly what they used to create enough smoke to map the air currents with so that they could ultimately distribute biological weapons by the balloon bomb system. So this was something that the triple nickels were ultimately trained in as well, was to identify the balloon bombs that might be carrying biological weapons as opposed to ones that carried mere explosives. So they were very much on the lookout for that. But subsidiary, or rather collateral to the triple nickels program of the 555, this is why they were called triple nickels. They were known as the 555th, their particular number of their unit, and their symbol was a black panther that was on top of a white parachute. That was their military combat badge. But collateral to that, the Americans applied another program, and that was a program that was to exterminate or annihilate conscientious objectors in the black community. Now, conscientious objectors in the white community were given an option where they could become smoke jumpers as well, and they were part of racially segregated white smoke jumper units that were fighting the fires in the United States. And this way they could prove that they weren't cowards and that they were still defending the United States, and they were sworn to secrecy, that all of these fires were ongoing, and after the war they were provided with a museum. No such museum has ever been built for the triple nickels. But the triple nickels were handling all the real hard fires, the ones that were actual firestorms. The white guys were getting the smaller fires that were just started by the lightning that was generated by the weather systems that were intrinsic to the superstorms, the super firestorms. And so the white guys were just fighting around the edges of this issue, and they really had no idea how bad it was. The black guys who did were sworn to secrecy, and the reason that they were able to keep things secret was because the black and white communities were just completely alienated from each other. Nobody was going to talk to black men. Nobody was going to care about them. Nobody would believe them. So they pretty much kept everything secret because they knew that was the case. They couldn't approach anybody about what they did because nobody would believe them anyway. And they would never be able to speak to any white person anyway because the social barriers were just so unbreachable. So the other thing that helped with the American mass murder of black conscientious objectors, of which there were many more than there were white conscientious objectors, because many black men didn't want to get involved in a white man's war. And they had no reason to hate Hitler or to hate the Japanese. So they basically were put in prison for a short period of time and then transferred to the CCC encampments. Now, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, had established the Conservation Corps, and this was a civilian employment program in which many whites and blacks were sent out to the woods to basically log and to build various, basically fire towers. And they built thousands of them prior to the war because they knew the Japanese were going to attack, because they had every intention of attacking the Japanese. So there were all these fire towers built all over, and there were all these CCC encampments, but they were racially segregated. So there were hundreds of CCC camps which no white man had ever seen. They had been constructed and built by blacks. No other person was there other than black supervisors. And so it was to places like that that many of these black conscientious objectors were sent. They were given just preliminary training in jumping off of the fire towers. And when they ultimately jumped from the planes to fight these fires, they were given what were called black parachutes. They weren't colored black, but they were specifically meant for black men. And they were very short on silk. So since America was at war with Asia, and Asia was where silk came from, Americans had very little silk to spare. So they spared it for all the white men, the black elite unit, the triple nickels. And as for the other triple nickels, which was this kind of bleed-off program, they gave these blacks a very small parachute that when they pulled the cord, it would just basically snap every bone in their body, because the pullback effect, it being such a small parachute, would be literally murderous. So these men would, of course, suffer great agony and still be fully conscious, and then dumped into the middle of the fires, into the center of the firestorm, where they'd burn alive. So that way the Americans killed thousands of these black conscientious objectors. And their bones are still out there in the forest, if anyone can find them. Most of the time nature cleans its plate, and this is why it's very difficult to find fossils, because fossils take miracle upon miracle to produce one.
And Douglas, let me interrupt you for a second and just let Terrell know and everybody else. The only reason we know this is because of Douglas Dietrich. And this is not stuff that you're going to find on Black History Month. You're not going to find this, I mean, because even black people aren't aware of it. It's because he worked with the files. He has an encyclopedic memory, and he is exposing things that will not be exposed. So I just want to give the context of this is information that's been buried, it's been hidden deliberately, and this goes beyond what we know as racism. I mean, racism is a subject that's been dealt with, I mean, in a, and I say this in quotes, more responsible way since the Jackie Robinson event or breaking into Major League Baseball. It was still racist, but there were continual improvements. But with all of the improvements, and there have been considerable since I was a young person, it's light years of improvements, but there's still this madness that is buried and hidden. And it has, I mean, we talk about white supremacy. This even goes beyond white supremacy. This is just wholesale genocidal insanity. You hear that Nazis targeted for racism, and that's fair enough. But you don't hear of the double standard coming from the Nazi haters in America, who were different than the Nazi supporters who were isolationists. I just wanted to add that context. Douglas, you can
Thank you.
carry on.
No, I think you've closed it off with a perfect, shall we say, that'll help. As you know, if I go on, I'll just go on for hours. But the point's been made, and you capped it perfectly. So with that, we'll bring Terrell back on with any questions he might have. And of course, certainly, this is one of the important things we bring up about the Black African American history that's been hidden from the your American public, the entire American public. And the majority of people in the military at this point in time have no idea about it either. So it's one of those things that is, along with that, we talked about the story of Herman Perry in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which I highly recommend that everybody buy. And aside from that, understand that you can get it at skybooks.usa.com from Peter Moon directly. But when it comes to the story of Herman Perry, he was a black African-American man who, like so many others, was essentially condemned to slavery. And just so people understand it, of course, once slavery was abolished in the United States, they simply renamed it, and they simply restructured it so that it continued in another form, but was slavery by any other name. And what they did was, of course, throughout the Deep South in particular, but it was pretty much all over the United States, they established anti-vagrancy laws. And any black man who was caught without proof of employment was considered to be a vagrant. And of course, since most people were not going to hire a black man, most black men were guilty of vagrancy. And so they would be sentenced. And once they were sentenced, then of course they would be put into hard labor. And this hard labor was paid for by northern corporations. Rather, the northern corporations were paying the southern sheriffs and these various law enforcement agencies. And the southern people would provide them with slave labor. And so they would work in the Deep South in coal mines, many miles beneath the ground, high-risk work, and oftentimes they would die. And therefore, these men would, of course, just be erased from the records. But this kind of slavery continued in World War II, where they were sentenced to labor battalions. Rather, they were drafted to them. A lot of times, these blacks were sent overseas, or up into Alaska, where they were building the Alaskan Road, the Trans-Alaskan, Trans-Canadian, they called it the Trans-American Highway, going between the Canadians' land and territory from Alaska to mainland United States. They needed to build this so they could try and retake the Aleutian Islands, which had been conquered by Japan. Japan conquered the Aleutian Islands so that they could prevent the Americans from bombing Japan much closer. This forced the Americans to expend thousands of lives trying to capture islands in the Pacific so they could bomb Japan, and extended the war by years. So the Japanese conquering the Aleutian Islands was the entire purpose of the Battle of Midway, which was a victory for the Japanese, but is always presented as some kind of tremendous failure and some kind of American victory. But the Japanese conquered American territory and prevented the Americans from bombing them therefrom, which was much closer to Japan, therefore forcing the Americans to conduct an island hopping campaign that was costly and murderous. So the Japanese won a tremendous victory at Midway. This shows you how just incredibly bass-ackwards American history is. It's all a lie. All of it.
Douglas, I watched lectures in history yesterday.
Yes.
It was on. I was doing some stretches and whatnot. And it had all this panel. It was all about Pearl Harbor. Yes. They were talking about the Battle of Midway, and they had some experts up there asking questions, and they were all very conceited in their knowledge.
Of course.
Talking about how the war could have lasted into 1948. And Terrell, the war is believed to have ended in 1945, but you can go look at the Peace Treaty of San Francisco, which was signed in 1951 and went into effect in 1952. The U.S. was still at war with Japan until 1952, officially. It had wound down to a significant extent. But all these guys up there spouting history and knowledge that is completely illusory. And they're just spouting shit. And everybody believes it's true, and they're all head nodding. They're all head nodding. And I just thought, wow, what if we could have, Douglas Dietrich there? He's going to pull out the rug from all of them. And even if I were to send books to these guys, they're going to first they're going to deny it. They're going to look at it, and it sinks in. I want to also report to you, Douglas.
Yeah.
We had 2 more cases of books ordered
Wonderful.
from our distributor. That's 50, I think there's 28 to a case, maybe 26, 50 books,
Wonderful.
which is not a lot of books, but then again, it is a lot of books. So we're making a little, the trickle is turned into a little better trickle.
There we are.
We're making some headway, and I want to thank everybody in the audience for pushing the book, because it needs to be pushed, because there's such a resistance to what we're talking about. It's fine for everybody to give lip service on television about the various things that are going on that are racially insensitive. And this is all well and fine, but the issues are much deeper. There's much more evil going on than those who will get on TV and talk on the so-called good side as far as exposing stuff. They're not going to expose anything. They're going to expose the obvious stuff and then they're going to exploit the obvious.
Yes.
To whatever agenda they're doing, rather than going deeper into the issues that Douglas Dietrich has to provide and offer us.
Yeah, and we have the unfortunate reality that there's already been a campaign to prevent people in the alternative information media consumption base, the consumer base for the alternative information media to be open to what I have to say. So that campaign, of course, has been long and ongoing for years. So it's no surprise that the book is not selling in terms of any fast pace, but it's guerrilla marketing. The only way that we can get it out there is based on you. That's all of you who are listening. Everyone who is listening, it's your war. You have to fight it. And if your war is for reality itself, which is what we're fighting for here, then it's really up to you to bring it to the attention of others. It's not going to succeed otherwise. And your children can't afford to grow up in a lie. As I said, everything is built in America on foundations of quicksand. Everything is built on a lie. And that's the reason, of course, why my detractors have always tried to attack myself as the messenger with the term quote-unquote liar. That's their term that they always use. And this is what they try to push ad nauseum. And of course, it's worked. It's had its effect. There's nobody out there in a generic sense who's responding by buying the book in any immediate sense. It can only be pushed by recommendation. So that's up to you, everybody who's listening. And so that being said,
again, I want to thank everybody who has been pushing it. I know one of my friends, Bob, has bought several copies and given them out to his friends, and he's an avid listener. He's an avid listener to you, and he'll go back and listen to it. And my friend Aaron, who you've had on, he's been listening to, maybe some older tapes. He's been driving. His father was in an accident, so he was driving back home to Albany. He's living in the Carolinas now, and he was really impressed to hear what you had to say, Douglas.
Wonderful. Well, I love him dearly, and hopefully we can have him back on again soon. And do tell him to contact me again. I know he tried before, and I was just so overwhelmed at the time. And things should be better now, so he's welcome to try again, and let's try and get him back on. Like him to tell us about what's going on with his father. Yeah, to go back to what I was saying about the labor battalions. So you had blacks, of course, working up in the Alaskan area, and they were essentially slave labor, and they were given none of the heavy-duty construction equipment the whites were equipped with. They were given just plain shovels and pickaxes, etc. And they still managed to usually beat the whites out in terms of the deadlines they were given and all the rest of it. That, of course, is one example. The others were sent out into Asia, the jungles of Burma and the Southeast Asian area, where they were constructing the China, Burma, India. The connection between India into China that was known as the Lado Road in one area, the Burma Road. It was just a area where everything that was on that road, every single screw that went into every single telephone pole to connect communications, every ounce of concrete, everything was imported directly from the United States. There was no construction material available in region. So they imported everything to build that road, and that included black slave labor. So they had all of these black labor battalions, and at one point, because they gave them all, they made certain that all of their sergeants or their commanding officers were from the Deep South. So these were all men who treated blacks as slaves, had family histories of owning slaves, and would literally whip them. And at one point, one man being whipped, a man named Herman Perry, who, ironically enough, historically was the descendant of a black slave of Admiral Perry, who had forcibly opened up Japan by threat of invasion when he led America's black ships into Japan's Tokyo Harbor and threatened to invade if the Japanese didn't open up their markets to the Americans, and forced the Japanese into contact with the Western world on terms that were not their own. And this, of course, is what first earned the ire and enmity of the Japanese. And when the Americans effectively surrendered, they basically brought the flag that Herman Perry was flying to Japan and placed it on the USS Missouri on the bulkhead in full display, as the Japanese demanded, because the Japanese wanted to close that circle. And for those of you who look at those photographs, you can see a backwards flag that's got inverted stars, all the stars, and there's 31 of them, an inversion of the number
That's
13.
clearly displayed in the book as well, the flag on the Missouri during the so-called surrender ceremony.
Yes, we go into great detail in that. And how MacArthur was claiming, oh, that's because Perry was a relation of mine, and which makes no fucking sense. And but nevertheless, that was at great cost and at what was deemed an imperative, shall we say. It was imperative to national security, is what they said. They had a courier bring that flag over personally to the ship so that it could be nailed on that bulkhead for the Japanese to see it. And that, of course, was at Japanese demand. That flag, of course, as I said, it's upside down, it's backwards, everything is wrong with that. That's the flag that Admiral Perry brought with him, because the United States had just had its ass kicked in the Napoleonic conflict, where it sided with Napoleon Bonaparte, something you never hear in American history. And that was one of the world's first global wars. World War Zero is actually the correct name for it, but the Napoleonic conflict was one in which America joined the Napoleonic Axis and was fighting against the British and the crowns of Europe, and they lost. Napoleon, of course, sold the Americans the Louisiana Purchase because of all the money he lost because of the blacks revolting in Haiti. And then that was a major source of income for France. And when France lost that, he had to sell the Louisiana territories to the United States to make up for that. And the United States, in turn, was an ally of Napoleon Bonaparte. And for that, they lost their capital. The British ordered the Canadians to invade, and the Canadians invaded, and they burned down the capital of the United States, and they burned down the White House. As a matter of fact, the men who burned down the White House were all black. They were all black slaves who had escaped and wanted to take up arms against the United States, and they were armed by the British. The British gave them guns and said, go back and give them hell. And the blacks, in exchange for freedom in Jamaica and other British islands that were reserved for blacks, attacked the United States, and they burned the capital to the ground.
I didn't know that they were black soldiers.
Oh, they were all black Canadians, yes.
Wow.
And
I'll say something about Canada, and this goes back to a trip I was in. It was 1982, and Canada is in Quebec and Montreal. It's a very pristine area to go into. And I noticed, and I was commenting to the people, this is French Canada, that I didn't see any black people there.
Yeah.
And they were, they kind of snickered and were very proud of that.
Yeah, that was disgusting. That was because all the blacks afterwards were given their freedom in Jamaica. They were all brought to Jamaica or other black colonies. A lot of them were, let me see now, that former British colony, we now know it as, what's that little country in Belize? Belize is what it's
It used to
called.
be British Honduras.
Yes, it used to be British Honduras. Yes, and that was another place where they parked their blacks. But these were the blacks who were given freedom by the British via their fighting against America. Their families were transported. That's how they had breeding populations. So their families would transport it to these places first, and if they survived the war, they were allowed to return to their families. The British did keep that promise to their credit, and for that reason, they got loyal black troops who basically took America's capital for them. And so they were the vanguard of the Canadian forces. There were whites in the mainline Canadian forces, but it was the blacks who burned down the White House. And in terms of, it was originally pink, by the way. It was called the Pink House. And then after that, they remade it as a White House. So there you go with that.
Let me add some context, if I may, just on this subject of racism. Not particularly, well, not on the Canadian issue here, but and this goes back to my Qigong teacher, Roosevelt Gainey, and he, of course, the classes I did with him were just incredible. What I learned about breathing is that was the majority of what I learned from him was about breath and Qigong, which is breath work. Breath equals spirit equals life. But there were so many times I had the opportunity to just hear him talk and tell stories. And those were golden. I wish I had them all recorded. And sometimes the martial artists from the neighborhood would come around and they'd come out and they'd is it okay if we come and sit down? And, we don't want to interrupt the class. And they talk about all these old times. It was really great to just hear these guys tell stories. And of course, we're talking about Coney Island. And you see a lot of these high rises in Coney Island that were basically project housing. My teacher built all of them. Practically, or was part of the crew that built all of them. He got a job as a steel worker, union. He was the first black person to get into the union, and he kind of fudged his way in there. He saw that it had a good, $25 per hour, which was very good money in the 1970s.
Yes.
And he kind of faked his way in there, but he could connect these things with his ability to use his primordial mind and connect things. I don't remember the exact stuff, but he was able. He could do so good that they hired him, and he broke the color barrier. But so he was building these high rises, and he says, "See that?" He says, "All these I built." He says, and of course he was building the majority, if not all of them, for Fred Trump, Donald Trump's father, and he hated the Trumps because they were exploiting.
Yes.
Nevertheless, it was more Fred than Donald, but Donald goes along to him. And it was just for who they are and the way he viewed them. And one of the things they did is, I don't know why, but there were these balconies. Now these units, if you own one of these units, it goes for a lot of money. If you got into it with project housing and you inherited it or whatever, it's still yours. They're worth a lot of money. You can sell them. He was always getting offers to buy his apartment. But they had these balconies that were built, and there was some sort of misunderstanding. They had all these balconies, which made it like, this is the type of balcony you'd have in a luxury apartment. Oh, you got sit on the balcony. But because it was project housing, and they went and they fixed it so the balcony. I said, what are all those things doing up there? They look stupid. I said, what are those grates there? And he explained to me. They said, oh, these people can't have a nice balcony. So they went and, kind of compromised them. So they didn't fit his balconies. This is the type of, you can't have that. You can't have that.
Disgusting.
It's kind of like if everybody, if you were doing a school lunch and for some reason everybody got extra hamburgers because they delivered too many, and somebody goes around and says, you can't have that extra one. You can't have that extra one.
Right.
Not because it's going to be bad for you. You just can't have that extra one. It's like, this is the type of mindset that is just, it's not just against, that mindset is not just against racial. It's like, as I was saying, if some rich person would rather, if they're going to make $20,000 and you're going to make $3 off of some deal, they'd rather not make the 20 so you can't have the 3 because they don't really need the 20.
Yes.
It's this type of really sick mentality. Now, when he was working on these project houses, and this is the core of what I'm saying here, he would tell stories. His nephew, his name was Lord Akhenaten. It's his real name.
Jesus.
Lord Akhenaten Gainey. And Lord was big. He was like over 300 pounds. He could have played for the New York Jets. He could have knocked these guys on their ass because he knew Kung Fu, God. And my teacher could knock him on his ass. And when people would see this in a demonstration, oh, it's just pretend. It's just pretend. He's just faking. No, it wasn't fake. Lord was fast, and he's big. And I'm sure he's still big, and he's probably still fast. But him and they were both talking about it. So they'd be working on these project houses, and they were breaking the color barrier, and then they'd have these, redneck construction workers, and they just, hated the black people. It wasn't like personal. It was, what's the word?
Racial.
What did you say?
I said racial. It wasn't personal. It was racial. Yes.
Well, yeah, it was like genetic, and they just, they just call him nigger. They go nigger, and so they go over there and beat the crap out of these guys. Beat the crap out of them. Now, and I say this analogy is interesting because I used to say this about certain people like Whitley Strieber, who would like interview David Anderson, and then they'd be bad-mouthing him for no reason and discrediting and degrading him. Not that anybody listened to it, but I said, how come you have an interview and you do an open interview? This is about time travel. And I used to say to my girlfriend, I said, these guys need to be beaten. I said, I'm not going to beat them up, but they need to be beaten sense into them. So we go back to this white guy, and they beat the crap out of him. As I say, they weren't beating him. It wasn't personal that they were beating the crap out of him, but they were trying to beat this racism out of him. And they would, beat him, and he'd be sitting there like all beaten up, and he'd go, and he'd just kind of gurgle out of his mouth, nigger, nigger. And they'd have to go beat him some more. And it's like, finally, after a period of beatings, the guy accepted them. That's what it took to get the acceptance. And I used to say people needed beatings to get something through their head. And I don't really mean, I'd say, I'm not going to do the beatings. And this is talking about time travel or conspiracy-related subjects that so-called avant-garde people that aren't avant-garde. It's like, I'd say, what are you going to do? These people need beatings to get it through their head. And here is a real-life example of what was required to get through to them. Now, keep in mind, they're up on a high-rise. There's nobody around. And, there's nobody around it's just you and whoever else is up there. It's not like the police are going to come running to you. So they had an environment where they could, and it was for their own survival that they did. They didn't need to take this crap. And that's how they defended themselves. That's how he defended his whole life in Coney Island, which used to be called Little Vietnam. And that was the type of dominance he was able to exert. And but just to survive. Mm-hmm. And we've been having some issues of a much minor magnitude on the football field, that where you have this attitude with certain people that is, not as bad as that, but it's not easy to change. And the violent beating of people doesn't, obviously, that worked for a specific situation when you're working with construction workers, construction workers can be very challenging.
Yes.
I just wanted to say about the depth of the insanity.
Yes.
That is wired into people.
Yes. Thank you. No, that's very important to emphasize. So in the case of the historical figure of Herman Perry, here he was basically drafted and put into a labor battalion across the Pacific, where he finds himself being flogged by a Southern gentleman who's basically calling him by that very name. And so he basically spun around and grabbed the man's pistol from its holster and shot him to death. At that point, he became subject to the largest manhunt in American history, overseas, but the largest manhunt in the entire experience of the U.S. Army. And they put out wanted posters for him all over Asia in multiple languages. He escaped into the jungle and married the daughter of a cannibal tribe's chieftain before he was finally caught. So his children are still out there in the areas of Southeast Asia.
When he escaped the second time, I think they had an even bigger manhunt.
Yes, it was true. And when they finally captured him, they hanged him. And that was, of course, just another stain on the American experience. But he was known back in America. The black newspapers would speak of him as the king of the Lato Road. So he was a folk hero.
He was a hero to black people in America.
Yes, and it was certainly one of the reasons that there were many conscientious objectors, or blacks who were inspired to conscientiously object. So all of this, of course, is something we speak of at length in the book, and everybody is welcome to review it. Since our man Terrell has not had the opportunity to do that just yet, he's certainly welcome to bring up other insights he might have into that if he wishes to speak about it, anything that we've covered so far, or certainly talk about whatever he wishes that he feels is socially relevant with his activities and what has been done through peaceful protest and what he's encountered that might give him some perspective on many things people have heard about in the news. Of course, many people have viewed the protests that have been ongoing through the, propaganda prism, and through the propaganda prism, they think of these as violent uprisings. And of course, violent things have happened. All of this can be put into some perspective, I'm sure. So, Terrell, the stage is yours. Take over for a while and give my voice a rest.
Thank you. And thank you for the insight. And this is something that really it does need to get out there. And I'm happy to have learned about this, and I'm going to speak on it and try to, raise your voices. So this is really very positive, and saddening, really. But just to speak on the football aspect, that we play and the guys and everything that's going on there. It's interesting that I guess I am struggling, or what's happening, and I'll let
You went dead, Terrell.
Yes, you have me?
Yeah,
you
have you now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
Yeah, I'll let Peter speak more on it, but it's like there has to be a human element added to me. Someone has to, through work or through time, hopefully, I am seen as more human. And something that, in an effort for that to happen, so that these men that separate themselves from our group can maybe come back, is, well, oh, well, he works with children. He works with autistic children, which I do.
Wow.
And, well, you could now, you know, please see him as human, you know. I think that's very interesting.
Well, yes, it is, but also Terrell. See, I'd say something about Terrell. When he's out there on the field, he has a big mouth, and he has a lot of life. He has so much life in him, and it expresses himself as a big mouth, which is, you know, I find endearing and amusing. And he's playful, but it's not necessarily appreciated by some people. They think it's, you know, perhaps, I don't know what the word uppity, I don't know if that's the right context. It might be, you know, it's like say, well, Terrell, you know, when I was young, Muhammad Ali was known as Cassius Clay then. He was coming up, and he had such a big mouth that it was amusing as hell. It was amusing as hell.
Yes.
But the old guard, particularly the racists, didn't like this guy talking. You don't talk. You're supposed to be strong and silent, like Sonny Liston or Joe Louis. And Sonny Liston was such a bad guy, a criminal record and all this, that everybody was rooting for him rather than Cassius Clay, who was the big mouth, who had a much cleaner record as a human being and was a much better fighter. And nobody could believe he could beat Sonny Liston because he was bigger than Sonny Liston. Nobody seemed to see that. But it's like they didn't like this boisterous guy. Now, nobody was more full of life than Muhammad Ali. And Terrell's got a lot of life in him. And that alone is enough to make people not embrace him. They have nothing to do with the race. And, you know, I think you're delightful out there.
But it does play in, though, because, well, let's say there's someone else there, you know, endearingly we call him Bagel Boy, and he's
Bagel Boy.
Bagel Boy, yeah, Bagel Boy has a mouth, and he's whatever, but it's, you know, they could be annoyed with him, but it's not this anger and I'm packing up my things and not coming down anymore thing, you know. And
but the other thing I'll say, Bagel Boy isn't anywhere near the athlete you are. And so he's kind of, I mean, he's got some skill, but nobody takes him seriously. And they're never going to take him seriously.
But that's the thing too, is that, well, now I am to be taken seriously. You know, like it's something that, you know, through the fact that we got through the dog days of summer that a lot of people don't want to do, you know, but through that we cultivated a larger group and they're dwindling game, you know. So as we're trying to get this going, you know, they see that, well, you know, well, they have to kind of concede a little bit, which they're not willing to do. And especially not someone that's so, I guess, loud and boisterous as me. And to be honest with you, it was them going and playing softball that actually gave me that life, because I had that pressure. Okay, I'm coming into their game. I have to be the Sonny Liston, or I have to be the, you know, I have to be the quiet, you know, the strong but quiet, you know, not a word and everything like that. And I had that feeling. But then when they're not there, it's like, I don't know, it was this liberating feeling. And I says, well, I could play this, I don't know, character almost, you know, that's very loud and fun, but always fun and, you know, entertaining, like Muhammad Ali almost, but not about me or anything, just to give it freedom and just to show that someone can be that way and not be scary and not be someone that the women are clutching their purses. And, you know, this is not that. This is just an expression. And that is where race does come in, because that's more Black culture, is to just be loud and free. There's way more freedom involved with it. White culture is very reserved. You look at baseball, you know what I mean? Baseball, there's all these unwritten rules. There's ways of being. They're trying to hold on to this old past. Like, you can't you can't flip the bat. Why not? Like, why not? You know what I mean? It's a silent game. You go watch baseball in Cuba or the Dominican Republic, they've got music going the whole time. It's a whole different environment. But that's the white way. There has to be this accepting, like, okay, you're a different culture than me. And that's all right. Like, that's what I would
Terrell,
like to
you know what
get
culture
to.
is even worse than America for that? Is
Say it again.
England, where you have to know your place. And it doesn't matter what color you are. This is traditional England. If you're a chambermaid, you're a chambermaid. You're not going to aspire to be anything more than that. It's like everybody had to know their place. You're a noble, or you're a, what do they call a commoner? And it was that, and you know, so much of America is patterned after that. America has a lot more opportunity than a place like England traditionally. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, not an exuberant culture. The Latino culture and the Black culture are much more exuberant in terms of being able to express joy publicly.
Right. And that's only how I see like change happening. And even in sports, you know, it's like this same thing is happening. Like it used to be, all these sports used to be all white men. It's blocked out from all others. But now you look at these used to be all white sports. Now they're all non-white sports, but yet still have the white owners and run by a white commissioner and all this other stuff. And the culture is not being, I don't know, respected, appreciated, and then ingrained. And that is really, it's damaging. It truly, truly is.
Well, yeah, like the thing in football they have, you can't, what is it? Be flamboyant after a touchdown. What is the word?
Right.
What do they call it? Excessive celebration?
Yeah, excessive celebration.
And I thought that was like, I personally think excessive celebration is, I don't like it. I mean, in terms of being a player. I mean, I don't necessarily, a touchdown's a touchdown. Although it can have its point if you're trying to razz the other team. But then again, who cares? Who cares if they celebrate? In fact, Terrell, you might be amused by this. Well, I used to play in this flag league in Clearwater, Florida. And the best team we played against, they were undefeated. They were called the Greenwood Bruisers from the Greenwood section of Clearwater. They were all black. And after they'd win every game, they'd line up almost like a chorus and sing Another One Bites the Dust. It was amusing as hell. You wanted to get beat by them just so you could watch them perform. It was really funny. And then the next season, some guy went in there and split them up. He went and recruited half of them for his team and half for another team. And that was the end of the Greenwood Bruisers. And then you'd be happy to know that on the last day of the next team's undefeated season, I was able to beat them. They weren't the ones that split them up, but there was a team who was 10-0, and I led our 7-man team to victory and ruined their perfect season. But the Greenwood Bruisers, no, I couldn't have beaten them. They were too good.
Right. Yeah, with the celebration and everything. Yeah, that's it. It's an expression. It really is, and it's just
The joy of life.
Say it again.
Joy of life.
You said joy of life.
Joy. He said joy of life. The correct French term, or the original French term, was more like joie de vivre. So he anglicized it, and it came out a little slurred. But
I said it in English. I didn't say it in
Understood.
Yeah.
Yes.
But these expressions, they're just different. They're not wrong. They're not like something to be afraid of. They're just different. And different ought to be accepted in society. This is what I'm saying. That this is, I don't know what we should get to. Even in basketball and all these sports, and you look back and it's like, wow, that was really messed up. Like, in the early 2000s, Allen Iverson. He had the cornrows. He got killed for that. He's called a
What was the
thug. And
cornrows? What was the cornrows?
the cornrows, the braids.
Yeah, the braids in the hair.
Oh, the braids.
Yeah, the ones that make them all look like Predator, right?
Like unprecedented. It was like, oh my goodness, is he really doing that? Like, if you were black, you were meant to have like a nice short haircut, maybe a little fro, you know what I mean? But not that. Like, that's a thug. You know what I mean? He'd come in with baggy jeans and a do-rag. Oh my goodness. Like, we cannot have this. And then they had for many years that it just got uplifted, like last year or 2 years ago. But they had a dress code. Like, you have to wear a suit and tie to the game. And that was a direct response to just a free expression. You understand? It's not hurting anybody. The thing with the touchdown and the celebration, everything like that, you're saying it could get at the other team. I don't think you should go into the guy's face and point at him and everything like that. No. But if the guy scores a touchdown and he wants to dance, you know what? There's a way to stop that. And you know the way, Vince. You stop him. You stop him.
I used to like when they had the Sharpie. They put the Sharpie in their sock.
That was awesome.
I love that. I love that.
That was awesome.
Sign the ball and throw it into the crowd, and they, you get fined if you have a Sharpie.
Yes. So and that was all creations of the black players, and it's okay to then have them do this, and we look back and we love it, and even copy it, and others do it and stuff like that. But in the moment and in the time, it's happening, and we're getting trouble and punished for it, and it's still going on and on. Like, you speak about things that have gotten better. I'm definitely sure they've gotten way better from when you were my age or whichever. But right now, it's just, it's the same things. It's that same mindset. It's that same not wanting to relinquish a little control. That control, like, there's an obsession with control.
Well, it gives up slowly. It's like, and we see it in the media. There are still these white supremacist pockets, and Douglas goes on at them frequently. With diatribes on them from different angles, from different, it's not just in the context of black people, it's in the context of Asians, and sometimes just in the context of the nuttiness or this defending of white culture. And it's a white culture that aspect of white culture does not need to be defended. There might be some redeeming aspects of white culture. I haven't even really thought about white culture. I can't even say what white culture is.
Yeah, I don't think there is really white culture. It's even the little culture they have is taken, stolen, and acted or transformed into their own. But really,
yeah, jazz music, rock and roll music. So much of that originated from the blacks,
right?
And co-opted, and so much of wisdom. Even the Constitution itself was taken from the Iroquois. Yes, so there is this. Where does the culture come from? It's
right, and it's just it doesn't make sense to me. Also, and I just want to just get back to sports, and I wanted to just say one more thing about that, how it's still going on, and we're not made to express ourselves how we want, is with the quarterbacks. So we were talking briefly, Peter, about a quarterback running out of the pocket. And you said, well, philosophically, I don't think the quarterback ever should. He's the most important player. He touches the ball every single play. He's a higher risk of getting hurt if you run out the pocket, which is true. But the game is transforming. Like, it's happening. And there's the old way, which that is like an older way of thinking, is to say, yes, this is the only way. And it doesn't matter if some guy has special talents where he could use his legs and he could move and all this other stuff. No, we're going to break him in to being this what we want. And it's what we're seeing now. But yet other mobile white quarterbacks, that they use their legs. So I just watched Josh Allen on the Bills and then Taysom Hill on the Saints. They're celebrated like, oh my goodness, he could move and he scampers for another one, and goodness gracious. And for the black players, it's like, well, he shouldn't be, what is he doing? Or they're not even scripting plays. Like Justin Fields is a quarterback for the Bears. They don't even have designed plays for him to run. But Josh Allen, it's like, okay, we're going to utilize your strengths. They're more willing to work.
You've got a good point there. Traditionally, when I grew up in the 1960s, the quarterback, and they were all white, I think, and all they were allowed to do was drop back and pass. They would only run as an absolute last resort. The Johnny Unitas's of the world. It was verboten to run with the ball if you're a quarterback. And then you'd eat the ball if you couldn't pass it. You'd just take it down and go down on your knees. And that was the way quarterbacks were. The one exception was Fran Tarkenton, who'd run all around, and he could run all around because he could run. As modern day has come, the quarterback is Roger Staubach was one. He was multidimensional because he could run. And I always, Terrell, liked the running quarterback because I could do that when I used to play quarterback. I could run and I could throw, but the running thing was a big advantage. And like your brother, it's so the game has evolved to where running is acceptable now. I just think sometimes they lose the discipline, not all the players. But yeah, you're right. And they had the big issue with football was this Colin Kaepernick, which it was everybody condemned him for standing up about violence against blacks. And he took a knee. And he was castigated by Donald Trump, Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, and so many other. And it only became acceptable after the George Floyd killing. Now everybody says, oh, we should all listen to Colin Kaepernick. That was disgusting. And then they all fell in line.
It was.
And they didn't fall in line because they thought it was right. They fell in line because it became politically correct.
Correct, yes. And they still haven't completely fallen in line. But they will do the lip service, and they will have end racism on the helmets and in the backdrop, in the end zone, whatever. But still, they are not willing to. There are coaches, black coaches right now, that have been willing and waiting, and they have the aptitude, they have the ability, but they're just passed up. They're forgotten. Like the soldiers you were talking about.
Yeah, there's a whole what you call social infrastructure of Major League Baseball and Major League Football. I don't know how it works in basketball. I think it's a little different in basketball because most of the players are black. But there's this social structure of the coaching. And the blacks that enter it in a sort of, okay, you can be in part of the system, kind of. The best managers in baseball, I think, if I had a team, I'd want to have a Latino manager because they can relate to the Latino players, and there are so many Latino players. And it's a big asset to have that. Because you can then communicate to the players, and you have I just think, but yes, there's a lot of what you call old boy network in particularly in football and baseball. I just don't know basketball.
Basketball, they have it too, but basketball is like the most progressive of all the sports, and They have, obviously not coincidentally, the highest amount of black players. And there, again, it's like the other sports would view it as letting, the inmates run the asylum, or something like that. And LeBron James is often criticized because he has sway and pull, and they're really trying to make the league more progressive. But MLB and NFL, they look down at that. Like, how could you ever? And this cannot persist. And it's really troubling to watch. And players that they can't say or do anything. They said that you're going to get fined if you take a knee and all this other stuff. And this is still going on and still going on and still going on. It's unnerving, really. It really is.
Well, it's a microcosm of what we live in. And when you talk about inmates running the asylum, we have a Congress of the United States. We have a president of the United States. And, that's a classic example of inmates running the asylum.
Right.
It's what we live and have to, put up with as a culture. And the culture seems to survive in spite of its leaders.
Right.
For a long time. I mean, this goes back a long time.
Right. So I just really, I do appreciate you both having me on. I just want to say that.
No, that's wonderful. You're doing
I'd
quite
like
well.
to add something to Terrell
Please.
on autism.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I've said this to the, I've spoken on it before, but it's really good to address it with you. We could, talk about it privately, and I hope we do. We'd do something on it. But I wrote. I should remember to bring this to you next week when we see each other. But I had there's a newsletter I wrote in the summer. And the newsletter was on autism. And I'm pulling it up here on my screen. Okay. There was this woman who contacted me. It was about 20 years ago. And she was, she'd read one of the books I'd published, not one of them that I'd written. And she contacted me, and she said that, I don't know if she got a message, I don't know if it was psychically or from somebody else, told her that Peter Moon would have a cure for autism in the future. And he would have a cure for autism. And I thought this was ridiculous because the person who had written the book was the Healer's Handbook. I said, why don't you talk to him? He's the one advocating healing. She says, no, it's you. So I talked, and she had a kid with autism. And he was pretty tough. But anyway, so here it is, like 20 years later. And it happens last, I think it was April or May of last year, or this year, rather. And Paula, my wife, was going to Pennsylvania to get a colonic because one of her friends in the spiritual school that her mother runs in Romania, one of the fellow students had recommended, and she was going to meet with her friend and get this colonic. Now, I was having some issues, and I said, you know what? I really need to have a colonic. I'm having some digestive issues, and it turned out that somebody had bowed out, so I could go with her. So I traveled 3 hours to Pennsylvania to get this colonic. And it was the woman who does this practice of cleaning out the colons had an autistic son that she cured of his autism through the colon. Now, she took him to all sorts of people, and it was her love as a mother that drove her to find a solution for his autism. And of course, autism, they call it the spectrum. People can be anywhere on the spectrum. They could be, a little bit autistic, a lot autistic, or just really in a bad way. So basically, autism was coined as a condition of morbid self-absorption. That's what the word means. Auto is self, and ismos is a state of self, chronically self-absorbed, so you can't see what is outside of you. It's you just can't communicate with the environment. So basically, the navel and the first brain is in the digestive system, or the colon itself, because when you're a life organism that's evolving, you're just having this neural network, and this digestive process is eating to survive. So the organism's first interaction with the environment is the consumption of edible matter. It just eats and excretes, and that's the only foundation for its existence. And of course, you build on that. And in your initial gestation into this world, your nourishment is through the navel. The umbilical cord is where you're taking in all of your food and oxygen and blood from your mother. You form at the navel, and that becomes your first brain. And then as you digest into your colon, and you're drinking liquids and absorbing it. Now, when you drink water, it comes through the colon, and this is how you hydrate. And when we go, now, if you have an IV in the hospital, this is how they keep you hydrated so you don't die. But back in World War I, before they had that sophistication of hydration, they would hydrate you by sticking a hose, and I say that loosely, up your ass to hydrate you through the colon, because your colon takes in the water and gives it to the rest of your body. So this is how people are hydrated. So this process that I went through, this woman set up, her husband, I think he's an engineer, I got to meet him. He set up a table, and it's a very tailored table. It was very hard for him to figure out how to do it. So you're sitting on this table, and you're basically giving yourself an enema, and you're putting your hand on a it's not a faucet, it's a control, sort of like the transmission, or the gears you're doing on if you have an automatic transmission. You pull it back and you shoot in the water as far as it'll go, and then you shoot out whatever's in there, and you have a tube that you can watch what's coming out of you. And you do this up to a certain point to where you get out all you can. And of course, the feeling was just incredible that I had. Now, I got to meet her son that she had cured of autism. And you could see the patterns of autism in the way he spoke, but he was completely coherent. He was completely in communication. And it was, wow, I could see this. And I'm just sharing this because now the problem with her practice is not her practice itself. She has amazing cures of people with cancer, people with, what's that word? I don't know. There's so many words. I don't know these diseases, lymphoma. And she cures people all the time. But what she does is not smiled upon by the the colon therapist union or whatever. It's not a union, it's an association. She has to keep herself from attracting too much attention. So I don't even say her name. But it's like, it's a great secret. But you can't advocate it because this is, it's too good to be true. And a lot of doctors don't even understand this. So much of what occurs is in the colon. Now, what I would also say in relation to, this isn't autism per se, but this kid must have been on the spectrum. It was our Qigong teacher. He had a kid brought to him. His name was Larry, and he was age 13, and he had prenatal alcohol syndrome. In other words, his mother was an alcoholic, and he was exposed to this alcoholism while in the womb, and he was born with this syndrome. And he was brought to my teacher. He was a mess. Nobody knew what to do with him. He was drooling. He was 13 years old. They brought him to my teacher. My teacher just had him stand. He just had him do standing. And it's Qigong standing. He's not just standing there like a tree. But he got through to him. And this young man had sort of a blank screen in his head, and he just took in all the Qigong, and he took it in purely, and he became cured. He became actually cured and went on to become a Qigong teacher himself and a minister as well. He's a Christian minister. I think he has a regular job as well. I haven't seen him in years, but in other words, there are things, and you've already said to me today in the car. You said that he's you can improve these kids. You can improve them, and you're totally right. I just wanted to add to that and give some bit of insight into what's going on with. Go ahead.
That's incredible, truly. And I would love to try something, obviously.
We'll talk about it, and we'll see. I don't know how it can be integrated, because it's like, this is a very special thing. And I want to write a book with this woman. I told her I want to write a book, and writing a book is not her gig, but she appreciated what I said. And I'm going to see her in January, and I'm going to remind her, because I want to write a book to get this again, and then she doesn't want to attract too much attention. I said, well, if you write the book and put it out there, just in terms of what you need to do, I mean, it would start with just basically a bathtub enema. I mean, people cleaning out their insides. The particular way she has it set up is, you're going to hydrate the person. See, now this isn't just for people who are autistic. It's like, you hydrate the body. When you put water into your colon, all of a sudden you're taking in so much more water than you were, and things get blocked in there. The colon is there's all sorts of stuff in there. Now, my first wife was able to get pregnant from doing a colonic regimen, different than this one. But she couldn't get pregnant because she had the birth control pills. She thought that was kind of messed up her system. So we had tried, and finally, what seemed to turn the difference, once she went through this, it was a whole 6-week program, and we're taking all these supplements, and she got pregnant after that. So the colon is a great source of healing to approach this, and we'll talk about it, create some sort of in fact, I'll talk to this when I see her in January. Takes that long to get an appointment. I will talk to her about this, that I have a friend who's working with autism, and what's the best way to go about this.
Sure.
And go from there. And also what I would say is, if you can teach these kids how to breathe, breathing is important, and getting them to breathe, whether it's yoga breathing, Qigong breathing, Tai Chi. I might approach it from a yoga perspective as well, because that's kind of an societal acceptable thing. Have them breathe. because when they get breath, they get life. And there's a lot of in their circuits, they're not connecting to the outside world. They're not, and that's what happened with the football, Terrell, because as they say, I saw it a year ago. I saw that the game we had with the older guys, not all of which were older, but most of them, it was degenerating. Not degenerating because it's attrition. People get old, they can't play anymore. Guys don't come. It had run its core, and then we had all this new blood, which is brought in originally by Bagel Boy, believe it or not. He brought in Ben brought in Paulie brought in you guys. And I said, wow, I like new blood. I always like new blood. It doesn't matter what color it is because it's life, and it added life to the game. So all of a sudden we had all this new blood, and I'm like, great, we've got football. We've got football. We'll be able to play football. We won't have 4 guys showing up. So I saw it, like I could understand the environment. I wasn't blocked. I said, wow, this is great stuff because I don't have these issues.
Right.
I want to play a sport, and I want to have fun, and I want to play it all year round like you do.
Correct. Yeah.
And, some of them go off to softball, which is not what I want to do. So, yes. So it's like you have to see the environment. You have to see the whole thing, and then it's beautiful, and then it's wonderful, and we have the whole world out there. Americans are traditionally xenophobic. I've known them. They don't want to go outside of their country, and then when they do go outside of their country, they want to set up their country in that town. They're notorious for that. We're going to bring Coca-Cola. We're going to set up our Coca-Cola and have our Burger King so we have a place to go eat instead of going to eat in whatever Beirut before it became a war zone. And they want to have their own America things they can do and bring their culture. And now they have Halloween in Germany. I was shocked when I was there during Halloween in 2007. And they were telling me, oh, yes, we have Halloween, this American thing. Yeah. Because, we're out in the pumpkin fields in Bavaria. It's beautiful. And then we'd start, they have Halloween in Germany. That's imported.
In a sense, of course, the Germans had a pagan holiday that was very similar to that.
But it wasn't Halloween, trick or treat. It was not that.
No, they didn't have that.
No, you have, no. I'm saying we have America Halloween, which is a degradation of Samhain in the Celtic tradition. And it's just like so. And then I think they even had Halloween in Mongolia. I think my Romanian friend who was in Mongolia, I think they had a Halloween. And that was really weird because she's telling them about their history because they know nothing about their own history.
Yeah, the communists wiped it all out, quite a bit of it for many people. Go on.
Yeah, well, I'm she's sitting there now. She's Romanian, and she's telling them about their history, and they're like fascinated. It's almost sad. It's like it's almost as if you had a bunch of you were talking to a bunch of people who were developmentally disabled, and they were fascinated with anything you had to say because it was something. It was something. Not that they were that way, but their lives had been, for all the troubles we have in the United States, some of these other countries have really suffered far greater, than just far greater.
Oh, yes. I mean, well, Mongolia, of course, is divided between Russia and communist China, occupying several parts of its expanses, whereas you have this buffer state in the center that is the core of Mongolia that's left, but their culture has been denuded. It'll take a long while to recover that.
So, Terrell, anything else you want to say? You want to talk about your arrest?
Oh, yes, do tell us about that, please.
Which one? Or maybe
I didn't know there was
I love
multiple
that.
ones.
I love
I didn't
that.
know there
That's
was multiple
delightful.
ones. There is a headline, June 16th,
Okay.
and there was no football going on then. We kind of fell away. Maybe that's why. Brothers arrested in Long Island protests say video shows cops initiated contact.
Oh, so we were in East Meadow. That's so funny. That's where, whatever. So, and we were on Hempstead Turnpike, and then with their control and everything like that. And well, we had led several protests before that, and this was all new to them. This was all new to Long Island. Long Island hasn't seen like protests all over, you know. So they didn't really know how to handle it, and every place kind of handled it a little differently. But early on in the protest, which that time it was, the police officers were like, they were pretty okay with what we were doing, like so long as we were peaceful and like weren't like, you know, I don't know, like violent or like destructing property or whatever, like they were pretty okay with it. Like, so this day, you know, we're going and we're like, you know what, we want to go to the jail over there. They had a jail and do a little demonstration. And
This is the jail in Westbury.
this was East Meadow.
Well, I think that's the jail that's just by the hospital.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's technically East Westbury.
I think it is Westbury because I used to live near there.
Okay, so yeah, so you know where it was. So we start heading in that direction, and once they get, I guess, catch wind that that's where we were going, like kind of change course, they were like putting on all these restrictions, like you must stay on this side of the road and you have to, you know, stay to the sidewalk now when you can't. They were just a lot more aggressive, like trying to like scare us, you could say. And we're like no, we have a destination in mind. We'd like to, you know, we want to make that. So this one police officer, he like had the hots for me and was like bumping up against me, and I had the mic, and he was just like, his chest was almost against mine, and like I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you so close to me right now? And those like officers, you know, like they're itching to just, you know, use, like they want to antagonize you so that you do one little thing, get out of line.
Yeah.
Just getting out of line, and they could just do what they want to do with you, what they dream of, have wet dreams about.
Yes.
So we're turning the corner and we're walking, and this officer, he's like bumping me and saying, "Get to the other side of the road." I'm like, don't bump me or whatever. And I'm just continuing. I'm like, no, like, you know, we're continuing on. Like, you're not going to put these restrictions on us, whatever it is. So and I could tell this was staged because we had just stopped and talked before we like made our way. He had his other officer then come, and they had like kind of surrounded me without me really knowing. And another officer comes up and comes in front of me. Like I'm walking just a straight line right in the road. He comes right in front of me and just like stops, and not only stops, but like moves back, like moves his body back into mine. At which point they're like, oh, he put his hands on an officer, and whatever, they jump me and put their knee on me like they did George Floyd. But thankfully not as long, and thankfully it wasn't directly on my throat. But it was incredible, and it, you know, they were so, I don't know, like it was something they wanted to do. But yeah, I was kind of thrown down, and then my brother, actually, before I was arrested, he was just arrested. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's why we wanted to head in that direction. It was like, you know what? Like, we're gonna make this a real demonstration. We're gonna continue on. Like, so yeah, it was quite the experience, to say the least.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. That's remarkable. I'm so glad that you kept your head. I knew one son of a bitch when I was partnered with him, and good God, that started in some private contracts with executive security and investigations in San Francisco that was owned by the San Francisco Police Department. This individual was Asian Indian, and he kept a needle so that when he would pull young black men in particular over for some kind of a bust, he would basically say, "Don't move!" And of course, then he'd jab them with a needle so that they twitch so that he could start beating them. So this is what we're talking about.
Was it just a plain needle? It didn't have any. It wasn't. Didn't have anything in it, did it?
No, this is just like a darning needle. What would you call it? More like not a darning needle. It was more like those are the real big plastic needles. More like a hat pin. That would be. It would be more like a hat pin, is what it was. So
a good way to defend yourself if you were being attacked is, have some hypodermics on you and with some sort of substance in them. And
that's not a defense, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. But
I'm saying in a life or death situation. Not saying
maybe.
Going after cops that way. Not recommending it for protesters,
No, I understand.
Probably know all about that, though.
Yeah. Well, needles and knives will go right through a ballistic vest. That's true. So, yes, it is something useful against cops, believe it or not. But yeah, there you have that. And with that, let me see now. It's about 11 p.m. Eastern time, but both of you gentlemen are welcome to stay another hour. Our man Peter usually stays with us till 9 p.m. My time, which is about midnight his time, or your time. So if you gentlemen are up for another hour, if you wish, you can talk. Otherwise, of course, Salman Sheikh and Sammy Romero will step in. Both of them can respond to what both of you gentlemen have been saying. After all, both of these gentlemen, I'm sure, have a bit of the sports gene, or more of the sports gene than I myself have. So both of you gentlemen, I'm sure, could say something based on what you've been hearing. Yes?
It's been fascinating to hear Terrell, and I thank Peter Moon for bringing Terrell on. And just listening to you both has been such a treat tonight. And I agree, the aspects of sports and how there's different forms of control that are in there, like what was pointed out about the Iverson situation and the culture of sports as a whole. And I think in today's society, just like how Qigong has helped Peter and how Sufi breathing has helped me, the aspects of Sufism and finding that inner self and defeating the enemies inside of you, your nafs or the ego, as we're taught. I think it's very important that sports is also a great discipline that too many kids today, I believe, of the youth are not getting involved in sports. Everything's becoming more of an electronic world. So I really thank you both for emphasizing the need for physical activity, sports, which also builds companionship, brotherhoods, which we also need in today's ever-changing world, this chaos that we're in, to have a skill where you could hone like a sports and have companionship, something that also keeps you physically fit. I thank you both very dearly for the information that you have both shared. So thank you, Peter and Terrell, both.
Oh, of course. And I want to thank you all for allowing me this platform and time and for having me on. I am going to bow out. I do have work in the morning. And I'd love to continue, maybe even down the line in the future.
Oh, please, you're always welcome here. Yes, go on.
Yeah, it'd be very, very nice. So thank you again, and have a good night, everyone.
Yes, Terrell, we got some more things to talk about with the autism stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So carry on, and I'll speak with you all soon.
We look forward to that.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing, Terrell.
Yes.
Did you open your gift yet?
Holy cow.
I gave him a gift. I gave him and his brothers a gift.
Oh.
What did you think? Tell him what I gave.
You know what? Dre said it perfectly. He said, and Peter couldn't have gotten a more perfect gift. I gotta say, they were awesome. We were all amazed. We FaceTime our other brother too. Like, we were all in on it, and yeah, we really appreciate it. Those are awesome. Like,
Yeah, well,
Actually,
I got 'em hand warmers. It's like a thing you wear like a belt. You put your hands in them for the cold weather,
yes.
so that your hands don't get too cold when you're sitting there between plays. You'll see the quarterbacks have them in football. So you keep your hands warm because we'll be out there in 20, 25, 30-degree weather when the cold season starts. So this
Right.
is, give you more gusto for going out in the cold.
There we
And
are.
I think it's also I think it's fashionable, and it's like some guys, they wear the armbands and stuff like that, and it's I don't know, I think it's another expression almost, but yeah, I don't know, it's like cool. It's like cool to have one. Like, I think the guys that have one, and it's a Jets one, so I really love that.
I got them Jets because they're Jet fans.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
are. Yes,
Right.
that's delightful.
Which is a hard thing to be.
Yes, it's a hard life to live, yeah. But they're really awesome, and I just thank you so much, Peter. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so happy holidays for that, and great.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you next week, and we'll talk soon.
Okay, good night.
All right.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, thank you so much. That was Terrell. I'm sorry, what was his last name again?
Tuosto.
Oh,
It's
God.
an Italian name.
Wonderful. There we are. He's like the private detective I used to work with, Gino Tonelli Neely, half black, half Italian, right?
Right.
There we are. Yes. Okay, wonderful. And all right then. But please, now Salman Sheikh and Sammy Romero, you are with us. Yes, come on and talk with Peter Moon, please. And you can all hold me while I try and get my head together to take over the rest of the night when Peter Moon retires. And but hopefully he'll stay with us the majority of this next hour, and all of you gentlemen as well. And in the meantime, still trying to get my head together after what was a hard start today. All of you know about that, except for many of our listeners don't know what I'm talking about. But basically, the electricity went off in a good part of my flat. And even though that was not really the issue, just a lot of other things I was dealing with. I mean, it was a bad enough issue when it went down, but we handled it. And so
What was the source of it? What was the cause of it?
oh God, I don't want to go into that. We just understand that my house is very old, and the problem is that when we now have two people living upstairs. And the point is that there's a lot of there's a lot of pressure put on on a very old grid in this house, and none of these older San Franciscan homes are energy efficient, and so there's no way to really improve them, and so when just too much strain is put on the electrical system within the house, then fortunately it's divided into different circuits. So the refrigerator was not on the same circuit as the majority of the back of the flat, which lost its power. And this was just due to an overload that was straining the capacity of the house to basically produce the electricity that was demanded of it in the middle of this wretched cold spell where the temperatures are fucking freezing. And so obviously upstairs they were turning on the heat and a number of other things, and it blew things out. So basically the young man who lives upstairs has been adequately prepared by our landlady to go down and correctly, slap the circuit breaker and all the rest of that stuff. The circuitry, the panel. So we had to turn off the electricity and everything, and then turn it back on again. And that was, I accompanied him, and that's as much to prevent him from finding things as to help him find anything. With that, there we have that. Okay. But it didn't look good at the time that it was going down. I had no idea of the source, and it was one of those things where you're very concerned that this is going to be a lot worse than it is. It was nowhere near, that bad. Nevertheless, a stressful enough way to start the day, and I was dealing with, just other issues ongoing, just little emotional issues that I have in my ongoing, eternal. Don't know if it's eternal, but long-running toxic relationship with my medical cosmetologist that I've gone on about in the past, and a little back and forth between us that was going on just before everything went black in certain parts of the home. Anyhow, Samuel Romero says that is horrible. Can't imagine how cold it gets in SF. Oh, you can imagine. You're a Californian, and you must have been in SF in the past, and you understand. I'll give people a little hint about it later. I'll give them the kind of environment in which this happened, the context in which this happened. It was no fucking fun. But definitely, there was that. And so, however, we're here now and still able to make this happen. But I'll get my head together in the next hour in particular. Peter and Sammy and Salman are going to take over in a sense. I'll be here, but I'm just going to go mute and step away for a few minutes to pop some painkillers and some, refresh myself a bit. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, and then I kind of join you to, give everybody harumphs and kind of a, feedback, and then, essentially take over around midnight Peter's time, and, go on for the rest of the night. There is, as always, far too fucking much to talk about, and I'll do my best to do it some justice. I'm really torn because there's so much going on in California that there we have it. Sammy was here during Pride Week, just during the day. To start off by sharing that. Come on, Sammy, I'll stay here for that. Tell us what you saw. There must have been, it's pretty gnarly. I can tell you that. It's pretty fucking gnarly. So go on.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Well, of all weekends, I went on Pride Week, which was very slow. There wasn't a lot of maybe I got there a little too late for the festivities, but they have great vendors, food. I give them that. I was there. My sister, who owns a mortuary, like I said, was there on
that is
business.
So fucking mind-blowing. Every time you say that, I realize I've forgotten all about it, but it is so cool. Your sister's so fucking cool. That is.
Well, like I relate to you. She learned the funeral business the wrong way.
Yeah.
So right. That gave her a great idea of how to open her own.
Yeah.
How to open her own.
And by the way, is she does she mind you bringing her up? Are you cool with naming the mortuary service that she owns?
I won't. I'll tell you that off air.
Okay.
I'll tell you off air. That's because there's a lot of nuances that help me understand different cultures, because she deals with a lot of cultures, especially because she does a lot of ship outs to other countries. So anyways, we visited the Presidio. That's one of the things I wanted to go and see. And this was the first time she's seen the Presidio. She's all, where the hell am I at? I'm like, this is the Presidio. She's all, well, she literally was like dumbfounded, because she's all, why is it all forest and, it looks like Narnia here? Yeah. I'm like, well, this park is very historical. There's a lot of events that happen here. And, when I was there, I felt like, the history, like, Doug's not lying. And, obviously, you're used to it, but coming from an outside perspective, I kind of got the...
You glitched out there. Coming from the outside perspective, you kind of got the vibe. Go on.
I got the vibe. I really got the vibe of this place. And I'm like, yeah. The fact that Doug can be a functional human being, as far as to relay his thoughts, it's amazing. But when I got there, we left, and it was about to start getting nightfall, and you can kind of see the fog coming in, and I can imagine how cold it really does get. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
But
definitely.
it was very surreal because it seemed that the park seems out of place from the actual city, because it's like, man, this is a lot of real estate, and
Yeah.
to know what's under there, it kind of gives an idea of why maybe it's like that, because there's just a lot of buried issues are under there, and you know there's a reason for it. But it's one of those little nuggets that I kind of take from you as far as why things are the way they are, and help you kind of contextualize things to understand the world. But I did tell her I got into a little bit of the history of it, but it was just it's a very nice area, very well landscape and wooded area. It's just when you kind of know the history of it, it's like kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, I can enjoy the view, but I really, to know what's down there and to know what they blocked off and what they what they hid, at least for now, it's very surreal, because it's like, man, this is a very beautiful park, but this park needs healing, and maybe one day that park will heal.
I hope so, and then it can become what Gene Roddenberry envisioned, which was the headquarters for Starfleet Command. Okay. Our man Jameson Reese is trying to. Can you talk, Jameson?
Yeah, I can. I can at the moment.
Okay. So good. So
Oh,
tell us what's going on.
yeah. My enzyme levels were at 2,600,
Okay.
which is pretty high for me because my baseline's 700. So I'm going to be in this room until they discharge me like 11 in the morning tomorrow. They're going to try to hydrate me with as much fluid as possible.
Okay. And do you have any idea what caused this? I mean, like, was it a lot of
Uh,
energy drinks or something, or what? Or just dehydrated from the cough syrup? What was it? It just happened, or?
well, yesterday I went on a kind of exercise binge because
Okay.
I felt I was losing my six pack and it was driving me crazy.
Uh-huh.
And I pushed myself a bit too hard, considering the fact that I was not hydrating myself adequately.
Okay. You know
Added to
that's
that, some alcohol and energy drinks. Yeah.
okay. So you do realize that this is all it's just manic behavior. It's just not. You've got to stop doing it. It's just okay. Your passion for exercise is not a passion. It's a morbid obsession. It's not healthy. It's not healthy to do that to yourself. Your six pack, quote unquote, that you might be losing. There's no, there's really, you don't need that six pack. I don't have a
Yeah,
six pack. You see
yeah,
photographs
but
of me.
I
I
just
don't.
don't want it to get, I just don't want to become loose and,
Dude,
get fat,
dude. It's like, so what if you do? It's like, if you were to live with a pot belly, you'd be no different from. Anyhow, just let's not dwell on it. It's you're kind of like the male equivalent of an anorexiac, of an anorexic bulimiac. The girls with anorexia bulimia who just force themselves to vomit with their toothbrushes and shit. It's kind of like that. But the last thing you need right now is lecturing. It's just you're alive, you've survived, and you'll hopefully be back with us Wednesday night, which will be here before any of us know it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in the interim, kind of take the stage and tell us. I'm going to be quiet here. Tell us what you want us to know about anything you feel is relevant. Anything. Go ahead.
Well, I am not doing as well as I thought I was with the grieving the loss of my pet.
Yes, tell us about this. You said you had to put her down. Tell us about this.
Yeah. I watched as she took her last breaths. I was there.
Uh-huh.
I stared in her eyes while she took her last
Oh,
breaths and departed this world. I made it my task to do that, but my mom thinks that me doing that might have been a mistake for me, and it might have been what has me so broken.
I agree. Go on.
Because there's a absence that I'm noting, in the house, and every time I note it, it causes me this emotional upheaval, this sort of grieving, this wound, this sobbing. It's painful.
Yes. Okay.
I think honestly, if this was some kind of attack or something, or someone did some occult attack, they did a good job.
Well, I don't.
They really hit me where the fuck it hurt the most.
Okay. And in terms of Peter Moon says my internet went off. It's back on now. Oh, okay. Thank you, Peter, for sharing that. That's Peter Moon said that, right?
Yeah, I think so. Let me look.
Okay. No worries. You're handling your production even while you're in the hospital. Admirable. Very good.
Yeah, I wanted to. I just want to make sure I don't. I live up to my responsibilities,
Oh,
because that's
bless you.
just what I do.
Very good. Very good. No, I'm proud of you in that regard. And in terms of anyone else want to talk about this? Simon, perhaps you can cover.
I just want to say that I was off. I got cut off
Okay.
internet-wise. Nothing to do with you, and I'm back on now. I missed the last 7 or 8 minutes. But
Okay.
I didn't have anything to say, just other than I got cut off, and I wanted if I was gone.
Oh, thank you for.
But now I'm back. So anyway, carry on.
Yes.
I missed the fact that Sammy was in the hospital. I really don't know what that's about, but.
Oh, that's it's Jameson. Jameson.
Oh, Jameson's in the hospital?
Yeah, Jameson's in the hospital. Yes.
What's going on?
Yeah. So.
I overexerted myself without adequately hydrating myself, and this led to the breakdown of muscle tissue. And that breakdown of muscle tissue has caused my blood CPK levels to spike up to 2,600, which is high for me because my baseline is 700.
So they're hydrating you, right?
Yeah. They're gonna keep me overnight. They're gonna put IV bags in me and to just make sure I stay hydrated, and hopefully the enzyme levels will go down and I'll be able to be released.
An excellent product for hydration is Ultima Replenisher. Ultima Replenisher. It's sweetened with stevia. It's actually tasteful. I think there is a better product that's more expensive. I was introduced to this by the colon therapist. I take it every day. It makes all the difference in the world. Not so much on a cold day, but on hot days with football, I have to drink it afterwards. I always drink it before the game, but I drink it afterwards because it stops the muscles from cramping.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I have a ribose deficiency. It's a genetic condition called myoadenylate deaminase deficiency, and this is more commonly found in people of European descent than African descent. Well, that's sort of the byproduct of me being mixed, all that stuff.
Yes, there you are, the white boy in you coming out.
Yeah, it always comes to pull me back down into the grave whenever it sees me making too much progress.
There we are. Okay.
You talk about someone with two sides, huh?
Yes. Yes. Peter, Solomon, both of you must have something to say about this.
Well, I'm glad he's getting help.
Yes, there we are. Yes.
Sounds like he's in good hands.
Yes, he's an idiot. He was just he was driving himself with his exercise mania, and it's just all based on his vanity of keeping his gut in six-pack shape, and
the six. I'll talk about the six-pack.
Yes,
the six-pack is highly overrated. It's only good for aesthetics.
Yes, thank you.
And if you look at I'm not advocating people having big guts. Buddhist statues, they have big guts. It has to do with the navel. It has to do with the navel. And of course, I've learned that there's something called, what is it called? Insulin retention, or I think that's what it's called. This is what makes pot bellies. I've had to fight that myself and I've learned how to do it. It's like you get this, is it insulin? Yeah, this stuff builds up on the outer part of the belly, and your body's misfiring, and it's got all this. It's not firing insulin because it's got all this stuff stored in there, and the body thinks it has enough, so you stop digesting, and this is what causes a pot belly, and this is why old people have pot bellies, and it's not necessary. Now that's not the same subject. A six-pack is being sculpted. And
yes. Well, that's the thing. I was sculpted over the summer, and it's like I feel like there's no excuse for me to have lost that. But I realize that me being depressed, I don't want to, go out and walk 100 miles like I used to. So.
Yeah, you have to do things in moderation, and as I guess. I was never into the six-pack. I had a very thin gut. When I was younger, I was very thin. And I'm still relatively thin, except I'm bigger and way more and more filled out. But it's like, so I wasn't worried about having a six-pack or needing a six-pack. But, yeah, it's like with Qigong, it's like something I wouldn't even consider because I don't want to have a six-pack. That's just me. But so be it. Whatever you're doing, you got to do your exercise in moderation, and know your, as Clint Eastwood would say, a man has to know his limitation.
Yeah, it didn't help indulging in things that were also, not conducive to hydration, such as energy drinks and, alcohol. So, yeah, I know these things, but I just figured I didn't think it would happen, so suddenly. It happened this morning, when I was walking from the gas station, and all of a sudden everything felt wrong. My body felt like it was on fire, like I was in a microwave oven, and all of a sudden, like, my perception just got wider, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. I gotta go to the hospital, and sure enough, I was dead on the money.
And you're still in there now?
Yeah.
How long will you be in there for?
Probably till 11 o'clock in the morning on Monday. Depends on whether the enzyme levels.
That's a pretty long stay in a hospital these days. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, Jameson, but when I was a kid, when you went to the hospital, you were in there for a week at the least, and probably more. And that you were in there for pre-op, during the op, and then post-op. I mean, they it's like they really cared for you from the beginning to the end. Nowadays, they package you like a pack of meat and send you home. You're in there for a few hours, you get the surgery, and you go home. And you're not under anybody's supervision, but your own or your wife's or your brothers or your family's. And it's just a very different feeling of care. Now, not that necessarily everything that happens in the hospital is good. I remember one of my friends, he was older than I was, and this goes back into the 80s. He was in a hospital in East Meadow, right where Terrell was talking about. And I think I went and saw him. I went and visited him. And he had all this IV and stuff, and I guess I found out he wasn't there. And I called him and said, what happened? He says, I don't know. He says, I was just sitting there. They had me strapped up to all this IV. He says, I got tired of everything. I ripped everything out of myself and just walked out of it. In other words, they weren't telling him what was going on. He didn't know what was going on. He said he just took everything out and just walked out the door. Nobody, that was it.
Jesus.
I don't know if he was BSing me or what, but I could see him doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people do that. But they do that. Especially the people who usually come in, because there are people who come in who just come in to get like pain medicine, like and they call them the narcs, and they just come in like at the same time, and and they'll get like the IV of whatever it is, and then as soon as they get their fix, they just rip everything out and leave. I've witnessed someone do that.
Yeah, I mean, hospitals are a whole world unto themselves, and it's best if you don't have to go into them. We had we became friends with a Romanian family locally. We were directed to them from Paula's mother in Romania because they needed help, and they found Paula's mother online, and she redirected me and Paula to them, and they had a son. This guy had escaped Romania when it was, they both had, when it was communist. And, he was like literally swimming across the river to, then Yugoslavia, and made his way to the United States, made a very good living for himself. And he did all sorts of construction work, really nice guy, as was the wife. They had a son. Son he had everything. They gave him everything they could. What a gifted life he had. He had I think he just finished college. He was about to get a job, and he's riding his motorcycle not far from where I live, and he has an accident. He breaks his leg. Should be no big deal. They take him to this hospital in East Meadow, which is the pits. I think they're good for heart and they're good for birthing, but not good for anything else. They take him in there and they're like ER, and they don't treat him. They don't treat him for like 12 hours, and nobody knows. But what happens is it stops the blood-brain, the broken leg. After so much time, there's no blood going to his brain, and he has a stroke.
Sepsis.
He becomes a quadriplegic. He's paralyzed. So I was meeting the kid when he was paralyzed. I would go over there and do qigong on him. God, he would notice the difference. And it turned out, independently, he had found the ozone doctor I was going to. So we talked to the ozone doctor, and the ozone doctor would, shoot him up with ozone, and it would help him. But, how much would it help him? We went over there weekly, visited with the family, talked about Romania, and finally I had a problem where I couldn't go anymore because, when my teacher was passing away, I had my own issue with my back, and we fell out of touch with them. But the problem was that the mother and the father both had problems with the kid. They both had problems with with themselves. It was like you couldn't get the parents to change their attitude. It was as if they were keeping the son, and their whole life was devoted to keeping their son, who was, basically a vegetable at this point. He had all the life in front of him. The point is the hospital didn't treat him timely.
That happens.
They could have taken
quite a
him
bit.
down to the hospital in Plainview. They would have treated him right away. They didn't know. Nobody told them. He was just neglected. And this is unfortunate, what can happen in hospitals. You have to be on the ball. You have to have an advocate. Andy Warhol died. He had an appendectomy. He was sitting there and nobody was tending to him. He didn't have an advocate saying, get this man treated. Do something for this man. They just sat there in some cold room and he croaked. And that's the famous Andy Warhol. Hospitals can be very dangerous places. They can also save your life.
Yeah. I mean, in my case, they have saved my life. The thing is, one has to have some kind of acumen as to what's happening with them, because if you're not on your P's and Q's, when they ask you what you're there for, then you're as good as toast.
Well,
At least,
I had a procedure where they were taking out this cyst from my back. This is a few years ago. A couple years after Paula came, and I had this huge cyst on my back. I never really, you really don't see what's on your back. And I think maybe she thought it was I don't know, maybe I thought it was a pimple or something, and it wasn't working. So because of her, I, went and got it checked out, and they cut it out. It was fine. But doctor said afterwards, it's really good you got rid of that thing, because it could cause problems. It never bothered me, but at every point in the hospital, they asked my name, they asked what I was there for, every step of the way. I was very impressed. Even before they did the surgery. What's your name? What are you here for? And they it was it was an insurance to make sure that you were doing the right thing, because they have too much of a track record in general of doing the wrong thing. So you're right. P's and Q's.
yeah, you got to be, right on top of things. I can imagine if you have a broken bone, not only do you run the risk of having a stroke or something like that. You're if it's an open wound, you run the risk of going into toxic shock and septicemia. So there's a lot of things that could have went wrong, even worse.
I want to say something too about injuries and hospitals and stuff like that, because I talked to one of my fellow Qigong students for the first time in years, because I want to send him the book. I'm going to send him the book. Because, he speaks Japanese.
Excellent.
And I was very saddened to hear that he had a bad accident. He had to have 2 of his vertebrae fused. And he was still recovering. He's on disability now. I think he was on disability when I met him. He got off disability, and now he had something else encounter. Now he's practicing Qigong. I think he's going to be doing it professionally via insurance and whatnot. And he was so enthused to talk to me. We're going to try and get together. He has the most beautiful Japanese wife. Gosh, she's gorgeous. And he's got 3 kids now. And his mother is in her 80s, going strong. She had a hip replacement. But I wish, my teacher would be rolling over in his grave if she knew she had a hip replacement. Because it's specific exercises I have for that. He taught me. Of course, you have to do them. This is the problem. And, but anyway, when you have an accident like he did, there's an aspect called guardian chi, your guardian chi, which is what protects you. And the way this came about in the class where he started teaching it, and I was not there that day. I heard about it. And there was one of his more advanced students who's now my friend. We spent a lot of time working out together back in the day, Jadiel. And Jadiel grew up in Tai Chi. She's from the island of St. Vincent in the Caribbean. And an interesting voodoo story he told me once. But anyway, he was doing, push hands with my teacher, and he sent my teacher 10 feet backwards. Nobody'd ever done this before. And it like surprised everybody, including my teacher. And my teacher then says, okay, come back here. And then he sent Jadiel flying 30 feet. When I say flying, he put such force in just pushing hands that the guy, it's not going to happen normally. So he said this was my guardian chi was down. I didn't have my guardian chi up. Aside from the fact that Jadiel is very good, it's like, oh, I didn't have my guardian chi up. I wasn't alert. And your guardian chi is what protects you. I was able later to watch Jadiel because he was so good and nobody could beat him. And I said, I'm actually telling people what to do because I had enough acumen to say, do this, do that. And somebody says, you try him. I said, no, I'm not. I'm eating lunch right now. I had my lunch in front of me. It was a workshop. And then at the end of the workshop, I said to my teacher, I said, I want to get Jadiel. The next time I walked into the class, we're sitting by the coat rack, and he puts me right against Jadiel and says, do push hands. And Jadiel cannot move me. He cannot move me because I've been doing the wall, putting my back against the wall, completely against the wall, the small of the back, for a half hour a day. This is quite a rigmarole to do. It's quite an exercise. It changes your whole body. So he can't move me. And then all of a sudden, boom, I go flying 30 feet backwards. I've never had anything like that happen since. And it was kind of neat, actually. And I said to my teacher, and the teacher looks at him and says, I didn't tell you to do that. And I went to my teacher afterwards and I said, what was that? He says, that's Fajing. Fajing is when you release all of this energy up from your core. You can see demonstrations of it on YouTube, Fajing, F-A-J-I-N-G, and boom. And of course, as I continued to do the wall, he couldn't do that to me anymore. He was, and I worked with him a lot, and he's incredible. But he also respected what I had learned because sometimes I could get him, not the majority of the time, but that was really good. So that was my teacher giving an example of guardian chi. Another very funny story. God, I think his name was Clyde, this guy from Georgia. He used to be in Brooklyn. He was down in Georgia, and he came back, and he was there for the weekend, and he was telling us stories that was cracking us up all to hell. And he was quite a, I guess what you'd say, crazy ass. In terms of the girls he would copulate with, in terms of the drugs he was doing, and he was doing Qigong. Now, the average Qigong student in our class didn't do this stuff, but this is a drug-addled territory that he grew up in. So he was, I guess, living a life of sin, if you will. And he said it got to the point where I think he went in to have you see what happened is I think he had hired this prostitute to service all of these guys. I think it was a cocaine deal or something, to service all of these people in the drug ring. It was like to reward them. And so he makes it sound like I'm hanging out with drug dealers or something, but I don't. This is just this guy who he wasn't doing this anymore. And he went to service all these guys, and this prostitute, and then I guess after he was done, he asked her, and she would not touch him. She would not touch him. She wouldn't have sex with him. And why not? Oh, because he's paying for it. She just wouldn't do it. And basically, I think everybody contracted AIDS. And he talked about going down to the AIDS clinic. And when they saw his readout or whatever they did, they said, oh, we know you. We know you. They knew him by his DNA because he'd been with so many women that were showing up in tests. He had us in stitches telling about it. They knew who he was. But he didn't get AIDS because this prostitute would not have sex with him. And this was an example of his guardian, because of all the Qigong he did, the guardian Qi protected him, and he didn't get AIDS. This was an amazing story. Now, keep in mind, he was doing Qigong while he was doing the drugs. And not that you should do, not that it's an excuse, but it was an example of guardian Qi, because he was doing something to look after himself. This was the explanation given. I think if I had him to tell the story and my teacher there to sit there and listen, it would be a lot more engaging. But he had us laugh. We were all laughing our asses off, including him and my teacher. It was such an outrageous story. But a little bit of Qi goes a long way. So when you're in a hospital, when you have an accident, your guardian Qi has abandoned you. One of the first things I ever learned about Qigong was from a dowser. He was giving a lecture at a dowsers group that I used to go to. And he said, when you go out and drive your car, he says, protect it with energy. Put energy around it. Visualize energy around it. Before you go, envision where you're going, have the energy around it, and coming back. He says, this is a way to protect you when you're driving. It is just an idea. And so when you're going to go do something like running, like exercising, like playing football, you envision yourself in a protective visualization. It also is good to project yourself, if you're playing tennis, to win the match, to not get hurt. And this is a good thing to do in general. So that's my diatribe.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It's getting close for me to check out.
Oh, I'd like you to speak to something else. First, I do want
Sure.
to remind everybody that this program is dedicated to the fact that this is an anniversarial day. And today's date, of course, is the 80th anniversary of the day that Romania and Slovakia both declared war on the United States of America in 1941 as part of World War II. A reminder, of course, that the Third Reich was allied with many European nations, and Romania, of course, was the third largest Axis power in Europe after Germany and Italy. And there you have that. So when it came to the equivalent of a kind of counterbalance to the United Nations, which was created as an allied war front, the five major nations within the Axis powers were essentially Germany, Italy, Romania, and from East Asia, Japan, which with its expansive empire was actually the largest of all of them in terms of population as well as land area. And then, of course, there was Argentina unofficially. But then towards the very end, of course, when Italy dropped out, then China replaced it, nationalist China. And so we're dealing with the repercussions of that war to this day. And obviously, when it comes to the nation of Romania, just always remember this is an Axis power that the Allies betrayed. And of course, it wound up behind the Iron Curtain for a period of time, but comparatively speaking was a freewheeling economy under Nicolae Ceausescu. And when he self-destructed, then it was one of the first nations to break free of that satellite status of the Soviet Union. And so those were heady times. I remember Ceausescu's son, of course, tried to escape, but I believe ultimately he was executed, if I remember correctly. But Peter, I don't know if he remembers that either. That's
well,
not.
I can say something about this. Yeah, this is the date of the Romanian Revolution is 16 to 25 December 1989. Yes. That was 1 year, almost 2 years. Paula would have been almost 2 years at that time. Her brother would have been about 6 months old. And so they were born into communism. Atlanticron was held in August of that year, the first Atlanticron conference in Romania. I think it was attended to by science fiction author Robert Sheckley.
Ah, okay.
But this was the revolution started in Timisoara, which is on the extreme western end of Transylvania.
Yes.
It's bordering Hungary. And it says here on Wikipedia, the Hungarian minority revolted in response to the government's attempt to evict Hungarian Reformed Church pastor Laszlo Tokes. And the problem was the Securitate, the secret police, which was the one of the largest Securitates or security forces in the Eastern Bloc, which would suppress popular dissent, was incapable of stopping this revolt. And this is very interesting for what's going on here. Right now, the government is not stopping revolts. It's not trying to stop revolts. The revolts end of themselves. They stop burning. I have not seen where the police are stopping the crowds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could be wrong, but maybe they run out of fun. Maybe, George Soros or whoever stops paying them. I don't know. Or they got to go home and, get some food in their belly. I don't really know the dynamics of these revolutions. Locally in Portland or Seattle or wherever, they just, they wane out. They seem to wane out on their own. They've got to be supplied logistically. You can't just have people sitting there protesting, laying against, boards or whatever they do. It doesn't work. So when we consider this, what happened in Romania, you had a whole revolution of the people, and the people there, you can get them all riled up, because we were going through, and there was a big protest in the city of Brasov when we were going through, and we had to reroute for traffic, and somebody said something about what about America, we said, well, in America we have paid protesters. Nobody pays people to protest. Nobody pays people to protest in Romania. They're genuine. So when they get out to protest, they protest. I don't think their economy is not ready to pay protesters. But anyway,
Jameson Reese is saying, "Holy shit, I want that job."
if you know where to go, I mean, but. So there's a much more genuineness that what goes after that. But of course, the military went after Ceausescu. They went after him, and they were the ones that effectively executed him.
Yes.
And you weren't supposed to talk about it afterwards. Right. You didn't talk about Ceausescu afterwards. It was done, and then communism was replaced by capitalism. And I've been told that the same powerful people that were powerful in communism inherited the power of capitalism. And this was the change was very hard on people, because you had a guaranteed roof over your head. You had guaranteed food. You had guaranteed education. I think the education is still pretty good in regards to that.
Oh, it is all over Eastern Europe and in the former Soviet Union. The education is generally good, yes.
Yeah, and if you had a house that you lived in, that would now become your house. You would now get legal title to that house. And you would sort of, quote unquote, inherit that house to become a part of capitalist Romania. But it's very hard to this day, when many people, young people, can't afford. It's harder for them to afford a place to live than it is for people in America. And so many of these families will feed their cousins, feed their nephews, feed their family with the family farm. This is how many people are sustained, through the family farms, which are quite abundant. So everybody figures out how to survive. But when I hear about how some of these people make their money, how much money they make, and how they survive, I don't understand it. I don't get into the dynamics of what they make and how they make, but it sounds like very tough. And when my wife talks about her friends and what they go through, two of her friends who I know had to go to Holland to make ends meet. They were living in Romania. They had halfway decent jobs. Now, then again, my mother-in-law, her kids have very good jobs. Of course, they speak German,
Yes.
and they work for German companies. And so they have very good jobs. They're going to be visiting us, I think, next year, which I'm very excited to see them. And they're not into the spiritual school of their mother. You know, they I guess they honor her and respect her, but they're not into that. And she never pushed them into it. And she said to me, she says, because if I did, they wouldn't listen.
Right.
So they're very mystified by the adulation that their mother gets. Oh, you know Tamarinda. Oh, wow, wow. And it's like, okay, she's my mother. Big deal. So,
oh, they just don't know. Yes.
well, I have very, I look forward to talking to them very much so. I provided a letter of what is endorsement for them to come here. So it'll be great to see them. But yes, so people, they've survived very well. They may want to emigrate here. And if they do, great. Because I think they have very good opportunity there. Mm-hmm. I might tell them to stay there if they're doing good.
Right.
But it's to say, for many people, it's very hard. And when David, when I first went there, would say a modest amount of money, like $300 or $400, could sustain a Romanian for months and months and months. Now, when I go to Romania, that $300 or $400 is not going to last very long at all. If I'm staying in hotels, I mean, it might keep me there for a week or two, more like a week. But if you're staying in hotels and eating at restaurants, but he's talking about a subsistence. And I wouldn't know how to go find that subsistence and live on that money. Even if I tried, I wouldn't figure it out. And Paula might be able to figure it out because she knows the language, but then she'd be downgrading her existence,
Right.
Going to peasants and whatnot. And so I never really understood what David said about that. Oh, that would last people for months and months in Romania. Well, not the Romanians I know.
Right.
And not to suggest that they're rich either.
Right.
But but there's all sorts of people there, and it's not easy to make a living. Now, there were a couple of entrepreneurs that I got to know on one of the journeys I took, and I talked to them. They had a business, and they had a completely different attitude. I wanted them to come to Atlanticron and lecture on entrepreneurialism in Romania. Mm-hmm. And they had a very can-do attitude. Perhaps they had a little bit of advantage. I can't really say. I don't really know that much about it. But some people have make a good living in business in Romania. For example, my publisher, he published the Montauk Project, and he created a company. And he publishes David Icke. He publishes even people that I don't like. I wasn't alluding to David Icke there. I wasn't alluding to David Icke. I don't dislike David Icke, actually. But
I like what you brought to my attention, that now he's calling himself the Renegade, by the way.
Yeah, I sent Douglas something because I saw a YouTube video, the David Icke, The Life of a Renegade, or Renegade, The Life of David Icke. You can watch it on YouTube. I'm not at all personally interested in his life. I know that he was a soccer player, and then he became a soccer commentator, and that ingratiated him into the media.
So he had a media position before he had his experience where he identified himself as or with the Son of God.
Like Reverend Moon, yeah.
Well, I think in all fairness, you have to contextualize it. And I think, but it ended up embarrassing the hell out of him because people were laughing at him. And I guess he got over it because he was actually doing his lectures by showing the tape where he said it. He would start off his lectures at one point by showing the Son of God lecture. He identified. And I mean, when somebody says that, I never heard him listen. I never heard him say it. I know he did say it. I might have heard him. I might have heard some. I never heard the whole talk. But when somebody says that, I don't really think he thought he was Jesus or something like that. I think he identified with the idea. I really don't know. But he did tell me personally that he had a spiritual experience in Peru. I think that was ayahuasca driven, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, it's like, okay, you know, people connect to spirit through different ways. I don't know. You know, I really don't know. I don't have any judgment. But I'm saying is, my publisher, Serene Hormuz, has built a successful publishing business by publishing other authors. So when you're a publisher, it's like you're a bookstore. You're publishing books and you're turning coin. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't object to him doing that. He has published a recent author, Emil Stranu, of which I'm commenting on the Pulse. I refer to him as the Stanton Friedman of Romania. And in Romania.
By the way, Peter Moon put up this excellent meme showing who's that fucking actor who looks just like Stanton Friedman now? You know, the guy we love to hate. The guy who puts the little children's shoes all over the railroad tracks.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks. You had the meme up where Tom Hanks is looking like Stanton.
He looked just like him in that photograph. Yeah,
yes,
he did.
Yes.
But yeah, Emil Stranu is a short little guy, wears a fedora, and he's Mr. UFO. And I had my first trip to Romania. He was supposed to be a lecturer, and somebody says, "Oh, you should meet this guy." And then I asked David about him, and he says, "Well, he's not coming." He says, "I think he's not coming because you're here." That's what David said.
Yeah.
So yeah, it sounds about right. And I've not seen him. Now, very oddly, something very odd happened after my return from Choclavina Cave, the last time I was in Romania, 2019 summer. When I get back to my friend's home in Bucharest, we go off, we walk to the mall. It's a good walk. And we're going to meet my friend Andre, the film director, because he's the one who really set me up. We met him before we went up there in the mall. We met him afterwards. This time, he has a guy with him. I just happened to know this guy. I said, "What the hell are you doing here?" He gave me my tour of Atlanticron Island the first time in 2008. Now here it is, it's 11 years later. Now I've seen him since then, now and then, but I said, "What the hell's he doing with Andre?" I didn't even know they knew each other. Well, he's actually in Andre's film. He has a bit part in Andre's film. So he's there, and he tells me that he ran into Emil Stranu, this guy in Nepal. This guy, Andre, travels the world. He's a character.
Yes.
And he met Emil Stranu, and he gets to talking about Radu's books, and Emil tells him, "Oh, it's all bullshit, blah, 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 blah." And then Andre penetrates a little further and says, "Look, I know. This is what I know." And the guy says, "Okay." He says, "I will connect you up with Radu Cinema." Now, I don't know if this is true. I don't know that it's not true. And he affected, according to Andre, he was able to talk to Radu. And they had a phone call. And from everything I heard in the phone call, you know, I would keep an open mind. I can't say it was Radu. I can't say it was not Radu. But Emil changed his tune. Like part of him is all shill. And part of him is connected to inner parts of the government. Now, he's on TV. You see him on TV when you're there. My mother-in-law is showing me on TV, and she's laughing at him. And it's like, it would stand to reason that Radu would know all sorts of people because of who he is. And now Emil Stranu has just published my publisher has published a book by Emil Stranu that's talking about, let me see, aliens, Montauk Project, and Philadelphia Experiment. I'm going to read from my newsletter if I can find it here. I found it. What does this guy say? Okay. I'm writing about this in my newsletter. The book is called, to translate it into English, The Secret Handbook, Alien Intelligent Races, Manipulation, the Philadelphia Montauk Project. Now, why is he writing about the Philadelphia Montauk Project? And then he's positioning it with aliens, and he's somebody that, if David was right, was avoiding me.
Right.
Now he's co-opting what I write about. And the brief description of the book says, it sounds rather milquetoast. What we can do now as real people is to gather data and information about these aliens, about their habits, to find out the goals pursued by their civilizations. Then let us discover their weaknesses, but also their strengths, so that when the future becomes our responsibility, we will be ready to fight for it if we have to. Today, however, we are just spectators watching a play. Now, to me, this is very milquetoast, because Radu writes about aliens in a context that they've seeded the human race, and it's been a long experiment. Not like Zecharia Sitchin, but not unlike Zecharia Sitchin. He clarifies the Sitchin issues, and he addresses it where Sitchin went wrong. But whatever, this guy's talking about aliens and, you know, like, oh, you know, their weaks and their strengths, and they're here, and we're going to have to fight them, and we're going to take over. I don't know. It just sounds lame.
Yes.
It sounds like, as I said, pure propaganda.
Thank you.
And pure nonsense.
Yes, because it is. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, but even if it wasn't, it sounds like that. It's just stupid.
Thank you.
So I don't know what the hell, and I'm saying, you know, so it's just, he's churning out publications, which is what just like a publisher or a magazine does. Where it becomes sinister is when you start entering diabolical narratives into the magazine world, into the stuff, and it becomes a full propaganda thing, rather than just authors opining about their opinions.
Yes.
And I would say that, you know, with books like this, they turn a coin. They turn a coin. They're going to turn so many thousands of dollars, and the more volume you have, the more thousands of dollars you're going to churn. And this guy probably has a good following because he has a lot of TV shows. Therefore, he can turn some coin on him. That's what I think. So it doesn't upset me, but it ho ho ho. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes,
it's hard to take publications like that very seriously. My brother-in-law said he would look at the book and give me a synopsis of it because he's aware of the book. He's very busy, but yeah, like, what wall is this coming off of? And What does it mean, if anything? Such is the world.
Thank you. No,
there's too many books to review.
yes, there are. And no, that was very important. And I appreciate that profoundly. And thank you so much for providing support to Jameson in this hour. Honestly, while you were talking, I don't know if Jameson can join us back for a few moments, but while you were talking, Jameson Reese mentioned that he was next to a man who was dying. He said that the poor bloke can't breathe. And I just told him, you have that effect on people. By the way, honey, Amanda Ute, she did respond to that in the chat room. Jameson says he's stabilized, so Jameson must be incredibly disappointed.
You want to work the lower back. You want to work the lower back, and that'll get his lungs working. Now, Jameson's not in a position to work his lower back, but he's in a position to tell the nurse to do it. The nurse might not do it, might not want to do it, might not be her job position, her job description. You know, you're talking about saving somebody's life.
Yeah, Peter, I think it's the latter.
There we are. Yeah, that she won't do it. Yeah, she just won't. He could tell her to, but she won't. Yeah, it's like asking her to give somebody a blowjob. It's just not, that's way out of her. Yeah, just way out of her range.
That might wake him up even more.
Yeah.
Might give him the will to live.
There we are. Delightful.
To be quite honest, I don't think it could have a negative effect on him.
Oh, there you are. There you go. Unless, of course, he's so decrepit he has a heart attack while getting that.
My friend who worked in hospice said there was a couple that were really going after each other sexually, and they were really. It was a shame. They kept trying to separate them, but I think finally they couldn't. They were. It was a man and a woman, with their Nosferatu bodies or whatever.
Oh God.
Going after each other. They were enjoying the hell out of it.
Oh my God. Thank you. I'm going to have nightmares now. I'm sorry. That's positive. That really is. People.
I was being facetious. I don't think they look like Nosferatu.
No, I understand, but I'm just sorry. It's that when they're in a rest home like that, I do tend to suspect the worst. That they're just not looking at their best, and I'm so sorry. It's just not. It's just. I'm sorry. It's an awful image.
I can tell you're not a necrophiliac.
No. Thank you for asking. No, it's funny you say that. Of course, we could bring Sammy back on because his sister is not a necrophiliac, but as someone who's been part of the industry, she's seen her share of them. Is that not right, Sammy? Your sister must have seen her share of necrophiliacs because the industry is infamous. It's seething with them. Sammy, if he's still with us, do speak to that. Let's see if he comes on. He might have taken off.
Now speaking of necrophilia, I had, I don't know, my friend Tantra Bensko, she's been actually chatting with me, which is unusual that she chats with me and carries on a Facebook dialogue. And I said to her, she was the first, she'll stretch your boundaries. That's what she's good at. And she was the first one to bring necrophilia into my headspace. Not
that you were unaware of it.
Well, I never really thought about it, but she was. I think we were writing each other vignettes or stories, and I think she turned it into. And she kind of stretched my boundary there. But she, I asked her if she'd come on. Talk about our trip to Romania. She was on my first trip to Romania. I don't know. I don't know if she wants to. She didn't answer me. She sent a picture of a evil monkey.
Delightful. And your job is to decrypt that, to decode that, to.
It's just games. It's just games. Playing. I'll send you the link if I can copy the GIF. Can you copy a gift?
A GIF? I think you can.
I know. I'll just look it up. I can see if I
either that or you can download it to a file and then upload.
I'm just gonna do evil monkey and see if I can.
Yeah. You'll probably find it. Yes. Then again, you'll probably find a million evil monkeys. That's
there are quite a few.
Yeah.
But this one is really, he's a good evil monkey. He could scare the Chihuahua. He could, but she could be, if she's willing to talk, she's certainly capable of it, and very interesting, and could promote her own stuff. She could be an interesting interview. I don't think I've ever interviewed her before. Yes.
Well, that's no, that would be profound, and oh my God, you know what our man Salman Sheikh said about Andrew Bartzi's, and I wonder if Salman, gave him some advice to take a rest. I mean, both Salman and yourself have to sign off very soon. Salman, could you help us kind of segue out, both Peter and yourself, by telling us, I saw Bartzi's on camera, and like I said, it looked to me like he was talking while lying down, like he was so far back, leaning in his seat, almost like he was on a bed and talking up, towards the camera. And like I said, he looked the way I felt when I last did an interview with you, when I was not feeling very well, and you sensed that. I'm sure you sensed that, and I did the best that I could. But I do hope that the interview I did with you the last time that we spoke, not that I'm fishing for any compliments, but I do hope that it went off passably well, that people accepted it well enough. But do tell us a bit about...
of course, Brother Douglas. It was definitely wonderful, and all of the interviews that we did, parts 1 through 5, have received a tremendous support, and there's so many people that know about you now, and it falls on us individually to spread the word about Douglas Dietrich and his information. And with Andrew Bartzi's, I did give some Sufi prayers to him. I've been sending some healing towards him, and I know a lot of the stuff that he does takes a toll on him. So I've been, in my own way, sending prayers towards him, towards Jameson, towards yourself, towards Peter, Daniel, Larola, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich.
Nice.
And yes, of course, we're all in this together. And it's like what one of my Sufi friends says, that we're in an occult war. And it's wise that individuals like us stick together, uphold each other, uplift each other, pray for each other. And just like the great advice that Peter always gives about the Qigong and the aspect of breathing, that's very important in today's time, the importance of companionship, playing sports.
Let me add to that if I could, please.
Please.
Yes.
With regard to Andrew, I one time saw him doing a YouTube or to his audience about talking about alchemy and stuff, and he was sick, and he was talking about busting through the sickness. It's like that sickness is not, from a Qigong viewpoint, is not normal. It's like this is not something, like, I wouldn't be up there talking and showing off my sickness. He was talking about how he's working through the sickness. I basically don't get sick. I'm not impervious. I don't want to give that impression, because life will knock you down, especially if you say that you can't be knocked down. But God, I also think he used to, I don't know if he smoked weed or cigarettes.
He was smoking weed, all right, because our man Brendan Zogit was describing one time where he had a big ass doobie that he was.
I could tell with the breath, and his breath was not a Qigong breath. It was not right. So, but I mean, now at the same time, he has a tremendous gift. And he's commercialized his gift, and he runs a steady business. When he told me that when he was doing shows, the bikers would follow around to get readings. They'd go from what show he's at. He had quite a reputation. Obviously, he must have a high degree of competency or accuracy, or he wouldn't be able to persist in doing this. Now, I don't judge him for this. This is not what I do. He was very helpful to me in terms of getting my website together, but I'm not doing what he does. I don't want to do what he does. It's just not what I do. So, but the problem is, he also said that he dealt with a lot of time travelers. And I thought there was going to be a marriage between what I was doing and he was doing. But these time travelers, that they believe they're real time travelers, and certainly he gives them some credence. I know at least a couple of them were nuts. At least. I can't speak for the rest because I didn't know the others. But they're obviously dealing with phenomenon. If it's not time travel, it's similar. It's mind control phenomena. But whatever, I don't begrudge them. But the thing is, he's dealing with so many people, and all of these people that would come to somebody like him have baggage that they're trying to solve. They need help with. And he's going into an empathic rapport with their stuff.
Yeah.
And as Salman was alluding to, that equals baggage. You're taking on their karma, you're trying to help them with their karma, and this can be complicated. So the gift the gift can be misused. And I'm not even talking about by him, I'm talking about by the others who come to him. So it's a very prickly path to do that type of work. So somebody like him needs somebody in back of him. He needs emotional support. He needs, it's tough because you're empathic, and then are these people draining him? And then is there a relationship between the money and oh God, I don't want this job. And I think he's done well. I think I haven't talked to him in years, but it's a slippery slope to do the type of work he's doing. It's not easy. And then yes, you're not only being stretched by the people with their baggage, if you're sensitive to global situations like Douglas mostly on an intellectual level, somebody like Andrew's going to be on an empathic level. Yeah. Not that Douglas, he has his empathic iterations at times. But I'm saying is that this is, as they say, it's a slippery slope. And if you go into empathy with the world, it can destroy you. This is why you have to build the self, and you have to have a wall around you so you are not consumed by the pain and suffering of the world. Another excellent Qigong analogy is the metaphor of the Christ. And the Christ is a true Christ, a good Christ, is represented by the 12 disciples, the 12 around the one, which is the same as a coven, 12 around the one, 13, is representative of what's called the closed packing of spheres, which I can explain. If you imagine a marble, let's say a black marble, and then you surround it with crystal marbles, round marbles, you're going to be able to put 12 around the one. That's how it will pack. That's how it will fit. And it's called the closed packing of spheres. So this is representative. Now, if you have 12 disciples or 12 adjutants or assistants or supporters, this is a Qigong teaching. You have 12 subordinates that are there to protect you, and they encircle the master or the teacher. And that's what a true Christ, he would be surrounded by 12 marbles, for lack of a better description, that are going to protect him. Therefore, when you have one that is a Judas, he's going to break the balls apart. Talk about ball breaker. Yeah. And that is, this is what you want, is a protective element around yourself. And when you talk about like a Christ, he's protected so that the core of what he's there to teach does not get destroyed. And this is what we all need. You can envision yourself in purple, and you can put 12 around yourself. What are the 12 around yourself? You can envision them as the members of the zodiac. Judas has been identified as Scorpio, the stinger, the power, the financier, the treasurer. It's interesting. So so much for that. And you can go back, Salman, to talking about Andrew.
Oh, yes. Before you do, of course.
Yes, Peter.
Oh, please.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You have to go to bed soon. But before both of you do that, I want Solomon to go back to just that. But before he does, while both of you are here, I did want to explain this while both of you are present. Somebody asked me in the email about why I was dressed the way I was. And I thought that it was fitting for my son to take these photographs because this was the anniversary date of Romania declaring war on the United States. And the Americans have their stereotypes of Romania. So it was a combination of the World War II and Romanian thematic. So within American minds, how Americans view the foreign as something inhuman and threatening. And so I catered to that stereotype. And hopefully I did so effectively, at least in a sense where it was appealing. But with that, I return to Salman Sheikh. Please go on with what you were saying about our friend Andrew, because this is so important.
Yes, definitely, Brother Douglas. And I thank you and Peter both. And it's interesting because I was trying to do this interview with Andrew Bartzies for the last 3 to 4 months. We were going to do it 2 months ago, but suddenly he started having health problems, and his representative or secretary that manages everything told me that we would have to reschedule because of Andrew's health issues. And even now, when I recently interviewed him, he said he was in the hospital again. Jesus. And he's a lot of that is taking a toll on him, especially the work that he's doing, the empathic stuff, and taking the baggage from people, and everyone just kind of unloading on him, per se. So I told him, I even gave him my number, and I've been praying for him. I've been sending Sufi prayers towards him, towards you, Peter, J-Mo, Daniel, everybody that's in this spectrum and this way of life like we are. Because we need each other. And I told Andrew to handle everything in moderation, just like how we advised Brother J-Mo, that too much of something can take a toll on you, and you must handle your life in moderation, like how I do my exercises, and then I eat ice cream too at the same time. So it kind of helps you to have a little bit of both in your life to balance things out. Because when you're just focusing on one thing, it can take a toll on you. And, when I looked at Andrew, I felt for him when I felt his energy and how his health has kind of been in a decline. And I thanked him that even after getting out of the hospital recently, he was still able to accommodate me. So I was grateful for that. And I wish him nothing but the best. And I look forward to talking to him again in the future. And I just hope everything works out for him. And I'll continue to pray for him.
I want to say that, it is, and kind of a reiteration, but it's like when you have a following, call it a cult following, fans. Well, more than just fans. I'm talking about when you are, when other people are dependent upon you and build up a dependency on you, it's a very slippery slope. And
I agree, Peter.
It's great to have an audience that will buy your wares. It's great to have that in terms of having potential financial remuneration. But when you get down to it, it's what is really going on. And this is, I'm not talking about him, but with anybody, it can be quite a challenge. L. Ron Hubbard had all these people following his teachings, and it ended up for many people in a very bad way. And it's not really a fault of the teachings at all, whether they're good or bad. It's a fault of the way people use them, because they could be used in the way they're not been used. And And then you have to question, what is the karma of everybody involved? In his case, he made very definite boundaries of what was his, what was not his, what was his responsibility, what was not his responsibility. The other problem with that is not all those boundaries were understood or fully communicated. So some people just jump in and go, wee, and end up in a bad way. And as they say, I was able to benefit from what I learned from him. And I can't judge other people because I really don't know all of their circumstances. I just know there's many cases I would have said, well, you shouldn't have done that, or I wouldn't have done that, or, you know, what the hell were you doing? And then I also would have had a lot of advantages to know better. But the reason I knew better was partially because I put myself in a place to know better, but also I had the good fortune to know better. I had good fortune that I was able to experience by reason of the fact that I perhaps put up with some bad fortune. But people who have cult followings have all the baggage of those human beings. And human beings, generally speaking, have a lot of baggage. I noticed the way my Qigong teacher, he had very clearly defined boundaries, particularly in his own mind. And, you know, okay, he says, if you're going to go off and do something crazy-ass thing, that's you doing it. I'm not telling you to do it. Because by and large, he would find students would alter what he said. The most classic one of this guy, he said to you know, take a bath with not Epsom salt, kosher salt, a cup of kosher salt and a cup of hydrogen peroxide in your bath, hot bath, 3 times a week. This is to get rid of the lactic acid. And some guy put Clorox, put a cup of Clorox in his bath. And, you know, was not a very good result. First, the teacher, and he says, what the hell are you doing? What's wrong with your crazy ass? I didn't tell you to do that. You know, because he misduplicated hydrogen peroxide probably for hydrogen chloride. I don't know. Sulfuric acid. I don't know what the hell he put in his bathtub. But it was the wrong thing. And I had once given an instruction to somebody to rolling the ball in the foot. And somehow she had construed it to doing it while she was in bed. And she did the wrong thing, you know. She said she was gonna, I think she wanted to slug me. So what the hell are you doing? You know, I didn't tell you to, you know, do it while you're laying in bed. You know, like propping herself up, killed her. Didn't kill her, but I'm saying, you know, people misconstrue what you say. So you have to be very careful what you say. And when you're dealing with, I mean, it's like, wow, what a karmic thing to take on. You know, okay, now we're all gonna read Goldilocks on Sunday. We're all gonna read the story of the three bears in Goldilocks, and we're gonna apply this in our life. What the hell's going on with people? I can't say, because this is how people teach. I don't know. It's like, wow. You have a lot of responsibility when you're dealing with a group. We're in Romania, and my friend Jeanette Crowley, she's doing the tour, and all of a sudden these people are panicking because we're spending the night on Mount Omu in a cabin, and then we come down, and the SUVs that had taken us there could no longer get in because there was a rain, and it was flooded. So the people, or maybe it was the bus. I think that she saved the day with the SUVs, but the bus couldn't get in, and they had their medication on the bus with the luggage. They didn't take their medication with them, so they were panicking. And I'm sitting there like, gee, What are these people so upset about? They don't have their luggage. Can we rough it another day? And then I find out there's medications involved. Why are you going to a cabin up in the 3 hours into the mountains without your medic? I don't know. I don't understand what people do, but you have to be, and this isn't a cult. She had a spiritual following. You could call it a people that were listening to her advice, and they go up there without their medication. You have to pay attention to that stuff. And she ultimately did. She got SUVs to come and save the day that could negotiate around the watery road that a bus couldn't do. The bus driver said, I'll drive the bus up there, but I might get stuck and we might not have any bus for the rest of the trip. So, yes, it cost her some extra money and she did the right thing. But some cult leaders, I'm not saying she's a cult, but they don't do that. They let the people die on the vine. They string them out financially and otherwise. And I can tell you how many people were strung out financially by Scientology. And the reason they're strung out financially, because they're buying all of these levels, which they may never do. In many cases, they don't. And because, and they're being put on credit cards. And the registrars are putting their money on credit cards and go, oh, and if somebody would ever write to L. Ron Hubbard and say, should I go in debt to do Scientology? I would send them a reference to a policy letter out of what was called Volume 0 of the organization executive course saying, no, you don't take on debt to do Scientology. That was a policy. And that's what L. Ron Hubbard would say. And I would say it for him based upon his instruction to do so. This wasn't a PR statement. This was like, why go into debt? It's not a good idea. But you would have people, raking up all sorts of debt. And it was insane. In some cases, it would be insane. In some cases, maybe it would work out for the person. But this is the lunacy of human beings. And you say, do it this way. Okay. And they do it X way. They don't do it ABC, they do it XYZ. So human beings are, by and large, as Hubbard would say, aberrated. As my Qigong teacher would say, crazy. And they have their positive traits, but be wary of the negative traits and the self-destructive traits. And this is why you have to build a wall around you. Because when you have a follower, they will tend to do anything you say because they are a follower. They're not thinking for themselves. And if you tell them to think for themselves, they might be lost, they might self-destruct, or better yet, they might actually sharpen up their thinking power. And if you want to sharpen up your thinking power, look into lion's mane. It's a mushroom supplement. Cool. It helps your cognitive ability. Particularly, it's good for aged people, but it's good for anybody. And with that, I will say good night, unless you have any question or comment. And we can all say a prayer for Andrew.
Yes. And also, while you're both here, a mass prayer request for Penny Bradley. She's completed her surgery, so Penny Bradley is recovering and in great pain, but dealing with quite a bit. Honestly, we had so much to cover tonight, or else I would have brought her on to bring us an update if she were even capable of coming on. I would have to have asked her, of course. But just want everybody to know that aside from that, a prayer for Terrell Neely. Terrell Neely sent me a note the other day, which I told Peter Moon about on air. We were on transmission, and I brought up Terrell Neely sent me something, and it looked oddly urgent, but when I looked at it, I couldn't make any sense of it. It seemed like he had some technical issues. The first line was something along the lines of, I lost everything. But then I was told by Penny Bradley that his mother, Doris Neely, her house has been burnt down, that they got all the family and pets out, but firemen were injured in the process and one died, which is very rare. That's astronomically rare for someone to die in a household fire, a fireman in particular. That's very bizarre. So I have no idea what the details are. I have suffered from similar loss in the past myself. When I went to Australia, it was the equivalent of my house burning down. I brought everything with me because I was going to be there for 2 weeks. Wound up there well over 2 weeks. Everything was stolen. I will never go to Australia again, but nothing against the people, of course. Many people there are decent and kind to me, but obviously it's run by the Murdochracy, and the conspiracy was very much a part of that, including, of course, the person who was behind it, which was Duncan Rhodes. And so all of that was his affiliation with Michael Aquino, which he basically proudly boasted of. And certainly Noreen Helpan was there to be witness to that. So I know what Doris Neely and her son, Terrell Neely, have gone through. Apparently he had everything in her house, and they lost that. So a lot was going on with many people, and everyone do maintain myself in your prayers. Obviously there was a lot going on here, and certainly need help from everyone. I want you to put your money into purchasing the book. Do so through skybooksusa.com. And of course, also, you're welcome to contribute to myself, as one wonderful person has. They've asked for anonymity, but of course, this being the holiday season, I need help from wherever I can get it. I did promise I would try to put something into perspective concerning my situation with my son and his husband, so people just don't think that that's available to me any moment that I want it, just going to the estate, which many people suggested when I told people that the power had gone out in a good part of the flat, the good part of my home. And so they're like, can't you go to your son's house? They're not saying this in a negative sense. They're providing helpful suggestions. They're trying to be helpful. But I told them that's not how it works. So I'll try and put a little detail behind that. And in terms of otherwise, obviously a lot's going on. A lot of people need prayers. And when it comes to our dear Penny Bradley, again, the good news is all the stuff from the neck surgery has stopped. So it's recovering from the surgery. She said, however, that the hospital staff were so incompetent that it all seemed to be quite purposefully orchestrated against her. So she feels like shit. And she feels that she will be feeling like shit for a while. So, and compared to that, with what happened with Terrell, and God knows if that had any connection with his activities on January 6th. What do you feel about that, Peter, or any
about what about Griffin in January 6th? Who was Griffin?
Oh, Terrell Neely. Terrell Neely. His mother's Doris Neely.
I'm trying to think. It's like, yeah, he was on January 6th. He was there.
Yeah. Smoking a doobie. Yeah.
I think, I just really think January 6th will just kind of deflate like a big balloon deflates. Sort of like the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It's just going to kind of like a big balloon is going to she gets sentenced, and okay, they'll clap their hands, and that will be that. I just don't think anything's going to come to this January 6th trials and stuff, and because especially the way they're so threatening. Oh, we're going to reveal this, and Trump's and
And then, because the more they roll back, it might kind of turn, the worm might turn on some of these other, not to say that the Republicans are all clean, but there's a lot of dirt on the other side too. So it just like, it makes good air. And then if the Republicans go into power, they might turn the screws and, impeach Biden. Not that they'll convict him, but just, it's like a fencing duel.
No, understood. Yeah, it's just
It's
tit for tat.
this is why politics are so stupid. So it's like there's just so much hot air. So I think, they'll keep this guy with the horns. They'll keep him in jail for a while, and then maybe and some of the others, and make some political show trials. It's yeah. So I think, but Terrell is he being brought to trial?
I don't know. I don't know. This is what I was saying, was that when he was there, he was waving around a doobie as big as, Andrew Bartzi's was. But he basically, like I said, his mother's house just burned down, and all his stuff with it. So I was just feeling if you felt that might be connected somehow.
Well, I don't know, but I can say that these judges who are, I guess what you'd say, on the liberal side of the coin, they're very vindictive. They're very vindictive towards their opponents, and they are very politically motivated to sentence people who were pro-Trump in other words, they're teaching a lesson, and because they truly believe them to be dangerous people. And they're repressing dissent, because they consider these Republicans to be very dangerous people, as opposed to thinking they were protesting injustice and had a right to protest injustice. I'm not making a comment here. I think all of the people that went out on January 6th were exercising poor discernment in terms of what effect they were going to create and how might it affect them personally, rather than getting on Trump's bandwagon and actually thinking they were going to make a change. The only one that could have made that change was Trump himself, by declaring martial law and doing the election in such a way that it would be scrutinized by his people, and possibly tilting towards him, if not manipulating it itself, manipulating the election. And Trump would have, if he did that, it would have taken a lot of nerve on his part, but he didn't do it. And that was the only way it was going to happen. If he took the bull by the horns and said, okay, this is a national emergency. This is what Putin would have done. He did what Putin would have done. But he's not a dictator like Putin was. They called him a dictator. And so all I'm saying is January 6th people, they weren't going to do anything. They weren't going to do anything except make a statement. And so I don't think anything will happen to January 6th, except for isolated individuals. They're not going to, convict Trump, just like they didn't convict Hillary, just like they didn't execute Napoleon officially. So be it. Turn the page.
Well, I don't blame you for saying that.
Turn the page. When I went to bed, it was a couple weeks ago, they had, Felix Kirsten on. They had I said they had a whole show on Felix Kirsten, Heinrich Himmler's doctor, and I was going to go to bed. I stayed up it was on till 2. I think I cut off with you about 12:30.
Yeah.
And then I was up doing the shower or something, and then I kept my eyes open. I watched about an hour, 35 minutes of Felix Kirsten on some show they had on some, late at night. I wanted to watch it. I couldn't watch the whole thing. I went to bed at 2. I couldn't stay up till 2. But I watched it. It was fascinating. You know, I'd read it all in a book before, but it was neat to see it dramatized, visualized, and reminded me of the bullet points of Felix Kirsten, Himmler's doctor, all of the people he saved, the circumstances under which he did it. So I don't know. So I say turn the page. I may turn the page on all of this, and when I shut the TV off, see something else I have to watch. It wasn't that I wanted to watch. I felt I had to watch it because we were just talking about it that same night.
Yes.
And there it was. I have I think a chapter on Felix Kirsten in the book The Black Sun called Dr. Felix. It was written, 25 years ago. So fascinating subject.
It is.
But
yes.
Turn the page. Soon it will be 2000. It's going to be 2022.
Yes.
We have the final square of Uranus in Saturn on Christmas Eve, and that should create some kerfuffle and between authority and revolution. How that will pan out, who the hell knows? And then pretty soon we'll all be driving. We won't be driving cars anymore. We'll be in robo cars that will take us. I want to go to Manhattan. Okay, that'll be $35. Get in the car and they take you there. We won't be driving anymore. That's one of the new paradigms for driving. The problem with that is, if you're a criminal and want to get away, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So how does a criminal beat that system? They'd have to have hacking capabilities into the system. And this is important because as we move into the age of Aquarius, and we're far away from actually being in the age of Aquarius, but we're moving there. As Pluto goes into Aquarius, we'll have more authority. We'll have, in other words, it'll be more like Canada instead of America. And I'm not saying it's going to be like Canada. And people don't realize Canada is in between the United States and the Soviet Union. It's not as bad as the Soviet Union. It's not as good as America. It's a shade of gray in between the two. So we'll be more like Canada in terms of being under the government's thumb. And we're getting our first taste of this with COVID. I'm not to say it'll be as bad or restrictive as COVID, but this is your first taste of Pluto and Aquarius. As I say, you don't have to be held hostage to COVID or the rules induced by COVID. Many of them are unenforceable. Many of them are not being enforced. And many of them I think will eventually evaporate over the next year or two. But so much for my collective wisdom. Thank you. Thank you for all of your contributions. I hope Jameson is back on his feet
soon enough.
Soon.
Yes.
And I'm very happy that we got those books out the door.
Yes.
I hope there will be. We'll show if we have real health with it in the next few months, instead of the patient is critical, not on the critical list anymore. What do they call it when you're above critical?
I forget. Yes, there's Yeah.
It's
it's funny. I forgot that. It's the triage system. But we know what you mean.
Okay. All right. So good night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. And and good night so much, Salman. Say good night to all of us. We love you dearly too.
Yes, Brother Douglas. I would like to tell everyone to support you. Get the book from skybooks.usa.com. Support Brother Douglas morally, financially, in whatever way that you can. Support the gang stalkers and realize that he is our Vulcan interventionist in this war. And to send prayers and love to our brother. Send prayers to Brother JMO as well, that he heals from whatever he's dealing with. and also to realize the aspect of this situation that we're in as humanity, and why we need somebody like Brother Douglas to guide us and to teach us what we need to do to be able to sustain in these times. So my love is always with Brother Douglas. My prayers are always with him. And again, to the Pakistani men, please stop messaging him. So with that, I will depart with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you and yours. I love my brother dearly, and I depart you all with peace and love.
God bless you. We'll see you soon. And blessings be unto our dear Solomon Sheikh. Now, if Amanda Ute is with us, or Jameson Reese, are you there?
Yes, I'm available at the moment. Yes.
Oh my God, it's so wonderful to have you with us. Honestly, you are a rock of Gibraltar for us. So do keep the call up. Now, what's remarkable here is that hopefully this doesn't stop, because our man Solomon, if he hangs up, then theoretically the call should drop, and you would be dropped with it. Then I would have to call you back. But it seems to be holding despite his leaving, and so let's take advantage of that. And you can kind of give us a little tour of the hospital in the sense of what you saw so far again, and what you feel is going on around you. The individual stabilized, who was next to you, even though,
Well, it's how do I put it? I feel like there's a sensation of being set to failure, so to speak. If you get the gist. It could just be because it's Sunday and things don't really get into full swing to the weekdays and whatnot, but give me a moment. Douglas, I'll be right back in a few.
Okay. So our man Jameson has to leave for a few moments. He'll be right back, and we're going to probe the air to see if Amanda is with us, because she did check in earlier, and if she was able to check in, then theoretically she should be available. Let's try calling her again or adding her. And other than that, of course, it's only 9:46, and it is a Sunday. I may as well try and add Brendan Zogit and see if he's willing to come on. Probably not, but he was certainly appreciated the last time that he did come on. And so let's see if anybody responds to this. And in the meantime, I'll go into the chat room, see how everybody's doing. And, it's funny, I had actually taken out my earbuds when our man Jameson was saying he had to take off. So he's like, it all worked out. So going into the live stream and checking her around. Oh, wonderful. Sarah Thomas has been very active. God bless her. And our dear, me, who is someone, if she permits me, I'll give her name out in the future. And I noticed that our dear man Jameson here was taking care of some of these assholes. And somebody might be held. Is that Jameson back with us? Or is that Brendan or Amanda? Hello.
Hello. Hey, Doug.
Yes, Sammy's back with us.
Hey, sorry.
No, that dear man. Yeah, so tell us what's going on.
I have a question, okay? Have you ever, this is the best way I can put it, when infants are born, there's a saying in Spanish. It's called ojo de. And I wanted to ask Pac one about this, but obviously he's not online. But it's called ojo malo, or I guess bad eye. But in other words, the theory, or what they say, is when you have a newborn, and let's say you're in public and there's people watching, let's say people observing you, that it can affect the baby. Maybe someone's envious, or someone wanting to hold your baby. Somehow that the bad vibes can affect your baby later on, meaning later on the day, later on that night, and it can affect the baby's maybe he's restless sleeping. He can't sleep because of those bad vibes. Did you ever hear anything about that, Doug? Or maybe in Asian culture?
It's I have heard of things like that, and so it's what can you say? It's you have to be very careful about who you hand the baby to. Yes. Other than that, nothing in particular really sticks to mind. It's one of those things that obviously the baby is an enormous sponge, and it absorbs all kinds of things out of the environment.
Right,
And when the
right.
baby is born in Asian culture, it's like, for instance, just so people understand this, I brought this up before, but I haven't brought it up in a long time. It's been years since I brought this up. But in Asian culture, you're a year older than you are in the West. In Asian culture, say, for instance, I'm 55 here or 56. So I really don't remember, and I try not to. But in Asian culture, I'm 56 or 57 because you're considered to have aged a year in the womb. There are several reasons for this. One is that the Asians very much prize and value age. They value it for its experience, and the older you are, the more respected you are. So this actually gives you a kind of a leg up in getting older quicker, so you get that respect sooner. At the same time, it is judging the reality of life in the womb, which I myself do not deny, even though I've become more and more convinced, as I'll go into in depth tonight, about the necessity for women being provided the right to abortion, simply because of so much as I've been exposed to so much over the years that I've come to appreciate that. But in the problem that we have in the West is that it's an either or. One of the things you may have heard me bring up with Salman Sheikh when I was talking about satanic ritual abuse, and this brings us back to this kind of influence on children that is preternatural or supernatural. In terms of what I said with Salman Sheikh when I was discussing satanic ritual abuse, is that the problem that we had with it before the Satanists won the conflict and basically had it all declared quote unquote satanic panic, and therefore dismissed by its very naming, basically what people were taking the stance of was the abortion type stance. With satanic ritual abuse, either you understood it because you were a victim or someone who was trying to treat the victim, and therefore it was real, or you were someone who was dismissing it and would not entertain its reality at all. So it was like abortion. It was either or. There was no in between. There was no in between ground. So the abortion issue is like that, and satanic ritual abuse was like that. And so when it comes to where we're at with the abortion issue, there's no treatment for it, in the sense that when a woman has an abortion, and there is, of course, relief in some sense, and at the same time an inevitable guilt, we don't have here in the West what the Asians evolved with, because the Asians recognized life in the womb, and yet abortion was still rendered available. What they had was the children's cemeteries. So if you go anywhere in Japan, you'll see all of these like little child Buddhas that are in cemeteries. These are like little tiny statues of like Buddha figures. Those are to represent aborted children. So they acknowledge the fact that the child was aborted, that it had a soul, and it went on, and that it will incarnate. And the incarnation is not a rationalization for the abortion, like, oh, it's okay if I kill it because it'll just incarnate again. That's not how the Asians are looking at it. They're providing a kind of cemetery stone for it, so that this lodestone will be the focus of the mother going back to pray for it years later, throughout her life, so that that's always there for her to come back and let the child know, I'm sorry I couldn't raise you because I didn't have the means to do so. And so we don't have that ability in the West to to hold that middle ground. And so what we need is definitely that to evolve. This is where I feel I can come in as a Vulcan intervention. This is where this kind of culture needs to be introduced into the West. But when it comes to the fact that someone's been alive for a year in the womb as well when the child is born, one of the first things they do, like my mother did, you're taken to a fortune teller. Oftentimes they did this in the old days, and the fortune teller would do everything from reading not just the lines on the palms or the lines on the soles of the feet, but also even for boys, they would even read the testicles and say that this child needs a certain name. And my name, my very name in Chinese, the fortune teller told my mother that your child will see unbelievable strife and hardship and struggles throughout his early years, at least. And for that reason, that was one of the reasons I was given the name Yi Ping. So Yi Ping means can mean a sudden overwhelming peace, like after a war, or a long flat road with no obstacles. So like a peaceful passage. So that's meant to balance that out, what the fortune tellers saw. And
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting, Doug.
Yeah.
Well, and to kind of let you know about the Mexican culture.
Yeah.
To combat this malo de ojo, or someone maybe being envious of your child, or you having a child, or wanting to hold your child.
Yeah. And thereby cursing it or infecting it. Go on. Yeah.
Affecting it, yeah. Almost like leaving that wand in the atmosphere. What many Mexican parents do is they tie a like a little necklace, like a charm, and the charm is in the shape of an eye, kind of like a ward to help the child. Kind of help the child block those vibes. But this is something that came up in my culture, and I just wanted to I wanted to share with you because one of the things that and I do is I try to not only pray, but what's helping me a lot is understanding that because of my evangelical background, a lot of the evangelical background kind of wants to strip you of culture. And once you realize that there is a big world out there and culture is a part of your life, and you just can't strip it from yourself, because it does play a factor. And not to completely assimilate to this country, but even with this country, it's a form of Christianity. When you're saying right now, as far as abortion, the conservatives are so anti-abortion, but the government doesn't want to acknowledge child abduction. They don't want to acknowledge child care. They don't really want to acknowledge the things that happen with not having abortion. We don't have a safety net for children. A lot of these children are dying of hunger, and these are just basic necessities. So like America always does, America always contradicts itself, because it's almost like, well, we want to watch these children die, but, we don't want you guys to have a say in it. We want to just watch them slowly die. Yeah. And it's like typical American culture. We contradict ourselves when we're walking contradiction.
It's entirely hypocritical. You heard our friend who was here earlier, and by God, I'm forgetting his name already, Terrell.
Terrell.
And he was saying, I don't think the whites have a culture. He said that. He actually said that. You heard that. And of course, I knew that resonated with everything we've been talking about. But for people to understand where we're coming from, it's not that whites don't have a culture from Europe, which is thousands of years old, but the ones in America basically spend all their time really expropriating that, or just copying a lot of black culture. I remember one woman who I knew, the woman who got me the job at the Presidio military base library, Leanne Prifty, the Albanian chick, and she had a thing for black men. And one of the things she said about Europe, what she disliked about Europe, was and Jameson Reese brings up that Hitler wanted to elevate the culture of whites, which is quite true. And so this Albanian chick, she was telling me, what she hated about Europe was that they have no blacks over there to teach them any rhythms, and so she said they all dance like shit. She said none of them can dance because there's not enough blacks to show them how it's done.
Right.
Yeah, so I always thought that was funny. That impressed me when I was young. But anyhow, definitely one of the things that you're bringing up about the infant subject is it's very important, and I'll see if there's something else I can find out about that in the future. But certainly for now,
Okay.
yeah. But certainly
Thank
for
you, Doug.
now,
I appreciate it.
yeah.
I mean, and tell you the truth, as far as childcare, I think by now, everybody at least that listens to this knows the impact you've done to childcare. So, you've impacted that industry. That's at least in the military perspective, beyond measure. So,
Bless you. And
especially,
yeah, go on.
Especially to educate the listeners, that maybe knew Doug has impacted the childcare industry as far as the military. They're the standard because of Doug. And if anybody wants to find out why, the Roswell deception, the dismystification of World War II by Peter Moon, Douglas Dietrich, you will get an insight on why Doug changed the childcare industry. Yeah, that's what I'd like to say.
No, God bless you. You're an angel, and I think that's very important. Do me a favor. Say good night to everyone, and help segue to Jameson Reese. I want Jameson to talk to us both a few more minutes before I take over and suck all the oxygen out of the room. Segue over to Jameson by asking him what he might think of what you brought up, because he might have some insights as well.
Yes, I will. Hi, JMO. How you feeling?
What's up? I'm feeling as good as I possibly can, considering it feels like I'm 1,000 feet underwater.
Wow. Well,
boiling water. That is, because the burning underneath the skin.
Right. My condolences to you as well. Still, I'm sure you're still grieving from your pet. Oh, yeah, I'm washing dishes. Let me know if that's a distraction.
No, we don't hear that. Actually, it's
Okay.
nothing compared to some things we've heard in the past. And as a matter of fact, have you ever had a pet that died, Sammy?
Yes, I've had. We had a Labrador. We had a country dog. Where we're from, we had an old German Shepherd Labrador, and his name was Chiquilin, which in Spanish I probably can't even translate that. But anyways, this dog was about almost 15 years old. Of course, never neutered. So that would explain his erratic behavior. He would go missing for about a couple of weeks, and until I actually did some research, I found out. Well, it didn't help that he wasn't neutered, so he would go missing. But he was a great dog. We had a really good connection with that dog. It was very intelligent. And when he passed, I remember about maybe about 4 years though. I don't know if you remember. You did a transmission on crypto on Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about how nature cleans its plate, but also how animals find a safe refuge to pass on, to die. And that's what he did. This dog found a certain location where he used to be with my dad, and he decided to lay his head, and he passed away. My sister found him, and it was quite emotional. But I was telling Jason the other night, these animals, these creatures are a lot more sophisticated in many ways than us, in the sense of you can actually understand the dying piece and not like you mentioned it before. Some people want to die in a horrible death.
to escape the afterlife, so on and so forth. But these animals have at least a sense to just die peacefully. Yeah, sometimes it may be a loud screech, but in a sense, they know it's the end. And with this dog, it was very. It was all. I could say this. In many ways, it was a lot more civilized. But people I can remember in my mind throughout my life, and it showed a lot of compassion towards, especially my dad being at a certain age. One time my father fell, and this animal stood itself very firm, so my dad can get up, and it was almost like he was extending his hand out for my father to get up, and he did. And it's amazing these creatures what they can do. And I do feel for James, and I understand his hurt, but I also could tell him as encouragement, there is another cat maybe that's waiting for you that you can adopt or maybe purchase.
I can't replace her. I have two other cats as well.
Okay.
But that one in particular, it's like the bond of a sorcerer and a familiar. It's a part of your soul. So she was like as onto an extension of myself.
Right.
And having that extension loss is like having a limb amputated. This is the state I'm perpetually in these days.
Right. And I do feel for you, Jameson. But what I can tell you is, know that cat is probably replaceable because it was your companion through your journey into the left-hand path, and probably it played its purpose, and you still being here and not being completely destroyed through your journey. But you can also look at your other two cats, and they may not be the same, but there is still love there that they need from you. And maybe
yes, you're
maybe
right.
this is a way for your divine entity that you serve, that maybe this is a challenge for you to see what you can do. And you do have those memories. Like I said, I have a memory of that dog. Every time I go to my parents' farm, I do remember that dog meeting me every time I stepped in that property. He knew. It's like these creatures they can smell you, but they can sense you, even if you're even in the vicinity. And when I go there, I remember that dog. But I bought a King Corso, and this is a very massive dog. And this dog that I bought for that property is maturing into a really good dog. And I think part of it's because of that dog. That dog's essence, I believe, is still there, and it's never left. So in a sense, your companion, is still with you. It's just, it hurts. It hurts. And the vulnerability you felt with this animal is a very special one. But understand that, there's many other blessings for you in the horizon. Okay.
I know, but it's like I can't cross the threshold and experience that essence,
Well, and
go on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead, Sam.
Oh, okay. And in the sense, though, Jameson, this is where I think, and I mean with all due respect, because I think you're a great guy. Okay, you're a great guy, and even Doug has told me, and it took me a while to understand this, but what I can let you know is, if you can imagine having a child or having a woman next to you that's going to treat you the same way, and you will, it's going to be more better. But like I said, I'd rather love and loss than what is that saying? Not loved at all.
Oh,
And
it is much better to have loved and
there you
lost
go.
than never to have loved at all. Yes.
And that I find that I have a new respect for you, Jameson. As far as this is very it takes vulnerability to even admit this, because as men, we're dumb. Men are dumb. Especially, we're dumb with our emotions. We're just dumb. We're very easily. I don't know if it was you, Doug, that said this, but there's a reason why women are not serial killers.
Yes.
Because they're probably too easy.
Yes.
I mean, we're dumb.
Yes.
We're dumb. We're dumb.
Yes. Basically that was after. That was on one of those extraditions that we had to do with Beaver and the boys when we basically.
One second, Doug.
Oh, yeah, go on. Oh, he's like, did he say 1 second because he has to go someplace?
yeah. I think
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Oh yes, take your time. Take your time. No, that's fine. That's fine. By the way, I do want you to know that there's plenty of people. First off, cats do come back. They come back in a different cat's body. You'll notice that there are cats who behave just like other cats. The behavior is identical.
Yeah.
They do come back.
Well, there was something. Well, that's something. You bring up something that's interesting, because when the dog of the guy who I used to be friends with, Chico, died, and that hurt like hell. It didn't hurt as severe as this, but it still did hurt quite a bit. When that dog died, it's strange because after about a year, I'm walking around the city and everyone has the same breed of dog. Everyone's walking around with Havanese dogs, and I'm like, when the hell did these dogs become so popular? That's the same dog that was the dog that my friend had, and now I'm seeing that little dogs that are like that dog everywhere. So you bring up a good point.
There you have it. And so aside from that, the other thing to remember is that many people, of course, say, I can never get over this, and you won't in a sense, but in another sense, you will adapt. So
yeah, I just want to get through it, not over it. No one ever gets over anything, but we can get through it.
Right. By the way, we have a bitch, Cassandra Ellis, who's just a bot, and so
I will take care of that.
Thank you, sir. And Veronica Pereira has joined us. She says, "Hola, Douglas," with 4 golden stars sparkling. "Hola todos," with the hands clasped in prayer. So yes, buenas noches a todos, my darling Veronica Pereira, lovely senora. And me, the lovely young lady, says, "Animals teach us about love and help us open our hearts to love. They never leave our hearts. We connect with them on a soul level." Yes. And Sarah Thomas has been active throughout the night. God bless her. And she was talking about at DF Neely Odin. She was bringing up that Terrell is on Twitter, so she was giving her hearts out to both Penny and Terrell for everything that they've been going through. So she says, when I was doing energy work, I was told not to smoke. I was like, fuck that. Yes, there we are. She points out that Andrew has very strict boundaries. He won't work with someone if they're not committed to do their own work. And yes, and so there we are. Daniel Arola was talking about Andrew Bartzi's basically grounding himself. Okay, so I do want to remind everyone, we are attacked by bots constantly and relentlessly. A lot of them put down votes so that the video does not distribute. So we need you all to put up votes so that the video will distribute. So use whatever IP address you can with whatever instruments you have in the house. And we need different IP addresses. So what you need to do is, if you've got a different IP address on your, shall we say, your iPad, one on your personal computer and one on your laptop, go to each one of those and put an upvote, because that's the only way we overwhelm all the downvotes that come in immediately as soon as the transmission starts, so that we don't get distributed, because it's all a popularity contest with YouTube, and if there's enough downvotes on it, then the YouTube video is actually taken down. They've never been able to overwhelm us to that extent because of your support, and we ultimately overwhelmed them. And but we've got to work at it. It's your war. You got to fight it, and one way you do that is by the upvotes, unfortunately. So just so that we get this out there, so that it appears on people's searches. And I apologize profoundly. I should have put the links up while Jameson and Sammy talk. I'm going to let them do that while I put these links up, and then I'll take over. But I do want Sammy Romero to know that Pac-1 Morales would be the person to speak about that question about the infants, because if anyone knows about it, it would be himself. In fact, if that ever happened to anyone, Pac-1 Morales strikes me as someone that might have happened to. Honestly, poor guy. I spoke to him this morning, as a matter of fact. Wonderful human being, and he was helping to reassure me about the electricity, and God bless him. So
by the way, Doug, my apologies for disturbing you. I kind of that was one of the reasons why, because of that question. So that pretty much was the reason why. Unfortunately, like I said, I can say this. I'm sometimes a terrible communicator. So, my apologies for that.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Were you concerned that might have happened to me as a child? Something like that, perhaps? Is that what you're saying?
Someone very close to me.
Okay.
Someone very close to me. And me, I was just trying to bounce it off of you. I know, I maybe thought you were with your stepson, so, or your stepson, your son, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I
he is, adoptive son. I mean, stepson is fairly accurate.
I don't, it's just, I sometimes tend to, I think before sometimes I talk, so yeah.
Oh, no worries.
But you know what I mean.
No worries. I know exactly what you mean. Everyone else does too, who's been a long time listener. So by all means, go on, continue.
Yeah. Let me relate to Jameson. Jameson,
Sure.
I was talking to Doug about, in Spanish or in Mexican culture, it's called ojo malo, or bad eye, meaning someone that has an infant, and let's say they're in public and someone sees your baby, and they may not want something bad. They might be envious, or they may want to hold it. But I guess those bad vibes tend to disturb infants, and they can develop some type of, I want to say sleep apnea, but they're restless, they're whiny, they're crying because of the bad vibes. Maybe someone is envious that you have the baby, and I guess they focus that energy on that baby, and that baby, I guess, inherits the bad vibes.
Well, I can grasp the analog, because I've ran across it in the what they call the evil eye.
Yeah.
Right. But to be able to pull that off, one has to be relatively skilled in that level. One has to have a certain level of skill set to be able to pull that off. Because I could be, I've walked past people who've had kids angry at the world and angry at the entire human race, and their newborns didn't seem to give a shit. In fact, they seem to act like I wasn't mad at all.
Right. And unfortunately, because of Mexican culture, there's a lot of Santeria in the Mexican culture.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those subjects that we don't really want to talk about as Mexican culture.
Yes. The Lady of Death.
Yeah, Santa Muerte.
Yes.
And I didn't really know this. I mean, like I said, I'm Mexican, but like I told you, I'm Christian. I'm an evangelical Christian. And it's one of the things that you don't start being aware of the world once you stop clinging on to religion and not understanding the microcosm things, which has helped me a lot. But there is a lot of Santeria in our culture, and I think it's prevalent to us because what they do to ward off this evil eye is they have a necklace. It's usually red, and it has a little eye on it,
Yes.
and you put this on, I guess on, you don't know, I believe the left hand side of this the infant, and it's almost like a ward to
Yeah, the eye of God,
stay.
or
There you
angel of.
go.
Yes. So go on. Yes.
Yes, to I guess these to ward off the evil vibes of somebody that may want to, maybe is envious of you having a child or wants your child. And I guess from what I was told, sometimes it's involuntarily. Maybe they do want to hold it so bad, and I guess that want and that need can make the child restless at night and be very fussy. So that would be a question I would probably want to ask Pakwan. Just maybe see his insight, because he's a father, and it's very, just to me it's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Now the
Pretty
red.
much that's it, Jameson.
Oh, I just wanted to say the red eye probably reminds me of San Miguel, or the Archangel Michael, which that would probably signify, because it's red. Right. He's the angel of fire, so that sort of connects. It makes perfect sense.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was,
and of course, I would also say that one can also invoke the demoness Lilith. She's protective of the young.
Yes, that's quite true. And I've spoken of that at some length in the past. And so I don't know if Sammy remembers that, but I could always go over it again.
I believe you said it was a Lilitu. Am I correct?
Well, Lilitu is the original Lilith. Yeah, the original name in the original language. The Lamashtu are that which destroys the children. That is the a older anti-goddess that Lilith, of course, was originally the first wife of Adam. It was she was created from the earth. Yes, and so
you know what, Doug? In fact, that episode was a response from the bootleg one, the bootleg Lilith that got scared. I remember that now.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
that was kind of one of those where you kind of had to. Now it's coming back to me.
Yeah, what happened was that it was Lena Shea basically said Douglas is going to be talking about Lilith. Now, she probably did this as I don't know whether it was conscious or subconscious, but it obviously sabotaged the whole program, and it resulted in Lilith Aquino ordering her asset, Nicole Froelich, to call in and say that I was basically, killing and cooking and eating babies on air and shit, and so they just slammed us off immediately with a total suspension. We're not talking about they didn't just shut down the episode. They basically, as a matter of fact, blocked me off YouTube, which I didn't even know. And it was such a serious accusation, it being a Sunday night, that a supervisor was called to review the materials, because this was something that they felt they had to immediately transfer over as evidence to the FBI. And so it was such an extreme accusation that she paid the price for that. After that, it was her channel that was basically locked down, so she couldn't add any new materials to it. She had to establish an entirely different channel. They didn't take her channel down, but they just basically blocked her from adding any new materials to it. So she lost control.
That doesn't. I'm sorry. If that doesn't add. If that doesn't confirm guiltiness, I don't know what does.
Thank you.
It doesn't confirm a guilty conscience. I mean, that's one. Look, that I don't really talk about your detractors, because I've gone to where they're at and seen the comments, and you roll your eyes, because it's like, oh my god. Usually, I roll my eyes, because that's one of the things about. I think people don't understand that you're more. I've learned more about other things besides. I mean, I love the Presidio. I love what you have to say about it as far as information-wise, but there's more to you than just that.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I try to relate to my brother is you need to understand that, especially if there's people that always focus on, oh, protect the children, or we got to lock up child molesters, and they're always on that.
Yes.
It makes me scratch my head a little bit, because there's more to life than just that. I'm not saying that's not important, but it makes me a little leery.
Yeah, those are usually the people who are abusing the children and locking them up and chaining them to beds and stuff. There's a reason
Absolutely.
why they're obsessed with it.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Well, I mean, to bring this while both of you are here, to share this with me, to bring this to everybody's attention, because if you haven't heard about it, you must, and you'll hear about it now from me. This white trash piece of shit named Joshua Dugar. He's been convicted now, thank God, for all of the harm that he's done. Which, of course, when a person is a consumer of pedo porn, then they are aiding the industry, and they're helping to provide a demand for the industry, and they're helping to support the abduction and torture of the trafficking of children. And so Joshua Dugar was this big anti quilts badge plus lifestyles, this anti-alternative lifestyles puke. And so he's ultimately been now convicted of child porn, and not only that, they've had to put him into prison in isolation, so that the other prisoners won't tear him apart. And so this is because it's what was done to Pavel Edward. Unfortunately, Sammy Romero had to leave us. He'll be back soon enough, hopefully. But so Josh Dugar was found guilty by a jury in his child pornography trial. He faces like 20 years in prison on each count. And so there's a perfect example of what our man Jameson Reese was talking about. So as a matter of fact, there's this wonderful young lady, Jinger Dugar, and Jinger Dugar is praising the jury for convicting her brother Josh, because no doubt he raped her repeatedly. And now, of course, Jana Dugar is charged with endangering the welfare of a minor amid the Josh Dugar child porn scandal. So basically, Jana Dugar's charge came only a day after her brother Josh Dugar was convicted of receiving and possessing child sexual abuse material. Look at think about what we're saying. It's just disgusting. And these were all people who were part of that family care console bullshit. All these people who were saying that the gays and the lesbians and transgender people like my son are all threats to your children. And look at what they're doing. This is what they're all about. So it's just a projection of what they are. So it's despicable, and it's so predictable. Anyhow, you can respond to that. I'm sure you probably heard of this or elements of it, James. And
Is this the American TV personality?
That's correct. Yes, that's right.
Oh,
they had
my
19
gosh.
and counting. The kids, all the kids. Yes.
Wait, they had 19 kids?
Yeah, some shit like that. But
How
of course
the
they would, right? I mean, some of them must have been
That
adopted.
was that was their business. They were
Yeah, they were
pumping, they were
trafficking.
squeezing out all those kids for
Yeah.
pornography.
Yes. That's
That's freaking disgusting.
Yes.
So that makes me wonder, what network were they on?
Fuck, I'd have to look that
Was it
up.
TLC or some shit?
God knows, I'd have to look it up. It was something that I would never have watched, of course, because I would have no interest. To me, that's like, who the hell would watch that? In my opinion, to me, it's like
Yeah, it was TLC. Honestly, everything TLC shows is really freaking cringeworthy, and it makes me wonder what the higher ups in TLC are doing.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I've heard people say that, and that one time, maybe in the first few years, TLC used to be like constructive. It was the Learning Channel. It was actually constructive stuff. It was
Yeah,
kind
that
of
was
like,
when they taught you shit.
yeah, like back History Channel, like back in the first few years. It was like, these were like channels that had a kind of reputation, and then it all went to shit. And in either case, the Learning Channel was first, and it crashed real hard, and it never it came back. But definitely. So yeah, Josh Duggar worked for a hate group that was telling people that LGBTQIA plus rights are a threat to children, and he was the real threat. So yeah, he was a reality TV personality and an anti-gay rights activist. He's 33 fucking years old. He was found guilty by the jury on, at least one count of receiving and possessing child pornography, but it's got to have been more since then, from what I understand. So, yeah, he was on, as our friend says, TLC reality show, 19 Kids and Counting, that was centered on their extremist, reactionary Christian quiverful lifestyle, like a quiver full of arrows, meaning that his testicles were always full of sperm so he could produce more children. So so he is the oldest of Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar's 19 children. He's already had 7 children of his own. So he was like Osama bin Laden, who was like, Osama bin Laden came from the family of this, Lebanese guy who made it big in the House of Saudi Arabia. And this Lebanese guy, I think the guy was Palestinian or Lebanese, and he had, something like 21 kids or something like that. And Osama bin Laden was one of those kids, maybe even the last one. So this guy's kind of like that. And
now I have to ask a question, because this just really tickles. It's one of those, how do we say, it's one of those patterns that's recurring. So supposedly this family was on the Oprah Winfrey show. Mm-hmm. Guess who else was on the Oprah Winfrey show?
Michael Aquino. Who else?
Of course. I mean, so the question is, why the hell hasn't anyone investigated Oprah Winfrey?
Well, there you go. I mean, of course,
How was she hiding?
Yeah, it's there you have it. And in terms of this hate group, FRC Action, here we are. They're a political action committee, and it's called the Family Research Council, and the Southern Poverty, what are they called again? Southern Poverty Law Group or something, Law Center. They're the ones who keep track of a lot of these hate groups, and they clarify them as a hate group. So they're definitely just a bunch of shit eaters who are out there fucking it up for everybody else on Earth, and making life miserable in general for people. And so what happened was that Duggar was forced to resign from that group because of all the negative publicity, and TLC canceled the family show after that because of, basically, this was the year 2015 when all this went down, because Duggar's parents covered up their son Josh Duggar's sexual abuse of his little sisters. So he was fucking all his little sisters, which is why they're all congratulating the jury on getting this guy in prison where he belongs. And and all he did was apologize for it. He never even denied it. He admitted it. He acknowledged it. And basically, he came out and said, 12 years ago, as a young teenager, I acted inexcusably, for which I am extremely sorry and deeply regret. I hurt others, including my family and close friends. I confessed this to my parents, who took several steps to help me address the situation. You know, like, what do you do when your son's fucking your daughters?
Oh, this is it gets even worse. This is what the parents say. As parents, we will never stop praying for Joshua and loving him as we do all our children. Well, you obviously don't love your daughters if you're still praying for his ass. In each of life's circumstances, we place our trust in God.
Yeah,
Now,
that's like
one has to ask what their God is.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I'll bring this up with these assholes who are trying to remove the right of abortion. You have them not considering girls as human beings either. These parents consider the girls to be fuck fodder for their son. And so he was basically, the federal investigators traced a download of a child porn in the year before yesteryear to the IP address associated with the car dealership that Duggar worked at. So he was doing this shit at work. They didn't know who downloaded it. So the car dealership was raided, and the authorities seized computers there, including Duggar's. And they confirmed that the files found on Duggar's computer showed child sex abuse involving children between the ages of 18 months. 18 months and 12 years of age. He likes them young, yeah. Between 18 months and 12 years of age. And so Duggar's computer had a program on it called Covenant Eyes. And Covenant Eyes is a program popular among conservative Christians that monitors internet usage and reports if the primary user looks at adult content to another user. And the intent is to keep people from looking at pornography online. And it was Duggar's wife, Anna Duggar, who was the person who received those notifications. But Josh Duggar had found a technical workaround to download child porn without alerting his wife. So there you go. These programs aren't worth a shit. These guys, an erection will take you miles beyond what you would ever believe it could take you.
Well, this is the legacy of what I suppose white masculinity aspires to. You know, that's what they want to do. They want to go on those TV reality shows and then just do that disgusting shit.
Yeah.
It's just, this is exactly why they're going ape shit crazy now that Trump's out of office, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's why they're going on these shooting sprees and going just mad.
Yeah, I mean, basically, during the trial, Duggar was released on bail, but he was ordered to stay away from minors, including his own children. He was only allowed to visit his children under his wife's supervision, and we've just found out that she has been charged with endangering the welfare of a minor. So we know what she's made of and what quality of cunt she is. And he was also banned from accessing the internet, and he needed to ask a probation officer's permission to leave his third-party custodian's home. His trial started on November 30th, and his attorneys tried to keep the past accusations of child sexual assault made against him out of the trial, but the judge rejected that request. Good on him. Now, the family friend, Bobby Holt, whose daughter dated Duggar when they were 14 years of age. These are these conservative Christians. Hey, this daughter's dating this guy when they were 14 years of age. What kind of Christian community is this? And he testified that she ended their relationship when she heard that Duggar was fucking 4 girls under the age of 12 in 2003. Well, I'm not quite sure. Where do you draw the line here? I mean, you're letting your daughter date a guy when they're both 14 years of age, but then you said, but she was smart enough to stop dating him when she found out he was fucking girls under the age of 12. Okay, I'm not sure what the fuck? Okay, so somehow there's a limit between 12 and 14. There's a line that's drawn. I'm sorry, I'm gagging. I'm literally gagging.
Yeah,
Take over.
this world is completely, this country is completely absurd. I mean, this is just disgusting. More than 70% of the cases in his office involves sexual abuse. Oh wait, okay, I'm just reading through like some of the stuff that they have.
Yes, Sammy
20
can come
years
on.
in prison.
Yeah, Sammy can come on. He says he's shaking his head. He says, the
Look,
biggest
honestly,
freak
I
show in
think
church.
what they should do is they should put him back into the general population and
the general prison population. Yes.
Yes, let them take care of him.
Yes. Well, by the way, Sammy, come on for a second. Do you remember that I brought up that Pavel Edward, just like Josh Duggar, was put in isolation in prison as well? Do you remember my talking about that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and so then, here's this son of a bitch who volunteered to, let me help Douglas Teacher guys. All the same, him and Derek Talley, same shit. Rose Dio. Before them, it's from Rose Dio to Pavel Edward to, Derek Talley. And it's always the same shit. God knows what they'll bust Derek Talley on.
Well, with him, we know it's going to be cannibalism, and we know that the corpses are numerous across many states.
There we are. No, we used to make that as a joke. We no longer think of that as so much satire. It becomes more and more of a potential. The more we learn about the son of a bitch, or the more we recall about him. But yeah, so here goes the.
What is the likelihood that every woman in your family, including your wife, is going to hate you and her friends and every woman who comes around you?
Yeah, hates him.
There's something wrong with them.
And even someone as sketch as Mermaid Boot Camp Chick, basically.
Well, she was at least smart enough to pick up on his crazy ass.
Thank you. Anyhow, Sammy, do you remember the time Mermaid Boot Camp Chick was on with Derek Talley? do you remember that?
Vaguely, but Derek Talley, Derek Talley kind of.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you just don't even want to maintain him in your head. I know. But Mermaid Boot Camp Chick, it was like what happened was like Lena Shea came on and talked to her while we were transmitting, and then Lena Shea asked her about certain things because COVID had just started, and and both this chick, the Mermaid Boot Camp Chick, and Lena Shea did like body work. They worked on, massage, contact with people's bodies. And they were both saying, well, with all the new restrictions out, they couldn't do any of that. And so she was like asking her something about that. And so they got into a little bit of just a kind of a, what would you call it? Kind of a rapport for a moment there. And then that's when Lena asked her about basically prostitution. Basically, Lena, just kind of snuck it in there like, would you be fucking people for profit while you're doing this body work? And that's when, Mermaid Boot Camp Chick says, no, the yoni is sacred. And she said that with this kind of, the yoni is sacred. For both, by the way, for those of you out there who don't know, that's an Asian Indian Vedic term, like a Hindu term for the female genitalia, okay? Just for the snatch, right? So the yoni. And so when she came out with that shit, later on, Lena was laughing her ass off and she was talking to me privately. And she said, good luck with Derek Talley getting near her sacred yoni, because she knew this chick was just a frigid bitch and shit. But, then what happened was that Derek Talley said, I'm afraid she was abducted. He told me he was afraid she was abducted. I says, why would you say that? He says, she set up to meet me. And when I showed up, she wasn't there. I said, dude, that's just a girl's way of telling you she doesn't want nothing to do with your ass. That's why I told him. And, of course, that's because she was probably afraid of winding up in the cannibal pot. I know that Derek prefers white meat. Yeah,
Or
yeah,
maybe she wound up in the cannibal pot of one of his Marine brothers.
yeah. Who knows? That was like,
Because there might be a lot of these guys who are just like mind controlled and just out there doing this crazy shit.
oh God. Well, this is why you get people like our man Benestanius, who sponsors me. That when he was arrested, and for those of you who don't know, he's open about this, so I'm not giving any secrets away. He talked about it while he was on transmission with me at one point. He was arrested at one point, and when he was put into the prison system, while he was being processed, he wound up sitting next to a serial killer who killed nothing but Marines. And the way that this guy did it was just to kind of lure them, probably with homosexual sex promises, and then would kill them. And I could see exactly why somebody would do that with everything I've shared about, the Marine Corps and their child trafficking. This was probably a victim of theirs who grew up and dedicated himself to killing them. And I can only wish him the best. I'm just sad. I'm just sorry he got caught. But, at any rate, so this Josh Dugar was basically there was this one the girl who dated Josh Dugar when she was 14. She says, "Oh yeah, he was sitting." She said that they call these girls Jane Doe, of course, to maintain their anonymity. So she was saying Jane Doe number 4 was sitting on his lap during Bible time when he was groping her, and he told us he touched her vaginal area, and he admitted that in a prayer meeting to having touched the breasts and genitals of 3 other girls, so Jesus Christ. When she was sitting on his lap, he put his hand under her pantaloons and under her panties. And she told me she snitched on him. Dugar's parents didn't want to hear it. Yeah, no shit. And so let me see. Dugar's father also testified and said he knew what happened, but said that the girls were asleep when he touched them and insisted that they didn't wake up. That makes it all better. That makes it all okay. Yeah. Yeah. And then Jim Bob Duggar, that's the dad with the 19 kids. Josh being one of them, said, it was a very difficult time in our family's life. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I feel so bad for you. Yeah. At the height of the family's reality show's success, Josh Duggar cashed in on his fame and became executive director of the Family Research Council Political Action Committee. Yeah, run by the Southern Poverty Law Center designated hate group, Family Research Council. There you go. So he appeared at rallies opposing marriage equality across the country. He was the public face of the organization. Well, now we know what their public face looks like. Yeah, he said, yeah, all these gay people and lesbians and shit threaten the safety and innocence of children. Oh, yeah. So there we are. So just what a piece of shit. I mean, it's just like... so there you go. He just used this platform to attack the most vulnerable minority on Earth, and and all I can say is that this stuff just keeps, it's just endless. These people are disgusting. And if either of you gentlemen have any other thoughts, I mean, I'm sure there's some other funny stuff you've run across that you might share with us, Jameson, while you were looking this fucker up. In terms of his wife, Jana Duggar, let me see now. How was she endangering kids? Doesn't disclose the circumstances surrounding the charge. Okay, we know she's charged. They're not disclosing the circumstances, but it's got to be creepy.
Yeah, it's this implies that she had some form of knowledge of what he was doing.
Yeah.
Allowed him near a child, knowing what he did.
Yeah. So
that means that she's complicit in it.
Yeah.
There's no other way of saying it.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Whatever amount of time he faces in prison, like I said, he's in isolate now. The first time that Pavel Edward explained to me this stupid story of why he was in isolated, You know, I even related that to everybody, and it was just like something like, I'm trying to get production help, and this was the guy who Aquino offered, basically. we knew that anybody who came up and said, "Hey, I'm here to help you produce," back in the old days, until I learned how to produce at least at a modicum for myself, we all knew it was suspect. And so when it came to just like Justin White said about Pavel Edward when he was shitting all over this other poor dope, the idiot who insisted he was my biological son, which was Aquino's biggest joke ever because the guy was so fucking painfully Jewish. Matthew Schwab. And then Pavel Edward started shitting all over him for putting up pictures of his niece and nephew or little cousins or something. They were never undressed or in compromising positions. They were just pictures of his, he just kept putting them up. And so then Pavel Edward got up and did this outraged exposition of him where he just decried him.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, this moral high ground, bullshit. And like Justin White said, it was all just because, he's just projecting because of what he was, which we all found out when Maria Gregorich, God bless her, found out that he was using my son's photograph. He was using my son's photograph to befriend young boys on the internet in Italy and Europe. Disgusting, because he was from Europe. Of course, he was Czech, real son of a bitch. Just a real piece of shit. And
no, it actually gets funnier from here. And I mean funnier in a not a humorous way, but it just a very macabre way. So, Jim Bob Dugar slammed as gross for promoting his state senate run just days after son Josh's guilty verdict.
Jesus Christ. This guy's he's running for, what is he running for again?
He's running for Senate.
What Republican Party, right?
Yes.
There we are. Oh my fucking God.
It doesn't get any richer than that. I mean, this is absurd.
Yes. No, that's just it's all disgusting. Well, I'd better start sucking all the oxygen out of the room. I'm glad that we brought that up because that needed to be brought up, and it's something that best to bring it up while it's fresh, so everybody can be made aware of the situation, and we might return to it in the future because it's an excellent example of the projection that these people perform. And this is what the QAnon is all about, projecting onto the Democrats what the Republicans are all about. We see that here. Just look at what we've presented in this case. There you go. And so with that, a good night to Sammy Romero. I love you dearly. Our man Jameson is still in the hospital. Are you going to be able to hang till morning, or you don't know?
I'll be chilling in the background, probably catching up on some Magic the Gathering and knocking off those freaking bots.
There we are. Bless you. God bless you. Thank you. And
Doug,
yeah, go on.
In case of emergency,
yeah,
go ahead and hit me up on Facebook in case you need to be relieved. You go to the bathroom. I'll see if I can maybe
good.
At least for emergency,
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate that offer. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, no problem.
And,
good night, okay?
Thank you. That's our man, Sammy Romero. Bless him. And let's take a look at the time we have remaining. So let's get started. I better get into it. And thank you, Jameson. Bless you. And as always, love you dearly like a son. None of this would be possible without Jameson Reese. And so, for our solicitation, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Stanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very same title, The Unfinished Man. And, of course, review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com, spelled Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson, or spell it as if it were pronounced that way. However, it is pronounced Tucson, and you put the word "the" in front of it, as in the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323 3406. That's 1520-323-3406. As for shout-outs, there is a number of shout-outs that I should be performing. I'm going to perform what I remember. I remember Clarice Claudette. Looking forward to speaking to you privately sometime soon. As you can imagine, been very overwhelmed lately, and love you dearly. God bless you. Sent me some incredible care packages. Still really going through the first one as well as the next two. These are gifts that keep on giving, and they'll be giving for a long time. God bless that young lady. And of course, a shout out to Anonymous in Canada, a wonderful individual. He knows who he is. He contributed $105.51. So very helpful. God bless him. He said that Brendan Zogit was magnificent the time he was on. I will relay that to dear Brendan. And the message from Anonymous is, take care, Douglas. Weather is picking up. Anonymous, please. I am trying to buy books from Peter, but shipping is crazy. Laugh out loud. Indeed, it's getting really wet right now. This weekend's atmospheric river is here. Blasts of cold air are gripping the Bay Area as part of the big storm. In fact, they were the harbinger thereof. And this storm is bringing a month's worth of rain to California, along yards of snow. The atmospheric river is bringing 18 hours of relatively solid rain to the greater San Francisco Bay Area metroplex region. PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, our local utilities monopoly for Northern California, is preparing to respond to storm-related power outages across the region. So we had a mass of cold, dry air that has settled into the San Francisco Bay Area, and the coldest temperatures of the week are expected to grip my region. They gripped it the night into yesterday. So the residents across the greater San Francisco Bay Area have been cranking up their heaters throughout yesterday morning, as our region saw some of the coldest temperatures of the year so far. The Weather Service has gone so far as to warn us sensitive vegetation should be covered or brought indoors, and all pets should be protected. Now, that's how bad it is when the lights went out for me, along with there's no heat in this home, except for upstairs. They got full heat. I don't. If I turned that on, I would die. It would be like locking myself in the garage and turning the car up, and just backing up the carbon monoxide gas and committing suicide. Now, these chilly conditions We're coming ahead of the big storm, the so-called atmospheric river, forecast to push across the area yesterday night, across today, and into tomorrow. The rainfall totals are expected to range from 1 inch to 3.5 inches across urban areas and up to 6 inches in the coastal mountains. So the weather's shifted Saturday afternoon as the atmospheric river approached the region, bringing a significant amount of widespread heavy rain. It is still before midnight here, so when I say yesterday, I'm referring to Saturday. Even colder temperatures were expected yesterday morning, and the Weather Service issued a freeze watch for late Friday night into Saturday morning in the North Bay. To the south of our Bay Area, the Salinas Valley saw temperatures drop into the high 20s. The temperatures had already dipped down into the 30s in inland valleys and into the 40s near the coast on Friday morning. To quote us, the Weather Service meteorologist Drew Peterson, most of the North Bay was freezing or near freezing last night. So she went on to say that there are a few pockets of freezing temperatures in the East Bay, including by Walnut Creek and Mount Diablo, and in the hills of San Jose. Well, the inland valleys recorded widespread 20s and 30s, and locations along the bayfront and coast dipped down into the 40s with some coastal spots, even sinking into the 30s. The coldest temperatures were just south of my Bay Area, with Soledad hitting a low of 22 degrees. You wonder how the people in prison even handled it. Coalinga, 24 degrees, and Gonzales, 25. In the Bay Area itself, Walnut Creek saw a chilly low of 26, Healdsburg 27, Livermore, where we have Lawrence Livermore Nuclear Labs, reached 31, Half Moon Bay and Santa Rosa, 34, Concord, 36, Oakland and San Jose, 37, and the San Francisco International Airport, 42. Now, these unseasonable temperatures were the result of a mass of cold air that settled into our region after a so-called weak storm system moved east. The weather was expected to shift yesterday evening with that moisture-rich atmospheric river approaching my area. Same storm is pushing through the region all across today and into tomorrow, with the heaviest rain expected tomorrow. The Weather Service had a freeze warning in effect through 8 a.m. this morning, and categorizes these atmospheric rivers as either weak, strong, or moderate. Just so you know, in meteorological terminology, atmospheric rivers are these long, narrow bands of water vapor, about 300 to 400 miles wide and 500 to 1,000 miles long, that form over an ocean and flow through the sky. They occur globally, but are especially significant on the west coast of these United States, where they create 30% to 50% of annual precipitation and are linked to water supply and problems such as flooding and mudslides. And of course, the climate models that are programmed in terms of software and modeled by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, NOAA. They suggest that in the future, California will have more severe atmospheric rivers and longer dry periods between them. Now, atmospheric rivers most often cause flooding when they stall, dumping copious amounts of rain over one area. So the Weather Service projected 2 to 3 inches of rain in North Bay valleys, 3 to 6 inches in North Bay Mountains, 2 to 3 inches across my greater San Francisco and the East Bay, 1 to 2 inches in the South Bay Valleys, and 3 to 6 inches with up to 10 inches locally in the Santa Cruz and Santa Lucia Mountains. After 2 consecutive dry winters, the San Francisco Bay Area is facing drought conditions and significant water deficits with reservoir levels well below normal. This storm will bring much needed rain, but it won't reverse the drought. San Francisco, on average, receives 4.7 inches of rain in December, and since December 1st, our city has recorded more than about half an inch, a little over half an inch. let's say we get the full 3 inches in San Francisco. That still leaves us with more than 1.5 inches that we need to get to normal. Getting to normal is good, but we need to be above normal if we want to start shipping into the deficit. Now, 6 inches of rain, that's a lot of rain. There are going to be some localized impacts, but it's going to be almost entirely beneficial rain. They should be able to capture all that moisture as it has been dry for so long. If we had just had several systems, then we could have more problems. As for the Bay Area storm timeline, our projected rainfall totals, again, so that people in my local area can prepare. Santa Rosa, 4 to 6 inches. Napa, 4 to 6 inches. Fairfield, 3 to 4 inches. San Rafael, 4 to 6 inches. Concord, 3 to 4 inches. San Francisco, 3 to 4 inches. Livermore, 2 to 3 inches. Half Moon Bay, 4 to 6 inches. San Jose, 2 to 3 inches, and Santa Cruz, 4 to 6 inches. Now, Napa, which I mentioned with 4 to 6 inches, that's where we used to have a very famous insane asylum. And of course, I, brought up Soledad with our prison earlier. The storm's very excessive rainfall. Let's put it that way. It could add insult to injury, as the zone from British Columbia to western Washington has weathered storm after storm this fall. Seattle recorded its wettest meteorological autumn, which spans from September through November on record, with 19.04 inches of rain. With 3 weeks to go in 2021, rainfall in Quileute, Washington, which has already topped 100 inches. The city along the Pacific coast on the Olympic Peninsula typically receives 101 inches of rain on average per year, but a few additional inches of rain are expected this weekend on top of the 105 inches observed as of December 9th. As Jameson Reese says, the sinkholes are going to be nasty. A general 2 to 4 inches of rain with locally higher amounts was forecast to fall along the Washington and Oregon coasts, as well as the lower west-facing slopes of the Cascades this weekend. Slow travel is likely due to rain and gusty winds along the Interstate 5 corridor. Meanwhile, several feet of snow will pile up in the Cascades, with the risk for Snoqualmie and Stevens passing too close for a time. And as the cold air arrives in the wake of the storm and moisture lingers, well, the AccuWeather senior meteorologist Bill Dager has said that snow could reach down close to sea level and the valley floors of the Pacific Northwest. It is possible that it could snow a bit around Seattle and Portland, Oregon for a time by midweek. The storm is hitting California especially hard. I understand what they're going through in Kentucky. I'm going to put some of that into context as to why California's situation makes Kentucky's you look like what it is, something in passing. Kentucky's tornadoes are being impacted by climate change, I have no doubt, but in the case of California, we know. So the worst of the storm is hitting the San Francisco and Sacramento areas from late today to tomorrow night, as the storm's progress is slowing to a crawl. Normal December rainfall for San Francisco and Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State, are 4.14 inches and 3.43 inches respectively. In less than 48 hours, just a shorter span of time than 2 days, both of these locations are picking up the normal monthly rainfall from this storm alone. Other locations can also receive a month's worth of rain in a couple of days as the system is inching across our Golden State. And with the potential for several inches of rain to fall, flooding and mudslides may not be limited to the recent burn scar locations. Urban flooding is a strong possibility in cities such as my Golden Gate at San Francisco, our capital of the Golden State, Sacramento, and perhaps even Los Angeles. The heaviest rain is expected to roll into Southern California and the Los Angeles area tomorrow night and may linger through much of Tuesday. Motorists should expect major delays. The Los Angeles area has the potential to receive 1 to 2 inches of rain from the storm. Higher amounts are likely, perhaps on the order of 4 inches or more in the San Gabriel, Santa Monica, San Bernardino, and San Rafael Mountains to the north of the Los Angeles Basin. Even areas farther south, such as San Diego, are likely to receive significant rain. And even though the storm will pose hazards in the short term, there will be some benefits, especially to the ongoing drought. More than 80% of California is in the grips of extreme and exceptional drought, the two highest levels recognized by the United States Drought Monitor. They're not just descriptives that I'm using casually. These are categories. And since the start of 2020, rainfall in much of California has only been about 50% of average, and the long-term drought will not be solved by one storm alone. Exemple gracieux. There are double-digit rainfall deficits in Sacramento, the capital of our state, and San Francisco, where I live. However, the storm may take a bite out of the long-term drought in our region. Some of the passes, mountain passes, including Donner of the famous Donner Party fame, where people were skinning and eating each other while stranded in the snow. Carson and Sonora could pick up anywhere from 60 to 80 inches of fresh snow, and that snow is expected to make for dangerous travel conditions and lengthy delays. The multi-day storm along the West Coast should prove to be very beneficial to the snowpack across the Cascades and Sierra Nevada initially, and later next week for other ranges that make up the what we call the Intermountain West. The snow will contain inches of water that can be released later in the winter or spring and run off into area streams and rivers. Rivers such as the Colorado and water levels on Lake Mead could experience much needed rises should storms continue to dump snow over the west during the winter season. Water levels on Lake Mead had dipped to the lowest levels on record this past summer. The coming snow is also expected to be a boon for skiers. Warm, dry conditions, yestermenses, last month, caused Tahoe's 10 major ski resorts to delay their opening dates, typically set around Thanksgiving and the first week of December, or open only small amounts of terrain to skiers. But this week's snowfall and colder temperatures, combined with what's expected to be more snow next week, prompted a couple to open this weekend. Mount Rose in Reno is opened, that opened Friday. Heavenly in South Lake Tahoe opened limited runs on Saturday. I've been checking out on this through the Tahoe Daily Tribune, and more are expected to open next week. Finally, the controlled flow of water through Hoover Dam generates a significant amount of electricity for the southwestern United States, and water levels along the Colorado River are a lifeline for agriculture. This is the American Nile that's finally being fed. Of course, when my lights went out and the electricity was down, the fireplace had to come into action. Understand that fireplaces are supplemental heating appliances, that generally fireplaces are considered supplemental heating appliances in the sense that they work in conjunction with central heating or another heating source to keep your home comfortable. A fireplace can only bring plenty of warmth to a designated area. If you live in an average size home in a cold weather region, a single gas or wood burning fireplace probably won't be able to heat your entire house. This depends on the fireplace's BTU output. All modern fireplaces are designed to produce a certain level of heat, which is measured in BTUs. And the higher the BTU rating, the more heat your fireplace will create or generate. And of course, there are heat efficiency ratings that you might not be familiar with. But a gas or wood fireplace's heat efficiency rating tells you the percentage of heat generated by the unit that will be available as heat for your home versus being lost up the chimney or vent pipe. In simple terms, this rating indicates how efficient the appliance is in burning its fuel. Now, the modern gas and wood ZC, or zero clearance fireplaces, fireplace inserts, and heating stoves, they all come with a range of efficiencies, usually starting in the area of 50 or 60% and going as high as 90%. By contrast, the open traditional masonry fireplaces, like what I've got, this being an old ancient San Francisco Barbary Coast settlement, they have heat efficiency ratings of 10 to 20%. In our case, even lower. So it all depends as well on trying to maximize what heat your fireplace puts out or generates. You need to know the condition of not just the fireplace, but your vent system. So whether you're intending to heat a fairly small room or a larger area, the condition of your fireplace and vent system plays a huge role in efficiency and cost effectiveness. The best fireplaces and chimneys are those that receive regular service and maintenance by technicians certified through the CSIA, the Chimney Safety Institute of America. Yeah, your national chimney sweeps. And their service includes annual chimney sweeping, in case you thought I was joking, for wood-burning appliances to remove flammable creosote and drafting obstructions from your chimney. The annual fireplace and chimney inspections for both gas and wood systems to make sure everything is working correctly and safety. Well, and your fireplace and chimney repairs performed as soon as early signs of damage or malfunction are spotted. Now, as for your good burning practices, remember that wood fireplaces will function much more efficiently when you burn only dry, seasoned wood. Burn no other materials such as clothing, painted wood, cardboard, magazines, and certainly not household trash. Ensure that the firebox has sufficient air for combustion and drafting. Crack a nearby window if necessary, and have your fireplace damper fully open. Now, all of this is going on, and it should, in a sense, help dampen our fires. You know, I'm here burning a fire in a fireplace during the... It's colder here than it's ever been in my fucking life. And the California fire season is only officially over, and the flash floods are next. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. As CAL FIRE, our California Fire Organization, is working quickly as it can to identify burned out areas most susceptible to flash flooding and rockfall from the recent heavy rains, I can't help but emphasize that it doesn't have to be this way. Now, let me see if I can get this photograph up on I'll put it into the little box here for our folks who are with us. See if I can get that photograph up, and see if I push the right button there. Is that even fucking working? Well, I guess it is. All right, then I just go to the right file. That would help. No, not that one. Go down to my Seagate. Then go down to, there we are. Okay, Douglas, then the pictures, there we go. Now, let me see if I can, all right, irreplaceable. Now, gonna bring our man Jameson on for just a minute here. Let's see if he can see this. Jameson, can you open that image on the, I guess I have to add the plus to it. No, not a plus. What am I doing? Maybe if I press the enter button, that would help. Okay, let me see if that, I guess that does that open? Let's see if that opens. Okay, this might be stupid of me because every time I deal with these in the past. Yeah, you can open it. How about you, Jameson? Can you open that photograph? My son drove me to where we could take that. Now, you might just see a lot of trees. These are irreplaceable trees. These are like the only kind of trees in existence of the species. So these are like some of the tallest, if not the tallest trees in the world. So my son drove me to where we could photograph this. He could, not me. But a few weeks ago, my son was driving me through a cemetery of charcoal trees in what used to be thriving Northern California forest. We were only 20 miles south of the Placer County town of Auburn, but I'd never seen anything like this. We were finally at the edge of the dead standing forest after 2 hours of driving when we encountered Christy Brigham, the park's chief of resource management and science, accompanying the local forest manageress, who belabored the obvious by saying, to quote a she, "It's a moonscape. Even the soil has been scorched. It could take 500,000 years for this ecosystem to return. And the worst part," she continued, whilst squinting into the sun, "is that we could have stopped this. It didn't even have to burn. But everyone was focused on saving houses, so that's where all the resources went." Well, it's a short-sightedness seen in burnt expanses of forest throughout the Golden State. In Mojave National Preserve, my son drove me through 1.3 million dead Joshua trees after the Dome Fire was not given high priority due to a competing residential fire. In Sequoia and Kings National Parks, we lost 10% of our giant sequoias. This is the photograph I'm showing to Jameson Reese and Sammy Romero if he's with us. 3,000-year-old trees that grow nowhere else in the world, in large part because all eyes were focused on protecting the wild-urban interface, that zone of transition between wilderness and land developed by human activity instead of the forest itself. That has to stop. Because these idiots moving into these areas where these fires are generated, they don't deserve to be saved. Certainly not their homes. As these ecosystems burn, we not only lose arboreal life that might never grow back, we also lose our habitat, our biodiversity, our food security, our air quality, and the source of at least 65% of our fucking water. We lose California. And yet, our leading solutions are still centered around buildings and houses. Exempli Governor Gavin Newsom recently signed a bill to allow more prescribed burning, low-intensity fire that removes woody debris that has accumulated from a century of fire suppression, and media outlets with headlines like, "California's best strategy against wildfire," and much of the public are lauding these controlled burns. And as Jameson Reese says, if we lose California, we lose that which feeds the nation. California is your breadbasket, motherfuckers, along with your economy in terms of Silicon Valley and everything else. We're your goddamn everything. And yes, we're blue, deep blue. So all you fuckers remember that. Yes, these prescribed burns must continue to play a critical role, but they're not going to restore our forest landscapes. As my son and I walked through a prescribed burn in Tahoe, a U.S. Forest Service firefighter told us that frequent low-intensity fire is one of our best tools, but it's really a drop in the ocean. Although the national forest here is nearly a million acres, last year only 2,000 acres were control burned. At this rate, it would take over 400 fucking years to finish, assuming each plot only needs to be treated once, which is most certainly not the case. And remember, California has 18 national forests and 33 million acres of forest land. Not only are we failing to work with the forest, we're also failing to work with our own species. In a 2021 documentary about Western wildfires, rural Northern Californians were criticized for denying climate change and for not adequately protecting their homes. They believe Jesus will protect them. Although the criticism might be fair, what is also true is that many California conservatives are playing a more constructive role against climate change than liberals. On a field visit with CAL FIRE in rural Nevada County, for example, I encountered landowners who were building forest resiliency by sustainably thinning their woodlots for timber, using grazing goats to remove underbrush, and restoring soil health through regenerative agriculture. Similarly, institutions like the National Wild Turkey Federation, which is a hunting organization, started a Save the Habitat, Save the Hunt initiative to conserve 4 million acres of critical wildlife habitat over the next 10 years. And in doing so, it is working with other groups, conservative, liberal, apolitical, to make California forests, ecosystems, and habitats healthier. Not just for wild turkeys, but for all of us. Okay, I'm getting a wonderful feedback from Penny Bradley, Pennywinkle, God bless her, who's talking about the house burning in D.C., the video of the house. The equipment for the network was all in there. So that was burned in Terrell Neely's house. So thank you for that, Penny Honey, and shout out to Lou. At any rate, as I asked the forest manageress what more we can be doing, she said, "We're all in it together. It's not going to be easy, but there is a way forward." Well, what we really need is a biomass industry that will buy small diameter woody debris, so there are incentives to clear all this fuel. We need approvals to let naturally occurring wildfires run, even if they might burn down a house or two. Just pull the people out. We need to not think of the forest and humans as separate, but to realize that we're both living entities, members of a collective ecosystem that now depend on each other for sustenance and survival. And it's in that context that I damn to hellfire eternal the Caldor fire suspects, the one man and his son who converted a firearm into a machine gun, and they were planning on killing people by bullets to shoot them as they ran out of the flames. According to a criminal complaint filed by the El Dorado County District Attorney's Office, one of the men charged with starting the devastating Caldor fire in California is charged with converting a firearm into a machine gun. Both 66-year-old David Smith of Somerset and his 32-year-old son Travis Smith of Folsom, California, where they also have a big state penitentiary, a fucking prison system that I hope both these motherfuckers wind up in and die in. Basically, people like this need to be burned alive as an example to other arsonists. Now, they're facing multiple felony counts, which include both of them facing a charge of possessing a silencer between August 11th and September 23rd. Only Travis Smith is charged with machine gun conversion, converting a firearm into a machine gun or manufacturing a machine gun between August 9th and August 14th. And in addition, both are facing 3 felony counts of recklessly starting a fire that damaged property, land, and people. One of the charges includes 4 enhancements, which could increase the possible sentence. And may they get the absolute maximum. Now, Penny Bradley is feeding me more information about the the Donna Neely fire. And she says 4 people and 3 cats were all rescued. Daryl's ears were burned. Several firefighters injured. 1 died. It happened while I was in surgery here. By that she means here in California. All I can say is, oh my fucking God. I, don't know what to say to that. It is It's incredible. I'm so sorry that this happened to them. And of course, we've had all the catastrophe of what's happened to people in, uh, Kentucky. And of course, all these things are tragic. And I'm going to explain to you, of course, why California's situation is so dire compared to all of that, as bad as all of that is. And certainly with what happened on a personal level to people who have lost a loved one. And as for Terrell Neely, who lost so much, all I can say is, well, whatever he lost, I can match that with what I lost in Australia. So definitely, just everybody, beware. I would never recommend going to Australia for anyone, other than the wonderful people who have been so helpful to me. Trisha Whitmire, for instance, Goddess bless her, and other people in California as well. The wonderful person in New South Wales. Oh, I'm forgetting their name at the moment. I'll look it up later. But, all right. So, let's see now. In terms of what I can remember, these enhancements, as they call them, to the charges against this father and son arson team, they include injuring a firefighter or peace officer as a result of the fire, causing bodily harm to more than one victim, causing multiple structures to burn, and doing so during a state of emergency. So the pair were arraigned Friday in El Dorado County Superior Court in Placerville, California. Bail has been set at $1 million United States dollars for each man. The California governor, Gavin Newsom, had declared a state of emergency for El Dorado County in May. The Caldor fire burned more than 200,000 acres along the Highway 50 corridor between Pollock Pines and South Lake Tahoe. 2 civilians in Grizzly Flats area were severely injured, and 1 firefighter also sustained injuries in that fire. It forced about 50,000 people to evacuate along the Highway 50 corridor and in the Lake Tahoe Basin, including the entire city of South Lake Tahoe. Nearly 32,000 structures were threatened, 81 were damaged, and almost 800 were destroyed completely. That fire also leveled the town of Grizzly Flats, located about 12 miles east of Somerset, and it destroyed hundreds of acres of ski runs at Sierra at Tahoe, one of the closest resorts to the San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, and Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State itself. So tell me these guys don't deserve to be burned alive. They did more in terms of property than those tornadoes in Kentucky. They didn't kill as many people, but thank God for that. Think of all the millions of animals they killed instead, and tell me these people shouldn't be burned alive. As I said, this is all irreplaceable in many lifetimes. Up to 19% of the world's giant sequoias have been lost to fire in about a year. I've given a photograph of these magnificent trees to our man Jameson Reese. The wildfires in California alone killed thousands of these giant sequoias. My son wanted to photograph them before they all disappeared. The past 15 months have been devastating for these majestic trees, as fires destroyed an estimated 13 to 19% of their population. We're still trying to calculate that. 3 wildfires in California in the past 15 months killed or mortally injured thousands of mature giant sequoias, accounting for an estimated 13 to 19% of the entire world's population of these magnificent trees. A National Park Service report estimated that 2 fires in September, sparked by a lightning storm, caused 2,261 to 3,637 mature giant sequoias, or between 3 to 5% of the population of mature giant sequoias. The reason the numbers vary is because some of them were severely damaged and then were reckoned to be dead. And it caused them all to be killed or so severely burned that they were expected to die within 5 years, are expected to die in 5 years, a slow, agonizing death. Mature giant sequoias have a diameter of more than 4 feet. You cannot hug them and expect the tips of your fingers to meet. Giant sequoias, which are found on the western slope of the Sierra Nevada in California, can live thousands of years on their way to dwarfing most everything around them. These trees include iconic national treasures like the General Sherman tree, which is considered the world's largest tree, the largest tree on Earth, standing at 275 feet tall, with a diameter of 36 feet at the base. The death of these trees in such staggering numbers is the product of a deadly combination of unnaturally dense forests caused by unnatural fire suppression that began about 150 years ago and increasingly intense droughts driven by climate change. In an interview on Friday night, Clay Jordan, superintendent of Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, said, and here I quote his T, "That becomes a recipe for a catastrophic fire that threatens our sequoia groves, the health of our forests, and at the same time threatens our communities." And he confirmed that the mortality rates in the sequoias are unprecedented. KNP Complex, which is one of the September fires. It burned mostly within Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. The other, the Windy Fire, burned in the Sequoia National Forest. I've sourced this from the National Park Service itself. The Castle Fire, which began in August 2020, destroyed 7,500 and 10,000, well, between 7,500 to 10,600 large sequoias. As I said, we have variance in numbers because some of them will spend the next half-decade dying. But park officials have confirmed that they've testified that this represents an estimated 10 to 14% of the entire Sierra Nevada population of large sequoias. Now, sequoias evolved to survive and even thrive in fires, but the ever-increasing intensity of fires in California has simply become too much for them. Yet the National Park Service experts emphasize that the fires that sequoias endured for centuries were mostly low-grade. A thick bark and sky-high crowns protected the trees from serious damage. Heat from the flames even helped them reproduce by releasing seeds from their cones. Also now, California's sequoia groves are dealing with the consequences of fire suppression that has left forests thick with flammable vegetation. Drought and rising temperatures have killed other plants and turned them into kindling. From 2015 to 2020, 2/3 of the giant sequoia groves across the Sierra Nevada were scorched in wildfires, compared with 1/4 in the previous century. And according to the National Park Service, the latest wildfires this year led to fewer tree deaths, partly because of emergency actions taken by the firefighters. This included backfiring operations, breaking and thinning around certain trees, and blanketing some sequoias, like the General Sherman, in protective wrap. It spent months in silver wrap, like it was wrapped in a giant aluminum foil to make it look like it was a silver snowy plastic Christmas tree. But that protected it from the flames. And at a news conference on Friday into this weekend, Dr. Christy Brigham, the Chief of Resources Management and Science for the Sequoia and Kings Canyon Parks, whom I personally met through my son, who got permission to photograph, she said, while these losses are not as stark and large as the Castle Fire, they are still significant, unsustainable, and are outside the range of historic fire effects on large sequoias. Climate change is the driving force in what we're seeing, and we can't fix climate change by ourselves. The Park Service affirms, however, that the fires may have some beneficial effects in areas that burned at low intensity, including fuel reduction, small canopy openings ideal for regeneration, removal of litter and generation of ash, all ideal conditions for sequoia seedlings. So with all of that having been said, someone's written me an email. They're asking the question, so is California's fire season over? It's over, right? Well, what's next depends on what part of the state you live in. You probably know that California's recent torrential storms were not enough to end the drought. The state has been so parched for so long that the rains, while welcome, did not, as of yet at least, provide much more than a few drops in the metaphorical bucket. That may change. But the downpour did help quash two of the year's worst fires and nourish lands that had been tinder dry for months. So, as this individual writing me who asks not to be named is wondering, did the showers at least save us in California from a severe fall fire season? Well, before I dive in, here's what our state has already endured this year to put that into context, okay? Nearly 2.5 million acres have burned in California through early November, nearly double the amount scorched on average over the past 5 years. And according to CAL FIRE, our state's fire agency, this year's fire season started early after a dry winter and amid unseasonably warm temperatures. Similar conditions made 2020 the worst fire year on record. The biggest blaze in 2021, the Dixie Fire, broke out in July and burned for more than 3 months, wiping out a town and growing to become the second largest wildfire in California history. What's next for fire season depends on what part of the state you're in. Though California's fires typically peak in the summer, major blazes have erupted in December and January in recent years. Many experts concur that the month before Yestermensis, the month before last, rains, probably mean no more major fires in Northern California for the rest of the year, though of course there are still no guarantees, not when we got arsonists. And in Southern California, the situation looks less rosy. The recent rainstorms lost steam by the time they moved south, so places like San Diego and Los Angeles didn't get quite the same kind of downpours so far as those that fell on Northern California. Plus, a La Nina weather pattern was expected this winter, which typically means below average rainfall for Southern California. In short, that region is dry and will probably stay that way, so fires could very well happen. While the 7-day fire outlook from the National Interagency Fire Center shows low or no fire danger across most of California because of the rivers of rain we've got flowing in now, parts of Imperial, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties are predicted to be at moderate risk even this week. In the coming months, an harbinger of major fires may be the arrival of strong winds, such as the dry Santa Anas that tend to sweep through Southern California in the fall and winter. There's some thinking that California's experiences two distinct fire seasons. A heat-driven one in the summer that primarily affects inland areas, and a wind-driven one that begins in the fall, hits coastal urban areas harder, and has the potential to inflict far more damage because of how quickly the flames move vis-a-vis the wind. And they jump like living Efreet or flame genie. Now, on November 8th of 2018, which was 3 years agone, and beyond what I then believed to be the end of the fire season, two major blazes broke out in California. One, the Woolsey Fire, tore through the Santa Monica Mountains and, whipped by fast-moving winds, destroyed hundreds of homes in Malibu on both sides of the Pacific Coast Highway. The other, the Camp Fire, ripped through the mountain hamlet of Paradise, aided by strong gusts, and killed more than 80 people. That November blaze became the deadliest fire in California history, and California is still bracing for the possibility of another devastating fire season. Which then begs the other question coming to me through the email. Why does California have so many wildfires? Well, again, this person asks to remain anonymous, though this comes from a different email address. There are 4 key ingredients to the disastrous wildfire seasons in the West, and climate change is a key culprit. After 2 years of drought, the soil moisture is depleted, drying out vegetation and making it more prone to combustion. In May, our governor, Gavin Newsom, extended emergency drought orders to 41 counties across our state, and a wildfire in western Los Angeles served as a stark warning that an active wildfire season had already arrived. To quote us Daniel Swain, a climate scientist at UCLA and the Nature Conservancy, the level of concern is through the roof. So, to return to this individual's very pointed question, what is it about California that makes wildfires so catastrophic? Would be a better way to rephrase it. Again, there be 4 key ingredients. The first is California's climate, rather, the changing climate. California, like much of the frontier West, gets most of its moisture in the fall and winter. Its vegetation then spans much of the summer, slowly drying out because of a lack of rainfall and warmer temperatures. That vegetation then serves as kindling for fires. But while California's climate has always been fire-prone, the link between climate change and bigger fires is inextricable. California's fire record dates back to 1932. The 10 largest fires since then have occurred since 2000, including the 2018 Mendocino Complex Fire, the largest in our state's history, and yesteryear's LNU Lightning Complex. That was the name of the fire because it was started by a complex of lightning strikes. To quote us Dr. Park Williams, a bioclimatologist at Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, fire in some ways is a very simple thing. As long as stuff is dry enough and there's a spark, then that stuff will burn. This climate change connection is straightforward. Warmer temperatures dry out fuels. In areas with abundant and very dry fuels, all you need is a spark. In pretty much every single way, a perfect recipe for fire is just kind of written in California. Nature creates the perfect conditions for fire as long as people are there to start the fires. But then climate change, in a few different ways, seems to also load the dice toward more fire in the future. Then, of course, we've got the people factor. Even if the conditions are right for a wildfire, you still need, well, something or someone to ignite it. Sometimes that trigger is nature, like the unusual lightning strikes that set off the LNU Lightning Complex fires in August, but more often than not, humans are responsible. Many deadly fires have been started by downed power lines. The 2018 Carr Fire, spelled with a double R, the state's 6th largest on record, started when a truck blew out its tire and its rim scraped the pavement, sending out sparks. And some are started through bad decisions, like the fire that was ignited by smoke-generating fireworks as part of a goddamn gender reveal party east of Los Angeles. Events like gender reveal parties can trigger a blaze, but you also have the human contribution to wildfire, which includes the warming that has been caused by greenhouse gas emissions and the accompanying increased drying. Both contribute to creating a situation favorable to wildfire. Nina S. Oakley, a research scientist at the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego, has warned that, well, to quote she, California has a lot of people and a really long dry season. People are always creating possible sparks, and as the dry season wears on and stuff is drying out more and more, the chance that a spark comes off a person at the wrong time just goes up. And that's putting aside arson. There's another way people have contributed to wildfires, in their choices of where to live. People are increasingly moving into areas near forests, known as the urban wildlife interface, that are inclined to burn. Well, that brings us back to the anachronistic and outmoded fire suppression program. It's counterintuitive, but the United States' history of suppressing wildfires has actually made present-day wildfires worse. Per the aforecited Dr. Williams, for the last century we fought fire, and we did pretty well at it across all of the western United States. And every time we fought a fire successfully, that means that a bunch of stuff that would have burned didn't burn. And so, over the last 100 years, we've had an accumulation of plants in a lot of areas. And so, in a lot of California, now, when fires start, those fires are burning through places that have a lot more plants to burn than they would have if we had been allowing fires to burn for the last 100 years. So in recent years, the United States Forest Service has been trying to rectify the previous practice through the use of prescribed or controlled burns. But then we have the Santa Ana winds that blow them all off course. Each fall, strong gusts, known as the Santa Ana winds, bring dry air from the Great Basin area of the West into Southern California. And Dr. Feng-Ping Sun, an assistant professor in the Department of Geosciences at the University of Missouri-Kansas City, is a co-author of a 2015 study that proves that California has two distinct fire seasons. One, which runs from June through September and is driven by a combination of warmer and drier weather, is the western fire season that most people think of. Those wildfires tend to be more inland, in higher elevation forests. But Dr. Feng-Ping Sun and his co-authors also identified a second fire season that runs from October all the way through winter into April and is driven by the Santa Ana winds. Those fires tend to spread 3 times faster and burn closer to urban areas, and they were responsible for 80% of the economic losses over 2 decades beginning in 1990. It's not just that the Santa Ana winds dry out vegetation. They also move embers around, spreading ever more fires. Which brings us back to climate change. Because ultimately, determining the links between any individual fire and climate change takes time, and analysis from the evolving discipline of attribution science. But the effects of the greenhouse gases humans produce underlie everything that occurs in the atmosphere, and the tendency of climate change to make dry places more dry over time is a warning to the West of a fiery future. All this while the recent king tides on my mother's birthday gave San Francisco a watery glimpse of its future, and our city is seeking solutions as coastal flooding could become the new normal. Rolling waves that breached city sidewalks and other low-lying areas over last weekend through my late and sainted Cyrus's natal dies, her solar return of December 5th, offer us a glimpse of what the future of rising seas will mean for San Francisco. In some areas, tides rolled in over 7 feet. Called the king tides, exceptionally high tides occur annually in coastal regions in December and January when the ocean is dragged back and forth by the gravitational pull of the moon and sun as their orbits align in specific ways with this earth upon which we live. Last weekend's king tides, which is actually an unscientific term for what's known as a perigean spring tide, drew dozens of curious residents to the water's edge on Saturday morning, including my son and I, so he could take photographs, to hear the exploratorium educatoris Lori Lambertson talk as the waves lapped closer to the pavement's edge. But as climate change continues to fuel sea levels rise by warming the oceans, melting ice sheets, and expanding its volume, coastal flooding at least probably will become the new normal, putting our city's infrastructure at risk of inundation. Shortly before 10:30 a.m. on Saturday of Yester Septimania last week, a rush of seawater sloshed onto the sidewalk, sending our crowd running for higher ground, much of our city's infrastructure, including sewage treatment plants, the port, and other heavy industry, is close to the water's edge, which could create a toxic mix as oceans begin to swamp coastal areas. And it puts some of the city's most vulnerable residents at risk. Lori Lambertson so explained. And here I will quote a she. My son took notes. This is also an environmental justice issue because many communities who live near these areas are communities of color. And so we need to make sure that we build a resilient climate future together. This month, the moon is 7% closer than the average Earth-Moon distance. So that's going to bring up the tide higher. It's really important for us to pay attention because this is really a look into our future. It's kind of exciting to see the water come up over the sidewalk where it shouldn't be, but when this starts to happen more and more frequently, it's not just going to be a nuisance, it's really dangerous. Sea level rise, by the way, is projected to increase 3 feet by the end of the century if we don't slow the pace of global warming. This could imperil hundreds of thousands of Californians and nearly 400 of our state's hazardous facilities, including power plants, refineries, and hazardous waste sites. So UC Berkeley researchers have found that the city and county of San Francisco, which was expected to release its updated climate action plan last week, is already addressing some of these issues. So they've assured us we're at least on the right track to float ourselves. Matt Wickens, an engineer for the Port of San Francisco, referenced both the Water Emergency Transportation Authority's expanded ferry terminal, which was built 5 feet above the shoreline to accommodate rising seas, as well as Fire Station 35 at Pier 22.5. There's also a massive project underway to upgrade San Francisco's seawall, which was originally constructed 100 years agone and is in desperate need of repair. Like much of the waterfront, the seawall is built on weak bay mud, which puts it at increased risk during an earthquake. The city committed $425 million to a project that would bolster our shoreline's resiliency in 2018. Our port is currently working to find the money to fully fund infrastructure improvements, which it anticipates will cost up to $5 billion United States dollars. But the foresighted Matt Wickens concedes there be much work left to do. To quote his T, sea level rise isn't a new thing. The port has actually been implementing sea level rise projects that have been built in the last 5 to 10 years. They actually built a floating fire station so that when sea level rises, they're able to use that no matter what the weather, no matter what sea level rise happens in the future. It's easy to solve the seismic problem, for example, but gaining elevation may be harder. We want to think through those challenges and complications, and that's kind of where we're going with the adaptation strategies. How are we adapting? Understanding the risks and leveraging the opportunities to solve the problems as they come at us. The immediate seismic and flood protection upgrades are targeted for completion by 2026. And every year, the tides continue to rise. Now, I've just remembered that I should be explaining to people that this is the context in which you really see how bad California has it. This is your economy. We're your economic engine. Alone, California has a larger population than that of England, and our economy is far greater. We are the 5th largest economy on Earth alone, after the United States as a complete empire, followed by the Communist Chinese Empire, the Empire of Japan, and Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, which itself is the center of European empire, and but alone is one of the world's largest economies. We're right behind Germany, and we're ahead of England in population and economic clout. And we're your fucking food basket. We're everything. Without us, you're nothing. And we're between fire and fucking flood. And that's why, in his wisdom, Joseph Biden's $1 trillion bill, or budget, is what is going to benefit California more than anybody else. As well it should. And within that environment of how precariously we have it here, when my lights went out, people were asking, well, why don't you go to your son? Not in the sense of like anything sarcastic, or they say it with greatest sincerity and an intent to help, like, oh my God, go to the estates, hang out there. Okay, it's not something that I do by my choice. My son has to communicate with his husband. Then his husband has to give the go-ahead every time I'm there. He is given permission because his husband knows that, well, his husband trusts him with me more than anyone on earth. So he allows him to visit me and take me places because he knows his wife is safe with me. But as for my visiting the estates, it's not something that I can just call up and say, hey, let me in. It's really something that has to be arranged. It's arranged often enough, probably far more than I deserve, but it is, for, well, sugar daddy, as we call him, my son's husband, allows that to happen because, of course, my blood is also shared with him. And blood and sperm, actually. As I've said before, both of those are obviously agents we've found out for transferring the nanobots that have been inserted into my system long agone. And if you're not familiar with that, then, well, just listen to past episodes. Really am not going into that story tonight. By the way, just checking in with our dear man, Jameson Reese. Just curious if he's there. You there, son? There we are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just checking in.
I'm not doing as well as I should. I get the feeling that they're going to kill me here. So this might be my last broadcast. Don't be surprised.
Whoa, what do you think that they would be doing to kill you? I mean, like, what would they be doing this? How would they be doing this?
Well, for one thing, my bag, which is supposed to be giving me IV fluid, isn't giving me any IV fluid. It's just sitting there.
Well, bitch to them about it.
That's what I'm doing. It's obvious that, they're... See, I knew I was going to die in this place. I've always had this feeling.
You might, but I doubt you will.
So I'm just hoping that if I die in this place, I don't die tonight.
Yeah, I hear you.
Damn it. I've always had this really nagging fear. I'm going to die because of someone's negligence.
Did you hear what I said about Penny Bradley and what happened to her with her surgery? She said that she had a bunch of things that went on with her neck surgery where she felt that they were so incompetent, she felt that they were intentionally trying to fuck her over.
That's the same thing. Same vibe I'm getting.
But I think you can handle it. By that I mean you can change it. You can change your environment and how people are behaving around you, and you do that by advocating for yourself.
Yes, I'll do that. And if that doesn't work, well, I can tell you there will be some curses coming.
Well, there you go. But by the way,
I am a very vindictive, vengeful man.
I understand. By the way, thank you for monitoring the chat. Weed Live says, hey, Pip, watching you on... He's talking to me on this. Watching you on a conspiracy theory documentary series on Netflix. Thanks, Doug D. And Sherry Berry Charbet.
Oh, shit, dude, you're on Netflix?
Yeah, I was on that stupid History Channel thing, like conspiracy thing, conspiracy theory documentary series. Yeah. Don't look at that. I was all bloated on antidepressants at the time. I look like Mao Zedong. You wouldn't recognize me. You literally wouldn't recognize me. I'm unrecognizable on that thing. And the camera adds weight too. The average film camera.
I've actually seen you during that period,
Oh, it's
and
awful.
I can see the difference.
Yeah, no, the antidepressants you can see why people don't take them and why they'd rather
Yeah,
risk suicide.
they cause water retention.
Yes, oh God,
horrible.
yeah, like I was a real physical bitch. Yeah, like men aren't even supposed to do that. But yeah, it's awful. They do that with men. Yeah, they bloat your ass up. The in all fairness, the only reason I tried them was because they worked so well with both my parents. Both my parents did well on antidepressants. That's because they were older and they stopped producing serotonin, which the brain stops producing it past a certain age. And that's why older people generally get depressed. So my parents, they handled antidepressants well, and it did well for them. Not so with myself. At any rate, Charbet, hey, honey, she says, peace and light. And then Barra Rogers says, morning all from Dublin. Barry and Karen, X's for all the kisses. The ever uplifting J.Mo Reese, everyone. There we are. Yes. Yes, he's here to cheer you all up. I'm going to die in this place. They're going to kill.
Honestly, there is, I can't help but think unconsciously there's a sort of addiction to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't understand why. It doesn't make sense. Why the fuck would you want to be in a hospital? Aside from the fact that there are women here, and that's the only place I could really get to see women. So,
for now, but that'll change in the future.
Well, honestly, maybe it's not that bad being here. Now that I think about it.
There you go, son. And what I wanted to say was, let me get the. Oh, here we are. Let me get the screen share on for just a second here. So I don't know if you can see your screen and see the screen share, but let's try. And here we are. Start sharing. Can you see this?
Yes.
But by the way, you're welcome to describe these trees and the fire that was going to engulf this particular area of the forest that my son wanted to photograph before they burned. You can see the flames, can you not?
Yes, this is actually a beautiful picture.
Thank you. Yes.
It looks like something that should be in like the landscape for a video game. I love it. It's got a very nice aesthete to it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. There was a portfolio I did once with my son. I'll have to republish it. Now, you remember Shiva Krishna, the guy who said the satanic guy is cool? And 2 days ago, he entered this. My comments are hidden. Okay. And so when I clicked on them, they really are hidden. And so, what I don't get is, is he bragging or complaining? It's got nothing to do with you or I. We didn't hide him. So did he hide him himself?
In fact, I tried to look for that user, actually. I tried to look for that user, I couldn't find him anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I could not find that user for some reason. So that user is completely hidden from searching on YouTube.
There you go. I mean, Shiva Krishna, if you're listening to us, and if you're for real, like a real person, like a sincere person, and not some kind of asset or, mind controlled individual who's just sicked upon us, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. If somebody's hiding you, it ain't us. So when you say my comments are hidden, apparently you understand that. So I don't get it. It's kind of like you got to give us more to work with than that.
It's obvious YouTube is censoring you somehow for some reason.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
We have nothing to do with that.
Thank you. Yeah, it truly is on YouTube and not on us. So definitely appreciate Jameson for coming on with me. And before I dive back into the arc of narrative, which I'll get back into now, but definitely wanted to share that and to get his feedback on that. Sammy Romero has been on mute, and hopefully he's okay, and probably fell asleep or something like that, which is fine. And most people can't stay up throughout the night like you and I, and even you don't normally stay up as late as you do on the days that I'm transmitting. Not normally. So it's God bless you, son, and thank you again. I'll dive back into the arc of narrative for now. And hopefully this will put some things in perspective for people. And so far what I've said is pretty coherent, I hope. It helps put this into context with the disasters in Kentucky. And, okay, which people can turn towards the regular news for. Let's take a look at what time we have left on live stream. Okay, we've got 5 hours left. 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Okay, only 5 hours. That's not nearly as much as we need, but we're going to do our best. Okay, let's try and put this into context, what has happened in terms of our civil war and geopolitics. Understand that Donald Trump's anti-democratic 2022 playbook has been taking shape as Joseph Biden was facing off with Vladimir Putin. Now, former President Donald Trump's grip on the Republican Party is tightening as the 2022 midterm elections approach, and the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent candidates are launching campaigns at every level of governance, from school boards to the U.S. Senate, with hopes of attracting his endorsement and strengthening the anti-democratic movement fueled by his lies about yesteryear's presidential contest. For years, Trump has sought to rid his party of any high-profile names who opposed his ascent, questioned his fitness, or, in 2020, did the bare minimum of acknowledging his loss to President Joseph Biden, who has since faced off with Russian President Vladimir Putin. No stranger to systemic undermining of democracies, in a high-stakes Tuesday summit centered on concerns over Russian aggression in the Ukraine, the Russian word for borderland, but nevertheless the original hearth culture of the Russian people, the Slavs who interbred with the Vikings to become the Muscovy Rus. So the question then becomes, for your average person, is Russian President Vladimir Putin going to launch an invasion into neighboring Ukraine? Enormous movements of Russian troops and military equipment toward the shared border have raised the alarm among Ukrainians and their Western friends. When he intervenes abroad, the Russian dictator tends to use proxies or mercenaries to minimize the impact on public opinion. But now Putin is sending ominous signals, threatening to invade Ukraine. The true name of Ukraine will help Putin at home. Actually invading it won't. Thus, the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, called it hysteria, and the Kremlin denies any plans to invade, but the words of Russian officials have long since lost their credibility. All long agone, they prove themselves liars to the point of irredeemability. You can't believe a word they say. After all, it was Putin himself who turned gaslighting into a political weapon. The 2-hour virtual summit between President Biden and dictator Vladimir Putin, held Tuesday, this week last, in the midst of very real worries about full-scale war, ended as expected without a breakthrough. Nothing Putin said, not his concerns about NATO expansion or his claims about Russia's historical ties to its southwestern neighbor, was enough to push the American president off his public commitment to Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, or off his refusal to let Russia decide whether Ukraine may join NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, on its own. And it remains to be seen whether Biden's threats of sweeping sanctions and other measures in the event of military escalation, as he put it, as the White House readout puts it for all of us, will be enough to reverse the march of some 175,000 Russian troops to the Ukrainian border, or whether they will spur those forces on still further. In a video call with Putin on Tuesday of Yesterseptimania, the White House says President Joseph Biden warned the Russian dictator that any escalation would be met with strong economic and other measures by these United States and our allies. The White House noted Biden reiterated, as he has done many times, his support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and said the two presidents agreed to have their teams continue their discussions. Russian denials aside, the West is concerned enough about Putin's intentions that Biden and the Russian president are holding an urgent virtual meeting on Tuesday, or have done that by now, as experts continue warning about the growing risks of a new and even potentially nuclear war. Putin's actions and intentions may be deliberately wrapped in a fog, but his track record is crystal clear. If he's allowed to advance his goals without serious consequences, he will continue to escalate his foreign policy of bullying and intimidation. In 2014, as little green men, Russian Spetsnaz, or special forces dressed in unmarked military uniforms, deployed across Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula, Putin denied they were his forces until Russia took control of the territory and outright annexed it. Anyone who paid attention to how Russia stole that strategic peninsula of the Crimea from a sovereign nation state knows how much weight to give the Kremlin's words now, which is none. As U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken put it, we've seen this playbook before. This time, the Western alliance, led by the United States, wants to stop Russia before its little green men cross Ukraine's borders with all their heavy armament. Nobody knows for certain if Putin will give the order to invade. But United States and NATO officials are extremely worried. U.S. intelligence believes that Russia has a plan for an operation involving up to 175,000 troops, more than half already in place, along with heavy artillery and armor. According to Ukraine's defense minister, Russian troops could cross into Ukraine as early as this month. Now, part of Moscow's playbook includes creating a justification for an attack, and that part of the strategy is already moving forward. When Russia attacked Ukraine in the past, capturing Crimea and supporting pro-Russian separatists in the Donbas, the region of the Ukraine adjacent to Russia itself, the Kremlin claimed it was doing it to defend ethnic Russians living under Ukrainian rule. Putin is already deploying the argument for a future assault, an elaborate information operation, among other propaganda points, paints Ukrainian leaders as puppets of the West. Why would Putin risk provoking NATO, going to war against Ukraine, or even, if he decides to call off the suspected military offensive, walking to the edge of such a dangerous precipice? Well, Putin has several objectives. Above all, the Kremlin wants to destabilize Ukraine and prevent it from exercising the rights as an independent nation, its own rights as an independent nation state to craft its own future. Ukraine is drawing closer to the West. It wants to join NATO, and it is a fledgling democracy, all in sharp contrast to Russia itself. Ukraine's existence as a democracy, alongside Russia, where Putin has become an increasingly repressive autocrat, makes the Kremlin uneasy, to say the least. Putin wants to secure what in the Cold War days was accepted as spheres of influence, aiming to keep the countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union under Moscow's sway. He has taken to saying Russians and Ukrainians are one people, a statement that carries ominous portents and which many Ukrainians vehemently reject. The Ukrainian gambit isn't just a push against Ukraine itself, it's also a push against the entire West. As his troops amass near Ukraine, Putin is also trying to paint his Ukrainian concerns as defensive. He argues that he distrusts not just Ukraine's leaders, but its NATO friends, arguing that NATO's expansion to Russia's border would be a threat to Russian security. Putin is ergo making wholly untenable demands upon the West, laying out what he describes as his red lines. More specifically, Putin is demanding that NATO guarantee it will not expand toward the east, closer to Russia's borders. Biden said this weekend he would not agree to any red lines. Imagine NATO today saying it will ban not just Ukraine, but any country near Russia, Finland, Sweden, Georgia, from joining it either now or in the future. Putin has other demands. He complains about anti-missile defensive systems in Poland, for example. Russia, too, by the way, has missiles capable of hitting major European cities. Having watched Russia's behavior in recent years, all its neighbors have every good reason to seek every protection they can find. If Putin's goal was to draw Ukraine away from the West, there is no sign that is happening. The United States is reaffirming its ironclad commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, in Blinken's oft-repeated words. And as Putin menaces the West with a military buildup along the Ukrainian border, he's trying to achieve other goals too. He's showing once again that Russia can make trouble for the former Soviet republics, its former Eastern European satellites, and the West, where he has already shown himself willing to squeeze fuel supplies during cold winter months. Putin claims the gas shortages are not Russia's doing, but nobody is convinced. An invasion now, however, is potentially much costlier than the swift Crimea operation. Over more than half a decade of fighting, Ukrainian troops have become battle-hardened. Few expect NATO to go to war against Russia, but NATO is not impartial. Ukraine's toughened soldiers now have much better weaponry provided by the West. A Russian invasion would provoke stiff resistance. Casualties on both sides could be enormous. In addition, Russia could be hit with more punishing Western sanctions. According to a United States official, the Biden administration is already designing sanctions that would inflict significant and severe economic harm on the Russian economy. Matter of fact, Joseph Biden said that we're willing to do now what we weren't willing to do in 2014. Now, if Biden moves in, or rather if Putin moves in, to Ukraine, the Russian people may just experience another awful war with young soldiers returning home in body bags and the economy limping from the cost of war and sanctions. As well, the move into Ukraine has the potential to create precisely the opposite result of what Putin claims he wants now. By invading, he would reaffirm the threat posed by Russia against all its neighbors. An invasion wouldn't just bring Ukraine and the West closer. It would make the rest of the people living in Russia's neighborhood yearn for closer ties with the United States, Europe, and NATO, just as the Soviet invasions of the Eastern European countries made them all rush to join NATO as soon as they were free of Moscow's clutches. There be half a dozen ways Russia views Ukraine, and each of them should worry the West. Since President Biden's call with Russian President, dictator Vladimir Putin over the Ukraine crisis, Russian officials have dug in deeper, blaming NATO for the confrontation, dismissing Ukraine itself as a puppet state of the West, and ruling out a pullback of Russian forces massed near Ukraine's border. Putin even compared Ukraine's fight against Moscow-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine to genocide. It all suggests that, even if Putin heeds Biden's warnings, the current tensions in the region will look a lot like future tensions, with Russian troops staying along the Ukrainian border, and all that brings, including regular scares about possible attacks. The 6 ways Russia views Ukraine are all barriers to any swift resolution. One paradigmatic filter would be the exportation of chaos. Exporting chaos to solve your problems at home. Right now, we're living a Russian nightmare. Ukraine as a strong, stable, Western-leaning democracy where corruption is thwarted, civil society thrives, and elections work. A free, thriving democracy next door might inspire Russians to question their own system, where you can be jailed for a retweet, a protest sign, journalism, or a comedy skit, and where Vladimir Putin never loses power. Life on Ukraine's front lines, the trenches, the abandoned homes, and fear of war without end. That's why Russian state TV anchors ridicule the Ukraine as a failing, divided state, heavily influenced by Nazis. But of course, the former Putin's aide, Surkov, calling Ukraine a muddle instead of a state, but yesteryear. In an article published by the pro-Kremlin website, Aktualnie Komentari, but yestermensis last month, wherein he gave Russia's Crimea annexation as a vivid example of how to unite the country. Putin wrote, "Exporting chaos is nothing new. Dividing is a symptom of chaos." So he's seeking a chance to redo the fucking Cold War. Putin's main presidential focus has been rebuilding Russia as a strong authoritarian state, projecting power in the Middle East and Africa, but above all in its self-proclaimed sphere of influence in former Soviet states. That includes Ukraine, angered over Ukraine's 2014 revolution, which ousted a pro-Russian government for a Western-leaning one. Putin swiftly annexed the Crimea from Ukraine and backed separatists in eastern Ukraine in an ongoing conflict that has claimed nearly 14,000 lives. Now, the United States fears Russia could be planning military action in the Ukraine. It has pushed Ukraine further toward the West. A November poll by the rating group Ukraine Agency showed 62% of Ukrainians want to join the European Union, and 58% want membership in NATO. A maneuver that Putin himself has called a red line. A poll early this month by the same pollsters found 72% of Ukrainians consider Russia a hostile power. And of course, Russia sees the whole of Ukraine, a nation with the geographic land area of France, as not but a security buffer. Efforts by your rivals, NATO chief among them, to sell arms or form diplomatic and military alliances in Russia's perceived sphere are seen as trespass. Referring to both Russia and NATO, Vladislav Surkov, a former Putin aide who was in charge of Ukraine for a time, told the Financial Times in June that two bones need soft tissues between them. The geopolitical gravity of both will sever Ukraine. Until that happens, Surkov predicted an endless fight for Ukraine. It may die down, it may flare up, but it will continue inevitably. Russia's deputy foreign minister, Sergei Ryabkov, warned Thursday that Ukraine could become a Cuban Missile Crisis scenario. The U.S.-Soviet showdown in 1962 over Moscow's construction of missile bases in Cuba, bringing the world to the brink of nuclear war. Now, in 2014, after annexing Crimea, Putin first called for a new Yalta, referencing the deal at the end of World War II, when Allied leaders felt that they could carve the world into spheres of influence. Officials kept on floating it as a way to prevent a new war. In Russia's ideal scenario, a geopolitical compromise would see its influence over Ukraine restored, or at least Kiev, the capital thereof, forced to accept neutrality. Putin now sees his crucial task as returning Ukraine to Russia's fold. At a 2008 NATO summit in Bucharest, Romania, when President George W. Bush pushed hopes by Ukraine and Georgia of joining NATO, Putin made the comment to Bush that, "You don't understand, George, that Ukraine is not even a state." Now, at the time, Vladimir Putin threatened to encourage the secession of the Crimea and eastern Ukraine if Ukraine joined, warning that it would cease to exist as a state. Russian officials and state media propagandists often promote the view of Ukraine as a less than sovereign, structurally unviable country, not entitled to even make its own alliances, or not even entitled to do so. In fact, in a 5,000-word treatise on Ukraine published in July, Vlad Putin wrote that true sovereignty of Ukraine is possible only in partnership with Russia. Yeah, nothing sovereign about that. That's like the old joke of the Ukrainian and the Russian. We're walking down the street and they find a $20 bill. Then the Russian guy says, "Oh, let us share it like brothers." And the Ukrainian says, "No, I prefer to split 50-50. Now, Nikolai Patrushev, Russia's security council chief, called Ukraine a protectorate in a newspaper interview in November, adding an ominous note there's potential in Ukraine for an outburst of tension so strong that millions of Ukrainians will flee to seek refuge in other places. Maxim Sochkov, head of internal studies at Moscow State University, or the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, rather. He described current U.S.-Russia relations thusly: one crisis away from collapsing. Yes. Well, that brings back echoes of Russia's imperial history, doesn't it? Russia's longest ruler, Ivan III, was called the gatherer of Russian lands. By quadrupling Russian territory in his 65-year reign that ended in the early 16th century. Russia lost its Soviet empire 30 years ago. Russia has moved on from its weakness in the 1990s, or so argues foreign policy analyst Fyodor Lukyanov of Russia, who said, but the West's mindset hasn't moved on. Oh yeah, not while you're promoting live shooter miniatures showing your fucking boyfriends. You see them in the films with all the guns and action, or perhaps you've run into it. The Zatoichi film of the blind swordsman, that franchise. You get to see someone truly making use of their skill while blind, and, you know, all of this kind of puts into perspective the tangent I just went on, because kind of falling into a conscious nap there, or sleep talking instead of sleepwalking. Let's go back to the other way, the other filter through which Russia sees this crisis. They perceive that the other future that can happen based on America's visitation to the Starship Enterprise was that, well, the Ukraine looms large in this equation of East and West. On the Russian Global Affairs website, the aforecited Russian foreign policy analyst Fyodor Lukyanov wrote that Moscow thinks it is time to ditch the idea that countries can choose their alliances as though it is nobody else's business, which was never part of traditional geopolitics. This approach is no longer working. Now, I don't want to choke on self-loathing. I want to get what this guy said right, because this one woman who drew or ordered a picture of him, one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, to be, well, it's, let's just put it this way. Russia now sees the chance to expand its clout, believing the United States is in decline as a force to shape global policies. And Thursday, Septimania, Thursday of last week, the Estonian Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas, or Kaja Kallas, told the news conference that said Putin was using military threats to force NATO to choose certain paths, and most worryingly, the desire to divide Europe into spheres of influence, with Surkov so writing that Russia will expand not because it is good and not because it is bad, but because it is physics. Physics, like the inexorable physical laws of the universe that simply cannot be broken. Russia will expand to rule the world. That's their ultimate objective. With, as I said, on the Global Affairs website, the Russian foreign policy analyst Fyodor Lukyanov writing that Moscow thinks it's time to completely ditch the idea that countries can choose their own alliances, as though it is nobody else's business, which they claim was never part of traditional geopolitics, sovereign free will. Rather, they claim this approach is no longer working. They'll provide you your free will. And it's all about, just like the Communist Chinese Empire pushes the one China policy, this is one Russia. After Putin's long essay this past summer extolling the historical unity of Russia and Ukraine as one people, Ukraine's own president, Volodymyr Zelensky, retorted that Putin's fraternal relations were more like Cain and Abel. Putin often speaks of a one Russia, meaning Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, or Big Russia, Little Russia, and White Russia. Russia being the big, Ukraine the little, and Belarus the white. Putin argued in 2009 that no one should be allowed to interfere in relations between us. They have always been the business of Russia itself. Now, his view highlights the common ancestry shared by Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus in the medieval state of Kiev Rus, the capital of Kiev in ancient Ukraine. Putin's claim that the West divided these tightly bound Slavic brothers offends many Ukrainians who see it as devaluing their country's two post-Soviet revolutions from 2004 through 2005 and 2014 against the Russian influence, or dominance rather. Putin's summer essay likened the information of an ethnic Ukrainian state, the formation thereof, as hostile to Russia and to the use of weapons of mass destruction against us. Now, Moscow portrays Russian speakers in Ukraine as in needing of its power. But, holy shit, I would dare say no one has a need of Russia's power other than to overthrow it. Now, in terms of what I've said thus far with this kind of situation, in order to make it more comprehensible, not just to yourself, but even to me, when it comes to the situation that's ongoing in Ukraine and how it's devolving, turning into something that it wasn't originally, well, when it comes to the if the invasion, if it were to happen, just what I'll say geopolitically rather than conducting a military analysis as a kind of fade in and out of sleep talking the way other people do sleepwalking. When we've had Putin complaining about an independent Ukraine, where his summer essay was rendering the formation of an ethnic Ukrainian state as unto the deployment of WMDs, or weapons of mass destruction, against his mother Russia. When Moscow portrays these Russian speakers in the Ukraine as needing their protection, the way Adolf Hitler did the Germans in the Sudetenland of the Czech Republic, when Putin issued passports to more than 500,000 of them in two separatist regions of eastern Ukraine that form part of the Donbass, when in September thousands of them were bused to Russia to vote in parliamentary elections, their passports offering pretext for military intervention to defend Russian citizens on foreign soil, when we had at a January conference in separatist Donetsk, titled or retitled or rechristened by the name of Russian Donbass, the prominent Kremlin propagandist Margarita Simonian, RT, or Russia Today's editor-in-chieftainess, implored even then that most Donbass residents wanted to be part of our great homeland, and we have a duty to take care of them. Mother Russia, bring Donbass home. Then we have to ask, from my perspective, is Ukraine Putin's Taiwan? Now, for those interested in military strategy, the term asymmetric has been in wide use. And simply put, asymmetric means taking advantage of an adversary's strengths or weaknesses, or both, to exploit or counter them, like Aikido, using the enemy's force against them, and throwing them off their own balance, with your own dynamic sphere of power projection, your use of the force of Ki or Aikido. For example, the Taliban had no army or air force to contest those of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, but they still won. That said, symmetry also matters. And symmetry is playing out on Ukraine's borders as 100,000 Russian forces mass for reasons so far opaque. But the Pentagon is taking this very seriously, fearing that the onset of winter will freeze certain entry routes into Ukraine that Russian armor could easily exploit if Moscow chooses to invade. The more interesting question is whether Russian President Vladimir Putin views Ukraine as China sees Taiwan, and reintegration or unification is now a first-order priority in his mind. Since the People's Republic of China, the PRC, was established circa 1949, regaining my Taiwan has been among Beijing's most vital interests. Of course, my Taiwan was never part of the PRC, ceded to and occupied by the Empire of Japan in 1895 after defeating the Qing dynasty in the First Sino-Japanese War. And so likewise, the Ukraine was part of the U.S.A, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, but not Russia itself. And in his 5,000-word missive released in July, Putin made his legal, historical, and societal case that Russians and Ukrainians were one people, like he converted to Baha'i faith or something. You can imagine Putin playing that guitar. One planet, one people, please. That was the old song. It sounded just that bad, too. Inferring, for his part, Putin did, that it was time for Ukraine to return to the fold. At that point, I predicted that Putin would try something this fall or early winter. The question remains what? Thus far, neither Putin nor his spokesman have suggested any linkage or analogy with the communist Chinese empire's intent on making my Taiwan part of Red China on the mainland on a permanent basis. And the analogy only goes so far. China's argument is entirely emotional, and perhaps the final step in taking revenge or ending the pain of the century of humiliation. Putin's argument is strategic as well as political and economic. The Kremlin has made it absolutely clear that red lines exist should Ukraine move further towards the West, and even considers NATO membership, bringing the alliance directly abutting Russia's strategic center of gravity and the crucial importance of the Black Sea to it. Ukraine's agricultural and defense industrial sectors are also enormously valuable to Russia. And there is another vital difference. There are exaggerated fears in Washington of a communist Chinese amphibious assault to seize my Taiwan. But if estimates are correct, the size of that force would be twice as large as the nearly 200,000 troops who landed at Normandy. The PRC, or the People's Republic of China on the mainland, is unlikely to ever achieve that capability. But it does have other options. That is not the case in Ukraine. Russia has substantial forces, not only in Donbas and eastern Ukraine. Approximately 30,000 Russian military are in the Crimea, along with the Black Sea Fleet. And Russian troops merely need to cross over the border, unlike the requirement to cross the 100-mile wide Taiwan Straits. But this is a tidy symmetry, and perhaps Putin will use that to make his point as he attempts to coerce, compel, or cajole Ukraine to turn east and north and away from the European Union and NATO. Given these geopolitical and strategic realities, what can the West do that it is not? Can a real crisis be avoided? First, if Russia were to invade and attempt to devour the entirety of the Ukraine, its casualties would likely be massive. If history repeats itself, Ukrainians could wage an asymmetric partisan war far deadlier than what Russia suffered in Afghanistan. If that occurred, the most sensible and asymmetric strategy for NATO would be covert aid to Ukrainian partisans to bleed Russia dry, as well as powerful and biting sanctions. But Putin still has the gas pipeline weapon. With winter here, would Europe trade access to vital fuel for aiding Ukrainian insurgents? Fortunately, it is highly unlikely Putin would invade. Hence, Russia could expand its control in the east as negotiating leverage. Now, the scenario of Russia seizing Ukraine's tiny and largely unpopulated Serpent Island at the mouth of the Danube Peninsula in the very western part of the Black Sea is a more likely option. And the aim of any of these options is to seek negotiations with the West, and particularly President Biden. Putin probably sees these United States in decline, and Biden in a very weak position, with his boy Trump, the literal wolf at the door. Finding some solution to the Ukrainian crisis would be beneficial both to Biden and to Vladimir Putin himself, and one way of keeping Ukraine at least unconnected to NATO. So will this gambit work? We will learn the answer soon enough. All factors accounted for, Vladimir Putin is committing a huge gamble. Now, just checking some incoming notifications. In 2002, at the height of the unipolar moment, as the American empire prepared to invade Iraq, Some of the country's most prominent international relations professors tried to solve a puzzle. Why were other major powers in the world that opposed American foreign policy not doing anything about the invasion? Revanchist Russia, Red China, the Fifth French Republic, and United Germany made their views known at the United Nations, but they would not back Saddam Hussein. Nor were they building up their own militaries or changing their alliances to oppose the United States. When states push back against other states that they see as threatening or powerful, political scientists call this behavior balancing. In a collection of essays titled America Unrivaled, some of these professors suggested that this basic act of geopolitical competition had been missing since the collapse of the Soviet Union because the United States was simply too far ahead of everybody else. Others argued that the United States was not threatening to other major powers, or that it had constructed a liberal order that was open to all. Today, however, balancing is most certainly back, and is popularly described with the rather imperfect and amorphous phrase, great power competition. Revanchist Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, intervened militarily in Syria, and interfered in these United States' 2016 presidential election to hack their man, the Putinista puppet Trump, into power. Meanwhile, Red China has built artificial islands in the South China Sea and made rapid advances in military technologies, sometimes surpassing even these United States. So revisionist Russia and Red China began to balance as they became stronger, but also because Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping worried that if Western liberalism succeeded globally, it could pose an existential threat to their totalitarian regimes. Even America's allies are balancing. Turkey's Recep Tayyip Erdogan uses military power and coercive diplomacy freely, cooperating with motherless Russia when it so suits. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates no longer defer automatically to these United States and use military power even when Washington prefers they not do so, as Riyadh has done in Yemen. The decision by other countries to project military power in ways designed to frustrate American actions is a transformative change in America's external environment. After the Cold War, the United States could, and sometimes did, treat the geopolitical preferences of rival or even friendly powers as an afterthought. It can do so no longer. In fact, Russia's assembly of a 175,000-person-strong invasion force along its border with Ukraine suggests that we are about to enter a dangerous new phase of international rivalry. No one quite knows why Putin appears to be choosing this moment to go after Ukraine. An invasion cannot be credibly attributed to a specific Western action or a precipitating event, such as an intervention in Syria or the European Union offering Ukraine an association agreement in 2013. Some have argued that Putin is simply frustrated that Ukraine is not abiding by its commitments under the Minsk agreements of 2014 and 2015 to give Russian-dominated regions a veto over Ukraine's relationship with the West, but this is not a new development. One interpretation is that Russia is exploiting the threat of an invasion to force a real discussion about the implementation of the Minsk agreements and the future of European security. It will keep the troops in place as a coercive tool, showing that it is willing to use force if the talks stall. This, in some ways, would be an incremental escalation of the type of aggressive balancing behavior that Vladimir Putin has engaged in since the 2014th year of our Lord. The darker scenario is imminent invasion. In a July essay entitled On the Historical Unity of Russians and Ukrainians, Vladimir Putin himself argued that the two countries constituted one people, and that the true sovereignty of Ukraine is possible only in partnership with Russia. Now in his third decade of rule, Putin could well believe that if he does not take decisive action, Ukraine will move further apart from Russia. An analysis from the Russian International Affairs Council suggested that if Putin decided to invade, which the report advised against, it read, "The apotheosis of the operation should be the encirclement and the subsequent capture of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and the stabilization of the front line along the Dnieper. The creation of a new Ukrainian state with the capital in Kiev would be announced and recognized by Russia. It would include the previously independent DPR and LPR. Russia thereby resolves several historical problems at once. The immediate threat to the southwestern borders is removed. Full control over the Sea of Azov and a land corridor to the Republic of Crimea are ensured. Two Ukrainian states appear on the map, one of which should be friendly and fraternal." This would be the Novaya Russia, or the New Russia objective, the idea of stripping the bottom seaward-facing coastal region of Ukraine and landlocking it, depriving it of all access to the sea, and taking the most productive real estate with all its ports for the Russians to repopulate. Western analysts have long noted that Russian and Chinese assertiveness can be counterproductive. Prior to Russia's annexation of Crimea, Ukraine felt torn between the West and Russia. Afterwards, Ukraine began to move steadily westward geopolitically, with nary casting a look behind. And in terms of where that brings us now, I would say that similarly, the Communist Chinese empires crackdown on Hong Kong hardened attitudes in my native Taiwan against peaceful unification along a one country, two systems model. An invasion would be Putin's answer to this critique. If small acts of aggression create anti-Russian sentiment, he will just double down and impose his will. That's quite a gamble. If the Russian Empire does not rout Ukrainian forces quickly, the conflict could be protracted, with Western military assistance pouring into Ukraine. The inevitable civilian casualties and destruction of property could inflame public opinion in the eastern part of Ukraine, which could lead to an insurgency. Russia could not resort to official deniability as it did with the annexation of Crimea. And with Kiev the goal, an uprising could not be dismissed as a faraway conflict over a disputed patch of land. The prospect of an invasion comes at a time when Putin's relations with the rest of the world are relatively steady. The Biden administration has made clear that it desires a stable and predictable relationship with Russia, by which it means preserving the status quo. French President Emmanuel Macron has long been of the view that Europe should engage with Russia on security matters. Meanwhile, far from being isolated, Putin has actively sought to increase Russia's ties around the world, most recently concluding a major new arms sale to Asian India. The day before he met with Biden on screen, he was personally in India bodily hugging the Asian Indian dictator Narendra Modi. In the coming weeks, these United States Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the Fifth French Republic, and the United Kingdom of Greater Britain will no doubt seek to strengthen deterrence by raising the cost of an invasion. The Biden administration has also announced that the United States and at least 4 NATO allies will meet with Russia to discuss European security. As it strengthens deterrence and seeks to turn down the geopolitical temperature through diplomacy, NATO leaders should also be sure to remind their counterparts around the world that they have a stake in this crisis too. Indeed, Russia's ties with the rest of the world mean that other leaders, such as Asian India's Narendra Modi, totalitarian Turkey's Recep Erdogan, and, of course, apartheid Israel's Naftali Bennett, all have a significant role to play. Non-Atlantic leaders are unlikely to take a strong stance in favor of Ukraine and against Russia, but they should know that if Putin takes Ukraine, a Rubicon will have been crossed. The Asian powers, Asian India and the Empire of Japan, hope over the long run to dilute Sino-Slavic or Russo-Chinese cooperation. An invasion would make Russia ever more dependent on communist China alone, and possibly politically indebted to it for all support provided during the crisis. Asian India and the Empire of Japan have a strategic interest in preventing that from happening. More generally, the destruction of the Ukrainian state would turbocharge rivalry between these United States and revisionist Russia, especially if Putin retaliated for Western military assistance to Ukraine. This would result in massive pressure on non-NATO U.S. allies to reduce all ties with Moscow and isolate it. This crisis is not just about the Minsk agreements or the dispute between the Russian Empire and Ukraine. As I said, a nation the geographic size of and possessing the population base equal to that of France. It is instead about whether we are poised to see a dramatic escalation in military confrontation among the major powers that will shake the international order to its foundation. So the diplomatic effort to prevent this needs to be global. And as Biden sought to head off a potentially deadly and destabilizing military incursion in Eastern Europe, Donald John Trump and his allies are ramping up their efforts to infiltrate the roots and branches of American democracy. With a new election season on the horizon, the former president and MAGA-friendly organizations are on the offensive, imposing a domestic Trumpification process concerned as much with ridding the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency of his opponents as elevating his allies. Now, okay. Many people, Sarah Thomas wanted to see the Netflix in which I was. I don't remember the name of it, honey, but look up Douglas Dietrich on Netflix. You'll probably find it. Something called Conspiracy Theory or Conspiracy History, something like that. Anyhow, Barra Rogers says, did anyone think Biden in his deterioration could outsmart a still sharp Putin? Well, we'll get into that. Oh, good. Jameson Reese is still on the offensive. Good man. All right. Checking in some incoming notifications. Okay. There is nothing unusual about the most popular figure in a political party working to smooth the political road for like-minded candidates. Former President Barack Obama is still, nearly half a decade after leaving the White House, the most desired endorsement in democratic politics. But the nature of Trump's influence is, of course, fundamentally different, and the programmatic messaging of his acolytes, especially lower down the ticket, reflects a fealty to Trump and his fictions that threatens to corrode the most basic levers of governance. Georgia emerges again as ground zero. The process has been sped in part by current Trump-critical Republican office holders who have opted for the exits rather than face the wrath of his cultists or certain defeat in Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent-dominated elections. Wyoming representativist Liz Cheney is almost a singular figure in her effort to seek re-election to Congress in open defiance of Donald Trump and a primary candidate he's backed to run against her. Others, like Illinois Representative Adam Kinzinger and Ohio Representative Anthony Gonzalez, are choosing not to run next year, in part over the prospect of Trump riling up his cultic base against them, and thereby threatening their own lives and the lives of their families. In 2017, Arizona Senator Jeff Flake, a conservative Republican, announced his retirement when it became clear his criticism of then-President Donald Trump had dampened his odds of re-election. And in Massachusetts, the broadly popular moderate Republican Governor Charlie Baker announced yesterday he would not seek a third term. By standing down, he sidestepped a primary challenge from Trump-backed former state lawmaker Geoff Diehl. In Georgia, former Senator David Perdue on Monday, opening last work week, kicked off a primary challenge to sitting Governor Brian Kemp, a conservative Republican who put himself on Trump's enemies list by not attempting to subvert that state's 2020 elections. Perdue's video announcing his candidacy offered a vision of Trumpism with a smiling face as he borrowed from the aesthetics, half-zip collar, mention of parental control of schools, of Virginia Republican Governor-elect Glenn Youngkin, who ran a campaign this year that successfully downplayed Donald Trump. But the former Peach State senator, who lost in a runoff earlier this year, included in his indictment of Kemp a mention of Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent election official who repeatedly shot down Trump's claims of voter fraud in state. Ironically, Perdue blamed both men for the country's divisions, even though it was Trump who stoked fears of mail-in voting that may have kept Georgia Republicans home last January and cost Perdue his seat. In a statement late Monday endorsing Perdue, Trump echoed parts of the new candidate's remarks, but, per usual, set aside the dog whistle for a bullhorn when it came to the 2020 election. To quote his Trump himself, "Kemp has been a very weak governor. The liberals and rhinos," which is an acronym for Republicans in name only, "have all run all over him on election integrity and more. Most importantly, he can't win because the MAGA base, which is enormous, will never vote for him." Kemp's ability to garner support from Trump diehards is obviously in doubt, but the suggestion that Kemp, Georgia's former Secretary of State, has been a bystander or wallflower in the national voting rights fight is plainly absurd, and not in a way that flatters him. If anything, Kemp's longtime support for and dogged implementation of strict voting laws probably helped Trump keep the 2020 race as close as it ended up being. And he signed restrictive new measures into law in March following Biden's victory in the state itself. Georgia Republicans are now poised for a knockdown, drag-out gubernatorial primary that could sour middle-of-the-road voters on the eventual nominee and lend a hand to Democrat Stacey Abrams, I mean to say, who is running again in 2022 after falling just short of defeating Kemp in 2018. In a state that's likely to be the political epicenter of next year, Trump has already handpicked candidates in the Senate race, encouraging Herschel Walker to run despite some Republicans' concerns about his past, and backing the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent representativist Jody Heiss, who voted against certifying the presidential election against Raffensperger. It's this push to aid or install Trumpist candidates farther down the ballot, especially in state legislative or electoral official races, that might actually be cause for greater concern. The policy-making power invested in those offices is lesser than that of a governor or U.S. senator, but their ability to meddle with or undermine bigger elections was underscored during the nervy days following Biden's victory yesteryear, when Trump loyalists pushed them to take extra legal steps to reverse or refuse to certify the results. So, by this methodology, this approach, if you will, Trump's ticket is taking shape. 2 of the Republican candidates for high office in Michigan, where Biden won by more than 154,000 votes, openly sought to subvert the outcome. Christina Caramo, a poll challenger running for Secretary of State, falsely claimed Trump won that state in 2020. Matthew DiPerno, who filed a dubious lawsuit challenging the election results, is now running for Attorney General. Both have Trump's endorsement. The list of election conspiracists, either already occupying influential positions or vying to obtain them, goes on. But it doesn't end with slightly more buttoned-down officials, operatives, and activists with prior electoral experience. PublicWise, an election rights organization formed in 2019, but the year before yesteryear, is working to launch a searchable database of records on individuals and groups in powerful positions who were involved in the January 6th insurrection on Capitol Hill. That group told CNN it now has more than 1,000 records, indicating that nearly 200 insurrectionists are holding or seeking seats in Congress, statewide offices, and on city councils, school boards, and other local offices. To quote the analysis of PublicWise Executive Director Christina Ball-Owens, the dangerous ideology that fueled the insurrection of January 6th is spreading across every level of government, accelerated by former President Trump's deliberate effort to install insurrectionists and believers in the big lie at every level of our government. Electing the same individuals who attacked the Capitol on January 6th poses a direct threat to American democracy, especially as we look ahead to the 2022 midterms and 2024. But there is a hidden cost of Trumpism. As I already alluded to, and by example, by any measure, Charlie Baker is one of the more popular governors in the country. In 2018, he won re-election as Massachusetts' chief executive with 67% of the vote, and his approval ratings regularly crested 60%, even amid the worst throes of the COVID-19 pandemic yesteryear. That Baker did so as a Republican in one of the most democratic states in the country is absolutely remarkable. In anything close to a normal Republican Party, Baker would be one of its stars, someone touted as a future national leader. Instead, Baker announced late last week that he would not seek re-election next year. And in so doing, he made clear that while he loved his job, he was far less interested in the prospect of another campaign. In a joint statement sent to supporters announcing their plans, Both Baker and Lieutenant Governoress Karine Polito said, "We want to focus on recovery, not on the grudge matches political campaigns can devolve into." Well, left unsaid, but not unnoticed, was the fact that former President Donald Trump had endorsed Geoff Diehl, a Republican running against Baker in the 2022 primary. Baker had drawn Trump's ire by refusing to cast a ballot for him in 2016 or 2020. He left both ballots blank. And by saying publicly that he believed the president should be removed from office following January 6th. The analog to Baker may well be Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, but unlike Baker, Kemp is running for re-election against Trump-backed former Senator David Perdue. While Diehl was not yet seen as a serious threat to Baker, the idea of having to prove his conservative bona fides in the face of an all-out personal onslaught from the former president was clearly deeply unappealing to the incumbent. And that was not yet seen as a serious threat to Baker. The idea of having to prove his conservative bona fides in this all-out personal onslaught against himself as a person and against the safety of his family by a maniacal former president was enough to convince him to pull out. Now that's the hidden cost of the party's ongoing adherence to the Trump cult of personality. Rather than Baker running for a third term, a race he would be heavily favored to win, Republicans are now nearly certain to lose that seat next fall. A recent headline in Politico read, "A real fight for our existence," subtitled, "Massachusetts GOP spirals in Baker exit." And rather than rallying around and raising up a Republican who has clearly created a blueprint for how to win over Democratic voters, the Trump cultic wing of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is driving Baker into retirement. The point? Baker is a political star with a track record of success. That he is retiring rather than face another campaign tells you everything you need to know about the current state of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. Leading figures in Trump's orbit have made no secret of their desire to systematically stock government with movement loyalists. Steve Bannon, who helped steer Trump to the election in 2016 and briefly served as his chief strategist and senior counselor in the White House, has made his podcast a hub for below-the-radar organizational efforts. On a recent episode of his podcast, Bannon said, "We're taking over the Republican Party through the precinct committee strategy. We're taking over all the elections." And to quote us from an interview with CNN in which he spelled out the strategy in simple terms, he said, "It's about winning elections with the right people, MAGA people. We will have our people in at every level." And whether the tactic is successful remains to be seen. Youngkin and New Jersey's Jack Ciattarelli, who nearly ousted Democratic Governor Phil Murphy in a shockingly close race this November, did better than expected in part by keeping Trump out of the campaign discourse and, literally, outside state lines. Trump played along this year. He's unlikely to be so deferential or receding during a campaign he seems to regard as a referendum on his own popularity. Trump has also displayed a tendency to back flawed candidates facing controversy. His endorsement of Roy Moore in Alabama back in 2017, when multiple women had accused Moore of molesting and sexually assaulting them when they were teenagers, and he was in his 30s. Well, that all fell flat. Roy Moore, whom then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called on to leave the race, denied all allegations, but went on to lose to Democrat Doug Jones. More recently, Sean Parnell, Trump's choice to fill the Senate seat of retiring Republican Senator Pat Toomey in Pennsylvania suspended his primary campaign after a judge awarded his estranged wife primary physical custody and sole legal custody of their 3 children, and determined that Parnell had committed some sexually abusive acts towards his wife in the past. She has also accused him of injuring their children on 2 occasions. All claims that Parnell himself has predictably denied. But of course, in Georgia's other big-ticket race for the Senate seat won by Democrat Raphael Warnock earlier this year, Trump went all in for Walker despite him facing allegations of physically threatening multiple women. In a 2008 interview with CNN, Walker spoke openly about struggling with mental illness and the violent and disturbing thoughts he had in his head. Walker's campaign has noted the former football star has gotten help since his allegedly violent incidents in the early aughts, the 2000s, while denying a more recent allegation. Trump has stopped short of endorsing former Missouri Governor Eric Greitens in his Senate bid. Greitens resigned from his previous job in 2018 following a probe into sexual and campaign misconduct. A woman had testified under oath to state lawmakers that she felt forced into sexual acts by him, and that he had threatened to release explicit photos of her if she ever revealed their relationship. Greitens actually admitted to the affair, but denied ever engaging in blackmail, coercion, or acts of sexual violence. He has since claimed he was exonerated, noting an investigator in his case was charged with perjury and evidence tampering. But the break with Trump isn't complete. Donald Trump Jr.'s girlfriend, former Fox News hostess Kimberly Guilfoyle, one of the former president's top 2020 campaign aides, signed on to be Greitens' national campaign chair. During Thursday's episode of Bannon's War Room podcast, he and Gates outlined their plan if Trump should win. On Thursday, Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida and the former White House advisor Steve Bannon floated the idea that an organized army of patriots and shock troops should be prepared to take over the government if former President Donald Trump wins when he runs in 2024. In November, Bannon appeared in court to face criminal contempt charges for defying a subpoena to sit for a deposition and produce documents related to the January 6th Capitol insurrection. The former White House chief strategist faces 2 criminal contempt of Congress charges, and his trial date is set for the 18th of July. By October, Bannon made a similar, albeit less detailed, suggestion when calling into NBC News. To quote his T, "If you're going to take over the administrative state and deconstruct it, then you have to have shock troops prepared to take it over immediately. I gave them fire and brimstone." So, 3 points to be had here. Representative Matt Gaetz and Steve Bannon mused about the chance of a 2024 presidential win by Donald Trump, who has indeed said he's going to run. And Gaetz said an army of patriots should get ready now to fight for these United States. Will Bannon said shock troops divided into teams, A-teams, could take over some 4,000 government positions. As in forcibly occupy, as in hostile takeover. It est a coup d'etat. To quote his Gates, "People didn't like that Donald Trump raised his voice, but sometimes you gotta raise your voice to raise a ruckus and to raise an army of patriots who love this country and will fight for her. We're going to operationalize the performance to go right after the people who are imposing the vaccine mandates, who are enriching themselves, and who are selling out the country." And then Bannon went on to suggest to a nodding Gates that there should be a theory of governing before elaborating on what his plan would be if Trump were to be president again, Bannon himself going so far as to suggest that these 4,000 shock troops would then become political appointees. To quote his T, "It's fresh and it's new. This is Trumpism in power. That's when we went down to the 4,000 shock troops we have to have that's going to man the government. Get them ready now, right? We're going to hit the beach with the landing teams and the beachhead teams and all that nomenclature they use when President Trump wins in 2024. Or before? I mean, fuck waiting for the election. Just take it now." That's what he was insinuating. To finish off his quote, he said, "On Capitol Hill, you're going to have Gates and others. No more powder puff derby." Powder puff derby, you like that? "This is going to be hardcore accountability at every committee." And in response to Bannon's suggestion, Gates said, "And we're going to go right after this administrative state, and we're going to start at the Department of Justice and the FBI. That's the job I want. You know, send me over to the Judiciary Committee and their sphincters will tighten because they have been doing a lot of corrupt things over there." Yeah, the sphincter's going to tighten all right because they're afraid your dick's going to be 6 inches up inside them because they know you're a fucking homo, motherfucker. Because they know you're fucking queer. That you're a faggot. Now, it's unclear what Gates and Bannon meant, well, rather it's all too clear, but they like to say it's unclear, specifically with references to an army of patriots and shock troops. I think that's pretty fucking clear, but representatives for Bannon didn't respond to any of my requests for comment. Gates responded by implying that his remarks were a metaphor and claiming that people like myself were being a tad literal about his commentary. They always say, "See, it's a joke. It's all metaphor. When I say I'm going to rape you, I just mean that metaphorically." Yeah. Metaphorically. Yeah, you know, if I were stuck, God forbid, on a desert island with these two assholes, and they're both talking about how straight they are with all their toxic masculinity, give it 2 weeks. No, give it a week. I'd be sleeping up in the coconut trees and throwing coconuts down at them so they wouldn't be climbing up after me because they'd both want a piece of my ass. Now, in such context, Donald Trump's loss at the Court of Appeals to keep January 6th documents secret is the holiday gift America's republic needed. Even as Trump himself asks his Supreme Court to help him in his battle with the January 6th committee. Thursday, a federal appeals court opened the door to Congress, receiving hundreds of critical documents about the January 6th insurrection, perhaps in time for Christmas. Former President Donald Trump went to court to block the release of those documents, but the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals' careful and speedy decision was just the holiday gift our republic needed, on time and designed to stand the test of time. After Trump cultists stormed the U.S. Capitol and disrupted the electoral vote count on the 6th of January, the House of Representatives convened a select committee to investigate the attack and to recommend legislation to armor our democracy against future attempts to overturn our legitimate elections. In August, the committee asked the National Archives for Trump administration papers, including call logs, White House visitor records, and other documents that may be related to the attack and its run-up. It did so with good reason, since the attackers sought to vindicate Trump's false claims about the election, and since Trump initially egged them on with a speech calling for them to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. After careful review, President Joe Biden agreed to release the documents and to reject Trump's request to assert executive privilege. But Trump sued, claiming the release would somehow violate executive privilege, which protects communications between presidents and their advisors. A federal district court rejected Trump's request for a preliminary injunction, and he appealed. Now that appeal, too, has been swiftly rejected. Judge Patricia Millett's decision Thursday for a unanimous 3-judge panel was probably Trump's last stop before the U.S. Supreme Court. And given the decision, the High Court may not give Trump much of a hearing. It is because this is not a difficult legal question, no matter how you look at it. Congress asked the National Archives for documents in pursuit of an indisputably legitimate aim. It is hard to imagine what could be more central to Congress's mission than investigating and preventing mob insurrections aimed at disrupting Congress's business of governance. The sitting president carefully evaluated that request and decided, under the extraordinary circumstances here, releasing the documents is in the national interest. The representatives elected by the people have decided that the documents should be released, or, as the appellate court so put it, the judgment of the political branches is unified as to these particular documents. In the face of the considered judgment of the people's representatives, the individual who was resoundingly defeated at the polls in November of yesteryear nevertheless sought to prevent disclosure by asserting the privilege of the presidency he no longer holds. But as the appellate court held, under our Constitution, we have one president at a time. Courts must defer to the sitting president's assessment of the national interest, especially when it aligns with Congress's determination, in the absence of a powerful showing to the contrary. Critically, as the new opinion emphasized, Trump has done nothing to show that Congress and the sitting president misunderstood or misapplied the national interest. Trump just asserts that he disagrees, but the court record contains not a single fact or argument to explain why Congress and President Biden are wrong as to any specific document. As the court so put it, he has not pointed to a single record whose release would somehow offend executive privilege. To quote Sndy, Mr. Trump has made no record, nor even hinted to this court, what context or information has been overlooked or what information could override President Biden's calculus. The decision's wisdom goes deeper than its correct application of law, of course. It is deeply rooted in the factual record, tied to a careful and modest understanding of the judiciary's role in our Constitution. And, not least important, it came quickly. In its approach and its substance, this decision seems to have been written to be upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. It even, in its conclusion, name-checks the title of Justice Neil Gorsuch's book. Trump's attorneys have already said the Supreme Court is their ultimate destination, and the appellate court, even though it ruled against him, gave Trump 14 days, 14 nights, 12 weeks, to go to the Supreme Court and get an injunction against further disclosure. That period runs out on December 23rd. While one can never know what the High Court will do, there is substantial reason to doubt they will step in. Substantively, Trump's arguments fly in the face of the logic and structure of our Constitution and law. As I have constantly stated here at Critical Omissions, over endless transmissions, essentially laying out my own amicus brief, filed openly and publicly for all to review. Per this case, Donald John Trump can no more take executive privilege with him than he could take the resolute desk or Gilbert Stuart's portrait of George Washington. The Supreme Court shouldn't even bother with this case and should simply decline to intervene, just as they do in the vast majority of cases. As they showed in the 2020 election, they are not necessarily willing to discard the law in favor of partisanship, even though 6 of 9 were named by presidents of Trump's own Russo collaborationists, red Republican Party, and 3 were his own personal nominees. The law here is no less clear than it was when they refused to hear cases advancing Trump's bogus claims about the election. The D.C. Circuit decision does not invent new legal tests or purport to make decisions about future Trump administration records requests. It simply says the courts need to defer to the political branches in the absence of any factual record showing as to why they should overturn Congress and the president. It is the kind of judicial modesty Chief Justice John Roberts has extolled, and it should protect this decision against reversal. The decision's speed is notable too. 68 pages of careful analysis and forceful writing, handed down 9 days after oral argument, proves the D.C. Circuit appreciates the urgency of Congress's inquiry. As I spracketh in my own amicus briefs in this case, January 6th, contrary to Peter Moon talking about it deflating like a balloon, the 6th of January is not over. Far from it. It was just the beginning. The attack on our elections is still ongoing in all the states, and Congress needs to propose solutions. This decision shows the courts can and should move quickly to ensure Congress has the information it needs to protect our democracy. Finally, the new decision is also notable because it validates the January 6th committee's approach. Deliberate, but vigorous and relentless. When taken together with Wednesday's news, the New York Attorney General is subpoenaing Trump for a civil deposition in her investigation of his businesses. The day's legal news was very bad indeed for the former president that day. Trump's delay tactics, which served him so well while he was president, seem to be failing him now. It strikes an ominous note for those, like former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and ex-political advisor Steve Bannon, who are taking this same path. The decision sent a message. Going forward, presidents and their associates can't simply hide behind vague and substance-free assertions of privilege to block all inquiry. It is not a present just for Congress. It is a gift to our republic. The legal battle between former President Donald Trump and the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th riots now appears certain to head to our Supreme Court of the land. A 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit ruled against Trump on Thursday as he sought to block the committee from obtaining documents from his time as president from our national archives. The former president has argued that these documents are covered by executive privilege, and the committee has not made clear the legislative reasons for seeking those documents as part of its investigation. Per his analysis, the appeals court rejected Trump's claim in an opinion authored by Judge Patricia Millett, an Obama appointee, who wrote, and I read her writ as follows: "The events of January 6th exposed the fragility of those democratic institutions and traditions that we had perhaps come to take for granted. In response, the President of the United States and Congress have each made the judgment that access to this subset of presidential communication records is necessary to address a matter of great constitutional moment for our republic. Former President Trump has given this court no legal reason to cast aside President Biden's assessment of the executive branch interests at stake or to create a separation of powers conflict that the political branches have avoided. President Joe Biden, our legally elected executive, decided not to uphold his predecessor's assertions of executive privilege. Biden instead concluded that doing so was not in the best interests of these United States. According to a letter sent by White House counsel Dana Remus in October, from which I source much information that I relate unto you now. Trump now has less than 14 days to appeal the decision to the Supreme Court, and his spokesperson, Liz Harrington, suggested on Thursday that there would be an appeal, so saying, and here I quote as she, "Regardless of today's decision by the appeals court, this case was always destined for the Supreme Court. President Trump's duty to defend the Constitution and the office of the presidency continues, and he will keep fighting for every American and every future administration." Following the ruling, Democratic Representative Benny Thompson, who chairs the Select Committee, issued a joint statement with Republican Representativess Liz Cheney, who is vice chair. And here I quote as they, "We applaud the court's decisive ruling, which respects the Select Committee's interest in obtaining White House records and the President's judgment in allowing those records to be produced. Our work moves ahead swiftly. We will get to the truth." The Supreme Court, of course, has a 6-3 reactionary majority, with 3 justices having been appointed by Donald Trump himself. But that does not necessarily mean he will win. The Select Committee has now succeeded in court twice. Before U.S. District Court Judge Tanya Chutkan in November, Judge Tanya Chutkan, and before the Appeals Court on Thursday, with Judge Millett. Chutkan's ruling drew heavily on the Supreme Court's 1977 decision in Nixon versus General Services Administration, which was brought by former President Richard Mulhouse Nixon and dealt with matters of executive privilege. It remains to be seen if the Trump-appointed justices will choose to recuse themselves. 4 justices appointed by Nixon did not do so in 1977, and Trois ruled against him. Now, that brings us to where we are at now with what the Supreme Court is doing. By the way, to our man Jameson Reese, don't know if he's there, but we're under endless assault right now. So if you're there, take care of it. You may have dealt with this already. I'm not sure where you're at with that. If you dealt with this already, good on you and deeply appreciate it. Right now I'm engaging in taking care of the enemy that's assailing us, filing all the reports that will ultimately lead, hopefully, to some kind of response against them. And of course it takes time. So while I'm doing this, just a shout out to Jameson Reese, and he's probably fallen asleep by now in the hospital. God knows, as he said, maybe they killed him, eh? You can see how seriously I take that. So such being dismissed, what I'm doing now when I take care of this is the prelude to getting back to where the Supreme Court is now. And the Supreme Court, of course, is assaulting American womanhood. Assaulting American womanhood by depriving women of the legal rights they need to basically survive in this kind of society, where they need to have the ability to decide their own futures. And their futures are essentially stolen from them when they become mothers. Okay, I can see that Jameson also hid some other assaults, so somehow he missed what was in between. Amor Fadi says, "I feel bad for Russian people. Their government sucks. Putin really sucks. Sucks like a gay clown." Yes, that's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. Okay, now let's get into this. The question that's really being presented by the Supreme Court right now is what they're really saying. Well, what they force us to ask is the question, are women even people? You see, the Supreme Court just signed off on a Texas law that denies woman's humanity. Their casual contempt for woman is not a good sign. Built into said Texas law is a refusal to acknowledge that women are thinking people capable of autonomous decisions. The Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent justices of the Supreme Court of this land even compared women's rights to white supremacy and spracketh of adoption like it's donating used clothes. Despite all the legalese about stare decisis and reliance interest, the abortion rights hearing held at the Supreme Court Wednesday midweek last, on Wednesday morning, came us down to one question. Can women's rights simply be disappeared with the ease of shaking an Etch-a-Sketch? Unfortunately, 6 out of 9 members of the court seem to strongly believe that, yes, it's time to hit the reset button on that whole treating women like full human beings experiment after nearly half a hundred years since Roe v. Wade of women having full human rights. Through the 2 hours of questioning in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health, one word came to mind to describe the stance of the conservative judges towards the fairer sex: contempt. Wednesday's oral arguments were full of contempt for women's lives, contempt for woman's intelligence, contempt for woman's privacy, and contempt for woman's very humanity. To be sure, Center for Reproductive Rights attorney Julie Rickleman and Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar repeatedly emphasized that women are complex human beings who have as much a right to liberty and the pursuit of happiness as anyone. But it was like talking to a brick wall of misogyny offered by the Republican appointees on the bench. Perhaps the most repulsive moment of the morning came courtesy of Justice Sam Alito, who is always ready to act like the biggest mansplaining creep in the highly competitive field of Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent appointed judges. In response to Prelogar's argument that American women have come as to rely on abortion rights, Alito sneeringly argued that the South had also come to rely on white supremacy after Plessy versus Ferguson. But that didn't stop the court from overturning it in Brown versus the Board of Education. Yes, you heard that correctly. Alito compared a woman's right to control her own body to upholding Jim Crow. And this was far from the only bad faith comparison offered by the conservative judges. At one point, Justice Brett Kavanaugh ran down a long list of cases he felt like overturned historical precedent, in the way he clearly would like to overturn Roe v. Wade, including Brown and, more recently, Obergefell versus Hodges, the case that legalized same-sex marriage. Prelogar did her best to rebut this claim, pointing out that these decisions to overturn precedent expanded human rights, and overturning Roe would simply take us them all away. But the reactionaries don't seem inclined to view women as humans with rights, and so ignored this crucial point as delivered by what to them was simply another contemptible cunt. Or rather, a cunt beneath contempt. Those were the most egregious, but the inability of the so-called conservatives to imagine women as real people behaving in discernibly human ways defined most lines of questioning during all of Wednesday's arguments. At one point, Chief Justice John Roberts explored the possibility of setting the national abortion limits at 15 weeks, which is the current Mississippi law under debate, instead of overturning Roe versus Wade entirely. He dug into Rickleman about how 15 weeks should be enough opportunity for choice for a woman seeking an abortion, even though it's actually only about 11 weeks since the missed period. The implication, of course, is that anyone who needs that long is somehow too lazy or stupid to deserve any rights, though apparently not too lazy or stupid to be a fucking mother. Or a motherfucker. But as Rickleman pointed out, poverty and other abortion restrictions often drive women to spend weeks trying to find the time and money to abort, In addition, a huge number of medically indicated abortions happen after the 15-week mark. Amy Comey Barrett, the token Aunt Lydia of the 6 conservative judges, kept circling around the argument that women don't need abortion rights because in all 50 states you can terminate parental rights after giving birth. It was a question that only makes sense if one assumes women are merely ambulatory uteruses with no feelings or internal lives at all. In the real world, however, pregnancy is a difficult process, not just physically, but emotionally. Pregnancy isn't a goddamn houseplant you stick in the corner of your house and ignore until someone comes to pick it up. You carry it with your body. People ask you about it. Indeed, as anyone who has ever been pregnant can tell you, it's basically all people can talk to you about when you're showing. It causes all sorts of hormonal and emotional reactions, and giving up a baby your body has created is notoriously wrenching, even for those who are ready to do it. Barrett, who has kids of her own, should understand this. But other women don't seem to register as people to her. She even snickeringly compared forced childbirth to vaccination, as if a 3-second risk-free shot has anything in common with the permanently life-altering experience of pregnancy and childbirth and the brat you're stuck with for the next 60 years thereafter. Realizing they weren't going to get very far with their conservative colleagues with arguments about woman's humanity, the liberal justices largely focused on the issue of the court's reputation. The conservative justices have been openly defensive about the entirely correct accusations that they are naught but partisan hacks, as Barrett unconvincingly swore she was not earlier this year. So the liberals centered much of their questioning around concerns that overturning Roe would further degrade the court's reputation in the public eye. At one point, Justice Sonia Sotomayor asked, "Will this institution survive the stench that this creates in the public perception that the Constitution and its reading are just political acts?" But it's hard to imagine half a dozen justices are going to be worried about being criticized this way. They don't take women seriously as people, so it's unlikely they care much more for the opinions of people who do view women as full human beings. As with Kavanaugh, whining and crying because he had to deal with a sexual assault allegation from Christine Blasey Ford, they are all likely to double down on their sense of grievance that they even have to waste time with the woman are people crowd. Erasing women's rights will be as easy for them as stepping on ants. In 1915, the suffragist Alice Joy Miller wrote a delightful book of satirical poetry titled Are Women People?, subtitled A Book of Rhymes for Suffrage Times. Now, here we are, 106 years later, and Texas and the Supreme Court of these United States have weighed in with their opinion, which is very much a no. Women are not people. They are human-shaped, but they cannot be regarded as full people, capable of making even very basic decisions about their own bodies and their own lives. After a full day of the Supreme Court not yet deciding whether to enjoin a Texas law banning all abortions 2 weeks after the first missed period, the court finally made a decision late Wednesday night in full violation of Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court is allowing Texas to ban abortion. This is not, as the mansplayers will let you know, an official overturn of Roe. That is still coming in the form of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, a case looking at another abortion ban in Mississippi that has been explicitly held out as an opportunity for the court to simply overturn the 1973 case that legalized abortion. Still, as Jessica Mason Piclo, a legal expertess, at Rewire News Group writes, let's just get this out of the way. We can stop debating about whether the court overturned Roe v. Wade. They did. So what if it's on a technicality? It's not a technicality to the people forced to carry pregnancies to term against their will. You know, the human cost of this last-minute abortion ban can be felt on-site a clinic in Fort Worth at 8 p.m. on the 31st day in August, when providers realized they only had 4 hours to help 24 people who were still waiting for the procedure, before the ban went into effect at the stroke of midnight on the clock. It was a nightmare race against time itself, as the staff worked without stopping to eat, shifting patients in and out of rooms. One woman dropped to her knees on the cold tile floor, begging to get a place in line before the ban came down, all while a crowd of Christian fundamentalists, drunk on misogyny and their own victory, screamed at top volume outside, letting it loose with all their lungs, that the woman inside would burn in hell eternal. You know, as a social critic, I've been observing the religious right for over 15 years now. And as an individual with an Associate of Science degree in criminal psychology, I've known these kinds of broken souls who support this law my whole life. They're small people who spend their time trying to dominate the lives of others rather than face up to the fears that prevent them from embracing full lives of their own. Donald Trump spoke to them, despite his barely concealed contempt for their religion, because they saw themselves in him, a man so poisoned by hate that his only real pleasure in life is the bullying of others. So, I get it, intellectually. On a deeper emotional level, however, understanding will always elude me. How can so many give up their one precious life to cruelty, rather than just take the easier and humane path of live and let live? At this point, these sadists will try to defend themselves by claiming this is all about life. It's a lie that worked for decades to give cover to their malice. It's collapsed in the age of a deadly pandemic that conservatives are doing everything in their power to spread, a pandemic that is especially dangerous for the fetal life they only care for when it can be weaponized against women's rights. No, the Texas law and the Supreme Court endorsement thereof is about one thing and one thing only: denying the humanity of woman, and of course denying the humanity of those who don't neatly fit in that category of woman, but can get pregnant anyway. This is about reducing these people to mere vessels and rejecting the idea that they are autonomous human beings who have sovereignty over their bodies and their lives. On the contrary, having a uterus renders you as little more than human livestock in the eyes of all conservatives. We see this attitude in the enforcement mechanism of the law in question. Said law allows any person, even a complete stranger to the person getting an abortion, to sue an abortion provider or any other person who helps with the abortion. The right to control a pregnant person's body in this Texas law belongs quite literally to anyone but the woman herself. Her father, her husband, her ex, her neighbor, some random misogynist who just wants to ruin a life because he spends too much time on incel forums of the involuntary celibate. Just so long as it's not the person actually living in that body, carrying that load. And what a load it is! This rejection of women as autonomous beings is also baked into the parameters of who can be sued. The abortion bounty hunters are permitted to go after healthcare providers or any other person who helps a woman get an abortion, but they cannot sue the person who wants an abortion. She is viewed simply as an empty vessel, not as a thinking, feeling person who is consciously making a cognizant decision. She is an incompetent adult. And so the responsibility for the abortion decision is assumed to belong to another person. Because conservatives simply cannot admit that women are even capable of making such decisions. Because they're just fucking cunts. A hole with an embodiment of flesh around it. This rejection of female autonomy is generally presented as chivalrous in anti-choice rhetoric, as if they're trying to protect women from abortion. The Texas Right to Life site defends the law as supposedly saving women whose lives are irrevocably altered by the death of their children. They even use condescending memes like, well, I can't even represent to you the kind of memes I saw, which all erase the fact that it's women themselves choosing abortion. Needless to say, there's piles of research proving that women's main feelings after abortion are relief, not grief. But even without that research, it's crystal clear how offensive it is to pretend that women don't actively choose abortion. It's treating women like dumb animals, refusing to believe that they have any more capacity to make reproductive decisions than a feral cat. It's ugly, dehumanizing rhetoric, no matter how much anti-choicers try to pass it off as compassion, as in George W. Bush the Jr.'s, I'm compassionated and conservative. Oh, no, you ain't. You ain't either. You're not compassionate, and you're not conservative, you're reactionary. That some of the people who are behind these kinds of laws are women themselves doesn't change this fact. Justice Amy Coney Barrett voted to uphold the Texas law, but she is also quite famously, or rather infamously, a religious fundamentalist, a status that reassures the religious right that she's simply upholding beliefs handed down to her by a patriarchal faith, that she'd be a meat puppet for the patriarchs. As for the motivations of the female misogynists themselves, well, that's why Aunt Lydia of The Handmaid's Tale was such a good characteress. For a woman committed to living with, instead of resisting, male dominance, being an enforceress gives them power over other women. It's not quite as good as being a man, but hey, at least it gives you someone else to control and look down upon. Sadly, the misogyny baked into the Texas law is about to spread like wildfire across red America. The Supreme Court will not issue a formal ruling on whether Roe stands until next summer, but this support for the Texas law is an open invitation to every state legislature run by woman-hating Bible thumpers to pass versions of their own. Accompanying said law will be more dehumanizing rhetoric, treating women as livestock who cannot be trusted to make their own decisions, or even acknowledged as capable of making decisions at all. Because debasing women has always been what the anti-choice movement is all about. Now Americans will start to see the real-life damage such hatred can wreak in women's lives. Republicans defend abortion bans with non-existent social safety nets, but that doesn't justify forced childbirth. Even if these United States did support mothers, and it most certainly does not, there will always be a need for abortion. In a sign of the utter bad faith shot throughout the conservative arguments for abortion bans, the lawyers defending Mississippi's pre-viability ban in the Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Clinic are claiming that women don't need abortion because, wait for it, of all the great social safety net programs supporting mothers that Americans enjoy these days. Mississippi's lawyers argued before the Supreme Court on Wednesday midweek last that numerous laws enacted since Roe addressing pregnancy discrimination requiring leave time, assisting with child care, and more, facilitate the ability of women to pursue both career success and a rich family life. The Washington Post also gave Mississippi Attorney General Lynn Fitch space to make the breathtakingly dishonest argument that women pay no professional or economic penalty for unwanted childbearing. He's so saying, "It has become easier for women to reach the very pinnacle of our success, economically and socially, without abortion." She so writes because, maternity leave and even paternity leave are commonplace. Now, just in case you were unsure, she is a big, fat, cunting liar. She also throws in, "Men and women are sharing responsibilities in the home." No, they are not. Listen, bitch, just keeping a house tidy is a time-consuming endeavor. A new study has proven that women put in more time than men when it comes to keeping their homes in order. According to a report by Oxfam and the Institute for Women's Policy Research, women in these United States spend 2 hours more each day cleaning, cooking, taking care of children, and doing all the other unpaid work that men never do, or need to be forced to do at gunpoint. Analyzing data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics' American Time Use survey, the study proved that women aged 15 and older spend 5.7 hours daily doing housework and looking after kids and elders. Women age 15 and older, while men in the same age range do so for less than 3.6 hours each day. That's about 37% more time dedicated to keeping things running smoothly in the house by the ladies. Women ages 15 to 24 spend 54% more time on housework than men the same age, and women ages 25 to 34 spend 51% more time on those same chores. As tabulated by the NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle, the gap exists for women who work as well, which becomes more glaring when you factor in that they earn 79 cents to every man's dollar. Women who work at least 35 hours a week spend 4.9 hours on household work, while men who work those same hours spend 3.8 hours on household work. That's a 22% difference. The findings take on added meaning because, according to the Statistics Bureau, women have 50.04% of jobs in these United States as of last month. It's the first time in nearly a decade that they have the majority of jobs. All that housework adds up, but it most certainly never pays off. Women spend 95 more 8-hour workdays per year on completely unpaid work, which adds up to, well, it's the equivalent of 1.48 trillion United States dollars in what is effectively slave labor, because it's unremunerated, unpaid, and yet demanded. So, is there a solution to bridge the difference? Someone is asking me in the email. Well, Oxfam concludes that policies like guaranteed paid family and medical leave, paid sick days, and elimination of the gender wage gap will go a long way toward creating a better balance that permits families to decide what makes the most sense without sexist social and economic pressure. In such context, all the aforementioned arguments promulgated by the Trump court are such self-evident nonsense that there's little chance that the intent is to even bother to fool anyone. Rather, it's about propping facile justifications for abortion bans that are, in reality, rooted in a misogynistic desire to punish women for having sex. Even having to debunk these arguments feels debasing. So hats off to Claire Kane Miller of the New York Times, who took on the task. To quote as she, The United States stands out for its absence of national paid leave, and childcare is unaffordable for nearly half of American families. In addition, access to abortion for young women with unplanned pregnancies led to higher earnings, more education, and a higher chance of being a professional or manageress than seen in women denied access to abortion. I hope I read that right. I may have said absence of abortion. I meant access. To read it again. In addition, access to abortion for young women with unplanned pregnancies led to higher earnings, more education, and a higher chance of being a professional or manageress than seen in women denied access to abortion. Bottom line, studies prove, time and again, abortion access materially improves women's lives. But even if the United States were the socialist paradise that Mississippi lawyers are pretending it is, that would not justify abortion bans. Abortion is not an insurance plan to protect against career derailment. It's about very basic human rights, to control your body and to make very basic decisions about your life. As Julie Rickleman of the Center for Reproductive Rights argued before the Supreme Court on Wednesday, for a state to take control of a woman's body and demand that she go through pregnancy and childbirth with all the physical risks and life-altering consequences that brings is a fundamental deprivation of our liberty. Yes, even if you get to go back to work afterward. Therefore, it deprives what's promised in the Declaration of Independence. The abortion debate is contentious not because of inadequate maternity leave, but because it cuts right to the heart of the larger struggle over whether or not women should be regarded as full human beings. It's why even having this debate over maternity leave and social safety nets is in and of itself completely debasing. It's undergirded by this assumption that women are too dumb to know what they need and want, and so need a little coercion to understand the endless supposed bliss that awaits them after they are forced to give birth. Of which there is no bliss whatsoever, it's all pure shit. Now, Fitch has been heavily promoting the claim that having a baby is always the best thing, and if a pregnant person doesn't agree, it must be because she's stupid and needs correction. She even told EWTN Pro-Life Weekly hostess, Catherine Hadro, that banning abortion is a gift because the mothers that will get the chance to really redirect their lives and women can have these beautiful children and you can have your careers. The premise is that all women are in a permanent state of wanting to have a baby, and if they say otherwise, it must be under duress. But this idea that women never truly want an abortion is a total and demonstrable lie. In these United States, 6 out of 10 abortion patients have already had a fucking baby. I hope you heard that. Yeah, and they got that by fucking, presumably. They are fully educated in the joys and challenges of motherhood by hard experience, and that knowledge is informing their choice to abort this particular pregnancy because they know they can't afford another fucking parasite riding on their goddamn back for the next 500 years. Because, you know, the kids keep fucking coming back until you die. You know, you're the fucking giving tree. And if you're not familiar with the story, that's a misogynist story. A female giving tree. It's sexed. She just keeps giving and giving and giving till they make her a Christmas tree after chopping her down and set her on fire. A burning Christmas tree. The Republicans call that a hate crime. And in the end, she's just happy to give and give and give until she's burned to ashes and provides warmth in her burning as logs in the fire. So happy I could give of my body until all of it was used up by boys. It's all boys, all male family, like they reproduced by by fission like amoeba, or gays that finally adopted with the new gay marriage system or something like that. But that takes us in another direction we'll reach all too soon. Now, in countries that really do have the social safety net that Mississippi is pretending exists here, abortion has not vanished. The abortion rates in countries like the Fifth French Republic and Sweden are comparable to these United States, even though they have much more generous maternity leave and child care policies. Wealthier countries do have lower abortion rates, but that's because contraception access leads to lower overall pregnancy rates. But as long as there's unintended pregnancy, there will be abortion. That's because a very basic, unchanging fact about human nature. People want to have a lot more sex than they want to have babies. Yes, even women. People have sex when it's not the right time for a baby. People have sex with partners who aren't the right fit to ever have a baby with. People have sex even when they've had as many children as they ever want to have. Contraception makes this safer, but it's not foolproof, which is why you can throw as many maternity benefits as you want at women, but they will still need access to abortion. Conservatives get away with this bad faith because of a larger cultural prudery. There's a general unwillingness, even among a lot of progressives, to defend women's sexuality sans caveat. Conservatives want to prop up this ideal of women as asexual beings who only have sex to please men and or have babies. Abortion's very popularity, however, exposes the truth. Lots of women have sex with men they don't want to have a baby with. Ever. Yeah, either right now or forever. Rather than just let women be, the Christian right wants to abuse abortion bans to punish women for not adhering to their sexist demands. Progressives should not let red herring arguments about maternity leave or child care distract us from that fact. And so, the governor of our golden state of California wants a republic all its own, the Golden Bear Flag Republic, to rival that of motherfucking Texas. Our Californian governor, Gavin Newsom, himself a flaming metrosexual, which is a term so nuanced I'm not going to bother to explain it, has announced a new plan to enact a gun control measure inspired by the Texas abortion law. Gavin Newsom calls to mirror the Texas SB 8, except targeting ghost guns. You see, Newsom announced a new plan yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, that would use the legal maneuvering Texas has employed to enact the country's most restrictive abortion ban, but instead targeting those who sell assault rifles, or so-called ghost gun parts that allow buyers to build untraceable weapons. It's a novel approach that would use the same threat of vigilante lawsuits to enact a liberal priority that has long languished in Congress. Newsom's announcement also comes on the heels of a Supreme Court ruling that allowed Texas to keep its new provision in place as lawsuits against it make their way through the courts. Originally, our California governor said he was outraged that the Supreme Court allowed Texas's 6-week abortion law to even stand. It's a time frame that bans nearly all abortions because the first 6 weeks of pregnancy, well, always pass before a woman even knows she's pregnant. Reports suggest the High Court, stacked with 3 members nominated by former President Donald Trump, is leaning toward, well, they've already ruled in Texas's favor. They're leaning towards Mississippi's now, and ergo effectively ending the decades of protection given to abortion rights after the landmark 1973 ruling in Roe v. Wade. Newsom's plan is to use the same legal tactic as Texas to enact our own state's policy priorities. Is a future, at least partially predicted by Justice Alina Kagan, who has previously argued in court recently that we would live in a very different world from the world we live in today if SB 8 is allowed to stand. To quote as she, essentially, we would be inviting states, all 50 of them, with respect to their own preferred constitutional rights, to try to nullify the law this court has laid down. In a tweet, Newsom argued, if that's the precedent, he's going to have to embrace the tactic whether he likes it or not. And to quote is from his writ, if Texas can ban abortion and endanger lives, California can ban deadly weapons of war and save lives. If states can now shield their laws from review by the federal courts that compare assault weapons to Swiss Army knives, then California will use that authority to protect people's lives, where Texas used it to put all women in harm's way. And in another statement released over the weekend, Newsom proclaimed that his staff is working with both the California legislature and the state's attorney general to draft a bill similar to Texas's SB 8 that would allow private citizens nationwide to file lawsuits against anyone who manufactures, distributes, or sells an assault weapon or ghost gun kit or parts in the state of California. If the most efficient way to keep these devastating weapons off our streets is to add the threat of private lawsuits, we should do just that. With its decision on SB 8, the court is signaling that other states are welcome to imitate Texas's strategy for eviscerating long-held legal protections. So with the Texas abortion ban, the court invites an era of constitutional chaos. Now, after weeks of waiting, the Supreme Court, Wednesday morning, midweek last, finally allowed abortion providers' challenge against Texas's functional ban on abortion, SB 8, to go forward. But the win for abortion providers is not the sweeping victory that seemed likely when the court heard oral argument on SB 8 in November. And even if legal abortions resume in Texas, any reprieve probably won't last for long because of another major abortion case, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, that could gut abortion rights when the court issues a decision next year. More immediately, the court's decision midweek last almost invites other states to imitate Texas's approach, creating the possibility for more constitutional chaos, and not just on the issue of abortion. Though SB 8 came into effect just this fall, it is in some ways already a relic from an earlier era of the nation's abortion wars, one in which conservative states worried about major losses in the Supreme Court. For this reason, the law is crafty, delegating enforcement to any private citizen who wants to file a civil suit, as opposed to the state criminalizing the procedure outright. Texas is no stranger to major losses in abortion cases and has clearly learned its lesson. In 2016, the state faced defeat in Whole Woman's Health versus Hellerstedt and had to pay millions of dollars of attorney's fees to the Pro-Abortion Rights Center for Reproductive Rights. Conservative lawmakers did not want to repeat that experience, but also wanted to keep up with other red states that had introduced sweeping bans on abortion after 6 weeks. SB 8 was the result, a law that could nullify abortion rights while insulating the state from suit. Texas lawmakers thought they had found a loophole in the rules governing constitutional challenges to state laws. There are limits on when states can be sued in federal court, but in the early 20th century, in a case called Ex parte Young, the court held that people could sue state officials in federal court for enforcing unconstitutional laws. Texas claimed that it had found a way around this rule. If no state official enforced SB 8, there would be no way to test it in federal court. Yes, there could be state cases, But those would not stop all suits against abortion providers and aiders and abettors, doctors who would have to raise a constitutional defense each time they were sued, rather than settling the matter once and for all. In the meantime, providers would have to they would have to put out constant fires. Many would refuse to perform abortions after 6 weeks at all. After letting SB 8 go into effect, the Supreme Court seemed to have a change of heart. The justices put two challenges, one brought by abortion providers, another by the Biden Justice Department on a fast track, meaning that the cases would get heard and decided much sooner than would otherwise have been the case. Then, what seems like just yesterday, the court seemed to hand providers a win. The justices voted 8-1 that the suit against some state licensing officials could go forward in federal court. The court zeroed in on specific licensing officials who are charged with enforcing other laws that regulate abortion in Texas. These officials, the court so reasoned, might enforce SB 8 and providers could haul them into federal court. At the same time, the court dismissed the separate appeal from the Justice Department. The United States itself had challenged the Texas law because the state had prevented anyone else from doing so. Because the court allowed the providers' suit to move forward, there was no need to resolve the thorny questions at issue in the Justice Department suit. So far, so good for abortion providers. But look a little harder, and what seems like just today's ruling. It feels like, I know it was a Sunday when I started this transmission. So I mean, this was like Thursday or Friday is what it felt like to me by memory, reviewing all of these materials and blurring as I am at this hour. It's, as I said, you look a little harder, and the latest ruling seems like less of a victory for abortion rights, or, for that matter, for those concerned about state efforts to nullify other constitutional rights. First, the court did not allow providers to sue anyone other than the state licensing officials, including the attorney general or the state clerks who docket cases. Taking suits against clerks off the table will make it hard to block every SB 8 suit from going forward. Providers will be in and out of court and will have to rely on state cases. A clean solution that would end SB 8 once and for all may not be possible. So with its decision, the court has handed states looking to nullify other constitutional rights a roadmap. Write a law like SB 8 with a few tweaks, and the court's majority may sign off on it. The only question will be whether Democrats as well as Republicans take up the court's veiled invitation to play constitutional hardball as the gutsy governor of our golden California has. For women in Texas, nothing will change immediately. SB 8 will remain in effect in the short term. Even if a win is down the line, the lower courts will likely hold that Texas is precedent. Abortion providers in the state may be reluctant to resume services. The drafters of SB 8 thought of everything. The law has a provision stating that doctors can be sued for abortions performed after a lower court has blocked the law from being enforced if the Supreme Court later holds that there is no constitutional right to an abortion. The court's conservative supermajority now be poised to hold that there is no right to an abortion in Texas at all, or anywhere else. When the court heard oral argument in Dobbs last week, all of the court's conservatives appeared to think that abortion rights jurisprudence is fatally flawed. Chief Justice John Roberts reached for some kind of middle ground solution, holding that states could pass some laws on abortion before viability, the point at which survival is possible outside the womb. None of his conservative colleagues looked particularly interested in joining him. Most of the court's members seem to think that there is no constitutional right to an abortion at all, and all seem to be ready to say so. Today's, or what feels to me like today at this point in time, Thursday's decision to win, well, it's a win not for abortion providers, but for constitutional chaos. It will encourage states, conservative and progressive alike, to see how much they can bypass judicial interpretation of constitutional rights. The decision will lead some to think that abortion rights will be restored in Texas, while the court plans to hold that those rights never existed in the first. During the Dobbs argument, the court gave a clear impression of being indifferent to the political consequences of its actions. This conservative majority looks ready to transform our Constitution and its interpretation in radical, even unpopular ways. The consequences be damned. So Friday's decision, and that's when it took place, Friday into this weekend, only reinforced that impression. Allowing states to perfect the SB 8 model will encourage constitutional anarchy. The same might be true of reversing Roe, but for the court's conservatives, such be the very objective of their reactionary agenda, taking us towards the severance, the litigious, or rather legislative secession of all the states in union, so that we become a crazy quilt patchwork of who's pro-life and who's pro-choice, instead of what were once states back in the days of Abraham Lincoln that were wet and others that were dry, concerning prohibition of the demon alcohol, which even Salman Sheikh made a video and some posts on. Are you willing to give up the evil gene of alcohol? I don't know if I even put a supportive up on that. I just moved on. The court seems almost certain, as was requested by Mississippi Attorney General Scott Stewart, to overturn Roe v. Wade next year. What makes you think a movement this extreme would stop at erasing a woman's right to choose? Conservatives are tearing down Roe. That's extreme, and just the beginning. The end of Roe signals dark decades ahead for the LGBTQIA+ community, with no political or legal recourse, with a Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency ready to overturn elections. This, when a new report confirms there be twice as many Quilts Badge Plus adults in these United States than even earlier estimated. Of course, I'm using an acronym which I've told people about before, and of course you're not going to find that anywhere else. I'm the creator thereof, of the Quilts Badge Plus acronym. I can only pray that it becomes used enough that it catches on, but that's going to be up to you, and you're going to have to help to spread it, and many of you may not feel that you can do that without people asking stupid questions. Peter Moon was relaying one such question. Well, it wasn't really stupid. I guess it's natural. Someone asked him, and I didn't mind it. But of course, because I was articulating well enough of the transgender community's position, what they go through, what it's all about. Someone asked Peter Moon, is Douglas Dietrich transgender? And of course, Peter Moon said no. But it's like why my friend, well, my gang brother Beaver, when I told him as a progressive, to defend gay rights sometimes, that he should basically, because of my son, of course, why doesn't he stand up for it publicly? And he said, come on, if I were to do that publicly, you know what people are going to say? People are going to say, like if I were to try and talk about AIDS and say, oh, we got to be all more aware of AIDS. We were talking about this back when AIDS was a life-threatening phenomenon, when it was a death sentence. And we were talking about the need to make people aware of AIDS because, of course, my son was working for us as a prostitute. And when we were talking about the need for awareness, for protection, for prophylactic protection, etc., basically, we were going into a way to make this known, to bring it to public awareness. And I said, why don't you, purchase some media and talk about the sexual safety and the public interest. He says, first off, if I talk about anything saying, AIDS is this and you got to fight AIDS and we got to prevent AIDS, the first thing people are going to say is, he must gotsy. Yeah, and he's absolutely right. That's the first question anyone would ask is, or not even a question, that's their assumption is, he must gotsy. And so I understand that if people were to try and push the acronym of Quilts Badge Plus, people will say, wow, you must be queer. And if you try to present yourself as allied, they would ask why. Because then they'd say, because you must be fucking a queer. I mean, you can't win. But on the off chance you spread awareness, Quilts Badge Plus is an acronym. Q is for queers, questioning, open yet indeterminate, mayhaps ultimately normative. It asked heterosexually cisgendered, people happy with fucking the opposite sex and happy with being born the sex they were assigned at birth, and happy to assume that role and fucking people in the opposite party, so to speak. So Q for queers or questioning. Queer being very inclusive. You could be almost anything with queer. U is for unidentifieds, meaning the uncloseted. It asked outed voluntarily or otherwise as knowingly non-normative but private and presumably preferentially so per their personal preference. Everybody knows they're not normal, but they don't know what they are. I for intersexed, which of course is of the third gender or of one of the five sexes other than male or female. I've gone into depth about this before. There are 3 genders and 5 sexes. And of course, we're basically talking about what is medically diagnosed as hermaphroditic, meaning having both male and female genitalia. The degree to which that manifests makes you one of the other 3 sexes besides male or female. The third gender, meaning you're hermaphroditic, which is a medical diagnosis, so they don't prefer, the people who are such don't prefer to be identified as such, because that would be like calling you, if you had scoliosis, which is a crooked spine, and everybody calling you, hey, hunchback. People have been identified like that in the past, and they didn't like it. It's like, the Hunchback of Notre Dame, which then Disney made the cartoon, and bigger and shit somehow managed to copyright Hunchback, so that when Polar Lights remade all the old Aurora model kits of the famous movie monsters, Polar Lights tried to remake the old Aurora model kit of the Hunchback, and they couldn't because Disney had the fucking copyright on the word, so they had to call the model of the Hunchback the bell ringer of Notre Dame. So what happens if a person is really hunchbacked? Well, you wouldn't want to call him hunchbacked anyway, because that's, you'd say he's severely scoliatic. But, I guess that makes them all bell ringers, right? I mean, because you can't call them hunchbacks, so they're bell ringers. You get my point. It's so fucking stupid. All of it, in a sense, is so fucking stupid. But as for a scoliotic person, you don't want to call them, hey, hunchback. So you don't want to call a person with both male and female genitalia, hey, hermaphrodite. Personally, I don't see what's wrong with that, because it's a mythical, it comes from Greek mythos. Hermaphrodite is a Greek mythical figure. I think it's very complimentary. It's angelic. It's of the angels. That's all angels are hermaphroditic. They're equally intersexed. But there you go. They prefer the term intersex themselves. And L in the Quilts Badge acronym is for lesbians. T is for transgendered or transitioning individuals. Also simply implies the trans to append to any appropriate label. It as trans man. And then another T in the Quilts Badge plus. It could be one T, but often I write the acronym with two T's so that we could include transsexuals, which are to be disambiguated from transgendered individuals. It's a totally different trip. It's not often used. I include it simply because I'm very much the completist. B for bisexuals or bigendered. The A for allies, like myself, an ally to the cause. Or asexuals, people who are characterized by the complete absence of sexual attractions. Or agendered, people who feel they belong to no gender. Or aromantic persons, people who feel that they want no romance in their lives. A D for demisexuals, which are usually an involuntary group, meaning that they feel they're under assault by succubi or incubi or jinn, or kidnapped by aliens who are literally abusing them in a semi-sexual manner at least, like sticking tubes up their butts or something. G for gays, E for etc., and it goes on and on. Plus for the emphasis on a positive attitudinal stance and a pronounced provision of a P in acknowledgement of pansexuals. One of the astronauts on that Blue Origin was pansexual, I think. So we can look that up if you don't believe me. Pangenders, polygenders, polyamorous, but never pedophiles or pedopornosexuals. The very evasion of such potential ambiguations with said pathologies necessitating the employment of the plus symbol in place of the all too easily misconstrued letter P. Can barely talk at this hour. So there you have it. That's the Quilts Badge Plus acronym that must become popularized because the LGBTQIA shit is just driving me nuts. And basically, we've got, according to the report I'm sourcing, which was released Thursday, and it analyzes data from the Census Bureau. And it says about 8% of respondents to the Census Bureau's Household Pulse survey said they were lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. That's about double all earlier estimates of the LGBT community size in these United States. Now, same report also says more than 2 million adults in these United States could identify as transgender, higher than earlier estimates of 1.4 million people. Bisexual people represent the largest contingent of the LGBTQIA plus community, making up about 4% of respondents in the national survey. About 2% of participants also said they identify with a sexual orientation other than lesbian, gay, bisexual, or straight. And in a new release circulated Thursday, Joni Madison, the HRC, or Human Rights Council interim presidentress, said LGBTQIA plus people are here in every town, in every city, in each and every zip code. This data proves what we've suspected. Our community is larger and more widespread than we could have known up to this point. Now, Charlotte Floor, Senior Research Manageress at the HRC, explained to USA Today that the report is based on public data from the Household Pulse survey administered by the Census Bureau itself, not the Census Bureau's decennial census. Herself so saying, the results show that researchers are starting to get better at researching the community, and that society is growing more accepting of the community, and people are feeling like they're able to identify themselves in surveys and are able to be themselves in their daily lives. All of this, of course, being quite healthy and to be encouraged. By the way, also to be encouraged is my reporting of the ongoing attacks by our gang stalkers, and of course tending to that right now. And of course we have an individual in chat, a wonderful human being by the name of Troy Bellamy, whose name I was trying to remember earlier when I was talking about some of the subjects he has brought up in the past. And Troy Bellamy says this movement against abortion is a ruse. Ultimate goal of the Grand Ole Party, the GOP, is to revive the South's states' rights argument. Women are, particularly women of color, the huckleberry for this movement. That's very astute. That's very astute. Not going to argue with that. And that's what's going to see all the states break up. Like I said, just as in Abraham Lincoln's time, you had wet and dry states before everybody got involved with the fucking Civil War. You're going to have that now with the attitudes towards pro-life and pro-choice, rendering America a crazy quilt patchwork of who you can get your abortion services from and which states a woman will have to basically relocate from. And you're going to see majority female states after that point and majority male states after that. Talk about incels. And that's when you're going to see a kind of sex war, a war between the sexes, quite literally evolving along with all the other wars we have evolving. Culture wars, turning into literal, gun wars. Jay Brown, the senior vice president of the HRC Foundation, told U.S.A. Today that those could, when he's speaking of everybody revealed by this survey I'm sourcing, that they could include pansexual and asexual people, among others. The survey also did not include options to share other identities, such as being non-binary. But he added that the results prove that you can't ignore that we exist when we start showing up in these really powerful surveys. We really do encourage folks who are collecting and allowing data collection efforts to make as many expansive choices as possible and capture the full breadth of the community, because it's still a little unclear. Despite all the things that are in front of us, we still feel like we can be more visible and more open about our identity in these surveys. But when the Supreme Court first failed to prevent Texas's bounty law banning abortions after 6 weeks, and before most women even know they're pregnant, from going into effect, it's likely signaled the beginning of the end for the Quilts Badge Plus rights in these United States. Most people in the Quilts Badge Plus community recognized this event as being bad overall, but failed to understand its significance for the community. The court has opened the Pandora's box of awfulness for Quilts Badge Plus people like my son. In the upcoming decade, it will likely result in most of the hard-won gains of the last 100 years coming up evaporating. The result will be a cataclysm for our community going forward. And I speak of our community with myself as an ally. However, hardly anyone will fight back against the most immediate losses because they would affect the smallest, weakest, and most despised part of the community. Trans people have been the subject of hostile legislation since 2015. This past year, the focus has been on banning trans youth from sports and preventing access to medical care. The Supreme Court decision to let this go through signals that they will also let the bans on trans health care go through as well. Indeed, the new law in Texas greatly resembles a proposed 2015 law that would have deputized citizens to sue schools for a $2,500 bounty if they saw a trans person in a bathroom. Now, TERFs is an acronym that we need to familiarize ourselves with. This is exactly what J.K. Rowling's is, a fucking TERF, a feminist who excludes the rights of transgender women from their advocacy of women's rights. A transphobic cunt. So, the acronym itself, TERF, all uppercase TERF, stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. That was first recorded in the year 2008. And so it originally applied to the minority of feminists espousing transphobia. And and J.K. Rowling, the authoress of Harry Potter, exemplifies that. And TERFs, like her, and others on the right have been signaling for a while that they would like trans health care banned entirely. North Carolina's proposed ban would have been for anyone under 21. TERF groups have proposed bans for anyone under 25. Recently, Abigail Schreier's posts on Twitter suggest a right-wing push coming to ban it entirely. Given the destruction of Roe v. Wade, all signs suggest such legislation would survive via the Trump court. We can also expect that a far-right court, especially one that eventually tilts 7-2, should Democrats lose the White House in 2024, will go along with anything that makes life for trans people impossible. They would find a right for cisgender people not to share bathrooms with trans people, ban them from sports even if they have no advantage, such as sports for little kids or ones who went on blockers at the age of 11, and determine that states have no obligation to provide a mechanism to provide for gender changes on government ID. For cisgender LGB listeners, people who are happy with their assigned gender at birth and happen to be lesbian, gay, or bisexual, you might be asking why you should even care. After all, none of this impacts you. This is true, but the far right has not forgotten about you either. They just make it a point to go after the low-hanging fruit first, to use a pun if you don't mind, an entendre, and they come back for you later. You're still fruits to them, and you'll wind up in the salad to us. They see every gain for LGB people as a loss for themselves, and they want vengeance for what they see as the community's role in displacing them. Cis, straight, white Christians, from the highest rung on the social ladder. As a reminder, Roe v. Wade stood for 49 years. Compare that with the 25 years of Romer versus Evans, which found that states can't pass laws that directly discriminate against LGBTQIA plus people. Lawrence versus Texas, which found sodomy laws unconstitutional, has only been around for 18 years. Obergefell versus Hodges has only been the law on the books for 6, and 2 of the authors of the decision are dead. Bostock, Zarda, and Harris, prohibiting job discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people, was decided only a year ago. And one of the authors of that decision is dead, replaced by Federalist Society flack and arch-Catholic Amy Coney Barrett. A Supreme Court that has no problem overturning Roe on the flimsiest of legal arguments will have no problem reverting to Antonin Scalia's argument that community morals are a basis for law. Under this interpretation, it isn't just marriage that's threatened. It's the right for consenting adults to have sex in the privacy of their own homes that's in jeopardy, because such relationships are against someone else's religion. Additionally, overturning Obergefell and Lawrence opens the door to bringing back sumptuary laws which ban wearing apparel traditionally associated with the opposite sex, thereby rendering myself as a cross-dresser a criminal. The trans-military ban will certainly come back under the next administration and be upheld by all the courts. When, not if, the trans-military ban stands, whatever Republican is in charge will follow through on the desires of the religious right and move to reinstate DADT, don't ask, don't tell, or worse. By this time, we're likely looking at a 7-2 Supreme Court, and this maneuver is likely to succeed even over the objections of Roberts and Gorsuch. Which brings me to the hell that freedom of religion is going to create for queer people. We're seeing it already as courts filled by the Trump misadministration are overturning bans on conversion therapy and finding that teachers have a right to dead name and misgender transgender students. It's a short leap from there to a right to lecture lesbian, gay, and bisexual students on how being LGB is disgusting, sinful, and unhealthy. It also means that employers and co-workers would have a similar right to make life at work a living hell and prohibit employers from punishing employees who create a hostile workplace for LGBTQIA plus people, as long as they're based on religious beliefs. The result will likely be a situation where employers and schools can't discriminate against LGBTQIA plus workers and students, but they cannot protect them from a hostile workplace environment created by religiously motivated individuals. It's likely only a matter of time before a stacked court upholds all such decisions. The result is a complete reversal of everything we have fought for since Stonewall. If this seems impossible, remember that John Roberts is the most centrist of the justices, and he voted against both Windsor and or Obergefell. His vote also no longer matters. There are 5 justices to the right of him now, and likely 6 by 2028. This won't happen all at once. It took 20 years for SCOTUS, so similar in pronunciation to scrotum, the Supreme Court of these United States, an acronym, to go from overturning the Civil Rights Act of 1876 to Plessy versus Ferguson, which legitimized Jim Crow for 58 fucking years. However, the end of Roe signals dark decades ahead for the entire Quilts Badge Plus community, with no political or legal recourse in a system defined by voter suppression, gerrymandering, non-proportional representation, the Electoral College, and a Russell collaborationist, red Republican insurgency prepared to overturn elections to get what their base wants, particularly revenge upon Quilts Badge Plus people, and a return to a legal landscape that looks like the 1950s. When they say MAGA, this is what they mean. And the 2022 midterm elections look like the opposite of 2018. What a difference 4 years makes in politics. At this point in 2017, Democrats were about to pull off a stunning Senate win against a very flawed opponent in the deeply red state of Alabama. It was one of many indications that Democrats were on their way to a big 2018 victory. Today, everything is different. Pretty much every single indicator that pointed to a Democratic wave in the 2018 midterms now points to a Republican one in the 2022 midterms. Here are some of those key factors to compare. The generic congressional ballot. Start with the fact that Democrats were up by about 9 points in polling for the race for Congress in early December of 2017. As it turns out, this was the margin by which they'd win the national House vote in November of 2018. The Republicans hold an average 2-point advantage on the generic ballot in December 2021. There have only been 2 midterm cycles since 1938 when Republicans had any lead on this measure at this point. One of them was 2002, when Republicans defied midterm history to gain House seats in the wake of the 9/11 attacks and a very high approval rating for President George W. Bush. The other was 2010, when they were up by 2 points on the generic ballot at this moment in time and went on to net gain 63 seats. Indeed, there have been 10 times since 1938 when the opposition party, it est, not in control of the presidency, led on the generic ballot this far from a midterm. They would go on to win a majority of seats in the midterm, all 10 of those times. Then there's presidential approval. A big reason Republicans were struggling in December of 2017 was that then President Donald Trump's average approval ratings was at a meager 37%. It was the worst for an elected president about 11 months into his first term. President Joe Biden is not much better, with an approval rating of about 42%. His is the second worst approval rating for an elected president at this point in their first term. Neither president was anywhere close to where a president's ratings have been 13 months from the midterms in cycles in which his party gained or lost less than 5 seats in the House. Republicans need a net pick up of at least 5 seats to gain control of the House. The president's approval rating was between 60% and 84% at this point, the 3 times, 1962 cycle, 1998 cycle, and the 2002 cycle in the polling era, there was this minimal loss or gain for the president's party in a midterm election. And then there's the special elections and Virginia. Along with the polling, the special elections similarly point to a very different political environment from 2017. In more than 70 special state legislative and federal special elections through this point in the Trump presidency, Democratic candidates were doing an average of about 10 points better at this time than the 2016 presidential margin in that district or state was. Right now, in 2021, Republicans are doing about 5 points better on average than the 2020 presidential margin in an average of nearly 60 special state legislative and federal special elections during the Biden presidency. While we still have a ways to go until the midterms, we know that the shift from the presidential baseline in special elections has been predictive of the next election. This has been true in midterms since 1994, and a lack of major change from the 2016 baseline during the special elections in the lead up to 2020 was a major red flag that Republicans weren't as in much trouble as some of the polling indicated. Beyond the special elections, Democrats also did more than 3.5 points better than the 2016 presidential margin in the regularly scheduled 2017 Virginia elections. This was true both in the gubernatorial race and an average of 100 House of Delegate races. Last month, Republicans did over 12 points better than the 2020 presidential margin in the gubernatorial and an average of the 100 House of Delegate races. In doing so, they swept the top of the ticket, governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general, and gained control of the House of Delegates. Then there are the House retirements. The results and polling are a big reason that politicians have, or did, run for the hills. More than a dirty dozen Republican House members announced they were retiring from public office by early December 2017. Only 5 Democrats were. Today, 11 House Democrats are retiring from public office at the end of the Congress. Just 4 Republicans are, excluding Republican Devin Nunes, who is resigning, so that he can become the CEO of Trump Talk, his own social media venue, which must be ugly as shit. Anyhow, looking at all retirements, including those running for other elected offices, but excluding resignations, 19 Democrats are leaving the House compared to 11 Republicans at the end of this Congress. In December of 2017, it was 23 Republicans to 13 Democrats retiring at the end of that Congress. Now, retirements are not a perfect indicator of future midterm outcomes, but they're a sign. Elected officials are looking at the same statistics we are. They aren't likely to retire en masse unless they sense they're going to lose power. That's why the party has had more elected officials retiring from public office, has lost seats in 8 of the last 12 midterm cycles since 1974. Or rather, the party that has had more elected officials retiring from public office has lost seats in the 8 of the last 12 midterm cycles since 1974. The bottom line being, the opposition party has picked up 5 or more seats in 34 of 38 midterms since 1870. Not a lot so far suggests that the 2022 midterms will be any different. So, when it comes to where we're at now, in the 2 hours we have remaining, we could look at this, the recent virtual summit between Joseph Biden and Vladimir Putin, as Biden blinked and Putin won. In an eyeball-to-eyeball contest decades after the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Kremlin has emerged victorious. After hearing that the greatest emergency of his short presidency, the Cuban Missile Crisis, was coming to a peaceful end, John F. Kennedy quipped, "We were eyeball to eyeball, and I think the other fellow just blinked." After nearly 2 weeks of tense nuclear brinkmanship over whether or not the Soviet Union would be allowed to deploy intermediate-range ballistic missiles, IRBMs, to Fidel Castro's communist regime in Cuba, the Kennedy administration could claim a political victory. It's true that the Americans secretly conceded to the Soviet demand for withdrawing United States nuclear missiles from Turkey, which directly threatened the Soviet Union in the same way that Moscow was attempting to use Cuba to threaten the United States with nuclear weapons. But this withdrawal of American nuclear arms did not occur until several months after the Cuban crisis had concluded. What's more, the American nukes being pulled out of Turkey were highly destabilizing. The Jupiter missiles that JFK allowed to be removed did not enhance deterrence against the Soviet Union. In fact, technically speaking, they could only ever be used as a first strike weapon, which did not serve the American nuclear strategy of deterrence. Thus, Washington's withdrawal of the old nukes from Turkey did not actually impinge on the American ability to threaten the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics with nuclear retaliation in the event that a nuclear war broke out. Decades later, in 2021, another Democrat, Joe Biden, was sitting in the Oval Office. Biden had spent the previous year beating the drums against Russia's autocratic dictator, Vladimir Putin, while campaigning for election as President of these United States. Once elected, the Biden team went about implementing what it thought was a necessary strategy of deterring Russian aggression abroad and shoring up democracy within Russia itself. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, for example, gave credence to the Ukrainian government's, I would say, frankly insane law calling for complete deoccupation of the Crimea. Of course, this could only be accomplished with military force and with the help of NATO, specifically the United States military. Meanwhile, the Biden administration appeared intent on stoking internal divisions within Russia by encouraging Alexei Navalny to return to his homeland and challenge President Putin politically. All of these maneuvers prompted the Kremlin to deploy masses of Russian forces along Ukraine's border. Most experts at the time believed Putin was getting ready to cleave more of Ukraine away, just as he had done with Crimea in 2014. It appeared as though war would commence in a matter of weeks, if not days, in March of this year. President Biden ramped up the blustery language in public, and ordered the deployment of U.S. naval forces to the Black Sea. But almost as quickly as he had issued those provocative orders, Biden changed the orders. Rather than U.S. Navy warships entering the Black Sea, Biden wanted U.S. Coast Guard cutters. Biden's cancellation of a U.S. Navy FONOP, that's a task force with the acronym FONOP, all in the uppercase, Freedom of Navigation Operation, in favor of the deployment of a single Coast Guard ship, made the new American president look weak and feckless. And Putin pressed on. Just as it seemed as though the world was on the brink of an actual war between the two largest nuclear weapons empires, Biden did the unthinkable. He picked up the phone and spracketh directly with Vladimir Putin. While in public, President Biden cried havoc and let slip the dogs of war, in his private chat with his Russian counterpart, the U.S. president conceded two major points to the Russian strongman. First, he agreed to a bilateral summit cometh June. He's doing this in March with their first virtual summit. Second, Biden likely implicated his willingness to remove economic sanctions on the controversial and now completed Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline linking Russia with United Germany. The administration of Biden's predecessor, Donald Trump, had sanctioned this project as a way of weaning Europe away from Russian energy sources. Biden, the man who promised to stand tough against the Russian Empire, just gave Moscow a great gift. In May, Biden followed through on his unfortunate promise to Moscow. Now, Jeffrey Edmonds, a Russia specialist at the nonprofit research and analysis organization CNA, formerly known as CNA Corporation, what provides in-depth research and solutions-oriented analyses to help decision-makers understand issues, set policies, and manage operations, based in Arlington, Virginia, in which he stated that Putin's goal was not to restore Russian greatness. Instead, Putin's major objective was to remind the world and the Russian people that Russia was, and very much is, a great power. So, it can easily be argued that Edmonds is right. Thus, Biden's decision to agree to a bilateral discussion in his first 6 months as president proved a huge victory for the embattled Putin. And removing sanctions that would allow Russia to complete its pipeline to United Germany was the greatest gift ever. No wonder Putin backed down from attacking Ukraine, when all indications were that he was about to. Why would Putin want to upset the apple cart now? He has Biden right where he wants him. No amount of bluster on Biden's part as it relates to human rights and democracy in Russia will ever change the dynamic that he allowed to be created in his first few months as president. Moscow, sadly, has the upper hand, and the Kremlin knows it. America gains nothing from Russia either invading or not invading Ukraine. America gains even less from whether or not Russia becomes a democracy. America does, however, lose if Russia is viewed as an equal to these United States. America loses decisively if Russia cements itself as the dominant energy power in Europe, which it now is, courtesy of President Biden. Thank God that Biden was not in charge during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Biden went eyeball to eyeball with Vladimir Putin and has blinked repeatedly. Expect nothing good to come from any future interactions between Biden and Vladimir Putin. Increasing Europe's dependence on Russian energy brings Europe closer to Russia's orbit and farther away from these United States, something United Germany, and as well as the Fifth French Republic, and especially Russia itself, has striven to do since the 1990s. This is what losing looks like. Biden should perhaps, in retrospect, treat the Ukraine situation like the Cuban Missile Crisis. Because there's an absurd conundrum at the heart of the Russia-Ukraine standoff. Russia wants a guarantee from these United States that Ukraine will never become as part of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO probably isn't going to include Ukraine in the alliance anytime soon, but nobody is willing to make that guarantee. Certainly not while Russia is massing troops along Ukraine's border as a possible prelude to invasion. And so the standoff continues. So maybe it's time for a Cuban Missile Crisis deal this second time around. For much of the last 60 years, the 1962 Cuban crisis was told and retold publicly as a story of steel-jawed American resolve. The Soviet Union deployed nuclear weapons to the island nation just 90 miles off the American coast, America's Taiwan. President John F. Kennedy ordered a naval quarantine of Cuba to prevent the delivery of additional weapons. The world stood at the brink of a massive war for a few days before Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev backed down, withdrawing his country's missiles. American determination carried the day. Only that wasn't the whole story. Starting in the late 1980s, when I began working for the Department of Defense, was when I hemorrhaged various documents and they declassified others. And it was really the declassified documents in this case that revealed the full truth, that these United States had done a secret deal with the Soviets to remove American nuclear missiles from Turkey in exchange for the removal of weapons from Cuba. Why secret? So Kennedy couldn't be accused of appeasement. Both sides got something. Kind of like when Truman surrendered to the Japanese and asked them to hold a stupid ceremony on a battleship, which Hirohito himself didn't even bother to acknowledge. Sensible deal-making, not bluster and threats, kept them from waging a nuclear war that would end civilization in the case of the Americans and the Soviets, and a biological war that would have annihilated the majority of the population of North America in the case of the Americans and the Japanese. Right now, however, there seems to be no shortage of bluster and threats. While Biden said on Tuesday morning that sending U.S. troops to Ukraine is not on the table, he also warned Russian dictator Vladimir Putin that these United States would impose economic consequences if Russia invades Ukraine. Unlike 2014, when America largely stood by during the Russian invasion of Crimea. As President Biden looked Putin in the eye and told him on Tuesday, "I will look you in the eye and tell you that things we did not do in 2014, we are prepared to do now." Or that's what National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said he said, signaling America's steely resolve. This time. Was it Tuesday or was it Wednesday morning? Well, the Supreme Court was dealing with all this shit. It was Wednesday, right? Midweek last. All of this is ridiculous. If America really has no plans to go to war over Ukraine, and nobody has offered a good reason to do so, save for tired warnings about American credibility, then surely an accommodation can be found. Maybe that deal has to be kept private in order to placate Ukraine's leaders. That's fine. Admittedly, Putin has other reasons for wanting to seize Ukraine that can't be so easily diffused. But if Biden can help avoid a war in Eastern Europe with a little bit of sensible secret deal-making, perhaps he should do it. It's okay if we don't find out for a few decades. With President Joe Biden's ratings sinking, the conventional wisdom seems to be that Democrats are doomed, but it is Republicans who may be doomed if they continue to stick with the former president. There's no doubt the Biden administration is terrible at messaging. The economy is booming, and yet consumers are feeling pessimistic. Meanwhile, Biden is making important legislative progress, and the inflationary pressures that are creating the false impression that the economy is failing could be resolved in time to boost Democrats' fortunes. Even if Democrats are still in the doldrums in 2024, it's hard to imagine that voters will be yearning for another 4 years of Trump cultic chaos. Biden may look uninspiring now, but the former president, who had the most consistently poor approval ratings of any president in the postmodern era, hell, the modern era, remains highly unpopular and controversial. Republicans want a candidate embroiled in endless and serious legal troubles. According to the New York Times, prosecutors are likely to impanel a grand jury in Georgia in the criminal investigation of the former president's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. In September, he suggested he was being unfairly targeted, saying, "Even the Fulton County DA, district attorney, is after me." Meanwhile, prosecutors in New York have convened a second grand jury to hear evidence that Trump's organization's business practices. The first grand jury, which was convened this spring, charged 2 Trump companies and an executive with tax evasion. Trump, who was not even charged, blasted the indictment and called the investigation a political witch hunt. They got that term from Michael Aquino. Even Lena Shea observed that quite astutely. He said everyone trying to call him a Satanist was a witch hunt. Well, he was a Satanist, he admitted that, but that's why the Christians witch hunted him, just because he was a decent Satanist. There you go. Like Trump is a legal asshole. Well, a legitimate asshole, just like Biden was a legitimate Satanist. Anyhow, a Pew poll conducted in September found that 2/3 of Republicans want Trump to remain a major force in the party, but only 44% want him to run again. 1/3 of Republicans and 92% of Democrats don't want him to be a major national political figure going forward. That's not the arithmetic of victory. Now, in this context, let's try and understand what I've just transitioned from. Talking about Biden confronting Putin, and then what he's facing confronting Donald Trump at home. You've got this poor man assaulted in a 2-front war on the home front and across the poles from Eurasia. Russia striking at him from the front, Trump stabbing him in the back. How can we possibly win? And yet, we're in unprecedented times. Things may change completely before the midterm election. All the time we have remaining, I'm going to try and decide where to take this from here. Where we can go with this. And I can either go foreign affairs and talk about how before he met with Biden, virtually, Putin met with the Asian Indian dictator, or I can go towards our next civil war in geopolitical context with the rest of the world, and I guess I may as well do that. So understand, when we were talking about 9/11 on the latest transmission prior to night, we were talking about Pearl Harbor Day on the Japanese calendar being December 8th. For the Japanese, Pearl Harbor is December 8th. And we were drawing parallel between Pearl Harbor and its similarities to 9/11 and how these were completely different attacks, and Pearl Harbor was not like 9/11. Then we were talking about how Pearl Harbor changed the world. But what about 9/11? Well, 9/11 did not change the world, because the world was already on the path to decades of conflict. The September 11th attacks in New York and Washington were visceral in their impact. In less than 3 hours, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center were reduced to a mountain of twisted metal and rubble, killing more than 2,700 people, while hundreds more were killed at the Pentagon. All three were destroyed by men armed with nothing more than parcel knives, hijacking fuel-laden passenger aircraft, according to conventional wisdom, or lack thereof. Regardless, as an inside job even, albeit with a lot of outside help, America was under attack. It came not long after George W. Bush had formed his new administration with highly influential neoconservatives and assertive realists at the Pentagon and State Department, as well as in the White House itself. All were determined to see the vision of a new American century fulfilled, a neoliberal free market world rooted in American experience and guided by its post-Cold War progress as the world's sole economic and military superpower, the ultra-power astride the earth. At the time, commentators compared the attack to Pearl Harbor, but the effect of 9/11 was much greater. Pearl Harbor had been an attack by the naval forces of a state already in great tension with these United States. It was against a military base in the pre-television age and away from the continental United States itself, a preemptive, surgical, strategic counterstrike. The 9/11 attack was a much greater shock, and if war with the Empire of Japan was a consequence of Pearl Harbor, then there would be war after 9/11, even if the perpetrators and those behind them were scarcely known to the American public. I remember my late and sainted sire, my father's sister, asking us, "Who are these people?" Very old woman she was. The vision of the new American century had to be secured, and force of arms was the way to do it, initially against Al-Qaeda and the Taliban in Afghanistan. A few people argued against war at the time, seeing it as a trap to suck these United States into an Afghanistan occupation instead of treating 9/11 as an act of appalling mass criminality, but their voices did not count, including mine own. The first war on terror against Al-Qaeda and the Taliban started within a month, lasted barely 2 months, and seemed an immediate success. It was followed by Bush's State of the Union address in January of 2002, declaring an extended war against what Bush referred to as an axis of evil of rogue states intent on supporting terror and developing weapons of mass destruction. Iraq was the priority, with Iran and North Korea in the frame. The Iraq War started in March of 2003 and was apparently over by the first day of May, when Bush gave his mission accomplished speech delivered from the flight deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. That was the high point of the entire U.S.-led war on terror. Afghanistan was the first disaster, with the Taliban moving back into rural areas within 2 to 3 years and going on to fight the United States and its allies for 20 years before taking back control last month. Or the month before last by now. In Iraq, even though the insurgents appeared defeated by 2009 and the United States could withdraw its forces 2 years later, the ISIS, or Islamic State, rose phoenix-like from the ashes. That led to the third conflict, the intense 2014 to 2018 air war across northern Iraq and Syria, fought by the United States, the United Kingdom, the Fifth French Republic, and others, killing tens of thousands of ISIS cult supporters and several thousand civilians. Even after the collapse of its caliphate in Iraq and Syria, ISIS arose once again like the proverbial phoenix, spreading its influence as far afield as the Saharan Sahel, Mozambique, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Bangladesh, southern Thailand, the Philippines, back in Iraq and Syria once more, and even Afghanistan. The spread across the Sahel was aided by the collapse of security in Libya, the 2011 NATO-led intervention, during the year my mother was murdered, being the fourth of the West's failed wars in barely 20 years. In the face of these bitter failures, we have two linked questions. Was 9/11 the beginning of decades of a new world disorder? And where do we go from here? So, it takes putting 9/11 in context. It is natural to see the single event of 9/11 as turning traditional military postures on their heads, but that in and of itself is misleading. There were already changes afoot, as 'twas very different events in February of 1993, 8 years before the attacks, had shown all too well. First, incoming American President William Jefferson Clinton had appointed James Woolsey as the new director of the CIA. Asked at his Senate confirmation hearing how he would characterize the end of the Cold War, he replied that the United States had slain the dragon, the Soviet Union, but now faced a jungle full of poisonous snakes. It was fucking clever. Got to give him that. During the 1990s, and very much in line with Woolsey's phrase, which I don't altogether disagree with, the American empire militarily, the U.S. military moved from a Cold War posture to preparing for small wars in far-off places. In that case, that sense, assuming the role of the former Roman Empire, whom, after Carthage, faced its enemies piecemeal and slaughtered them on the borders. There was more emphasis on long-range aerostrike systems, amphibious forces, carrier battle groups, and special forces. By the time little W. Bush was elected in November of the year 2000 Anno Domini, the American empire was far more prepared to tame the jungle. Second, the U.S. military and most analysts around the world missed the significance of a new phenomenon: the rapidly improving ability of the weak to take up arms against the strong. What the French once called, in terms of guerrilla warfare, at the time of the Indochina conflict, the War of the Flea. The flea can carry enough microbugs in its own system to kill the carrier from which it sucked its blood. Yet the signs were already there. On February 26, 1993, not long after Woolsey had talked of a jungle full of snakes, an Islamist paramilitary group attempted to destroy the World Trade Center with a massive truck bomb placed in the underground car park of the North Tower. The plan was to collapse it over the adjoining Vista Hotel and the South Tower, destroying the entire complex and killing upwards of 30,000 people. The attack failed, though 6 people died. And the significance of the attack was completely missed, even though there were many other indicators of weakness in the 1990s. It gave, of course, The people involved with bringing down the towers using expert-controlled explosive demolitions. All the inspiration they needed to plot out that which would bring down the towers with minimum loss of life by targeting the attacks to happen before anyone really arrived at work other than the illegal immigrants cleaning up the place or preparing it for its day of activity, the custodial staff, none of whom were counted among the fatalities because they weren't legally U.S. citizens. Now, in December of 1994, an Algerian paramilitary group tried to crash an Airbus passenger jet on Paris, an attack foiled by French special forces during a refueling stop at Marseille. A month later, a bombing by the LTTE of the Central Bank in Colombo, Sri Lanka, formerly the British colony of Ceylon, devastated much of the central business district of Colombo on that Taiwan-sized island, killing over 80 and injuring more than 1,400 people. A decade before the first World Trade Center attacks, 241 United States Marines had been killed in a single bombing in Beirut. Another 58 French paratroopers were killed by a second bomb in their barrack. And between 1993 and 2001, there were attacks in the Middle East and East Africa, including the Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia, an attack on the USS Cole in Aden Harbor, and the bombing of U.S. diplomatic missions in Tanzania and Kenya. So no, the 9/11 attacks did not change the world at all. They were but further steps along a well-signed path leading to 2 decades of conflict, 4 failed wars, and no clear end in sight. What now? That long path, however, has from the start had within it one fundamental flaw. If we are to make sense of wider global trends in insecurity, we have to recognize that in all the analysis around the 9/11 anniversary, there lies the belief that the main security concern must be with an extreme version of Islam. It may seem a reasonable mistake given the impact of the wars, but it still misses the point completely. The war on terror is better seen as one part of a global trend which goes well beyond a single religious tradition, a slow but steady move towards revolts from the margins. In writing her book entitled Losing Control, published in the late 1990s, a couple of years before 9/11, Beth Daly put it this way, and I quote as she, in fact, 2 paragraphs from her book. What should be expected is that new social movements will develop that are essentially anti-elite in nature and will draw their support from people, especially men, on the margins. In different contexts and circumstances, they may have their roots in political ideologies, religious beliefs, ethnic, nationalist, or cultural identities, or a complex combination of several of these. They may be focused on individuals or groups, but the most common feature is an opposition to existing centers of power, which can be said is, or she says, what can be said is that, on present trends, anti-elite action will be a core feature of the next 30 years. Not so much a clash of civilizations, more an age of insurgencies. This stemmed from the view that the primary factors in global insecurity were a combination of increasing socioeconomic divisions and environmental limits to growth, coupled with a security strategy rooted in preserving the status quo. Woolsey's Jungle Full of Snakes could be seen as a consequence of this, but there would be military responses available to keep the lid on problems. Lidism, if you will. In short, that is. For a term that will not do it all, but do as well as it can for now. More than 2 decades down the road, socioeconomic divisions have worsened. The concentration of wealth has reached levels best described as obscene, and has even increased dramatically during the COVID-19 pandemic, itself leading to food shortages and increased poverty. As millions fell into poverty during the pandemic, millionaires' wealth has only soared. Meanwhile, climate change is now with us. He's accelerating towards climate breakdown with, once again, the greatest impact on marginalized societies. It therefore makes sense to see 9/11 primarily as an early and grievous manifestation of the weak taking up arms against the strong, if we are to view the outside participants in the attack separate from the conspirators that said things like, "Take it down," on record, taking down building number 7. The people who owned the insurance, was it Silverstein his name was? The people who held the insurance policy to the Twin Towers. And that military response in the current global security environment woefully misses the point. Whether you consider the strike from the outside, hijacking the jets, or the strike from the inside, pulling the trigger, or ordering that the trigger be pulled on the pre-planted explosive demolitions. Because George Bush's brother owned the security company that policed the Twin Towers. They had they had canine units. Dogs that were trained to sniff out plastic explosives because of the original attempt to bring down the towers with a car bomb. And these bomb-sniffing dog patrols were pulled from duty during the 2 weeks prior to the towers coming down so that they could install the controlled demolitions which brought them down. But regardless, whether we count on the planes piloted by so many people who were citizens of the House of Saud in conspiracy with the men who ordered that those bombs be blown within the towers themselves, at the very least, there is an urgent need to rethink what we mean by security. And time is getting short to do that. Oh, so, by the way, Peter Moon has joined us. And if he's willing to share our brainstorm.
Yeah.
Yes, by all means.
I don't know what the hell you've been talking about because I just got up and I'm sitting there. You know, Paula went to the gym and I'm sitting there alone in bed in half drowsed state thinking about certain things. And all of a sudden I had a brainstorm. Great. And it of course, I wanted to share it with you, but I don't want to interrupt your chain of narrative. I don't know if you're getting tired of all of what you're talking about either, because I know sometimes that happens.
Oh, I can always pick it up on Wednesday, which will be, for all intents and purposes, here before any of us know it. So by all means, share with us what's on your mind.
I would normally, talk to you about this privately, but it doesn't even matter. But it's like last night I was telling you about this media deal, and I got this email kind of like after the fact, after we had turned down. You don't understand, we've really closed. Now I'm not doing the talking, it's not my role to do that. But you say, okay, now that you understand,
after it's been dead, it's then said to me, I just wanted you to understand that, you were going to be paid $20,000 for 5 days of interviews and da-da-da-da-da, and that's, nice payday for 1 week. Now, why wouldn't you say something like that to somebody up front? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's after the fact. Now, that sounds very lucrative. Of course, there has been such enmity that they have generated by their first contract and by their subsequent contracts that I wouldn't even read their other contracts. You see, I was just the person in the background listening to what was being said. And it sounds very lucrative. And I say, well, I would feel like I'm ransoming my soul and my whole image for God knows what's going to happen for that $20,000. It's like Judas money.
Yeah. Oh.
And it's like, oh God, I don't know. I'm not going to have, no matter what circumstance I'm in, I'm not going to have control of the final edit. Mm-hmm. I might have influence at best. I might have strong influence at best. And then, so I'm saying, but in actual fact, what had happened is when the contract was sent to somebody in Hollywood who I can consider an ally, more an ally of the person I've optioned the rights to than me. They're very close. They become very close. I'm like in the background, like a positive. So anyway, he wouldn't read he said, this is disgusting. He had the exact same reaction I did. And then another contract was done in response to that. And somebody who was even higher up in the food chain had the same reaction. They said, this is ripping Peter off. This is horrible. And how can they do this to somebody? And these people are seasoned Hollywood producers with great track records and resumes they can show. And I said, wow, I have people going to bat for me.
Yeah. Now,
they had told, they had basically said to my friend and partner, they said, well, this should be, let me put it this way. Leah Remini, when she did her show on Scientology, that show she did, I don't know what she got paid, but that's worth at least $100,000 that she would get as the executive producer. Mm-hmm. At least $100,000 if she negotiated her ways right, and she probably did. She's not, unsavvy when it comes to Hollywood, being a very successful actress. And so I said, so they're telling me not that amount of money, but they're basically, I'm being, positioned for a much better situation. Now, all of this stuff has to come to pass, and what we're doing is still very much alive. We just have been redirected. We've had other opportunities, but it's been a very slow process. Now, what became very interesting to me, and when I started brainstorming, this guy who had initially read the contract and was so revolted by it had, I don't remember what the exact thing, but he had the inside rights to the Bob Lazar story.
Okay.
He had insight, and this is how he got interested in my stuff, or it helped bring him in to the to the interest thing. And I had an opportunity to meet with him and another very successful Hollywood guy who was once had a very big position in NBC. And I was in a conference call with them. I was sort of brought in from downstairs or something. I had been downstairs with my daughter, or maybe I wasn't with my daughter, but maybe with Joel's friend. And I'm taken up there, and I participate in it. I went up to see if he needed something from his wife, and he invited me into the call. And so I got to meet these people and whatnot. But anyway, the Bob Lazar thing, I'm thinking like, well, it might, and then this guy got bounced out of whatever he was trying to do because of the Bob Lazar story. In other words, he was not going to be able to put it in the venue that he wanted to. And he got recoiled, just like your work or my work would be recoiled.
Although it wasn't his work, it was about Bob Lazar, and it was getting more to the heart of the matter. Now, I understand Bob Lazar has been exploited lately,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't say what, but my brainstorm was like, gee, I should propose an interview with myself and Bob Lazar, except I really don't know that much about Bob Lazar other than the obvious. Okay, and plus I know what you've told me.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there and thinking like, well, I could do an interesting interview, Bob Lazar, that nobody's heard before.
Yeah.
But I'd have to study up on him. And I've always respected his story. It's a story, you know. It's not something I was ever prone to attack or discredit, only because it is what it is, and it's a weird story. It doesn't make sense. So when something doesn't make sense, you want to find out what more about it doesn't make sense. The fact that he owned a brothel, you know, didn't really smile on him. But you know, and also that stuff goes hand in hand with the intelligence crowd. So but anyway, it was just part of the picture. But I thought, though, I said, wow, it would be interesting if I were to interview him. I would want you as a coach or a backup.
Sure. Yeah.
To ask the right questions.
Absolutely.
If I brought you into the production, which doesn't even exist yet, I don't know if that would work either, or if that would be more fireworks.
I certainly would do my best to be as gentle as possible. That's the way I would phrase it. I've got nothing against him.
No, I know you don't. I know, but what you said about the brain scan,
yeah,
and then where it would become a real interesting point, what would become really interesting in the interview, and I mean, I don't even have. I'm not even thinking like some, you know, person like Sam Donaldson of ABC News, who used to ask these burning asshole questions to Ronald Reagan. You know, they were just like, they were just calculated to irritate him and get under his skin.
Right.
And
did it
Reagan
ever work? Did it ever work?
Not with Reagan. It's hard because where the only degree it would work is afterwards. Sam Donaldson would be, you know, sitting there. Well, I asked him this, you know, and that sort of attitude. Right. Reagan was very Teflon. And he knew he knew where it was coming from. I mean, you know, Reagan was ultimately very embarrassed about, you know, the whole Iran-Contra affair. But even then, it didn't stick to him because he could just, you know, well, you know, I had a bad day that day. It was a red day for Nancy's astrology chart. You know, you know, it. So, but anyway, yeah, because his, you know, if I start, and I would be weak on it, you know, bringing up the technology. Well, did you know that, you know, Germany had this, Germany, you would know precisely. Right. It would be ideal to bring you into the interview. Whether that would be allowed or not would be dicey, but it would be a great way to promote the book. And as I say, it might be premature to the other avenue we're going, but I say it fits perfectly because this guy has just had extreme frustration with that particular project. I have to go revisit it and find out more details about it. Yes. But Bob Lazar right now is a very, I guess what you'd say, marketable commodity.
Yes. Okay.
And I don't know what that project was. Maybe it was a script that was written. I don't know. But he learned the hard way that talking about Bob Lazar in a more candid way was not friendly with whatever powers that he had to deal with. And I think this led to him getting involved in creating a whole new streaming service, which was tied to all this huge amounts of money I was talking about before, that is apparently in progress. So I think that would be. It would be very interesting to get Bob Lazar's present in time reaction to some of this stuff that you could tell him. It would almost contradict the brain scanning.
Right.
It could also lead to visceral reactions on his part.
Conceivably, yes.
Conceivably, not necessarily.
Right, because there's also the potential that, like with Richard Allen Miller, it could just be that they, and another example being this one individual who I knew who was way on the fringe, poor bastard, and he was convinced he had been abducted by aliens, and so this individual was it was just very sad. He was very pathetic, and he was unquestionably deranged. Whatever experiences he had deranged him, but he was very firm in his belief that aliens were real and that they were very much a factor in what happened at Roswell. And of course, when I presented everything to him, his way of absorbing that was that I believe everything you say, was what he told me. And he said, but I also believe in what I believe in. So his way of handling it was to simply conclude that, that time that Roswell took place, the incident, and, around the time of the 4th of July back in 1947, he just felt that was a very busy month. That was the way he handled it. And that was kind of like how Richard Allen Miller, who was on the level of Bob Lazar to a degree. Of course, both of those gentlemen would probably say that they were on a level that was higher than the other. They would probably both argue that. But the way that Richard Allen Miller, who had been through, in general, what Bob Lazar had been through, including all of the brain scans and everything that...
Has Bob Lazar talked about the brain scans?
No, not that I know of. No, not that I know of.
That's a problem, because... He might, even though he might know them and acknowledge them, I don't know if he does. Mm-hmm. He might
find it offensive. He might find it.
No. He might, in his own mind, assign them to some completely different reference frame. In other words, like he might assign it something on the level of going through an airport scanner.
Yeah.
He might. I mean, in his own mind, he might have some real weird absorption of what.
Well, bear in mind that
identify it with what we would identify it with. I mean.
Oh, I get you. No, believe me, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean,
just pointing out the details. Yeah. It's very subtle. If it was very effective, it would have. And plus, the all-knowing mind of the individual has to somehow cope with it and justify it.
And Richard Allen Miller, I never really spoke to him about the brain scans. If you want to know who I basically spoke to that in depth about, and why I really, the person who was really talking about that concerning Bob Lazar and Richard Allen Miller,
Penny,
Lori Ann Fenton.
Oh,
Lori Ann Fenton was the big communications contact for Richard Allen Miller for the longest time, and he kind of got some male handler who later took over, and basically she was saying that this male handler basically was preventing him from really talking to other people, just kind of like controlling who he talked to, etc. But honestly,
she was doing that with you back then.
Yeah, she was trying. Yeah, and maybe even succeeding to an extent. But understand, of course, that in my case, it was definitely a case where, I guess there were parts where she just did that where I wasn't even aware of. I do know a lot of people were trying to contact me that she prevented from ever contacting myself, like, Amanda Yude, etc. So she was definitely sabotaging a lot of that. But understand that in those days that wasn't necessarily what I was, I was just dealing with what I was dealing with, which was at the same time just trying to survive coming out as a public informant. And it was still very much, I'll be the first person to say that, under the influence of Michael Aquino in that sense, where, whatever he threw at me, I had no choice but to accept. And it went from the Olaf Phillips to Lori Ann Fenton. So it was like, just as soon as I came out, it was these people coming out of the woodwork to grab a hold of myself. And in all fairness, in all reality, because they're compartmentalized and they do anything to just basically dog eat dog, She's the one who introduced the lawsuit against Olaf Phillips, which got him to completely shut down because he had claimed a copyright on Roswell and the Rising Sun. I don't know if you remember any of that.
No.
Oh yeah, he did, because we made that DVD. That DVD, which we have on Roswell and the Rising Sun, Olaf Phillips claimed that he owned it, that he was the copyright holder. And so it was with some help from Lori and Ann Fenton that I got the attorneys who actually shut him down. And he wound up losing all contact that he had with Chemical Burn. That was the name of the film company, was a film company called Chemical Burn that was a sub company of this guy who owned a larger DVD distributor, who then wrote me a letter saying that he would never deal with Olaf Phillips again. And that and so he wrote a legal letter to that effect, that he was never going to deal with Olaf Phillips again. So, so it was a very, I can bring up things where
extremely unprofessional way to behave, and it doesn't work. But
yeah.
I'm looking at. I'd never heard of Richard Allen Miller before, and I'm looking at a website of his, and he looks, and I don't say this with disrespect.
Malice. You don't say this with malice.
He looks like he's out of his mind.
He is. He is.
And the obviously he has enough knowledge about certain things to present himself in a geodesic dome company, and his geodesic dome looks pretty what's the word, primitive. They've developed much, of course it's more like a tent than it is a real dome, because they have dome homes that are much more sophisticated. So I guess it's just on the level of a tent for being out in the woods or something. And maybe that's quite all right. And obviously he has some functionality in him, obviously, but
well, in a very real sense, he doesn't. In a very real sense.
He can present himself as, but I haven't listened to him say a word, and I can tell where it's going to go.
Well, the way Lori and Ann Fenton would describe it is, it just goes in two directions. He goes into sex and drugs, and that's all he talks about.
That I didn't know, and that I wouldn't have anticipated. He reminds me of the contactee people from the early 50s, only in a more modern venue, like George Van Tassel. But you're saying if it goes, and those people generally, from what I understand, did not go into sex and drugs.
That's what he goes into until he's like directed to go someplace else. And if a person doesn't know to do that, then they're stuck. That's what they're stuck with him doing during his entire interview. He just does the same shit over and over again. He's a one-trick pony. It's just how taking all these drugs like mushrooms and shit will help you with your sexual performance. And he basically comes across as a crazy, dirty old man. And this is what's left of what
that's far worse than what I had anticipated. And he I can see that.
But that's what they did to him. What they did to Bob Lazar was they got him involved with the whorehouse. And you see, that's the whole point, right? Because once
to discredit him, and I don't think it has discredited him. It, as you say, it's not shined a pretty light on him, but it's not discredited him.
Yeah. Yes.
Because it's kind of like, okay, it's legal in Nevada. Who really cares?
I mean, unless somebody's hung up on that sort of thing. So, no, I hear you. But that was what they did to him to add, a further discrediting. And like you say, it's not like it's no real big deal to anybody when you're not. It's not
to the point. It's not illegal, blah, blah, blah. It's like it's just say, but it shows that he's from a crowd of dirty people.
Yes.
That's for sure. He's rubbed elbow with very dirty people. Perhaps not as dirty as the people you rubbed elbow with.
Indeed. That's again, not going to argue with that.
I think if we got Heidi Fleiss and Bob Lazar and Sidney Biddle Barrows and some of these people who achieved notoriety in ways that are not complimentary, that have to do with sexual trafficking.
Yeah.
I think you can get them all in a room together, and I think the first line to address them with, you get like a group, what do you call it, a table of
Like a
panel
round table
discussion. And first thing you'd say is Jesus loves you.
Yeah.
You know, he hung out with publicans and sinners, and if we could have him right here, what would he say? I would forgive you, and then have a discussion. I say that in jest, but I also say it with relevancy, because these people are a big part that represents the human condition.
Indeed.
And then if you had another panel of fundamentalists in the same room, you could imagine them being very judgmental and
of course
having a very hard time forgiving these people.
Yeah.
And probably desperately psychologically needing their services.
Yes.
That's the funny truth. It's like, because they're resisting their sin and their temptation, they become polarized against it.
Yeah.
And it goes into the orgone therapy of Wilhelm Reich. They've got all this muscular armature, which all ends up in this resistance to their own repressed sexuality.
Oh, yeah.
To their own, I guess, predisposition to sin. So they polarize against it so hard that it ends up in a denial. It's all based, it's like the denial syndrome in alcoholism.
Oh, yeah.
They're denying their addiction to sin so hard, they're making it so bad that they polarize and become addicted to the anti-addiction. They become addicted to hating sex or hating sin, rather than just saying sin is a part of life, whether it's with the people you experience or whether it's in yourself, and what's all this fretting about it. So, but to get back to Richard Allen Miller.
Yeah, and before I forget what I was going to say about him, let me get this before it dribbles out of my ears. Let me get this out. So what would happen was, when I spoke to him about what happened at Roswell, he was very similar to the other crazy ufologist that I was speaking about earlier. And so what you had was a situation in which he just basically, I would, get things out of him. And, bizarrely, when I had my interactions with him, it was, the majority of them were in Australia. So we had that idiot, Duncan Rhodes, who was doing his best to take advantage of everything. And he had Richard Allen Miller, delivering his own presentations. And bear in mind, again, the context, which was that Richard Allen Miller was the consultant for the X-Files. So we're talking about this individual was considered by Chris Carter, the Jewish guy who ran the X-Files. He was considered to be the source. And so much of the X-Files that you watch, the one thing I can tell you with conviction is that a lot of that shit comes out of Richard Allen Miller's mind. Everything you see on the X-Files.
Are you sure? Because I mean, how much of that is trumped up? He might have worked as a consultant. The show was pretty bad.
It was awful. It was awful. And it
started off with an intriguing premise, and I noticed it because it was picking up all of the fodder from the Montauk release of the Montauk Project book. I mean, I noticed this directly, and in one of the early episodes, they mentioned the USS Eldridge. So it was like doing damage control and hijacking the narrative that had been created with the book. I found this was a direct response. And so but then it just got into like zombies and voodoo and just bullcrap.
Yeah, just all shit. And this was all Richard Allen Miller. They brought up the stupid black oil. That's all Richard Allen Miller started all that shit. That was all
black oil the same as black goop.
Yeah, same shit. It was the black oil they brought up in the X-Files became the black goo that was supposedly coming out of poor Max Spears, as they were claiming, on his death, which was that idiot Miles Johnston was claiming that shit. Who, by the way, I don't know if you knew this, he was taken off YouTube. By the way, something hideously funny here. I'm sorry, I can't resist this. I'll continue along the Richard Allen Miller. Yeah, he was the guy who dreamed up all that shit. All that shit is straight out of Richard Allen Miller's addled fucking brain. But if you take a look at what I presented inside of the private messages to you and on the text box, so James and Reese can look at it, there is something hideously funny here. Those of you who can't see it, who are listening to us, but Josh Duggar was this guy who ran this anti-alternative lifestyles Christian religious fundamentalist cult that was classified by the Southern Poverty Law Center as a hate group. And he basically was saying that they're all, the threats to our children, all these gays and lesbians and transgenders. And he got busted, of course, for child pornography. It goes without saying, exactly along the lines of what I speak of throughout the arc of narrative tonight when I'm talking about Roe v. Wade leading to, ultimately, they're going to use that to try and shut down the alternative lifestyles community. And, of course, what Peter Moon was saying exactly about the Christian fundamentalists. Without even having heard what I was talking about all night, he came out and basically reinforced and validated everything I was saying.
But just for a second, I know nothing about this guy.
Yeah.
I know nothing about, I've heard of the Southern
Poverty Law Center. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've heard it has a pretty scurrilous reputation in itself.
Yeah, it does.
But when I read this article that you sent, the first thing I read, it says anti-LGBT activist, reality TV personality has been found guilty by a jury on one count each of receiving and possessing child pornography. He could be sentenced up to 20 years. Now, that sounds to me, if you just took out who he was, what he was, and it just sounds like one count each of receiving and possessing child pornography. That's like, this something could be mailed to somebody. He gets it mailed to him. He opens the package, and then you've got the government right there at his doorstep taking a picture of him, and you go, what the hell just happened?
No, I know what you're saying, but if
you might know much more about this guy.
Yeah.
But that's the first thing I'm saying is, wow. Now, it would stand to reason that what you're saying is probably true. But if I'm playing the devil's advocate, I'm going like, it's like on account of receiving and possessing. If it's a case like Gary Hambright, it becomes obvious. Right. I want to know the circumstances, and I'm
well, this guy's got all the circumstances. Even his wife now has been charged with harming children.
He apologizes too.
Yeah. He confesses. He confesses. I was, and then his parents were, oh God, if you read the rest of it, you'll get it, But in terms of the individual himself, what makes this so hideously funny, you know what he looks like? He looks like a negative Salman Sheikh.
A negative Salman Sheikh? What do you mean?
Yeah, he's like the anti-Salman Sheikh. Look at pictures of Salman Sheikh when you see him on the Facebook, and then compare it to this guy's.
I don't see the similarity.
You don't? They look like kind of like opposites, but kind of the same. I guess you'd have to look straight between one and the other. That's how it looks to me. He doesn't. Now, Salman Sheikh in no way, shape, or form is like this guy. He's the total opposite. But this guy's like his antithesis, like an evil Salman Sheikh. This is what this guy looks like. And he actually...
I'm drawing up Salman's picture. Yeah, I see there is quite a similarity. Yeah. You spot that quicker because you're a visual artist.
Yeah.
You see these things quicker. But I do relish lookalikes. I get a big kick out, and I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's the best. Their faces are rather I guess, what you'd say, generic and plain, you know?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, kind of.
they don't have angular features.
Yeah,
Salmon has a little more angular features, which, make him better looking than the other guy.
yeah, there we are.
But it's not that the other guy looks bad. He doesn't look bad at all. It's just, plain. And it's, but I love lookalikes. I love to find so-and-so looks like so-and-so. It just, I get a big kick out of it.
And they're in this kind of religious kind of frame, but they're like, opposite in terms of this guy's obviously just totally predatory, and the religious frame is just his rationalization, his cover for what he does. And
it's interesting about this religious polarity. Is somebody? It's like they go around like a tetherball pole, and they just cling to that tether. Whether it's Christianity and in Islam, when you get into the radical fundamentalist, it's like you're totally tethered to that pole.
Yeah.
And it breeds hatred and insecurity in the name of, what they view as the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
And it justifies all of the hatred, violence, and insanity in them, and becomes a license for violence. And it's like there's that phrase in Crowley's work, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." And this becomes their will. It is the will of Allah in their own minds. And I guess in the bigger picture, it is the will of Allah because he is all things. He is peace and merciful. But
Yes.
but what about the other stuff? That's a part of creation. So it's like, wow. And you have all of that, pent up issues and repressed expression. It's really, really a tough thing that people find themselves trapped in.
Yeah.
And it's pretty sad. And unfortunately, so much of that is what leads the news and the narrative that we have on the news.
Yes.
It's all horrible hatred. But to get back to Ram,
Yes.
or Alan Miller, to use his initials, Ram, he's I never heard of this guy.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have taken him seriously for a minute if somebody sent me a link, and I don't have time to look at links. I said, what is this guy, another nut? I didn't know he had so much airtime.
Oh God, way too much. Yeah, the guy had way too much, and he's damaged the world. If I were to blame much of QAnon and so much of the conspiracy processing that we have going on in the mind of the body politic today, it sources so much of it from the X-Files, which means it sources so much of it from this man, Richard Allen Miller, this white trash piece of shit. And
what was the relationship between him and Aquino?
Now, to my knowledge, there wasn't any. I mean, for one thing, he would just be to Aquino. He'd just be something like just another piece of meat. This is what
a dancing bear. He could send on assignments.
Yeah, pretty much. But here was my understanding. This is where, now, in all fairness, someone like Bob Lazar has his act together a lot more. But then again, look at how much younger Bob Lazar is, which means that Bob Lazar was exposed to a lot less of the mind-burning process of going in and out of the metal detector. Whatever time Bob Lazar spent at Area 51, which I'm convinced he was there. I'd bet the farm he was there. But the point is that whatever time he spent there had to be around, at the most, about a decade, something like that. But with Richard Allen Miller, it was a career. So this guy is truly burned out. And so, in all fairness, this guy's all burned out. So what he regurgitates is all this scattered fragments. And so when I was talking to him about the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile and the Roswell phenomenon, this is what he came up with. and then was regurgitating to Duncan Rhodes. And Duncan Rhodes, if you can believe this shit, was just blown away. Because here's what he said. It was just basically, when I started talking about Dr. Miller, what you saw was not extraterrestrial technology. This was technology that was produced by the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. And that it's not this kind of reptilian interface that you're alluding to, etc. So then what he said was, oh, yes, Douglas Dietrich is right. And here's what happened is guys like him.
Who said that? Duncan Rhodes?
No, Richard Allen Miller, before he warped it, he said that. But he took it and then he warped it. But basically, Richard Allen Miller and Bob Lazar, they're both dealing, when they were at Area 51, with Reich's technology. But they were told, in all fairness, this is what they were told. They were told by their superiors, the people who assigned them to reverse engineer it, to look at it, analyze it, reverse engineer it. They were told this is alien technology, because that's, of course, what they would be told in order to cover up the reality. That makes perfect sense.
And for all intents and purposes, it was.
Yes, because it was a breakaway civilization, and that at that point, just like we've said, for all intents and purposes, the Japanese were a completely alien culture. So too, at that point, was the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. So when I was bringing this up with Dr. Richard Allen Miller, the first thing he said is, because he started, you could see like lights flashing in his eyes. You could see something was going on between the ears, that there was something happening in the space within his skull that was registering. And then he said, yeah, Douglas Dietrich is right. He's absolutely right. And then he says, yes, the Germans, they escaped through Antarctica down into Unterland. And then he said, oh yeah, but then, and he said, this is what he was told. He says, but then they were all killed by the reptilians who live beneath the earth. He said they went down there, but they were all slaughtered by the reptilians who live underneath the earth. That's why I know this is
after they finished up at Dulce.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. So it was like, this was, I believe now, and always did, that was their program. That's what they told him. So that was like the backup program, that if anyone brought this up with him, then that's what would suddenly cascade. And then that's what would, so then he said, like, I don't believe he had the creativity, like he was married to some kind of concept, and then suddenly said, I've got to find a creative way to what would you say, accommodate this? It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. It's hard to explain what's in his mind. Yeah. But when he said, yeah, the 1,000-Year Reich, it went down into, it didn't last no 1,000 years. It went down into the underworld, and the, the lizards all slaughtered them all. Then Duncan Rhodes was going, oh, he was like orgasmic. It was like this made his millennium. Was like this was some revelation to him. It was crazy as shit. Well, that's interesting. And also, if I were to evaluate his personality by looking at his photograph, I would say that this is a man who does not try to engender conflict. He doesn't want to conflict with people. He's very agreeable.
Yes.
And he's so agreeable, it's like a extreme promiscuity of consciousness.
Yes.
He'll let anything in. And he's very accepting.
Yeah.
And this can be a positive to be accepting. However, when you accept, it's like accepting sewer water into your kitchen.
Who's like that? The Project Camelot chick. What's her name?
Carrie.
Yes.
Carrie.
Yeah, she's like that. Yeah.
And it's like Preston himself. He wouldn't cut certain things off. He would let everything in, and he had a lot of intelligence to evaluate it with, but it would generally too often go to things that didn't serve him
or anyone else. In other words, you knew through common sense that it was like my father said. My father used to tell me, son, be glad, this was what he used to say. He said, as things so very often are, intelligence won't get you far. So be glad you have more sense than you have intelligence.
Well,
And
that's a good way to put it. And Preston had extreme intelligence, and but yeah, there's a certain point, and many of the audience would just completely reject him. Some would more like me, yes, but what about the but? And you try and get the, you have to, sift through to get the diamonds in the rough. And some people would just listen to it as if it was gospel. When this is the way it happens with anybody. But certain people like this, and Preston had things to offer. He was talking about a very real circumstance that took place at the Camp Hero Air Force Station. And there was all sorts of circumstantial and even hard evidence. And the time stuff was definitely the most fascinating, but the most unwieldy. And then, that the proof for that came in, through David Anderson. Ultimately, that's the ultimate proof, which, nobody wants to cover or talk about. And then you find out in back of that they can't handle it. You can't handle the truth, as Jack Nicholson would say in that movie. So yeah, but this guy is like taking mushrooms.
Yeah, there you go.
With NASA, working with Timothy Leary. Yeah, it's like, I've seen it all.
Yeah,
I've been there all.
Yeah. That was it. And just this kind of, harmless old fuck, but he's extraordinarily harmful. Honestly, considering the damage that he's done to the world with all the people who have taken all the shit from the X-Files and integrated that into their paradigm, Richard Allen Miller should have been fucking shot. I'll say that on record. And people can say I said it. I don't give a shit. This fucker should have been shot for all the damage that he's done. There's plenty of people I'll say that about. Richard Allen Miller is one of them. There's nothing that Bob Lazar ever did that's comparable in terms of fucking over, mind fucking the world.
Bob Lazar is never somebody who was trying to be a celebrity.
Yeah.
He was, in a sense, but he didn't keep selling himself like Adamski did in the 50s.
Oh God, yeah, and you had it down right about Adamski, that he was just like the precursor to the YouTube generation, where it just all became content generation. He had to start generating content, and that's when Adamski started hanging up Christmas ornaments and saying they were out in the open. He was hanging out Christmas ornaments out in the open and saying, that they were the encounters, the aircraft, the spacecraft that were coming down. And he had something that happened. It's exactly like you said. There was definitely a bunch of shit went down there that got him the attention of the military industrial occult complex. They had him monitored. And then he just got addicted. It was like Evel Knievel just starting to sacrifice bits and pieces of his body for the sake of the roar of the crowd, and so Adamski had to start, delivering something. And am I right or am I right?
Well, yeah. It's like you become more interested in the show. It's like the Ed Sullivan Show. It's like, okay, you got to get the dancing monkeys out there. And you need more dancing monkeys. And this is the problem I said with doing a show. Yes. It's like, if you can't, and you provide plenty of content yourself, you just need people to bolster your Jerry Lewis telethon.
Yes.
But it's like, say, if you're doing a show and you are not a content generator, which many people who do shows are not content generators. In some ways, it's best that they're not, because but then again, you've got to be interviewing different content generators, and it's like, it's hit or miss.
Oh, that's
whether you
even
get
worse,
a good
because
interview
you wind
or
up
a bad interview, or and then you start scarfing up for talent. Yeah. I need more talent. I need this. Start calling up your friends. Could you talk about the new tires you bought.
Yeah, no, it's awful. No, seriously. No, it comes down to that. It's just terrible. A lot of people, like at Revolution Radio, there was this incestuous where they were interviewing each other, and it comes down to that, and it's pathetic and it's sad. And if you're someone like that trying to pretend that you're a host who's bringing on guests, then your life becomes a quest for who's your next victim. You might as well be like a serial rapist or serial killer.
Well, if you can provide interesting content, and as they say, it's not the business I have ever been in, because then it becomes a business. And then, of course, if you're going to have a business, you better damn well be paid for it. Otherwise, I don't want to do the next, next interesting interview with somebody. It's easier for me to be occasionally interviewed and just be done with it, rather than trying to do this is the closest thing I've ever had to my own show, having the time slot with you 2 times a week.
Yeah, and I think it's worked out quite well, because this way you just feel much more relaxed and free to go in depth with
narrative to a specialized audience. I can't, and it's part of it is promoting the book and future work with you. So this is it's part of my family now, and it's okay. It's
there we are.
Yes. I've not been able to bring my wife into it, but then I totally understand that, because
she's been here to a degree. She makes her little appearances. Yes,
she's trying to live her own life, and that's very time consuming and time demanding, of just having a job and doing the other things that she needs to do or wants to do. So it was really a thrill to bring on my football family, my new football family, because the old family wasn't suited for this. The old football family. It was really nice to have Terrell, and I will keep building with him. It's very beautiful, because he's younger than my daughter.
Wow.
And I'm playing with these guys. I mean, if I knew them when I was, I remember playing football in the back with in the park in the back on my daughter's some graduation or something. We had a bunch of the kids out there, and I was playing with them. Those kids would have been even younger at that time. The guys I'm playing with now. It's it's really neat, and to build a more meaningful relationship, because he's looking to integrate. He's looking to integrate people, and he sees what's wrong with society. He sees what's wrong with people, and he went down and confronted these people when they went to play their own game, and he brought some of them back to the game. Because he wants, and he says, God, we had a fun time yesterday. God, we had a fun time. He kept saying, we did.
Yes,
we did. And it's funny, some of the people that were complaining, and they're not there. And then all of a sudden everybody's getting along.
Yes.
And they were mostly complaining. They weren't generating the problems. Well, they were generating the problems to the degree that they were complaining.
Yeah.
But they were not the initiators of the, I guess what you call, the hostility. It was the way they reacted to the hostility that was more of a problem than the hostility itself, because you get, I guess what you say, people acting in ways that can be interpreted as hostile or inappropriate.
Yes.
And a reaction to it is everything. Like, just like, and I'll take it. This is one of the things I learned about intimidation. I was on the playground, and I think I must have been, it seems like, I don't know, it was the 3rd grade or the 1st grade. I don't really remember. But we were segregated. We had the grades 1 through 3 were on one side of the playground, and grades 4 through 6 were on the other side. And I saw one of his classmates, and he was right about in the middle, and you did not go into the other areas. It just was, taboo.
Yeah.
There seemed to be no problem with it. And I saw this 6th grader, he was big, beating the crap out of, must have been a 3rd grader, just beating the crap out of him. Now, we didn't do this. This didn't happen in school. You didn't see fights like that on the playground. And every time he would finish, the third grader would just, you know, and then he'd start beating him some more.
Jesus.
And then he'd stop. And I'm watching this from a very safe distance. And there's nobody, there's no teacher coming around, no yard monitor coming around. And every time it's just, and every time he barked at the guy after the guy finished beating him, the guy would start beating him some more.
Jesus.
And he just, why? And I'm thinking like, Larry, I think his name was Larry, why don't you just shut up?
This reminds me of what you were telling us about the construction workers and the...
Yeah, but this was not racial. And I think this kid, if I know, and I definitely recall this, is it was in the first grade. I had gone through the reading grades. They assigned, I remember the colors. They had red was the top readers, blue was second top, and they came at 10 o'clock and left at 3. The rest of us came at 9 and left at 2. And we had orange, yellow, and purple. And orange was the best readers of the lesser crowd. And they put me in orange. They assigned me in orange by some test. Okay. And I wasn't doing well. And they put me in yellow. And I did worse.
Oh, my God.
Worse in yellow. And it all came around the word said. Mm-hmm. I couldn't understand the word said, S-A-I-D. I said, this doesn't make sense. How do you say S-A-I as up? It was almost like a dyslexic sort of thing. I said, how can you say said as said? It should be S-E-D. Mm-hmm. And I would just like kind of paralyze when I'm reading, you know, Dick, Jane, and Rex the dog, you know, and I'm like, and it's like I just can't do it. And so then she puts me in. Well, I think what happened was I was telling my dad in the car how excited I was. I'm learning how to read. And he gives me this look, which is not very pleasant, because my mom had talked to him, and I guess the teacher had said they were having problems with me. And this was, I thought I was learning, and I was learning, but wasn't learning the right way. So then they put me in purple.
Oh, my God.
Which was dumber than dumb. And it was a guy named Billy Allen and this Larry character. Billy Allen had the same birthday as me. And dumber than dumb. And when I went into there were only 3 of us. I mean, it was like they couldn't handle yellow. So I'm put in there with the dumber than dumb. And I got even worse. I mean, it was like in purple, I was like, I couldn't read shit. And
this is horrible. Well, go on.
Well, let's see what happened. So I guess I think I probably told my mom I went down to purple. I don't know what happened. The teacher talked to my mom, and my mom said he's really very intelligent, and she had a talk with him. So all of a sudden, and I don't know how the hell this happened. I can't even remember. They put me in the, they said, oh, he really needs to go to school at 10 o'clock. He needs to be a 10 o'clocker. And I didn't like that because I like getting home early at 2. So anyway, you didn't have to go to school till 10 o'clock. And then I would stay late, and they put me in blue. Okay. And I zipped through blue so fast. It was only a week or a few days before they put me into red, which was the top reading group. And then I would compete with Lori Gus, who was a very smart Jewish girl, and now she had competition, and we would compete to who could read the most or the fastest. And it was like, wow, I went from one of the dumbest in the class to one of the smartest in the class, and it was only by who I was being around and how I don't understand it. But all of a sudden I could read.
No. This is what happens. We absorb the characteristics of those around us, and what happens is when they put you in this category where they're telling you you're deficient, that's then it just it programs you. This is what they're doing.
I don't even think it was. I had no stigma on the status. It didn't really mean anything to me.
Okay.
I wasn't like, until I got in the better status, then I felt, sort of complimented.
Okay.
I didn't have this big stigma. I was just trying to learn.
Well, I'll tell you that my experience was very similar, albeit over a longer arc. What happened was that, of course, when I was younger and English was a second language, then I was put in all of these, they had the first group, second group, and third group. And the horror of this is that I did take it as what it was, which is just an insult and a stigma, where they're saying
a lot of self-esteem abuse as a very young person.
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. And so they put me in. First off, they put me in the developmentally disabled with retarded people. Literally, well, it's a horrible term. I mean, developmentally disabled people. They're wonderful people, but they obviously have issues with certain processing. They have processing issues, and I was placed with them, where, of course, I knew I patently didn't belong. But this was where they felt, because of my command of English, it's one of the reasons that I became so good at commanding English, better than the fucking adults. But in terms of, that started off when I was young, that kind of bullshit. And then eventually, of course, as I got higher in courses, then I wound up in these so-called gifted classes, quote unquote. And then, by the time I got into City College, the just doing a lot of the academic work was nothing to me. If anything, it was just like a hobby. It was fun. I never considered it as anything other, no big challenge. I had a double major, and at one point, I was taking 27 units. I had a 27 unit load, and granted, some of that was some physical courses and whatnot, but still a 27 unit load, and it didn't bother me. But that's a lot. Okay, your average person has, something like maybe 10 units or something, and or 6 units or something like that. But what was interesting to me was when Stephen Outrim started stalking me and attacking me on everything that he felt deficient in himself, because, of course, Stephen Outrim is just like the majority of wealthy people. The majority of wealthy people are extraordinarily stupid people. They're just people who get wealthy. It's like the only talent that they have is getting wealthy. But people have investigated this, and of course that
happens. People get lucky in the stock market. They get lucky in a job with stock options.
Yeah.
And they become infinitely wealthy.
Yeah.
And they never have to do anything their whole life.
Yeah. And
it's is it a blessing or it's a curse? It depends on the individual, and it's a gift they were given, and it's their challenge to do the right thing. Some people who might have earned money or were geniuses go on to create other things. But it's like, wow. Yep. And then sometimes they will interact as if, to brag about what they have in such a way that does not suit them. It does not help them, because they think they have some ability when they have no ability.
Yes.
Other than to pour money into something, which in many times doesn't work out so well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and then people have pointed this out. People who have pointed out that it's mostly just luck that people get wealthy. That it's very seldom some kind of talent, etc. But aside from that, then you get the train wrecks, like the guy who's doing the fucking space launches, him and Elon Musk, and what's the other guy who owns Amazon? Jeff Bezos. Yeah.
Bezos.
Yeah. Yes.
Bezos.
Yes, that's right, Bozo,
but it's Bezos.
That's right. So people were pointing out, it's really funny in the case of Jeff Bezos, people were pointing out that the horror is that just because these people make money, we assume that they're intelligent, and therefore we take what they say seriously when we shouldn't. And
I think he's a lot more intelligent than Bill Gates. I think he knew how to put a product together. I think he might have some pretty good savvy when it comes to tech and business.
Yeah, I won't argue with that.
I really never studied him. Yeah. He was once a competitor of mine when Amazon first started.
Right. No, I hear you. I'm not going to argue with
past my ability to sell books. That's what it all was. It was all selling books.
No, I hear you. And that if he had a talent, it was that. When it came to somebody like Bill Gates, I've pointed out before that Bill Gates was he never possessed any of the intelligence of the programmers. He was just basically a very clever copyright thief. That's basically what he was, and that was his success story. And then everybody thought he was, like godlike intelligence and shit like that.
But so much of what his genius was, if we could call it genius, because I was in the computer industry back in the 80s, and when he took off, and Apple faltered, and what the problem is that, see, he had the DOS operating software, and what he did was he let anybody use it. He had no restrictions, so people could use his disk operating system or DOS to create programs. Steve Jobs would not let anybody create any programs on Apple. In fact, we were what were called value-added resellers, the company I worked for and even ran, and we would sell basically AT&T computers. We could get a discount on them, but we would sell them with value-added, which would be an accounting program or some added software that they needed for inventory, and we were doing that. But when we tried to sell Apple, it was like they wanted you to write a proposal with each sale you were going to do and how you were going to sell, and it was like you were having to kiss their ass 7 times 8 backwards just for them to, and then they'd say no. In other words, they were very hard to deal with. So what happened was everybody embraced the inferior disk operating system,
right,
as compared to AT&T's Unix system or Apple's system. And if Apple would have taken over the computer industry at that point.
Interesting.
But they wouldn't let, no, you can't use our software. It's our proprietary stuff. Now, Apple still has that attitude to this day, but they're not known for their computers, which are very good. They're known for their iPhones, mostly their iPhones. It was the iPod.
Well, I would argue against the computers being good with the nightmare experience I had with it, but go on.
I won't use anything else.
Oh God, you're welcome to it. Yeah, I just
if you were in the house next door, it might have gone a lot smoother.
Maybe it would have. I mean, I'm certain you wouldn't have burdened me with what the idiot that I was. I wound up with an idiot who, he started me off with Apple in all the wrong ways, I'm sure, so that it just guaranteed it would never go anywhere other than down. You'd think that the guy was, another Aquino asset just sent to fuck me over or something. You never know, but it didn't seem that way. It's just like he was just a fucked up individual who appeared extraordinarily professional, knew how to present himself well, but was
what went wrong with the computer?
It was what was wrong was Jay Cornell was this white guy who looked like a pundit you would see as a talking head on a talk show, like one of the consultants for Fox News or some other, in a suit, perfectly presented hair and everything. And he said, what you need to do as a beginner in computers, the Apple's the easiest place to start. They have people you can deal with at the Apple store. And what you need to get is a used one. That was the wrong thing. How crazy. How fucking crazy.
The used part that's where he steered you wrong. All you're going to do is save money and buy aggravation.
Well, he didn't save money at all. It cost the same as a new one. It was just crazy.
You're going to save money on the initial purchase.
Yeah, and I didn't. The initial purchase I found out he it was not him. It was like he said, "Oh, get this one," and it was like
it sounds to me like he jobbed you by getting to buy a computer that he got some sort of financial deal on.
I guess it must have been that he basically somehow, you would think that. You never know with these people. A lot of times these people are just crazy or they're totally non-functional. And
this is very, very, very common when people go to help people with computers. When I had Joe Matheny, when we were talking all the time, he would help me with technical support issues or with things that I didn't know. and he even had on his phone for his personal friends. He says, if you need technical support, I'll get back to you. You know, in other words, he would help his friends with technical issues. They're very kind of him. He didn't have to do it, but he understood. Now, and he did not work in a Mac environment at that. Well, he understood. He knew so much about so much. And but I'm saying is, Apple, if you buy a new computer, you have so much time of Apple support. If you buy their what do you call it, Apple Care, you get years of it. And then I found out even then they don't even care anymore. If you ask for technical support, tell them what your computer is, they will help you for free. They didn't used to do that. That's been extant for years now. And so you call up and you say, oh, I have this problem, I have that problem, and they will help you. And if they can't help you, they take you to a senior supervisor who will help you. And then if it has to go into the store, whether it's under warranty or not, that becomes another issue. But I seldom have to call them. And on the rare occasions that I do, they have always responded. But it was starting with a new computer that nobody had messed with.
Right.
So
That's of course what I should have been doing, but this guy steered
you
me.
didn't know.
Yeah.
You didn't know,
Yeah.
and this guy steered you bad.
Oh,
and
God,
people
awful.
love to share their expertise and say, I am an expert in the stock market. Go buy this stock. I have inside information. You know, it's like just because they like to brag and show off and show off their expertise. And they're more interested in acting like an expert for 10 minutes than they are in actual having that person come back to them and respect them. That is a big problem.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing I was going to say about another rich guy who people mistake for intelligent, though that's really not the case with that. Who's the other guy I was bringing up? That Musk? Yeah, Elon Musk. He's like everybody's.
Sounds like he should be in the cologne business.
Yes,
Musk.
yes. He's like everybody's favorite punching bag because he's such an idiot. But the funny thing is, I'll see like he'll present this. Elon Musk says, "I've got a solution to mass transit," and and you'll see engineers on YouTube just take his shit apart, and they just talk about what an idiot he is. Like his solution to mass transit is like if this were ever enacted, it'd be like generating far more problems than we have now. Is what they would basically deconstruct him with. But
he's become a visionary. He's become a visionary with all of his assets. He can envision something, and it's up to the engineers to create it. And the direction he's leading them in apparently is not. I mean, Stephen Jobs was very good at that. He could say something, and then he'd make the engineers create it. Yeah. He could put a vision out, and then he could bring it pragmatic into reality. I don't really know that much about Elon Musk, except that he's generated a lot of revenue and a car that puzzles me to no end.
By the way, I won't go into it tonight. There's simply no time. We're almost at the end. We got about 9 minutes, probably 8 minutes left. Jack Dorsey was the weirdest CEO in Silicon Valley. He basically stepped down. He's stepped
down second time. It's really not a news story. He stepped down a long time ago. I think they outed him. They got rid of him at Twitter.
Yeah, I know it's a long time ago, comparatively speaking, but it wasn't that long ago. I bring it up.
They brought him back out of necessity because the other guy had some improprieties. So they had to bring him back. He was already running his new company called Square, and so they brought him back to Twitter. Out of who else are we going to get to talk about the Presidio here? If it was you, they have no. They had to bring him back because we got somebody who has to cover the Presidio beat. So they brought him back, and he did whatever he did. It's like his story is leaving. He never was supposed to be there the second time anyway. So it's kind of, to me, they make it a news story when it's really not a news story. He spent all his time with Square, which is now going to be called, I think, Bit.
Yeah. Salman Sheikh said that he's been replaced by some Asian Indian guy. And so that guy's running Twitter now. I think that's what Salman Sheikh said, but he was.
Yeah, and they're hoping that Twitter can become more, I guess, what you call revenue generating. Is the idea of
yeah. Like Salman Sheikh and I were saying, it's just a further insinuation of the castocracy of Asian India onto America. Where they'll fossilize our social structure.
Point. I could never. I have a Twitter account, but I seldom go there. It's like I just don't get the Twitter stuff. It's not something that I've been able to use.
Thank you. I mean, no, I can't either. I can't imagine myself using it. I mean, it's
Trump was a
well, that's just because it's
on Twitter.
Yeah, that's just because that was it's just like free association of thought. You just go on there.
It suited him. It suited him. Yeah. I think it also hurt him at the same time.
Yes.
I don't know whether it helped him or hurt him, and I think Obama was the first one to use the internet effectively, but I don't think it was with tweets.
No, not at all.
Trump was the tweet master.
Yes.
And I don't, I
think it was severely damaging. It was just, he just got on there and he just, whatever's on his mind, he just cut loose.
If he could have just said nice diplomatic things on Twitter and only said nice diplomatic things that would make people in general feel good, he might have done a lot better.
Yes, I agree. If he,
maybe.
Well, I would argue that.
Appealing to his base, and an Alex Jones base.